And good afternoon, everybody. We just heard the Star Spangled Banner. It looks like we're ready to get our Ball Broadcasting Day going. I'm EB from Toronto, joined by my broadcasting partner this afternoon, Jaden Becker. How are you doing, Jaden?
Doing great. Excited for a great day of baseball on MLB Pop Ball.
Yeah, it looks like it's going to be a great game in the AL West. We have Shohei Ohtani, we have Lynn. You can see their stats there on the screen, and the Angels are looking for a 3-game sweep here today.
Yeah, and a 3-game sweep for the Angels could be huge going into the standings. Right now they're 30-30 league-wide, and only 4 games back on the A's. A win here could push them closer as we head a little bit closer and closer in the playoffs. You know, it's only June, but the playoffs is coming soon.
You guys start looking at those standings, and the Angels have some work to do because the AL Central is so good that if they want that wild card spot, they're really going to have to start winning some games. Can we get the Angels in their road or their alternate reds by any chance? Maybe Garrett can do that for us. Damn, I like those reds. There we go. Yep. Just need the gray. Perfect. Just for a change. Excellent. I guess we'll just do standard home whites for the Rangers. So there we go. Texas 30-31, Angels 30-30. Nice day in Arlington, Texas, where we're gonna go to Globe Life Field. That's the new name of the stadium over there.
And a beautiful stadium at that, EB. They spent a long time constructing that one. And it looks a little different from the original stadium in Arlington, but now the walls are a little bit pushed back and made for big-time hitters like Joey Gallo.
Yeah, that's one of the guys I'll be watching. Joey Gallo, one of my favorites. He can hit them far when he does hit them. Kind of an all or nothing hitter, but when he gets into one, it's very interesting. So we see Texas taking the field, and it's a hot day, as we mentioned, in Arlington. And take a look at Lynn, who will be taking the mound for Texas this afternoon. What do you got on him?
Lynn was an all-star back in 2010. A lot of people forget that he was a World Series champion back in 2011. Looking back at last season, he finished 5th in the AL Cy Young vote. But he also has some trouble with control, leading the MLB with 18 wild pitches. He's had some trouble with run support this season, going 1-4 starts.
Yeah, not a bad ERA, but not a lot of run support, as you said, leading to that record. Is Tommy Listell, the first baseman, steps in, and the first pitch in for a strike. We're underway.
Tommy Listell was an all-star last season, first time of his career. But then had to cut his season short with a tibia injury off a foul ball, ending a productive season from him.
Yeah, I think it was his first time playing every day. He was a big pinch hitter for the Cubs before that. 1-1 pitch coming, fouled away, 1-2. Looks like the roof is closed today. Kind of hot outside, so it makes sense.
On a June day, you don't want that hot Texas sun beating down on you.
1-2 swung on and missed, and Lance Lynn records his first strike of the day.
Batting second, the second baseman, David.
Good downward action on that ball. Lance Lynn has had his fair share of strikeouts this season. 64 on the season now with that one.
David Fletcher steps in. He's at second base, taking it inside, ball one. Nice numbers for Fletcher here.
Yeah, great numbers for him. 303 on the season for batting average and a 728 OPS. Has had some trouble with the long ball with 3 home runs on the season.
And he flares that one right. That's going to drop for a base hit. And Gallo gets it in quickly, so it's a 1-out single for David Fletcher.
Batting third, the center fielder, number 27.
Maybe if he had a slower right fielder, that one could have been a double heading towards the wall, but good range by Gallo there, who says a surprising amount of range for a power hitter.
He can play the outfield pretty nicely. Here's Mike Trout. Look at that, 350 average, and that's second in the American League. Always a dangerous guy when he comes up.
Yeah, behind Yordan Alvarez.
Yeah, who we'll see in the next game that will air today. We have Houston and the Mets coming up. First pitch from Lynn is low, 1-0 to Mike Trout. Lynn sets, fires, and that is outside, 2-0.
Mike Trout does lead MLB in walks this season so far with 37. See if Lance Lynn is going to try to work around him here.
Nice pitch there, in for a strike, 2-1. Goes with the curveball on in the hitter's count.
As we talked about earlier, leading up to this game, Mike Trout has only made the playoffs back in 2014 when the Angels made it, but of course they haven't been anywhere close to the World Series. And as we all know, Mike Trout, one of the greatest players to ever step on the diamond. Is there a chance that he's going to make it to that World Series?
I'd love to see it. 3-1 is low, ball 4, so he works another walk.
Batting fourth.
And with a 350 average, I'm not surprised pitchers are staying away from him. As we see Anthony Rendon coming up. New third baseman for the Angels. Big free agent signing.
The 7 years, $245 million deal this offseason. His batting average could be a little better if you're giving him that amount of money, but 281 is nothing to scoff at either.
And he takes that one low, gets away from the catcher, Chirinos, but not far enough for anyone to advance.
And as you mentioned, EB, last season was great for him. Was an all-star and led the MLB in RBIs.
Takes that one outside, 2-0. Got a chance to drive in a run or two.
Anthony Rendon also leading the Angels so far this season in RBIs with 43.
Takes that one in for a strike, 2-1. Fouls that one away, so the count moves to 2-2. Lance Lynn gets back into the count.
I tell you, EB, one thing I love about Anthony Rendon is his relaxed batting stance. You see him leaning back there, wagging the bat, getting ready for that pitch.
2-2 is going to be caught by Odor. Tough break there. Pretty good swing on it, but makes it out. So Lance Lynn has 2 outs. And here comes the veteran Albert Pujols, DHing today for the Angels, and not really good numbers against right-handers. He's going to face his former teammate here from their days with St. Louis.
Yeah, as you mentioned, Pujols, his best years are behind him, but there's no question that he'll be a future Hall of Famer.
Absolutely. He takes that one outside, and we see the 1,850 runs scored in his career there on the screen. And he's going to take one in, so 2-0. Dual pitch from Lynn is grounded to Odor. He has all day to get Pujols out, and that will do it. So no runs on 1 hit, 1 walk, 2 men left. We go to the bottom of the first. Texas Rangers coming up. So here's Shohei Ohtani going to take the mound for the Angels this afternoon. What do you got on him?
Shohei Ohtani, man. The Japanese export that shook the world back in 2017 with his bat and his arm. His ability to pitch also has been amazing. One of the toughest pitchers to actually hit off of in the MLB The Show when he played in Diamond Dynasty, because he's able to mix it up so well with all his pitches. But in real life, he's had trouble with his injuries since his debut. He had a bout with Tommy John surgery, and last season had some knee surgery as well. If he could stay healthy throughout the rest of his career, we could see maybe another Hall of Fame run.
As Elvis Andrus, the veteran shortstop, steps in, and the first pitch is low, ball one.
I know saying a Hall of Fame run might be very presumptive, but Shohei Ohtani has skill, and it's leading the Angels right now in ERA with 2.62, and leading the Angels with WHIP in 1.21.
1-0 pitch, swung on and missed, 1-1. There's that splitter from Ohtani.
And isn't it so deadly? You think it's going to be a fastball coming in, just drops right off the table.
And his fastball is, he can get up there, so good range in velocity. And Andrew swings and fouls it off, so it's 1-2. Ohtani set. And the 1-2 to Elvis Andrus. Outside, 2-2. Here's the pitch, 2-2 to Elvis Andrus, outside, so he's working full.
Andrus using his patience there. Gotta stay smart, especially when going against Shohei Ohtani. Want to get his pitch count up, and as you mentioned, Ohtani not going to stay long in game.
And the pitch is outside and low, ball four, so a leadoff walk for Elvis Andrus.
No left fielder.
You saw on the screen there that Ohtani had 9 starts, but only 3 decisions. So he probably will not pitch too deep into the game. He's coming off his injury. As we see Nick Solak, the left fielder, coming up to bat, 182 on the year. I'll take that one for a strike.
I'm surprised manager Chris Woodward has him batting this high in the lineup with that 182 average on the season, and also hasn't hit for power that well either, only 3 home runs. Does have the fastest sprint speed of all major league designated hitters, is playing left field this game.
Looks like they're going to do a pitch out, nothing doing, 1-1. They do have Shin-Soo Choo on the bench, another guy who signed a big contract, but he's not doing all that well, so I guess Chris Woodward is taking his chances with a right-hander against a right-handed pitcher. As he swings in that one, and it's going to be a foul ball, 1-2.
Good for Solak to put some wood on that one there. A little late on it, though.
1-2 pitch, fouled away, stays alive. And moves at first after the leadoff walk, and here comes the 1-2 pitch to Solak. Swing and a miss. 100 miles an hour, and that's the first strikeout for Ohtani.
That one blew right by him. He said 100 on the gun. You can only pray to hit that one for swinging that late.
So that's the first out. Here comes the DH, Willie Calhoun. Left-handed batter takes it low, 1-0.
Gotta be careful here if you're Shohei Ohtani. You don't want to hang one here. Willie Calhoun does lead the Rangers in home runs with 13 on the season.
And he once a highly thought of prospect with the Dodgers, straight over here, Texas. 1-0 pitch, low, 2-0. And there it is. I just mentioned it. It says he worked with the Dodgers in 2017 in the Yu Darvish trade.
Maybe that's how you know you're doing good research, when you beat the show to it.
We have great producers here. They or maybe, I don't know, maybe I read their mind. I'm not sure. It's low 3-0.
I think it's a little bit of both there.
And the dangerous guy we talked about on deck, Joey Gallo. 3-0 to Willie Calhoun. Swings at that one, fouls it away. 3-1.
I want to stay a little bit too up in the zone. Calhoun got too much of it. A little bit right at the foul pole.
3-1 pitch. Here it comes. And it's low, ball 4. So another walk for Ohtani, his second of the inning. And here comes Joey Gallo.
Joey Gallo, we talk about him all the time as being one of the greatest home run hitters in the MLB. Pure home run hitters, doesn't really hit for average as we see here. Only batting .202 on the season, but also only has 8 home runs, 25 RBIs. He was riddled with injuries last season, only hit 22 home runs last season.
It's down there for a strike, and of course, see the base runners here. Usually they will shift on Joey Gallo because of his pull tendencies, and he's a pure power hitter. 0-1 is swung out, fouled away, 0-2. They can't really shift that much with runners on. I saw Rendon almost in the correct spot there. 0-2 pitch, fouled away.
And EB, this is the main reason why this game is so sought after. Joey Gallo being one of the greatest power hitters that you mentioned, and Shohei Ohtani being the best power pitchers.
1 ball, 2 strikes. Count.
There's the crowd there, 1-2. Yeah, I was definitely looking forward to this one. You have Gallo, we have Trout, that we saw earlier. Ohtani, always interesting to watch, as he's going to deal with a 1-2 to Gallo. Fouled away.
Ohtani getting up there in pitches in the first inning, 21 and only 1 out.
So we were talking about how he doesn't go too deep into games, so we'll see how Joe Madden manages this as he takes low 2-2.
That's been one of the biggest troubles for the Angels so far this season. The bullpen hasn't held up their end of the bargain going late into games. 5 pitchers having an ERA over 4. Jacob Barnes leading that with a 15 ERA.
2-2 is grounded to the second baseman. Taylor-made. Oh no! Pulled him off the bag. So it's not tailor-made. It should be an error on David Fletcher. I didn't see an error on the board, but I gotta imagine that. Because
in my book, I
or
would
it might be an
error.
error on, I'm not sure if it's an error on Fletcher or Simmons, but it should be an error on someone.
We'll see how the score grades that one there. They pulled them off the bag, and now you have Todd Frazier up to bat.
Yeah,
Frazier.
Godfather.
It's the Todd father, and me being a big Mets fan, we watched him dominate a little bit through his tenure with the Mets, and honestly, wherever he has gone, he's been able to dominate and been playing pretty well. He leads the team in RBIs with a runner in scoring position on third base. He could add some more here.
He takes a strike there on what looked like it was a bit inside, but moved a strike by the umpire. Runners at first and third with 2 outs.
1-1.
Side 1-1. Frazier not really hitting for average, but he does have power, and as you said, he can drive and runs. Takes it outside, 2-1.
Little League World Series legend from Toms River, New Jersey. Signed a 1-year deal this offseason with the Rangers. Could drive and run here.
2-1 pitch from Ohtani. One run and miss, 2-2. He's had to throw some extra pitches in this inning. Here comes the 2-2 pitch to Todd Frazier. And it's fouled away.
That curveball hanging in there. We want to get that to cut the bottom of the zone. Not enough downward action there for Ohtani.
So we'll do it again. 2-2 to Frazier. Inside full count. That will release the runner at first. That's Joey Gallo, who reached on what probably should be scored in there. In any case, he'll be off on the pitch. 3-2 to Frazier. Here it comes. And it's going to be into the gap. And, can't be caught by Brian Goodwin. That will score 2 runs. Frazier headed to second. And it's 2-0 Texas on that 2-run double from Todd Frazier. It's his 4th. like Goodwin. I don't think he would have caught it. So
And EB there, that's where errors kill you when you're playing in the field. Could have been out of that inning with the double play, but now had to give up 2 runs on a tough ball to field if you're Brian Goodwin. Goodwin, not a little bit for his glove, but just couldn't reach that one there. I don't think anyone could have reached that one there. Put a great diving effort. Frazier able to put enough on that ball for a double.
as you see, Danny Santana, center fielder, switch hitter, batting from the left side. He took a ball. Now he takes a strike, 1-1. And Ohtani, unfortunately, has now had to throw a lot more pitches than he was hoping for in this inning.
Yeah, 32 on the day so far. He hasn't gotten out of the first inning yet.
Here's a 1-1 pitch to Danny Santana, outside 2-1. One pitch to Santana is grounded. That's going to get through for a base hit, and Frazier is going to stop at third. So the inning will continue. It's a single for Danny Santana.
They retired Frazier with 20 speed on second base. I don't think they would have sent him there. We've seen some crazy things with 0 speed guys trying to make the rounds from second base to home, but 20 speed, maybe not the best option if you're the third base coach making that call.
Yeah, definitely not. We see Ruben Odor up to bat here. The second baseman took a strike from Ohtani. 1-1 pitch, strike 2.
No ball, 2 strikes.
Ruben Odor, 7 home runs on the season. I got my stats mixed up a little bit there. And 18 RBIs, but did have 30 home runs last season with a very low batting average of 205. So taking a little bit after Joey Gallo, being able to hit the home runs, but I have some trouble getting on base as well.
Yeah, there's a couple of guys here on this team who definitely can hit for power, but not too much for average, as Odor has a 1-2 count after taking that last pitch outside. Here comes 1-2 pitch from Ohtani, outside, 2-2.
Rangers also are very lefty heavy in their lineup, which is sometimes a good thing if you are going against a weak right-handed pitcher who just gets hit and hit and hit, like Ohtani is getting hit right so far. When you go against a lefty on lefty matchup, not a lot of home runs going to be found there.
Which is high. Another full count, and once again, the runner at first, Santana will be off on the pitch. Here comes the full count pitch from Ohtani to Odor. It's swung on and missed, strike 3, and Ohtani gets out of further damage, but Texas does score a couple of runs on, well, no errors on the board, so I guess it's 2-0, earned runs. I guess that would have been a fielder's choice. A couple of RBIs from Todd Frazier. As we go to the top of the second, and Justin Upton will step up to face Lance Lynn. First pitch, inside, 1-0.
Justin Upton has had a great career, a 3-time Silver Slugger, 4-time All-Star. But has had his struggles of late, lowest batting average of his career last season, batting only .215.
And we saw there just 1 for 7 against Lance Lynn in his career. And he's going to be 1 for 8 because that's grounded to Odor. And that's the first out.
Batting 7, the shortstop, Andrelton Simmons.
Here comes one of my favorite defensive shortstops, Andrelton Simmons, batting in the 7th spot for the Angels.
Definitely known more for his glove than his bat, a 4-time Gold Glover.
Swings at the first one. And it's 0-1. Good numbers against Lynn as we see there. 6 for 14 with a home run.
Home runs from him are very rare, only 3 on the season.
1 pitch from Lynn is popped up to Odor. He's been a busy man. 2 outs.
Batting in, the right fielder, number 8.
Odor has been a busy man, has made the last 4 defensive outs, has been involved in the last 4.
And made the final out of the bottom of the first. Here comes Brian Goodwin. Good average, 326 playing right field for the left-handed batter.
And Goodwin might be one of the biggest surprises for the Angels this season, batting .326 on the season with OPS just about over 1. Spent some times with the Nationals and the Royals. Signed off waivers last March of last season.
That's out.
First pitch was high, second pitch outside, 2-0 count on him. Lynn looking for that shutdown inning after getting the 2 runs in the bottom of the first. Here comes the 2-0 to Brian Goodwin. And it's outside, 3-0.
As we talked about, run support so important in the league now. Lance Lynn getting some early on.
3-0 pitch to Brian Goodwin is taken for a strike, 3-1. Two outs here in the top of the second, 2-0 Texas. Here comes a 3-1 pitch to Goodwin, and he swings and fouls it away, so it's a full count. Full count pitch to Goodwin, and it's swung on and missed for strike 3. Second strikeout of the day for Lance Lynn, and he does get that shutdown inning. We go to the bottom of the second, 2-0 Texas. Nothing Rangers here in the bottom of the second in Arlington, and Shohei Ohtani is going to get back to work, facing 8, 9, and 1, and looking for a quicker second inning. Ronald Guzman, the first baseman, steps in.
Ronald Guzman, one of those guys that do great in the minor leagues, but has trouble and when they make it up to the show. Has been up and down a couple times. Last season, batted .219 in the majors.
What I remember from Ronald Guzman, I think it was his first year. He had 3 home runs at Yankee Stadium in one game. So sort of remember that. Took the first pitch for a strike. Here comes the 0-1 from Ohtani. And it's swung on and hammered to right field. Is it fair? No, it's going to be a loud strike. 0-2.
Very, very loud strike. Just snuck over. Right side by foul pole.
Here comes the 0-2, and it's going to be a base hit. So he almost gets a home run, but he'll settle for a leadoff single in the second.
Batting ninth, the catcher, Robinson.
So he had a bit of a shift, but he hit it where they weren't. As Robinson Chirino steps up, the veteran catcher. See the home road splits, not so good at home, just 149, and overall just 212. As a runner, nobody else.
Chirino spent most of his career in Texas. Has found some different playing time in different areas, but has re-signed with the Rangers this offseason.
Last year was with the division rivals, the state rivals Astros. Here he is back in Texas, and he took the first pitch low, 1-0 count to Chirinos. Here it comes, and it's going to be swung on and lifted to right field. Goodwin will make the play, and that's the first out.
The batter, number 1, shortstop, Elvis Andrews.
As we get back to the top of the order, Elvis Andrews walked and scored his first time up.
I love that mascot, EB.
Yeah, he's getting everybody riled up here. 2-0 Texas, they're looking to add on. Here's the pitch from Ohtani to Andrews, and he'll ground that to Fletcher, who tags the runner and then goes to first, but not in time.
The batter, the left fielder.
It's going to be the fielder's choice now, bring out Nick Sola, who struck out his first time.
Good effort there by Elvis Andrews. Try to get one in between the second baseman and shortstop, but when you're playing at that double play depth, nothing's going to get behind second base.
First pitch inside, Solak, 1-0. He was Ohtani's first strikeout victim, and that 100-mile-an-hour fastball that he threw him. Here comes the 1-0 pitch, and it's going to be in there for a strike, 1-1.
You need to see more pitches like those from Ohtani, just clipping that bottom of the zone. and was called strikes there.
1-1, fouled off, 1-2. One-two pitch.
No, that's low.
Just a bit low, 2-2. I mean, it's 50 pitches already, not ideal in the second inning. 2-2 pitch, swung on, and it's going to be lifted to left field where Justin up and camps under it and makes the catch. So Ohtani gives up a single, but nothing more. We go to the top of the third. It's 2-0 Texas. And here we go. We will
Leading off for the Angels.
see Lance Lynn take the man out there for the third inning. He's going to face Max Stassi, the catcher with an 8-game hitting streak. He's taking over the everyday duties due to the injury to Jason Castro. First pitch from Lynn, fouled away.
He spent most of his career with the Astros, including that shrouded 2017 World Series. He was traded to the Angels for minor leaguers. He's been a career 200 hitter, but hitting 288 so far this season. And if that's what you're getting from your catcher, I don't know what else you could ask for, because batting 288 in the American League, mind you, from the catcher's position is pretty tremendous.
There's a 2-1 count here from Lance Lynn. He swings and misses, 2-2.
I think he was looking for that fastball there. Couldn't hit that one with an oar, as they like to say in MLB The Show.
Right. 2-2 pitch. Popped up. Todd Frazier will have a play in foul territory, and there's one out here in the third.
The first baseman, number 9, Tommy.
So we'll go back to the top of the order, and Tommy LaStella struck out his first time up. Steps in, leads Lance Lynn. Lynn sets, and here comes the pitch, and it's inside, 1-0. LaStella just 2 for 16 against Lynn in his career. 1-0 pitch, fouled away. The 1-1 to LaStella outside, 2-1. Two-one pitch outside, 3-1.
Good patience here by LaStella, realizing that you don't need to get it all back in one swing. Just try to get on base and have your follow-up guys like Mike Trout and Doan try to knock you in.
3-1 outside, ball 4, so he does get on base with a walk. 1-out walk for the Angels.
Now batting, second baseman, David Fletcher.
See, they're third in the American League in getting those base on balls. Yankees at first, Indians second, and then the Angels. And that makes sense, especially with all the walks that Mike Trout has taken this year.
Yeah, you look at all those teams on the list, and you can name a couple players on each team that you don't really want to pitch to. So pitchers do a good job pitching around them, just putting them in first base rather than them launching a ball over the wall.
David Fletcher singled his first time up, fouled it away. Obviously on this team, Trout, we had the Yankees up there. Aaron Judge, probably a guy who will walk a lot. On the Indians, you got Lindor, Santana with a good eye. That pitch is going to be fouled away, 1-1, or 0-2, I should say. Two pitch from Lynn to Fletcher. Here it comes, and thought about it, but laid off 1-2. Here's the 1-2 pitch from Lance Lynn to David Fletcher. It is going to be grounded through for a base hit, and LaStella will stop at second, so the Angels have runners at first and second with 1 out.
Second single of the night so far, 2-2. A good poker there, just got through. Loving the door.
And here's that man again, Mike Trout, who walked his first time up, looking to drive in some runs. fouls it away, 1-1.
As a pitcher, this is the scariest position you could be in, runner in scoring position, and as we talked about earlier, one of the greatest hitters to ever step on the field. Come up to bat, ready to destroy you, especially when you have a lead.
0-1 is rounded to second for one, back to first in time, just in time for that double play started by Ronald Guzman. So the Angels get a couple of men on, but don't do anything with it. We go to the bottom of the third, 2-0 Texas. As we go to the bottom of the third, we remind you that we're all doing this voluntarily for charity, and we would love for you to donate to Meals on Wheels if you're enjoying what we're doing. All you have to do is click on the donate button below, and if you enjoy listening to us, if you want to try calling a game or you just want to talk about baseball, please join our Discord. We have a lot of fun there, and we're always looking for new people to join us. Here's Willie Calhoun. He walked his first time up to face Shohei Ohtani at 51 pitches on the afternoon, and the pitch is inside, ball one.
Willie Calhoun suffered an injury this spring training after being struck with a 95-mile-per-hour pitch to the face from Julio Urias of Dodgers. Had to get reconstructive surgery in his jaw after that injury.
As a 2-0 count, I was watching that game on TV, and it looked like a very, very scary injury. 2-0 pitch, swings and flies it to left. Upton going back, has a play, 1 out.
The right fielder, number 13.
As we see the standings we were talking about, 4 games back are the Angels, right at 500. Texas 4.5 back. Houston 27-34, 7.5 back. We'll see them later. Seattle, I believe they're playing today on Bob Ball as well. And Oakland got off to a really good start, but lately they've been scuffling. They lost yesterday to the Detroit Tigers at home.
A good matchup here, as you said. Both teams in the last 10 games, 5-5 coming into this one.
Gallo takes a low 1-0. Oakland and Texas played over the weekend. So Texas getting some games back that way, 1-0, outside 2-0. So they're very, very close. The Angels, after this series, they're going to have a tough one. They're headed to Minnesota to take on the AL Central leading Minnesota Twins. Fouled away, 2-1. And the Rangers have a bit of an easier stop. They're going to Toronto for 4 games. I can tell you as a Blue Jays fan, Blue Jays really scuffling, so an opportunity for Texas to gain some ground.
Count it 3-1.
Pitch is high, 3-1.
Much needed ground for the Rangers if they want chance at that playoff push coming with the All-Star break.
I'd hate to see it at the expense of my team, but I'm sort of realistic about it. 3-1 pitch is driven to center field. There's no doubt about that one. That is way out of here. Joey Gallo with a solo home run, his 9th of the season, makes it 3-0 Texas. What a shot.
And we speak of his struggles that he's had throughout this season and last, but you can't forget how much power that Joey Gallo had. You put it anywhere over the heart of the plate, and he touches it, that ball is going, and that one was gone.
446 feet, and no doubt about it, the moment he got his bat to the ball, and, 3-1 count. If you just leave that right down the middle, you're going to be in trouble with this guy.
108 miles.
Now batting.
Here's Todd Frazier, who drove in the first 2 Texas runs with an RBI double. That was back in the first inning. Straight away center field. That was quite the blast from the Gallo. So Ohtani not having a lot of luck so far this afternoon. He's going to pitch, it's going to be high to Todd Frazier. There we see the stat you mentioned. First on this team with runs batted in. He added 2 more his last time up. 1-0 pitch. Popped up behind the plate. Stassi should have a play, and it does. And that's a second out.
Now batting, center fielder, Danny Santana.
So this is already going to be different than the first two games I've called them Bapa. Both of them were 2-0 finals, and here we already have 3. Danny Santana steps in, had a single his first time up.
I could sense your fear there. Thought you were going to be stuck calling another 2-0 ball game.
First pitch, low ball 1.
Count 1-0.
I don't mind pitching duels and things like that, but I like to see the variety. So a couple of close games, maybe we'll see a blowout or something.
Last game I called saw 11 home runs.
Well, yeah, we didn't even talk
Cubs
about
and
that.
the Red. Yes, 11
Right,
home
21.
runs. Made a good point there. I had to go sharpen my pencil because my lead was wearing down because of the amount of boxes I was filling in on my score sheet.
1-1 pitch is going to be into the gap. Trout's not going to get that one. That's going to go to the wall, and it's going to be a double for Danny Santana. So he has another hit on the afternoon.
Now batting, the second baseman, Ruben.
Yeah, you know it's a good hit, EB, when my Trout can't track it down. That one just making it to the wall.
Right back up the middle, basically, for the switch hitter batting from the left side. And Odor will come up. He struck out his first time out. We see the action in the Angels bullpen there on the screen. First pitch strike to Odor.
Speaking of Danny Santana, can almost play any position on the field except catcher and pitcher.
Yeah, he's stuck at
everywhere in
center
the
field.
infield.
Yeah. He started his career with the Minnesota Twins. It's out of the way, 0-2. And spent some time with Atlanta, and looks like he's stuck here in Texas. You know, he gets the everyday playing, and he's done a pretty nice job.
He had a batting average of .319 his rookie year. with
0-2.
the
Inside, gets away from Stassi, but not far enough for Santana to go to third. Nice block there by Stassi.
And Stassi coming in, as you mentioned, off the injury of their number 1 guy. Now going to have to put in some work behind the plate as well.
1-2, swung on and missed, and Odor goes down for the second time today. But Joey Gallo parked one in the center field seats, making it 3-0 Texas. As we go to the top of the 4th, I want to point out the trivia question in the chat from the Big Eye 73. Who is the last player to hit at least 40 home runs and strike out less than 60 times?
Strike out less than 60 times.
Yeah. As Rendon steps in, takes that first strike.
That's a ball.
Strike out less than 60 times. Hey, let me tell you a fun fact about me. I am terrible at trivia, so usually I do a lot of the question asking and not the question answering.
1-1 fouled away, 1-2. Well, what I know from the big guys is that usually the trivia question is relevant to the two teams playing. So I'm going to guess it's an Angel or a Ranger, and we already have one guess, Mike Trout, and that is not it, as Rendon goes down.
The batter, number 5.
Could be
Designated
Pujols.
hitter, Albert Pujols.
Yeah, perhaps in his earlier days. So Lanson gets the first down here in the top of the 4th. It's got a 3-0 lead. It must seem like a lot of runs. Must feel like 9-0. Albert Pujols takes it for a strike. We talked about Lanson not getting a lot of run support. So 3-0 probably seems like a really big run difference for him. 0-1. Swung on into the gap, and Joey Gallo won't get that one. That will hop off the wall. Even with 0 speed, Pujols has no problems getting into second with a 1-out double.
Any other player that might be a standing double, but Pujols had a hustle to get that one. As you mentioned, 0 speed, rounding that first base.
And by the way, Jaden, who says you aren't good with trivia? Pujols is correct, tells us the big guy 73.
Pat myself on the back there. Thank you very much. And you got a double for himself there too.
Yeah, there we go. We were just talking about him, and he gets the double as Justin Upton takes it outside 1-0. It was an 06, 49 home runs and 51 strikeouts for Pujols, as I mentioned, with the Cardinals in one of his better years early in his career. Pitches inside 2-0.
I wrote down on my notes for Albert Pujols, too many accolades to count.
Yeah.
Much like Mike Trout.
And that one is driven to right field, but it's going to go foul. So 2-1. Upton trying to make it interesting here.
Second time that's happened in this game. Must be a little draft or something going on.
2-1 inside 3-1. Andrelton Simmons on deck. They like to fool us with that camera shot, thinking it's going to go out. But you got to look at the batter too. He's sort of unsure. It most likely will go foul. 3-1 pitch. Inside ball 4.
The sound is also a great indicator if that ball's getting out this year on MLB The Show. That perfect sound that you just know that ball is going, that ball's getting out of there. If you have over 80 power from that side of the plate, he's able to draw the walk, which sometimes is good.
Here comes Andrelton Simmons, 0-for-1 today. He's the tying run at the plate, and he's going to take it outside. I don't know. 1-0 pitch, grounded to the first baseman. Guzman goes to second for 1, back to first, double play. So the Angels get a couple of men on, but can't do anything with it. We go to the bottom of the 4th. It's still 3-0 Rangers. As we move on, Ohtani's still out there, which is a little bit surprising because of all the pitches he's had to throw, but he's going to face 8, 9, and 1. Ronald Guzman will lead things off here in the 4th. Way outside, ball 1.
Ohtani sure wishes that he was hitting this game, may be able to give himself some run support. Had a couple opportunities, runs in scoring position, but I just can't drive anything in.
Ground ball up the middle, very nice play, and that's the first out.
Now that the catcher, Robinson.
Andrelton Simmons, as I mentioned, one of the better fielding shortstops, and that is going to be the day for Ohtani, as Joe Madden's going to take the baseball from him.
A little surprising there. I know you talked about him not going into games late, but still, 60 pitches, only 60 pitches. His stamina must be pretty low for him to be pulled out that early.
Your attention, please.
As we see Dylan Bundy, the former Oriole, come on for the Angels here, and he's going to have to soak up some innings this afternoon.
And as you mentioned, a career Oriole ended last season with a 4.79 ERA on 30 starts. Yes, he was a starter last season, now coming out of the bullpen for the Angels. He was traded to the Angels this offseason. Looking to make an impact now.
He's going to face Robinson Chirinos with 1 out here in the 4th, first pitch in for a strike. I was just surprised that they actually let Ohtani face one batter and then took him out of the game. Not that it really matters, got him out, right? If he gets on, you got to bring in a reliever, pitching from the stretch right away.
A good point there.
Has his ideas outside 1-1. So Ohtani will go 3 1/3 and allow those 3 earned runs this afternoon.
Joe Madden is, I believe, a 2-time World Series champion.
High fly ball left field, up and going back at the wall, and that's gone. I did not think that would carry out. Robinson Chirinos, his 5th home run of the year. That'll make it 4-0. Maybe they should have kept Ohtani in the game. There we go.
What a home run there. What a home run there by Chirinos. Launching that one over the wall. I was surprised just as you were. Of only 5 home runs on the season, that one being his 5th.
And that was looking like he might have a play on that, so that fooled me. Number 9 hitter hits a home run back at the top of the order. Here's Elvis Andrews, walked scored, and he swings and misses at that changeup from Dylan Bundy.
Rough start for Bundy there. That's the last thing you want to do coming out of the pen. Give up a home run on your first at bat.
And that one's going to be a base hit. That's going to go to the gap. Goodwin is going to cut it off. So the first two batters Dillon and Bundy face is both reach base. Might need to stay on the bases long, but home run and a single.
Andrews has been on base all 3 times. To come up to the plate, one was on a fielder's choice, so 2 for 3 now.
Nick Solak will foul that one off. Four nothing Texas here in the bottom of the fourth, trying to avoid the sweep before they head off to Toronto. 0-1 pitch. In for a strike, 0-2. Coming. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. Dylan Bundy gets Nick Solak, who's 0 for 3 in the afternoon.
Solak continuing to have his struggles. Batting average getting lower and lower underneath that Mendoza line. Continuing to struggle for the Rangers this season.
I wonder if Chris Woodward will consider putting Chu in the lineup with all the struggles from Solak, as Willie Calhoun walk in his first time up. He fouls that one away. Calhoun with a walk and a fly out. So he's 0 for 1. Dylan Bundy in relief of Shohei Ohtani. That's 2 outs here at the bottom of the fourth inning. 0-1 pitch to Calhoun. Fouled away 0-2. Here's the 0-2 to Calhoun. Stays alive, fouls it away.
Bundy already gave up 1 home run this inning. Got to be careful against Willie Calhoun. Does lead the Rangers in home runs.
But he swings and misses there for strike 3. So Bundy limits the damage. He gives up that home run to Robinson Chirinos. Another single, but gets the next 2 guys swinging. So we go to the 5th inning. It's now 4-0 Rangers over the Angels. As we go to the top of the 5th inning, Lance Lynn will go back out there. Before we get an update from Heidi Watney on something we can't hear, but I'm sure she's giving a lot of valuable information to our viewers, even though nobody could hear her. Maybe she's talking about the Angels offensively. They've had some opportunities, but they haven't been able to cash in so far this afternoon. They have guaranteed themselves a series win, but obviously they're at 500, so they want to be able to sweep so they can climb over that 500 mark.
One day, Bop Ball, we will invest and get her a working mic and do our best to get her on air.
Brian Goodwin leads things off, and he drills one to right field. No doubt about that one. That is way out of here. And the Angels are on the board on Goodwin's 14th, 4-1.
What a shot by Goodwin there, launching that one over the wall. As we talked about, that camera angle tells it all to us right there.
Down and in, he gets that, golfs it right out of here.
Batting around 325 on the season, and that one helps him out right there. We talked about earlier, one of the best surprises for the Angels this season.
The catcher, number 30.
Here's Max Dassie. 0 for 1. Takes it for a strike. So we had some deep home runs in this game so far. Inside 1-1. We had a couple for the Rangers and then one for the Angels.
That one was at least 20 rows up over there in right field.
1-1. Driven to center field, but Santana camps under it and makes the play, and Lance Lynn has ground here in the top of the 5th.
Now batting, the first baseman, Tommy LaStella.
They'll turn the lineup over, and Tommy LaStella walking the strikeout so far. 2 of the 3 true outcomes for him. Here's the pitch from Lance Lynn. Is in for a strike, 1-1.
0-1's the count.
Oh, one pitch.
Outside.
Outside, 1-1 is Big Fundies. Our resident Mets guy says, man, Brian Goodwin is having a shockingly good year. And yeah, the number 8 hitter, he's done pretty well.
Yeah, I'm
Maybe
surprised they
Joe
have him that low in the lineup.
Yeah. As La Stella drives that one to right field, Gallo's moving back and it's going to be off the wall. La Stella is going to make it to second base, and he's got himself a double. And the Angels are trying to continue to get back in this game.
Lynn getting hit around a little bit here in this 5th inning. Hasn't pitched that bad throughout this whole game. Only had these 2 hiccups throughout his tenure. Looking to shake things up a little bit.
David Fletcher's already 2 for 2 on the afternoon, and he's going to take that one in for a strike. A couple of singles for the Angels' second baseman, doing a very fine job with that 308 batting average.
If he can get another single here to the right side of the infield, that could drive in another run with Stella having that speed.
Inside, 1-1. Fletcher, with all that good average, is just 179 with runners in scoring position, however.
Ball 2.
Takes it outside, 2-1.
1 strike.
Here's the 2-1 pitch to David Fletcher. Inside, 3-1. And we know who's on deck. You see it right there, Mr. Trout.
Chirino's giving him that hand signal saying, hey, time to calm down a little bit. Love that animation that MLB The Show puts in. Just little things to make things a little better.
3-1 pitch fouled off, and it's a full count on David Fletcher. Definitely a guy that Lance Lynn's going to want to get here, so as not to face Mike Trout as the tying run. Full count pitch. It's going to be popped up to center field now. And Danny Santana will make the play, and that's the second out.
The center fielder, number 27, Mike
Trout will come up, and he can go deep here, but Texas will still be up. So we'll see how Lance Lynn works to him. He's walked and grounded to double play today so far. And he takes that one in for a strike, 1-1. Look at those numbers with runners in scoring position.
And that's nothing more you can ask for there, batting .322. Mike Trout batting with a great WAR this season so far, 4.3 from the bat. You know, that's exactly what you want if you're Mike Trout. You want to be the reason why you win games.
He takes that pitch in for a strike, and it's 1-2. He's done everything right. He just needs the support behind him. Hopefully, Anthony Rendon coming on will help, and I would think that with Rendon behind him, he would see more pitches to hit. Although we've mentioned he's walked a lot. 1-2 pitch from Lance Lynn is going to be on the ground. Todd Frazier has an easy play, and he makes it, and that's the final out. So, says Mike Trout, it's actually Brian Goodwin who hit that blast to right field, getting the Angels on the board, but nothing else for them in this inning. Bottom of the 5th, it's 4-1 Rangers. It's Joey Gallo who is responsible for one of the home runs we saw this afternoon. Steps in against Dylan Bundy. The home run was off Ohtani. And that is inside. 1-0. Some more action for the Angels in their bullpen.
Milton Anderson, 2 righties. Pretty strong righties at that as well. Just have not been able to pitch under a solid ERA this season.
1-0 pitches outside. 2 balls and no strikes to Joey Gallo. Angels do have Ryan Buchter in their bullpen as the lefty. And that pitch is inside. 3-0. Here's a 3-0 pitch to Joey Gallo, and it's going to be in for a strike, 3-1. Might have gotten a call there, Jaden, but I'm sure Dylan Bundy's happy about that, as that's going to be a fair ball. That's going to be against the shift, and it's going to be a double because of that, as Gallo easily makes it to second with no one there on the left side.
That's the biggest risk you take when you're shifting against Joey Gallo. He might be able to poke one towards left field, and he did there. Couldn't have gone more towards that left field foul line. And easy.
First time he came up with runners on, he didn't really shift on him because of the fact that runners were on. But here, he just goes against that shift on the right side, and that's what I like to see. I like to see those hits that go against the shift. Here's Todd Frazier, who drove in 2 runs back in the first on a double, facing Dylan Bundy.
RBI leader for the Rangers here, trying to extend this lead. A lot of game left. Only 3 runs. Can get that back in one swing if you're the Angels.
First pitch in for a strike. Second pitch, swung on and missed, and so in 2. Oh, 2 pitch.
The count is 1
Just a
and 2.
bit low, 1 and 2. Bundy was once a highly thought of prospect with the Orioles, came up and he was the race for a while, but Baltimore's really struggled. 1-2 pitch is fouled away. And as you mentioned, he was traded over to the Angels in the offseason. Last year was the starter, but had a lot of problems with home runs given up. 1-2.
Nope, outside.
Doesn't get the call there. 2-2.
As we saw in his first at bat, his first pitch attempt at it, in the first at bat, he did allow a home run.
2-2 swung on and missed. Strike 3. Frazier chases that slider, and that's the first out here.
A lot of swinging misses throughout this game. A lot of forward Ks throughout this game as well. Batters doing it to themselves.
As Danny Santana steps in, he's 2 for 2 with a double and a single today. First pitch, fly ball, left field, Upton, giving a chase. He's going to make a catch. 2 outs.
The batter, the second baseman,
That one had promise there, EB. Almost there. You know, you can sort of, off the judge of the eye test, that was almost out based on the shadow and how big it was growing, headed towards the outfield, but not enough juice. Maybe if you were outside and a little windy.
Yeah, with the roof closed, probably not. As there's no wind, obviously, and the ball probably doesn't go out as much. And here's Ruben Odor, who takes it outside, 1-0.
As we see there, a tough time as runners in scoring position. Only a 187 average. Maybe he'll be able to punch one through. Maybe the word punch isn't the best word for Odor.
You're talking to a Blue Jays fan here. 1-0 is low, 2-0. Yeah, I think that Odor in the next 4 games is going to get booed. 2-0 is outside 3-0. He's going to Toronto, as we mentioned, 4-game series. We will have the first one for you tomorrow on ML Ball. 3-0 pitch from Bundy to Odor is in for a strike, 3-1.
Sorry to bring up these bad memories, but when you look up Ruben Odor on Google, the first image that pops up is that iconic moment where Joey Bats just gets a fistful. Well,
it's been a few years, and really no one on the Blue Jays who was on that 16 team is with the Blue Jays anymore, as the 3-1's fouled back full count. So I guess I'm okay with it. Obviously, Odor is still here, and a couple of other players who are on that team are still in Texas, but the Toronto lineup has changed considerably. Full count pitch. Grounded. That's going to get through for a base hit. And here comes the runner, Gallo, with that double. He's going to score. Though it's not in time. It's an RBI single for Ruben Odor, and it's now 5-1 Rangers.
As you look at this throw here, a little bit offline. If you can get that one closer to the plate, that one could have been out for Joey Gallo, and also not a lot of speed there. That's close enough.
Strike to tag him on the way by, but Didn't work so well. So 5-1 Rangers. Here's Ronald Guzman, the first baseman, takes it outside, 1-0. One-0 pitch. Outside, 2-0. Double so far.
Yeah, good stat for him to have there, as he's trying to find his first breakout year, as we mentioned. Having those struggles going up and down in the minor leagues could have a bad effect on your psyche, not knowing where you're going to work day in and day out.
Had a hitter's count, but swung right through that fastball, 2-1. Inside, 3-1. Chirinos, the catcher, is on deck, and he's already gone deep in this game today.
Guzman should try to jump on Bundy here while in this hitter's count before he gets taken out for a fresh arm. Already 34 pitches to this one.
3-1 pitch. Fouled away. Full count. Runner at first will be off on the pitch. That will be Ruben Odor, who drove in that 5th run for the Rangers. Full count. 2 outs. Here comes the pitch from Bundy to Ronald Guzman. And it's fouled away. Staying alive here is Guzman. Full count. Inside, ball 4. Guzman works the walk, and that will bring up Robinson Chirinos. He was the first batter Bundy faced, and he took him deep to left field.
Chirinos only 5 home runs on the season now after that one. There's a good chance of getting another one here.
And he's going to swing, and that's going to get through for a base hit. And here comes Odor, rounding third. He's going to come in to score on that throw, which is way offline, and that makes it 6-1 Texas. So how about Robinson Chirinos with a couple of RBIs today?
Chirinos could find himself as the player of the game with the amount of times he's come up clutch.
He's going to knock Dylan Bundy right out of this game. Jaime Barria is going to come in for his 25th appearance of the season for the Angels. Another guy who has been a starter in the past, and Joe Madden's hoping he's going to have a little bit more luck than Bundy getting some outs in this game.
And only being the 5th inning, Barria is their long relief guy.
High fly ball to center field. Mike Trout is going to make the catch. Wasn't sure he was going to get to that, but he does. So 1 pitch and 1 out for Jaime Barria, and that's much appreciated, I'm sure, for Joe Madden, who's going to need Barria to get some outs here for him. As we go to the top of the 6th inning, Lance Lynn, 75 pitches. He's done a pretty nice job so far.
Yeah, he's done a great job so far, only allowing 1 run. It had that a little bit of a hiccup in the 5th inning with the home run and the double, but has continued to be pretty dominant throughout this game.
First pitch strike to Anthony Rendon, and look at that. Lance Lynn's looking for his 100th career win, as that pitch is going to be a base hit past Todd Frazier in a leadoff single. I was going to say he's pitched 5 innings. He is in line for the win unless something crazy happened, and crazy things can happen in baseball, so we'll have to wait and see.
And crazier things could happen on MLB Bat Ball.
Absolutely. You can attest to that with your first game.
Yes, it was 11. I'll never forget that. I'll never forget that. I also had another friend call another game, and his first game was almost a no-hitter from Garrett Cole. Oh. Unbelievable against the Yankees against the Mariners. So, MLB Bat Ball.
Yeah, we've had a 19-inning game. We've had quite a few interesting things inside 1-1 to Pujols. One to Pujols is going to be fouled away.
And Pujols still strong with his bat. He gives an effort to. He doesn't show for average, but has been able to get some pop off the bat. Has 1 home run this series so far.
Lays off that pitch, 2-2.
does have the lowest line drive percentage in MLB last season.
And he swings and misses at that fastball way outside. Forced strikeout for Lynn. And that's
Now
the
batting.
first out
Left
here
fielder.
in the top of the
Justin
sixth.
Upgood.
Excellent.
Never used to see swings like that from Albert Pujols.
Yes, it's about to say, making the future Hall of Famer look a little silly there.
As Justin Upton will step in. He walked in the fourth inning. And he swings at that one. Todd Frazier, nice snag. Second for one. Back to first, double play. See a nice snag from Todd Frazier. Right to Ruben Odor. And we have ourselves 5-4-3 double play. As we go to the bottom of the sixth, 6-1 Rangers. Looking to avoid the sweep here today. Jaime Barria got a pitch, or got an hour on one pitch. He's going to face Nick Solak. He's 0 for 3 today.
That went so fast I wasn't able to go through my spiel on Barria.
And that's going to be a fair ball. And the Goodwin's going to have to dig that out of the corner. Solak, speedy guy, gets to second with a leadoff double.
Now batting. The
Only the
designated
fifth
hitter.
double for Solak on the
Really?
season. Has needs some improvement in the batting department, but if he can hit more like that going towards the All-Star break, we can see a completely different Rangers lineup with him swinging like that.
Willie Calhoun 0 for 2 today with a walk. Takes that pitch for strike 1-1. Nick Solak, if he's going to be in the lineup every day against both lefties and righties, he's going to have to show that he can be consistent. So that's a good start for him here, the double.
Barria, known for holding long at bats, holds the major league record for most pitches in one at bat against Brandon Belt of San Francisco Giants. He debuted for the Angels in 2018 and is their long relief guy as he was put in the fifth inning. Probably eat up some innings for Joe Madden and the Angels.
0-2 pitch. Strike 3 called. Calhoun's not happy with that call.
The right fielder, number 13.
And that angle there looks a little bit below the knees. And that top blue of his sock there. We haven't seen a lot of borderline calls this game as many strikeouts have been swinging instead of looking.
Here's Joey Gallo with home run to center field and that beautiful double going against the shift. Drove in around on that home run, obviously. Takes a strike, and here comes the 0-1 pitch from Jaime Barria. Swings away and fouls it away. 0-2.
This new stadium in Texas has so much to offer, as you see where he fouled it off. The little sweet area. There's a little restaurant down there with tables right by the dugout.
Oh, up and in. Did that get him? I don't think it did, but it does advance the runner to third base on that pass ball charged to Stassi.
Had to dance out of the way there.
Yeah,
Almost hit him.
got
Looked like he
him
might
out.
have kept his arm.
So that pass ball puts the runner to third. A productive out can get him in. 1-2 pitch to Gallo. Swing and a miss. Strike 3.
Now batting.
Gallo showed us everything he can do today. He's had a home run, but he's also struck out like right now, and that tends to happen to him quite a bit.
Yeah, for Gallo, it's been a good showing for him so far throughout the night, even though there's a strikeout there. Has scored on all 3 of his prior plate appearances.
Todd Frazier takes the first strike. F. Corporal's asking me how I feel about the Rangers being a Jays fan. I think I might have answered that the Jays lineup now is so different than what it was in 16. They're kind of indifferent about them. 0-1 in the dirt. Runner's not going to try it. And they're actually going to try to throw him out, but didn't get that far of a lead. So yeah, I think that obviously I would want the Blue Jays to beat the Rangers when they play each other this weekend. But other than that, I'm kind of over it. 1-1 pitcher for a strike, 1-2.
I think you might be one of the lucky
in
few.
the ALDS that year. 1-2 pitch, swing and a miss, strike 3. Jaime Barria gets out of that jam, lead off double, strikes out the next 3. End of 6. 6-1 Texas. As we go to the top of the 7th,
Leading off for the
we
Angels,
see Andrelton Simmons 0 for 2 on the day. Lance Lynn
Andrelton
still out there,
Simmons.
enjoying his 6 runs of support and looking for his 100th career win.
Yeah, 83 pitches on day so far. If you can get through a quick inning here, might be able to go towards the 8th. I wonder if they saved the arm of Leclerc for a closer game. Leclerc leading the league in saves with 19.
I would think so, as the first pitch was outside to Simmons.
That's ball 2.
And second pitch, high, 2-0. You would think that if you have a 5-run lead, that someone in the bullpen could get 3 outs without giving up 5 runs. Pitches in for a strike, 2-1.
The struggle with the Rangers have been their bullpen, however. So we could see someone else, but
2-1, called the strike. 2-2 pitch, fouled away. That was a 2-2 pitch to Simmons. And he's going to fly or pop it up really to the first baseman. Guzman makes the play, almost in right field there. Shallow right field.
Brian Goodwin.
The ball right on the top of the zone there. Even a cutter. Usually when we see cutters, we find that more getting inside towards batter.
Here's Brian Goodwin. He's the only offense for the Angels this afternoon. He had a solo home run.
Ball, that's
2, it's a no ball 1. Fouled away, 1-1. So he's had a strikeout and a home run, 2 of the 3 true outcomes today. 1-1 pitch.
I got the count.
Fouled
1
away
and 2.
again, 1-2. Lance Lynn, 92 pitches on the day. Do you think is this going to be his last inning?
Possibly if he ends up throwing a couple more. I'd love to see that 6th inning once again. Only threw 8 pitches. Probably not going to see that one again throughout the rest of the night.
2-2 count on Goodwin, and here comes the pitch, and it is swung on and missed. Strike 3. He gets Goodwin for a second time. This is his 5th strikeout
Now
of the day.
catcher, Mac.
Lynn has just been on point. As we talked about, on pace for his 100th win. Gonna have to save that winning ball for later.
2 outs, Max Stassi, 0 for 2 today. And he goes after that one, and that is drilled to right field. Is it going to be fair? It is, or? He kind of started his home run trot, but he's going to walk back and step in the batter's box. So it's just a loud strike. 0-1 to him. Way outside. 1-1.
A little shook there after that ball was launched to right field.
That was fouled away, 1-2. So Stassi willing it to go fair, but just ain't foul. 1-2 pitch. Low 2-2. Here's the 2-2 to Stassi, and stays alive. He fouls it away. Two balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Here comes the 100th pitch for Lance Lynn. It's swung on and missed for strike 3. And that will do it for the Angels here at the top of the 7th. Go to the bottom of the 7th. It's still 6-1 Rangers. Danny Santana will lead things off. Jason Jaime Gurria, who pitched his way out of trouble last inning. Danny Santana is 2 for 3 on the day. Takes a strike, 0-1. See continued action for the Angels in their bullpen. And Berea, 14 pitches. Joe Barrett, I'm sure, hopes he can finish off this game. As the pitch is swung on and missed, 0-2.
Which wouldn't be a bad option if you need to get some lefties out. Has an ERA of 1.25.
And Berea is going to think about it for a little bit. And now he's ready to go. 0-2 to Santana. Grounded. And then Simmons just gets him at first. Santana get down that market.
Hey, that Gold Glover having to use his range and speed there a little bit. Try to fit it in that hula hoop of a chest pocket, but still within arm's reach. First baseman.
Moving into the door, 1 for 3 in the afternoon, single and RBI. Pitch, outside, ball 1. Sure, he's mentally preparing for the boos he's going to hear on the weekend. And then next, the 4-game series in Toronto for the Rangers, as we mentioned. Pitch is low, 2-0.
I've spent some time in Toronto traveling with the 7 line, going to watch the Mets play the Blue Jays, and what a beautiful area Toronto is. Like, I like to think about it as New York City, but a little bit cleaner, a little bit nicer, definitely more well dressed. As
Odua files away 2-2, and the Mets obviously don't come to Toronto too often, but the Mets were here in 2018, I think.
Yes, I went on July 4th, day of all days to not be in the U.S. I was in
that's
other country.
You saw the game that they won or the game that they lost? Because there were 2, and one was a come from behind his win as the pitches fouled off, and the second one, the Mets kind of almost blew them out.
It was the second game of the 2. I think they won. I just remember more of the fan experience being there, but I believe they won. We went tailgating before. It was a great experience over there in Toronto. The whole downtown area is beautiful.
2-2 pitch. And he lays off, full count. So the Rangers will have a 7-game road trip. They'll go to Toronto, as we mentioned. Off day Monday, and then they'll play 3 in Houston against their division rivals and state rivals, Astros, and then they'll get back home for 6 more games against the Indians and the Royals. Full count, swung on and missed. Second out as Odua goes down swinging.
Now batting, first baseman.
Angels, as we mentioned, will be in Minnesota for 4 games starting tomorrow. Very, very good Minnesota team. They hit a lot of home runs, and they've been pitching really well. So Angels have it a little bit tough. As the pitch is going to go to center field, Mike Trout's on the run, and he's not going to get it. It's going to hop over the wall for a ground rule double.
Now batting, the catcher,
Guzman able to get all of that one. Just hops over the fence on a ground rule double and out of the reach of Mike Trout, but that might have been the best bet for it to go over the fence, because that could have been triple.
And here's Chirinos, who has had a very nice day. 2 for 3, ground ball, but this time he's going to ground to Andrew with Simmons, not the guy you want to hit it to, and that'll end the inning. So Jaime Berea danced out of trouble a couple of times, but he's kept the score at 6-1 Texas. As I was going to look at that Angels schedule. So we talked about Minnesota for 4 games at Target Field, and we see a pitching change for the Rangers here. With Cody Allen, the former Cleveland Indian, coming in. Interesting numbers with the righties hitting him around a little bit this year.
Cody Allen, best known in his
former
time.
Angel as well.
Yes, and also a former Angel. Had spent some time in other places, as you mentioned, with the Angels. But has the most saves in Indians history right now with with Texas, and more of a setup role.
As he throws a strike to Tommy LaStella. So the Angels will finish this road trip with 4 in Minnesota. Then they come home, they have a soft spot in their schedule. I would say they have 2 against Miami and 3 against Seattle. Pitches in for a strike, 0-2. Then they have Oakland, 3 at Oakland, which is obviously a tough team. And then they see these Rangers at home, so they have up and down kind of schedule coming up, as the pitch is going to be a fair ball Down the left field line, dug out of the corner by Gallo, and a nice job there to keep Stella to one base.
The batter, number 20.
Stella, the leadoff
Second
guy for the
David
Angels
Fletcher.
here in this game. Usually we see more of a speedy guy with that leadoff spot, but Angels not really known for their speed. Only 26th in the league is where they rank in the speed rankings. Defensively, however, the Angels have been stellar, ranked 5th.
David Fletcher takes that pitch for a strike. He's 2 for 3 in the afternoon. Pitch outside 1-1. 17,683 in attendance today to see this AL West matchup. Angels and Rangers, which is low 2-1.
Cody Allen having a tough time finding the strike zone. 4.76 ERA. The season so far. Signed a minor league deal this offseason. Joined the Rangers.
He's a 3-1 count on David Fletcher. To the leadoff single. Here comes the 3-1 pitch. It is going to be caught in left field by Nick Solak.
Now batting, the center
So
fielder, Mike
Allen has his first out.
Trout.
Yeah, sometimes when that ball is coming straight at you, that's one of the toughest ones to judge if you're a left fielder, because you don't know if you want to go back first, or you don't know if you need to charge in to get that ball. When it's coming directly at you, you don't really have that angle to see when it's going to drop.
First pitch for Trout is outside, 1-0. Trout, surprisingly today, 0 for 2. With, of course, one of his signature walks, which he probably picks up about once or twice every game. And he takes it 2-0. He's got a good chance of walking here, or maybe getting one to hit as he takes it for a strike 2-1.
If they could 4-pitch walk Mike Trout every at-bat, I think they would.
Probably. 2-1 pitch, in for a strike 2-2. If I were on the mound with a 5-run lead, I would go after him. It's still up by 3. I mean, it's not like he's a tie or go-ahead run.
Cody Allen might be looking for himself and save that ERA.
2-2 pitch. Yeah, it's going to be a base hit. That's going to get past Todd Frazier. And La Stella will have to stop at second. So Mike Trout gets his first hit of the day.
Number 6.
It took until the 8th inning to see him on base. To see him with his first hit of the game. Did get walked in the first inning, as we talked about, but I don't know. Mike Trout.
Yeah.
Took long enough.
Anthony Rendon, 1 for 3. Fouls off the first one. Cody Allen sets, gets the side from Chirinos, and fires outside 1-1.
Anthony Rendon, as we talked about earlier in the game, signed that huge contract, changing the market of third baseman.
It's a nice curveball there. It's a knuckle curve from Allen. It's one of his signature pitches. In for a strike and 1-2. 1-2 pitch. Going to be tapped to Allen. He'll throw to first. That's the only play he had with Trout running. So that's the second out.
Now batting, the designated hitter, Albert Pujols.
Here's Albert Pujols, 1 for 3 and 2 for 11 with a home run in the series. Got a couple of RBIs in the 3 games between these two AL West rivals. Going to step in, and he's going to face Cody Allen here. He's thrown 17 pitches so far this inning.
1-0.
Inside. Wow.
Got to be careful here if you're Cody Allen. You mentioned that knuckle curve, and it is a deadly pitch, but it could also be deadly for Cody Allen if he hangs it over the plate. Albert
That's ball
Pujols.
2. 2-0.
He goes with the fastball there, and it's inside. So 2-0 count to Albert. And he takes that outside, so 3-0. Albert can make it very interesting if he gets into one here. 3-0 pitch. In for a strike, 3-1.
Pujols might have been looking all the way there.
I would say about 9-10 years ago, he has a 3-0 green light, no doubt about it. As he goes after that pitch, and he lines it right to Elvis Andrus. And that saved Cody Allen because if that got through, it's 2 runs for sure. So Cody Allen puts a couple of men on, but no damage against him.
Leading off for the Rangers.
As Elvis Andrus, who just caught that last ball, played by Albert Pujols, will step in against Jaime Barria, who deals outside 1-0. Bottom of the 8th, Texas looking to salvage the final game of this 3-game series before their 7-game road trip, 2-0. 2-0 pitch, inside, 3-0.
Couple fun facts about Elvis Andrus. He led the league in sack flies last season. And is also named after famous, legendary Rock and Roll Hall of Famer Elvis Presley.
The King. 3-1 from here. Leading off the bottom of the 8th. 3-1 pitch. Caught by Rendon. What a nice play. Excellent defensive play by Anthony Rendon.
Now batting. The left fielder.
Caught that, I think, in foul territory. Threw it to first base to get Elvis in time.
That's the Sports Center top 10 right there. Off his back foot. Launching it across the diamond. Not a lot of people realize how far that is to throw when you're behind the bag at third base and put it right in the money for Rendon.
1-0.
Getting every penny's worth of that contract.
Outside to Solak, 1-0. He 1 for 4. And a double his last time up. And he swings at that one, fouls it away, 1-1.
Well, sounded good off the bat, but didn't give us the animation or the camera angle to see it.
1-1 pitch, swing and a miss, 1-2.
No, that's down.
The pitch is low, 2-2 so far. Nice job by Jaime Barria, who's had to soak up some innings and just finish off his game before a very, very tough series for the Angels in Minnesota over the weekend.
The Angels
2-2
using
pitch.
there.
Fouled away. Oh, actually, he got him. Okay.
The designated hitter, number 5.
Fouled off, but he swung and missed, and it's caught by Stassi, so it's a strikeout. And that's the second out of the bottom of the 8th. You mentioned that after us, at around 2 o'clock Eastern, we'll have the Mets and the Astros second game of that series. Yesterday, the Mets won 5-3. And we'll try to sweep the mini 2-game set from Houston. So Willie Calhoun takes it low. Fouled away, 1-1.
The Angels have saved some arms here, coming out of the bullpen using Dylan Bundy and Barria. 2 of the less valuable arms in their bullpen.
That's driven and caught by Mike Trout to end the inning. So Jaime Barria did a nice job here, and the Rangers are going to try to close out this game and head
Ladies and gentlemen,
against Toronto, salvaging the final game. And they do go to their closer in a 9-save situation. That's Jose Leclerc.
Jose Leclerc, how much can you say about him? 19 save opportunities, 19 saves, not one blown save all season. Not a lot of pitchers can say that. Also holds a 1.90 ERA and a 1.44 WHIP. Did sign a 4-year deal, $15 million worth in 2019, but did finish last season with a rough start. Poor 14 saves on a 4.33 ERA.
Much better for him this year, and he's looking. I guess Chris Woodward said, "You know what? I'm not going to mess around. I want this win, and I'm going to go the best guy I have out there." Even in the 5-run game, although he misses with the first 2 to Justin Upton, and just in case they've got some action in the bullpen here.
Of course, this isn't a save opportunity for Leclerc, which is the reason why it is a little bit of a surprise for us to see him out there.
2-0 win for a strike, 2-1. I just got to think that when you've lost the first 2 games of the series, you have an opportunity to salvage one. You just go with the best guy you have out there and make sure that nothing funny happens here. Although, he has fallen behind 3-1 to Justin Upton, and Andrelton Simmons will be on deck. We have a lot of AL West games today for you. Another one, as we mentioned with the Astros and the Mets, is that one is going to be fly to center field, and Danny Santana has an easy play for the first out of the 9th inning. After the Mets and the Astros, we are going to have the final game of that 3-game series between the Yankees and the Mariners. You see Lance Lynn, 7 innings, 6 hits, 1 earned run, 1 walk, 3 walks, and 6 Ks. So he did a really nice job.
And if everything goes well here in this 9th inning, which it looks like it is, he's going to earn himself his 100th win. Wins and losses has recently become something of a stat looked at as more of a situational type of stat, but still, 100th wins is nothing to scoff at.
Yeah, if you can get 100 wins, it means you've done a really nice job, as the pitch is low to Simmons, 1-1. It means you've been around a while, you've had quality starts, and something to be proud of. 2-1 to Andrelton Simmons. And I was going to talk about our schedule the rest of the day. 5:30, we'll have the Brewers and the Nationals. Nationals getting 16 hits yesterday, but only 2 runs and losing 7-2 to Milwaukee, which is a very interesting way of winning or losing. Swing and a miss, 2-2. 7:15, we'll have the Braves and the Dodgers. We have Max Fried and Clayton Kershaw, a couple of lefties. 9 o'clock, Boston and Cleveland, as the pitch is fouled away. And then at 10:45, we'll have the Rockies and the Diamondbacks for the final game of our slate today. So lots of exciting ball coming up after this one.
Yeah, late night ball is always the best, going around 10:45. Everyone's getting a little antsy. I love it.
Full count to Simmons here. 1 out here in the top of the 9th, and the pitch is swung on and missed. 99 miles an hour, and Leclerc has a second out.
The right fielder, number 18. Brian.
This is what Leclerc has been doing all season. Been dominant, putting players back in the dugout.
Here's Brian Goodwin. He's been the only offense for the Angels today with that solo home run. He takes a strike, 0-1, 99. Leclerc can really bring it. He's looking to shut down the Angels here, where they get on their flight to Toronto. 0-1 pitch. Outside, 1-1. Both of these teams will be featured on our ball schedule tomorrow. The Angels in Minnesota and the Rangers in Toronto, with Mike Minor going for the Rangers and Chase Anderson pitching for the Blue Jays tomorrow. 1-1 pitch from Leclerc to Goodwin. A little high, 2-1. 2-1 pitch, 2 outs here in the top of the 9th. High, 3-1. Max Stassi will be next if Brian Goodwin can keep this game alive for the Angels. 3-1 pitch. Here comes Leclerc. Sets, fires, and the pitch is popped up in foul territory. Todd Frazier makes the play, and the ball game is over. Lance Lynn gets his 100th career victory this afternoon. Brilliant for 7 innings, just giving up that solo home run to Brian Goodwin. Rangers salvaging the final game of this 3-game series. They will improve to 31-31, so they're at 500 as they head off to Toronto and then to Houston. Pretty nice game today we saw from Lance Lynn.
Yeah, a spectacular outing. And when you're coming into this game, sometimes you think to yourself, oh, this is going to be my 100th win. You know, could have a lot of nerves to it. Could be stressed out about it. But no, he came in, did his job, did what he had to do. got that victory.
The final line
As
score
Joey
for
Gallo
the
will be our
ball
player of the
this
game,
afternoon.
going 2 for 4 with a
First for the
home run and a
victorious
double.
Rangers,
Lance Lynn,
6 runs on
for
12
me,
hits.
is really,
No errors. They left
you know,
9 runners on base.
player of the game with the 100 career wins, 7 innings pitched, just the 1 earned run, 6 hits, 3 walks, 6 strikeouts. So Ohtani will take the loss. Probably could have fared better that first inning, but he was so-so today, I would say.
Yeah, tough start for Ohtani. We'd like to see more from him, especially with the way that he's been pitching throughout this season with a 2.62 ERA coming into this one. But don't scoff at Joey Gallo. This could be the game that he needed to turn it all around this season. Did have a tough start coming into this game, only 8 home runs, but a home run here in this one could be the factor that gets him over the edge.
Yeah, he showed us what he can do when he gets into a baseball. Straightaway center field, it was very nice. And Robinson Chirinos, 2 for 4 with the home run. Ronald Guzman had a nice day. Danny Santana, we see that here. We'll probably get a look at some highlights shortly, I guess. Before we hand it over, we got about 7, 8 minutes there to see the highlight was going to come up. And in the bottom of the first, there was the Frazier double that deflected off of Brian Goodwin for a couple of RBIs, and that's how the day got started. Ohtani, remember, almost had that double play that would have ended the inning, but not quite. And Todd Frazier with 2 runs on the board. Joey Gallo, there's the home run we were talking about. Look at that majestic shot.
It rose up into the seats, not sneaking over the wall or anything.
Very nice. And then Robinson Chirinos on that ball that I thought might get caught, but it was not. 398 feet. Not as impressive as Gallo's, but an important home run nonetheless for the Rangers as they continued to pile on. Dylan Bundy came in and gave up that blast, and Brian Goodwin made it a 3-1 game in the top of the 5th with that home run. It went 433 feet, ended up being the only run for the Angels today. Let's see what else we've got. We got the Ruben Odor RBI single bottom of the 5th. That made it 5-1. And then Robinson Chirinos, who, as we mentioned, had a nice day with the second RBI of the game there, making it 6-1 with a ground ball single. And then here's the final out. Jose Leclerc coming in just to make sure that the Rangers have this. He gets Brian Goodwin to pop out, and the Rangers get a very, very important win at home against the Angels, salvaging this final game. And we probably still have 5 more minutes before our next game, which will be the Astros at Citi Field against the Mets. Any final thoughts, Jaden, before we for our next team joins us?
Yeah, the Texas Rangers really put on a clinic here today of what they do best. You know, they hit for power very well, 6th best in major leagues, and they also defended pretty well as well, even though their defensive stats have been ranked pretty low, 30th in the major league. So coming up in this next game, we're going to see Houston and the
we
Mets.
have a great pitching matchup. We have Jacob deGrom. Well, that's half of a good pitching matchup. We have Josh James, who I think struggled for Houston, but Jacob deGrom, we know what he can do. And we have Matthias Wildman and Zoe Alter in the broadcast booth with us, getting ready for this next game. How are you guys doing?
Good, how are you?
We're doing very well. We had a nice game between the Angels and the Rangers, with Lance Lynn picking up his 100th career win. And we have, obviously, the Mets trying to sweep the Astros in the 2-game series next.
Yeah, I got my I've got my Med Rosario jersey on. I'm all ready to go. I absorbed the pain of doing a Yankees game yesterday. I finally get a crack, and I know Zoe also does, of doing a Mets game. So we are both very happy to be here.
Yes, I noticed that you were mentioning, as we see the 6.1 ERA for Josh James, that I remember in the pregame chatter yesterday, Matthias, you said you were a Mets fan. So I'm sure you're looking forward to this one. And we have Jacob deGrom on the mound. We know what he can do. Cy Young Award winner. It's going to be, I think, a fun game.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we all know what deGrom can do, what he is capable of. The numbers aren't quite there, unfortunately, for him, and a pretty disappointing Mets season overall.
But he's definitely the guy you want on the mound, I think. Out of all these starting options that the Mets have, you want to sweep the 2-game series, that's the guy you want pitching, I would think.
There's no doubt about that.
And you see the Astros here, pretty good offense, but pitching has been a real problem for them all year. So it'll be interesting to see what happens here. Is deGrom with 3.38 ERA, so 4-3 record. I think not all of that is his fault. I've seen some games here on Ball where he does his usual thing and gets he gives up 1 run and loses 1-0.
Yeah.
Well, that is the life of a Met fan for you right there.
And the life of Jacob deGrom, who I always enjoy watching. So hopefully for you guys, he has a nice game.
We're hoping so.
Yeah, here you see some of his stats and previous years, and you have in the Astros lineup, I guess Yordan Alvarez is going to be in the outfield. He's still, I think, leading the American League in RBI. So
definitely, he's probably at the top of that MVP race right now.
Yeah, he's. We just saw Mike Trout in our game, second in batting average, but he's behind Yordan Alvarez, the Rookie of the Year. With all those stats. So that should be a very interesting game. I think we're just about to get underway. Looks like. I'm not sure, but should be moments away. We're just about 2:00. So. I guess I will get out of your way and go enjoy this one. It's the Mets and the Astros. And enjoy it. Have a good one. Take it away, guys.
Thank you. You too. So today we have the Astros taking on the Mets here in Flushing, New York at Citi Field. Coming off yesterday, a big win by the Mets, a 5-3 win over this Astros team.
I'd say a pretty needed win. They had lost 2 of 3 to the Phillies, swept by the Dodgers in the weekend series. That was a much-needed win there. The potential is there for the Mets, and the pitching hasn't really been there as much. The hitting hasn't been there, apart from a couple of standout stars for them. The Mets needed that win yesterday. That was big for them.
Absolutely. It was definitely a morale booster. And with this team, you have so many players who are good, but they're so young, and I don't think they're developed into what they can be, and I think that's going to be the Mets' struggle to get over.
It's interesting because, Med Rosario hit really well yesterday. McNeil came, burst onto the scene. Conforto played really well, although he didn't see the ball well, and he's not seeing it well this year, and obviously, all about Pete Alonso, but a lot of it, too, has been Robinson Cano is not having a great season. Wilson Ramos is not having a great season. Nimmo a little bit down year after missing a large portion of it last season. So it's in Yoenis Cespedes, and I don't even want to read that line because it's putrid. But it's just been very, very one-sided hitting for the Mets.
Absolutely. So we switch over to the start of the game here. Jacob deGrom, double Cy Young winner, as we were talking about before, on the mound. Jose Altuve will step up to the plate for the Astros to start off the game. A little bit rainy here, as we see. We were talking about that vision. That might impact it a little bit. deGrom's first pitch up in the zone will be called ball. I thought that looked a little like a strike.
Yeah, we're going to see early on here what the home plate umpire is going to be calling. I know yesterday there were a lot of debates because he was calling a very tight strike zone. The bottom of the plate was kind of getting cut off.
Yeah. That one's one low in the zone. Gets him to swing. That'll fall to a 1-1 count. Third pitch of the bat is high and inside. Ball 2 for Altuve.
Well, deGrom's got that put-out strike with that fastball, and he's going to have control of his other pitches too. He does such a great job of changing things up. And as I say, changing things up, it's that changeup that usually sets him up.
Yeah, the
deGrom's got that
changeup
great fastball.
The drop, everything that drops is so effective, as you see him getting Altuve to swing right there. And there's ball high in the zone. Full count here for deGrom. His slider too is so good.
deGrom is just one of the best in the game, if not, I think he's the best pitcher in the MLB, although this has not been his finest campaign. But
Yeah.
a lot of it, too, for deGrom is just his ability to change up those pitches and just absolute control.
Fouled. Oh, hit out to the right side. Fielded out there by Michael Conforto.
The right fielder.
I thought that was fouled off for a minute. I had like a moment.
Yeah, that one looked like it was looping, and it's going to be hard to see, and the wind may play a factor here at Citi Field.
Absolutely. Michael Brantley stepping into the box now. The lefty for the Astros. Fouls that one off behind. I think you're going to see a lot of that by the Astros here, them trying to foul it off because they can't keep the bat on deGrom's pitching.
Ball, that's out.
Outside for ball 2. Oh, he called that one a strike. Oh yeah, ball 1. Sorry, an issue.
Well, for deGrom, he doesn't want to fall behind these hitters. The Astros, their record, you can look at it and not think they've had a good season, but the hitting has certainly not been the issue, especially the top 4 in this lineup for the Astros. You have to be careful. For deGrom, he's got to get control and not fall behind these hitters. It's not something that he does often.
And there you see another ball fouled off by Michael Brantley. And deGrom's pretty good with that control, but I think this rain is definitely going to test that. 1-2 count, pitch inside. Count is tied at 2-2 now. 1 out.
And we've seen a lot of these pitchers this season throwing off-speed pitches against these, Houston hitters, and a lot has been said about how much of the control and how much they were swinging at these pitches were actually them, and how much was that unfortunate trash can banging that they had the last couple seasons. But it's pitchers have kind of been toying with these Astros lineups a little bit. This time you're seeing a good fight here from Michael Brantley.
Absolutely. Second foul ball in a row there, staying alive with 2 strikes on him, trying to protect the plate as best he can. Jacob deGrom with the outside pitch. That will fall for ball 3. And again, we have a full count.
And this isn't bad from the Astros here, because even if you're getting put up and put down from Jacob deGrom, we're just 2 batters in and he's up to 15 pitches already.
Yeah, you gotta tire him out. You're the Astros. There we go. A hit popped out to right center field, and that one drops at the wall. Michael Conforto will toss that one in, and Robinson Cano will be there for the cut.
Batting third. The third baseman, number 2.
He was able to track that one down. I don't think deGrom placed that exactly where he wanted it, a little bit onto the left side of the plate, right where Brantley is a pull hitter, so he's going to pull that one right to the right side.
Yeah, well, that one caught a little too much of the plate, and not someone you want to miss to. Michael Brantley, one of the best pure hitters in baseball. That's double number 15 for him, And now you bring up Alex Bregman, who has just been on a tear. Bregman and Yordan Alvarez have been the best 1-2 punch in baseball this season.
Definitely a scary situation for deGrom as he throws a strike there with a runner on second and only 1 out. They could definitely do some damage here if deGrom doesn't shut them down. 0-1 count. Second pitch of the at-bat comes in, and that one is high.
Bregman ranking 9th in the AL, and sorry, continue.
Oh, you're good. No, you're good. Go.
Bregman ranking 9th in the AL and RBIs with 43 this season. He has an opportunity to tack one more on.
Fouls that one, dribbles off to the side. And deGrom gets back ahead on the count. 1-2 for Alex Bregman. Ball falls outside. The count is 2-2 now, tied up.
Now, deGrom has an opportunity to get a put out here. That would be important because you're facing the ever-dangerous Yordan Alvarez next. You don't want 2 runners on against him.
He could very easily hit a home run or smack a double in there somewhere. And full count again for the 3rd batter in a row. The Astros team doing a really good job of pushing deGrom to throw more pitches. And he gets him to swing. That is the 2nd out of the inning, and he got that put out that you were talking about before.
Yeah, that slider came in. He was setting up inside, and finally the slider came outside from deGrom. Good placement and fooled Bregman. This is not an Astros team that strikes out that much. Bregman is 2nd in the AL in walks drawn. But now you got to be careful against Yordan Alvarez. He struggled yesterday. He struck out twice. But you got to be careful against him.
Especially with that ball there. I mean, he loves to pull the ball, and that was an inside strike right there. I think that was a little risky. Second pitch at the at-bat coming here. 2 outs with still you have Michael Brantley on second. Ball high. Count is tied again at 1-1.
Yeah, Alvarez, the AL MVP frontrunner, I'd say, and I don't know if it's particularly close. You saw Mike Trout in the last game out, and he's cooled down a little bit. But Yordan Alvarez, first in batting average, third in on-base percentage, first in slugging, first in hits, second in doubles, second in home runs, and first in RBIs. Just an absurd line to start this season.
Absolutely. I mean, that if that doesn't stand out MVP to you, then...
I'm not sure what sport you're watching.
Fourth pitch at the at-bat here, gets him to swing, grounded up to the shortstop. Ahmed Rosario puts it out to Pete Alonso at first for the putout. That's the end of the top of the first. We'll be back in a moment. Welcome back to Flushing as we return with Josh James taking the mound for the Houston Astros. He will look to do some work against these top 3 Mets coming up, Ahmed Rosario, Jeff McNeil, and Pete Alonso. All potentially big hitters who haven't been on so much fire yet, but they definitely could get there.
Yeah, this is easily the most dangerous part of this Mets lineup. Rosario and McNeil have been good this season. Rosario continuing to hit well, although the power numbers haven't quite been there. I for one thought they were going to come up, and first pitch waiting for him.
Grounded out to center field. George Springer fields it and throws it into second. And there we go, as I was just about to say. I mean, the hit potential that Ahmed Rosario and Jeff McNeil share is ridiculous. They're just double after double, single after single.
Yeah, for Rosario, you know, the power's not there. Last season he hit 15 home runs, and he really came on at the end of the season. As you were talking about Jeff McNeil's hitting ability, you see that 9-game hit streak, but at least Rosario is reaching base.
I mean, a single does as much good as anything else. Gets on base, moves the runners. And we'll see Jeff McNeil try to do that here with his 0 count. That pitch is outside, and now he will have a 1-0 count going to him. As we still have Ahmed Rosario on first base. And Ahmed Rosario, he's speedy. He has some speed here.
Yeah, last season he got caught stealing 10 times. He's got to be more careful, but this season a little bit better. Has been a bit of a menace on the base paths. He's got 8 stolen bases. That's 9th in the NL.
Yeah, as that one is fouled off to the left side. 1-1 count for Jeff McNeil right now. And that one floats high, looks over to first base. Ahmed Rosario must have been teasing some sort of steal there, as we were mentioning.
Good heads-up play on the pitch out to get back to the base. No need for a hit and run here. McNeil is dangerous enough as a hitter, and there's nobody out.
Absolutely. Fourth pitch at the at-bat here. Floats high. Count is 3-1, favoring the hitter at this point.
This is the hitter's count right here. If you're Jeff McNeil, you got the green light all the way. No need to protect the plate ahead in the count. Look for your pitch.
And we'll see him get... Okay, so catcher threw down to second. He was safe there. Do you think that counted as a swing, though? I mean, I guess they counted as one. I didn't know if his hands broke or not.
Yeah, they had the hit and run in place.
As that one is fielded over to first. Yuli Grieve is making me out there.
An interesting little bit of action here in the first inning. I didn't expect them to go for a hit and run. And McNeil swung out of the strike zone. He had to on the hit and run, and it ends up working because he is able to advance Rosario to third.
Yeah. No, that got me tripped up a little bit because I was about to call the ball, and then I was like, wait, he just put his bat on that. Runner on third as Ahmed Rosario advances to there. 1-0 count for the slugger Pete Alonso in the box right now.
And Rosario with good speed on third. Alonso just has to get one in the outfield, either a fly ball or any ball in the outfield to score Rosario.
And that one was almost a pass ball there as it fell low.
That's something to watch out with this with this weather you were talking about, I know they were asking in the Twitch chat if it's really raining in New York, and it's not yet, but it's about to.
Yeah.
I'm about 20 minutes from Flushing. But that could be a control issue with those pitches low.
As another one falls low, 3-0 count.
Alonso's cut out a little bit of those strikeout issues he had last season as a power hitter and a rookie.
As we'll see him swing at one there, but take it foul to the right side. I mean, as a coach, that's one of the times where you usually tell your player to not swing at something, but with Pete Alonso's power, you know he could just as easily take one of those light strikes to the fence.
Full count, 3-2.
As we see him get caught on another strike there, and now goes from a 3-0 count to a full count. Josh James really battling back in this one.
Yeah, he's doing a good job of neutralizing Alonso here and pitching to him pretty safely. I don't know if this one's going in the strike zone, however.
And there we see Alonso swing and miss on that one for the second out of the inning.
Batting fourth. The right field.
It's not often you see Alonso get beat by a fastball right down the middle, but James put on the gas, 99 on the radar, and he's got his first strikeout of the day.
And we have Michael Conforto stepping up to the plate now, who has been very good in primetime situations, and he'll be trying to keep Ahmed Rosario from being stranded at third. So we see him take a strike right there.
And Conforto his average might not be there, but what I look at for him is the on-base percentage. He's got a 337 right now. He is he led the Mets last season in walks, and he's in the top 5 in the NL.
As he misses one inside there and falls to an 0-2 count. This would be very impressive for Josh James if he is able to retire Conforto right here.
It'd be good to set the tone early in this game.
And there he throws a ball outside and high. 1-2. I mean, that's expected, though. I think you're going to see a couple junk pitches from him trying to get Conforto to swing at something that isn't really there for him.
Yeah, the walks are there for Conforto, but unfortunately so are the strikeouts. So if you're Josh James, you have another pitch to play with.
Pops one up. Carlos Correa is under that one. Gets it for the third out of the inning. Due up will be Correa, Gurriel, and Springer for the Astros when we return. For the second inning of this ball game, a 0-0 tie so far throughout. Both pitchers having to throw a few more pitches than they would like, being forced to multiple full counts.
This is a really good start here for Josh James, And again, this is the most dangerous part of this Mets lineup, and I'm not really sure it's really close because you see after the averages really dip off for the Mets. So that is really important for him to set the tone early.
1-0.
As we see a ball there.
For deGrom, you'd love to get out of this inning 1-2-3 and not run up that pitch count. He's already at 27.
And these balls aren't going to help that 2-0 right now to Correa. We see a strike there, the first one of the inning, 2-1 count.
I love Correa batting in that 5th spot. You don't really... George Springer has not had that great of a season, but he's still a very good hitter. But Correa is able to back up Yordan Alvarez, who has reached base quite easily this season.
It's popped out to left, and we will see Yordan Alvarez. Oh, no, that is not Yordan Alvarez. That is Jonas Cespedes will settle under that one.
No,
I was on the wrong chart.
The first baseman, number 10, Yulieski Gurriel.
Out here in the top of the second for the Mets. And that will be a ball inside to Yuli Gurriel.
Yuli Gurriel, 298 average last season. A very important piece for them back in 2017 when they won that World Series. We've seen the average dip a little bit, but it's been able to get on base. 15 doubles on the season.
2-0 count here as deGrom will go for the third pitch of the at-bat. And we will see one float high. 3-0 count now.
Very uncharacteristic for deGrom. He does not fall behind hitters 3-0 and not the scariest hitter in this lineup.
We'll see a strike there, and he gets him on that one. Swing and a miss. 3-1 to Gurriel.
It is trouble for the Mets if Jacob deGrom is not pitching the way Jacob deGrom is. He has a 3.38 ERA on the season, which isn't awful, and it's certainly not good by hit standards. And the way that the Mets have played this season is Gurriel takes first on a walk. Again, uncharacteristic. deGrom does not throw. Yeah, deGrom does not produce many walks, but Noah Syndergaard is done for the season. Marcus Stroman is done for the season. The Rick Porcello signing hasn't panned out for the Mets. There's just been nothing there for them in the pitching if Jacob deGrom is not just the lights-out pitcher he has been.
We see a nice pitch from him there, though, a slider for the first strike of the at-bat. George Springer, a dangerous hitter when he wants to be in. And we see him swing and miss at that one. Count falling to 0-2. Jacob deGrom ahead here. And he gets him on the swing there. 1-2-3 batter as he retires George Springer.
Springer's strikeout numbers, on the other hand, those have been going up, and up. Strikeout number 52 for him on the season. And for all his struggles, Jacob deGrom still has that put-out strikeout. He's top 5 in the NL in strikeouts.
As we see Garrett Stubbs come up to the plate here, the Astros catcher for the day. First pitch to him, he will foul off to the left side. Oh, second pitch. My bad, sorry. 0-2 count to him right now.
And Stubbs and Maldonado alternating in the backstop for the Astros. Of course, no DH today.
As he gets him there with a strikeout, and he will retire. Springer and Stubbs right there. We'll return for the bottom of the second in a moment. With Jonas Cespedes coming up to the plate, Josh James still on the mound for the Astros here. As we were talking about before, the struggles continue for Cespedes with his .110 average.
Yeah, that's just about as bad as it gets. Cespedes has not played over 80 games since 2016, which is not good. La Potencia, they call him, but it has not been there this season. It's hard to come back from a whole bunch of injuries. He had that heel issue, and then he got hurt on his own ranch. Some embarrassing issues as you see a ball get away from the catcher Stubbs there. But Cespedes has to find something here in the season because he's going to get sent down to AAA soon.
Yeah, 3-0 count for him here coming in, and he will take the fourth ball and he will walk. Josh James definitely not too happy about this one. The rain seems to be impacting him a little bit.
Yeah, the rare 4-pitch walk on the leadoff batter is not how Josh James wants to come out for the second inning because he went through the Mets hitters, and I know Rosario reached third base. That wasn't entirely his fault. It is not how he wants to come out for this second inning.
As we see Robinson Cano step up to the plate. The second baseman here for the Mets. Definitely old, but still can produce.
They're not pulling any punches. He's 36 years old at this point and is certainly not getting any younger.
Yeah. As we see a strike fall there for him.
Cespedes,
Cano, on first in Cespedes.
Yeah, like Cespedes, Cano had his injury issues last season. He missed a large portion with a hamstring injury, and there were some concerns about his effort at times.
As we see one float high there, count tied at 1-1 now.
He's got a lot of years left. He signed through 2024 on the opposite of a cheap contract, $24 million he's getting paid per year. So he needs to start stepping things up in this Mets lineup.
As we see another ball there inside, 2-1. And yeah, absolutely. I mean, for the amount he's getting paid, I think you'd like him to produce a little bit more in this lineup.
This is a former World Series champion, a 5-time Silver Slugger in Cano, who is certainly capable of producing still.
See him miss at a strike right there, 2-2 count, evens it out again. Cano to me seems like that veteran leader that you have in the dugout that's kind of helping some of those younger players prosper.
People don't really complain about Cano's, his locker room presence, but if you're getting paid $24 million, you got to produce.
As he strikes out there for the first out of the inning. You see this pitch just nasty inside, just misses it completely.
Yeah, really good spot there, right into Stubbs' glove. And we've been talking a lot about the disappointment for this disappointment for the Mets lineup, but Josh James has pitched really well here today. He has fallen behind a couple times and has worked his way all the way back.
As we see Wilson Ramos foul one off right there. Oh, 0-1 count now. Pitch comes in outside, gets him to swing. 0-2 count. The at-bat floats high, a ball. Count is 1-2 now. As we see the Mets wearing their pinstripes today, and the Astros in their gray uniforms with black and orange lettering. That one, he swings and misses. Another strikeout for Josh James, the second out of the inning, and his third strikeout of the game.
James is not messing around here today. He is putting out these batters with force. Either he falls behind and he works his way back into it that time, in complete control of the at-bat with Ramos the entire time.
2 outs here, and again we see a runner going to be stranded on first base in Yones Cespedes. Last inning it was Ahmed Rosario at third. We see a strike taken there by Brandon Nimmo.
Nimmo's another one of these Mets hitters that played well at the back half of last season after missing the majority of the season with a back issue. And he would love to get going here at the bottom of this lineup.
Even 1-1 count now. Third pitch at the at-bat will come in here now. Swings at that one inside, fouls it off for the second strike.
That was a juicy pitch for Nimmo there, a low changeup that James missed on.
With a low one there that falls behind him, and we will see Cespedes advance to second. He doesn't usually have too much speed, but on a pitch like that, you can definitely get there.
Yeah, I'm curious. Yeah, they're going to mark this as a wild pitch. That one was well in the dirt for Josh James. We've seen him a couple of times. One time, Stubbs couldn't control a pitch outside, and this time, for James, just loses the handle on it low.
So you see a swing and a miss by Brandon Nimmo there to end the inning. Josh James retires him. End of the second inning. We'll be back for the start of the third. And we return here with the pitcher himself, Josh James, stepping up to the plate. First pitch to him will be high and inside for ball one. Jacob deGrom here, a little worrisome, is already thrown 41 pitches. As he takes that one for a ball, low and outside.
And being oddly cautious facing the leadoff pitcher in Josh James. And deGrom needs to attack him right here. He's being very cautious in this game, and he calmed down last inning, which was good.
Ball flown out to left center. Picked up by Yones Cespedes, thrown into Robinson Cano at second base. That's something you don't see very often. Oh, look at that, his first major league hit in the rain against one of the league's best, Jacob deGrom.
Yeah, well, obviously, the Astros aren't really used to having their pitchers bad, but Josh James probably loves the opportunity to come to an NL ballpark because he can come actually bat. He spent most of his time in the bullpen last season, a 5-1 record, but And his first career hit. That's not one you're going to forget, especially from a pitcher.
And there we see Jose Altuve take one low. Breaks his hands, though. Will be a strike. Second pitch at the at-bat coming here. Will float high. 1-1 count now. Be a strike off to the right side. Really working the count here. 1-2 to Jose Altuve.
Altuve's been great this season, but if you want to pick a spot where he is worse, you want to pitch outside to him. That's usually where he ends up swinging at pitches outside the strike zone, like we just saw deGrom there, but it's really high and away for him.
deGrom's trying to do, but misses a little bit there, still outside. Full count again in this game. Gets him to swing, bobbles one off. That will be fouled back. Continues the at-bat, fighting to stay alive here.
This is not a strong bullpen for the Mets. The Astros want to work deGrom out of this game as quickly as possible. Mets only had to use 3 arms yesterday. One of those was Dylan Betances, their closer, excuse me.
As he fouls another one over. That is 3 fouls in a row, really trying to stay alive here. Yes, as you were saying, deGrom's got to go deep. deGrom should be able to go deep in this game for the Mets to stay alive. He rounds one over, picked up by Alonso, fielded to second, and thrown back to Alonso at first for the double play.
The batter, the right fielder, Michael.
That is definitely not what Jose Altuve was looking to do right there.
No, Altuve wanted to advance the batter there. Good job by Alonso to quickly cover at first, and that has been a pleasant surprise for him, has been his ability defensively at first.
I know that was an issue when he first came into the league, but he's really worked on it, and it's gotten a lot better. Definitely we can see the improvement there. As this one is a strike lower in the zone. deGrom really working that sinker today. Slider, pardon me. So see that one for the second strike of the at-bat. 0-2 count now to Michael Brantley. As he misses low there, little bit of a wild pitch. Count will be 1-2. Although no worries for him. He cleared the bases with the double play.
That was big for deGrom. Just now worry about getting out of this inning as quickly as possible.
So he's trying to do that as he misses inside. 2-2 count evens it out now. Michael Brantley doing a really good job of battling back here from being 0-2. Fifth pitch at the at-bat here. Floats high. And we have another full count in this game.
And this is what I've been talking about, is that you never see this from Jacob deGrom. He is losing the handle on these hitters and getting close to 60 pitches already. This is
one
not
is fouled off to the left side.
I think you can agree with this. This is not the Jacob deGrom we're used to seeing.
Absolutely not. This is not the Cy Young that you usually see out of him. As that one is fouled off again, the second foul in a row to the left side.
This is the second straight batter that has gone at least 8 pitches.
A little bit worrisome for deGrom there. You see another pitch to Michael Brantley here. Strike 3 gets him out for the third out of the inning. Brantley doesn't seem too happy with that call, but that was a beautiful pitch by Jacob deGrom there. Game still tied at the end of the top of the third. And we return with the pitcher again, Jacob deGrom, coming up to hit here. Pitchers in this league don't often hit too much, but last inning we saw Josh James go for a single. And deGrom already has a double this year.
He had 2 last year, 2 home runs last year, 13 hits. He's probably the best hitter as a pitcher in this NL. I don't think that's a bold take to make.
Yeah. As we see him take a strike low and then a ball low. 1-1 even count for him. Something I find really interesting when I'm watching is I like to see how the pitchers approach pitching to other pitchers. we saw deGrom went with the conservative approach before.
Count is
Josh
2 and
James seems to be doing a little bit of the same thing as he throws a ball outside and low. Fourth pitch at the at-bat coming here to deGrom. deGrom swings and fouls it off to the left side, picked up by the Mets ball boy, as we see there. Even 2-2 count now. That's what you normally see from a pitcher, though. However, as deGrom strikes out for the first out of the inning, we will return to the top of the lineup. Ahmed Rosario coming up next. Take a little look at Josh James and his ability to strike hitters out here.
And Josh James has really settled down here ever since giving up that leadoff walk to Cespedes with 4 pitches, which kind of raises an eyebrow in the Astros bullpen. He's come back with 4 straight strikeouts. Josh James has really done a good job of retiring this bottom half of the lineup, and now he's got to face the scary part of the Mets lineup. I'd say the only real scary part of it.
Yeah, as we see Ahmed Rosario come back up, the speed demon here. As we see him take a strike there, he was stranded on third base the last time he was up. We'll see if he can do anything more than that this time.
For a Mets lineup that is struggling, you cannot afford to leave runners on the bases.
We see him take strike 2 down in the hole already. Josh James, not too bad for the bottom of the third. Only 42 pitches thrown compared to deGrom's over 50 or 60 pitches. Looking pretty good.
Yeah, he's done a good job of controlling this Mets lineup and has been in control for most of his pitches. As I say that, of course, he skips one in the dirt.
1-2 count now. Fourth pitch at the at-bat coming here. And that one is low. Grounded off to second base. Jose Altuve flips it over to Yuli Gurriel. I literally can't say that name. Hold on. I got it.
Number 6.
Gurriel. I practiced that name like 4 times before this game started, and I still can't get it.
I'd say that's really the only tough one here, so you do absolutely get a pass on that one.
Yeah. It's when you go to say it quickly. Like, when you think about it, you can do it. When you go to just say it quickly, it happens.
Oh, believe me,
2
my
outs
name
here.
isn't easy to say. I know all about that.
Yeah. Jeff McNeil, 1-0 count here. So you're talking about a guy who really is a good hitter when he gets up there, is good at getting on base with that on-base percentage.
Yeah, McNeil really came out of nowhere, and it was his versatility on the defensive side that served the Mets well with their injuries in the outfield. They started having too many outfielders, and then their outfielders got hurt, and then he went over to third base at one point and kind of really worked his way all the way around the infield.
Deep ground ones. Altuve playing deep, fires it to first base to get the last out of the inning as we end the third. Still a tie here with Houston and New York at 0. Alex Bregman will step up to the plate here. He is 0 for 1 with a strikeout in the first inning, looking to do a little bit more damage here. Swings and misses at that one. Strike 1.
As you're going this other way around against this Astros lineup, Bregman and Alvarez, again, you have to be careful for them. The 1-2 punch on them have been tremendous in this season. For deGrom, you got to be careful against them, especially as your arm starts to get a little more tired up over 60 pitches.
63 pitches at the top of the fourth is definitely not where deGrom wants to be right now, as he floats another one outside for ball 2. The at-bat coming here. Swing and a miss by Alex Bregman there. Count evens out at 2-2 again. See a low pitch there for a ball. Yet another full count in this game.
You don't want to have Bregman on base for Alvarez, coming up.
Dangerous combo there, as you were talking about before. As we see another foul ball. A lot of foul balls in these past 2 innings we've been seeing.
deGrom trying to be careful with this lineup and pitching low and away. And they have just missed.
Him there. Alex Bregman will take first base as Alvarez comes up to the plate.
Number 44.
This is what we were talking about, the little dangerous situation here.
Alvarez.
Yeah, the biggest surprise for deGrom this season has been the walks. Last season, 44 walks to 204 innings. This season, coming into this game, 74 innings and 26 walks already, and the strikeouts have been there, but not at an absurd number to warrant that many walks.
We see him get finally a strike there, 0-1 count to Alvarez. Especially Jacob deGrom coming into this game with a 3.38 ERA is definitely a little higher than all Mets fans are used to seeing him with.
And
He
you want to
floats
see
one
him with.
outside for ball 1. A swing gone over. Jeff McNeil dives, gets it, thrown to second and to first. The double play. Great execution by that Mets defense there.
Shortstop.
Yeah, over at the hot corner, Jeff McNeil laying out completely, and I don't know what's the harder part. You got to dive over, and then he makes the throw from his knees, and a quick turnaround by Cano to get the not-so-fast Alvarez over at first base. That is a big double play there to get him out of that jam.
Absolutely, and a good job by deGrom getting Alvarez to ground out there.
deGrom is so good at inducing those ground balls and working into double plays, the second one in as many innings.
Correa at the plate now, swings low, takes it for a strike. The umpire says his hands broke. Swings and fouls one off to the left side.
Well, you would think that Cespedes being in the outfield is the best power lineup for the Mets, but it actually would probably be J.D. Davis over at third, who hit really well last season, but Davis not as good of a fielder as Jeff McNeil is over at that hot corner. So now you got a lot of moving pieces to work with if you're Luis Rojas, and that doesn't get any easier because of Cespedes' struggles.
Cespedes, and it also hurts because Cespedes used to be this all-star, and he's just turned into this less than mediocre player.
It's so hard to come back from that many weird injuries that affect your power and how you turn as a hitter. That heel is a really nasty injury that sometimes doesn't go away.
It's a nagging one. 2-2 count here. deGrom will throw one inside for ball 3. Full count.
How many times have you said that already?
So many. See him get a swing and a miss to put him out. To put Correa out for the third out of the inning. We'll be back for the bottom of the fourth in a moment. Welcome back, and we just wanted to make a quick shout out to make sure to donate anything you can to Meals on Wheels, which is what we're sponsoring. Anything helps, especially during the pandemic going on currently.
Absolutely. We're all doing this volunteer because we love baseball and we miss it and we love calling games, but any donations help. That's really why we're here.
Absolutely. Pete Alonso in the box now, taking a strike from Josh James.
And if you weren't curious how many times Jacob deGrom has faced a full count, it's been 7 already. Jacob deGrom over 60 pitches through 4 innings in which he's pitched well, only allowed 1 hit and racked up 5 strikeouts, and has pitched a lot better recently, but still that pitch count is very high. It might be a short outing for him.
The stats right now definitely tell a different story than we've been seeing. As he fouls one off behind him. The control issues that deGrom has had so far, you would think that the Astros would have scored. Fourth pitch here gets a swing and a miss for the first strikeout of the inning and the first out as Pete Alonso is retired.
The right fielder, number
Alonso doesn't look really comfortable in that box. Just 0 for 2 now with 2 strikeouts, and both times I've realized that he's fallen behind on those fast pitches. The first time up, it was right down the middle, 98. And then, wisely, Josh James goes back to the fast fastball, this time outside on on Pete Alonso, and it just looked like he decided too late to swing at that one. I get you got to protect the plate at 1 and 2, but he has just looked a little lost there today.
I agree. It looked like he was just throwing out the bat head trying to get something instead of really putting the power behind it that we know he has. 2-0 count here to Michael Conforto. Josh James tries to battle back and gets one popped up. And with the shift there, that will be Carlos Correa making the catch and falling under it.
The left fielder, number 52.
I'm really impressed going back to what Josh James has done. Now he's almost through 4 complete innings, 53 pitches, just allowed 1 hit with 6 strikeouts and full control of the Mets. He's put out his last 9 batters, and he was really good last season out of the bullpen, a 5-1 record, and only gave up 10 home runs. Good job by him last season, but his shift over to the starting role has not been fruitful. A 1-7 record, a 6.10 ERA, but he is having his best performance of the season.
Fantastic job today as one is lined out, picked up by George Springer in center, and thrown over to second base.
Now back.
The Mets have been doing this a lot. They'll get one hitter on, and then they'll strand him, as we've seen numerous times throughout this game.
Well, that's one of the hardest things to do in baseball is consistent offense, and that'll really change things up for you. I think I saw a box score before yesterday's Yankees game, and it was the Nationals, I believe, excuse me if I'm wrong, and they had 15 hits and scored 2 runs. You're usually not going to see that, but that is the product of not having consistent hitting and base running, and it's kind of been the case for the Mets here, although they've only have 2 hits.
Cespedes, however, got the hit right there, so we were talking about some of his struggles. He was able to get on base for the 2nd time with the walk before that. Fouled off to the left side, hits the netting over there. No has dug himself into a little bit of a hole, 0-2 with 2 outs and a runner on first. That one is taken outside, 1-2 count now. Josh James just wants to get him out and get this inning over with before any damage occurs. And there is a pop out to right. And that one is over the wall. Home run for Robinson Cano. I thought that one was going to pop up and drop, but it did not. 338-foot home run to right field, just over the glove of Michael Brantley.
There is the power that the Mets have been missing and that Robinson Cano has been missing. Just barely snuck that one over the right field wall. But Cano just barely got enough of that one, drove it down the right field line, and the Mets finally get on the board.
2-0 lead for the Mets now. They're feeling a little bit more comfortable. Definitely not what Josh James wanted to happen right there. Cano was able to take advantage of that pitch.
That one got too much of the plate, and now maybe Jacob deGrom settles down with now the lead.
Something he doesn't have very often with this Mets team, but we'll see how he does with it. So Wilson Ramos fouls one off to the left side. He is 0-for-1 so far in this game with a strikeout. Second pitch of the at-bat coming in here. And that is a strike on the top corner for the second strike of the at-bat. And he swings and fouls it off to the right side. Staying alive in this hole that he has dug himself into. 2 outs here, however.
Same way the Mets want to try to keep deGrom out there as much as possible and not have to go to their bullpen. That feeling is alive and well over in the Astros dugout. A 5.06 team ERA is not pretty.
Especially as Wilson Ramos works his way back from the 0-2 count to an even 2-2 count. Josh James is not too happy right now after letting up the home run and giving back in this count. As another ball is thrown there. reaching the 65 pitch mark. Josh James is. This will be his 66th pitch thrown up, and he will walk Wilson Ramos. The manager's coming out to speak with him, see what's going on. You think we'll see a bullpen move right here?
I think it would be a little early. I think this is just to calm him down. He had retired his last 9 batters going into Cespedes. He was pitching well and then gave up that single to Cespedes right up the middle, just missed on a pitch, and then gave up the 2-run home run. As a young pitcher, you got to calm down. You got to get your head back in it after you give up a big home run, the one to Cano. Now with Ramos on base, Josh James needs to be careful. Go back to what he was doing before. Be careful with his pitches.
As he gets a strike there on Nimmo, looking like he calmed down a little bit. And Nimmo is very high in this league in the amount of walks he is able to draw. Gets on base a lot. Swing and a miss there. 0-2 count.
That's really propelling Nimmo's on-base percentage. Just a .238 average, but a .351 on-base percentage. That's something him and Conforto have in common. They have great eyes.
He pops one up to the left side, but that one will fall foul. As we take a look at Josh James, the pitches he has thrown so far, racking him up, especially this inning with the home run and the walk. We see another ball thrown.
There's really no trouble for James.
98 miles per hour there.
No trouble for James coming into this inning, but he has struggled now.
See another ball thrown there.
Up over 25 pitches on the inning.
Swing fielded by Correa and thrown to Gurriel at first to get the out. The never-ending inning finally ends. We will be back for the start of the 5th. Mets leading 2-0 over the Astros. We hear from Heidi Watney. Jacob deGrom will try to come in here. Maybe, as you were saying, be a little more calm based on the leads the Mets have gotten right here.
Yeah, he finally has that run support to back him up. It's going to be interesting to see what happens in that bullpen for the Astros. Only used 3 pitchers yesterday. Ryan Presley picking up the loss on the Tomas Nido pinch hit home run.
As Gurriel is at the plate currently, takes a strike there for the first one of his at bat. And in his last 3 games, he has had a double and 4 RBIs. 2 of which came in yesterday's game. Second pitch here. Swinging. Grounded over. Jeff McNeil is able to field that one and get the put out at first to Pete Alonso.
Now batting, the center fielder.
It doesn't really look like too crazy of a ground out there as we see the around the show report. The Rumble Ponies 13-37 record is unfortunate. The Mets up in Syracuse doing a little bit better, but that's a good job by McNeil of charging that ball and not really taking his time, but establishing his feet and getting the clean throw over to first.
George Springer takes a close call. As we were talking about, Jeff McNeil has really been locked down at third base there. He's really good at flashing the leather and getting the plays made. Swing and a miss here. Count is 1-1 to George Springer.
deGrom continues to do a good job of using that slider to kind of complement his fastball.
Throws the hitter off speed as he hits one down the right field line, but it will fall. Oh, they call it a fair ball. He will advance to second and stay there.
The vision not really there. The camera angle didn't really do you any favors. I thought that one was looping.
Yeah.
It looked like it was looping foul, but it fell right in there. Good piece of hitting from Springer to get himself on base.
So we have one out with a runner on second as Garrett Stubbs will step to the plate and take a ball. Looks as if Jacob deGrom is still struggling a little bit, even with this 2-0 Mets lead.
It's just not been his day today.
Another pitch, a swing and a miss there. Evens the count out at 1-1. Grounded over, fielded by Ahmed Rosario, and thrown to Pete Alonso at first for the second out of the inning.
Very fortunate for deGrom to get that grounder to go right up the middle and right to Rosario, because if that one goes down the right side, that might be enough to advance Springer over to third, but Springer is staying put because that one was too close to him.
Perfectly placed by the batter. Good for the Mets.
Yeah, if there was anywhere you didn't want to hit that one, if you're Springer, if you were Stubbs, excuse me, it was right there.
Yeah, as with that one, George Springer couldn't go anywhere. He was completely locked in. As the pitcher comes up again, Josh James fouls one off.
Now, we didn't see anyone warming up in the Astros bullpen. We saw sorry, I lost my train of thought. We saw that the trainer came out for the Astros to maybe consider a pitching change, but with Josh James batting here with a runner on second, it's clear he'll go out at least for one more inning, but they must be very certain that he's all right and it was just one mistake.
Absolutely, it was just the mindset there as he fouls another one off. And his pitch count is high, but definitely not as high as deGrom has now hit 90 pitches, and we are yet to even finish the 5th inning. As a swing there pops that one off. Pete Alonso will be there to grab that for the 3rd out of the inning. We'll be back with deGrom, Rosario, and McNeil coming up to hit for the Mets.
Leading up for the Mets.
And here we see they're not taking out Jacob deGrom, they're putting him into hit now again. So the same thing that we saw with Josh James, believing in their pitcher, not going to the bullpen just yet.
And Austin Pruitt, one of those arms warming up in the Astros bullpen that now gets going.
Pokes one over to third base, and the rare hit for a pitcher. Fielded by Yordan Alvarez over there, thrown to second. deGrom will remain at first base with a beautiful hit down the left field line.
Good piece of hitting to fend off the edge of that play. That's not a bad pitch by Josh James, the fastball low and away, but deGrom is just able to get a bat on the ball, and as Big Fundy says in the chat on Twitch, pitchers who rake, baby.
As we see the top of the lineup come up now, Ahmed Rosario, 1 for 2 on the day. We'll try to get something started here. He takes a strike low in the zone. And we'll take a quick look at the Astros bullpen with Austin Pruitt warming up and Framber Valdez also warming up. Second pitch at the at-bat here to Ahmed Rosario. Hits that one over. Going back will be Jose Altuve will fall under that one for the 1st out of the inning. Remaining at first will be Jacob deGrom.
Yeah, a couple of arms going in that bullpen. You got the lefty and the righty warming up. The righty Pruitt getting going, and then Valdez, the lefty, going as well. You have McNeil now the lefty batting. Alonso's a righty, and then Conforto comes back as a lefty. So 2 options for the Astros here if Josh James struggles.
You see a ball down and in. And something the Mets like to do with their lineup, as they've done today, is they alternate between those left and right hitters. So whoever comes in, they'll be able to hit off them. Another ball thrown there. Josh James racking up that pitch count yet again. 77 pitches on the day. We'll see one fall outside. The count is now 3-0. Pete Alonso on deck, the big slugger, who's, as we were saying, looked a little off balance today. Didn't have that power behind him that he usually holds at the plate. And that will be the rare 4-0 walk. As Jeff McNeil trots over to first base.
The first baseman,
putting deGrom on second base. First and second base are loaded with with only one out down, and Alonso comes up just where he wants to be. Hopefully he can get something going here.
Well, I think the only reason that Josh James is still out there for Alonso is because he struck him out twice. But Alonso had the Astros number yesterday with a home run, and he can smell blood in the water right now.
Absolutely. I think that Astros dugout and bench are really hoping that he can blow something by him once again. As it seems Alonso is much more on the ball here, flying one out to left, and that is far gone as soon as he hit it. A 409-foot bomb to left field, 101.7 mile per hour exit velocity. That will score 3 for the Mets, putting them up 5-0.
Pete Alonso missed on his first 2 at-bats quite badly. There was no missing there. First pitch from Josh James crushes one into left field. No doubt about it. It's only a matter of time for Alonso. Look at that. The off-speed pitch just hung right over the middle. You cannot do that to Alonso. I'm not sure I understand the decision to leave Josh James out there. And the wheels have really come off for him recently.
And here we go. We'll be seeing him taken out here. The second home run he's allowed today. Multiple hits on him. And he will come out. Started strong, fell apart a little bit.
Yeah, the book kind of looks ugly on him here. Not
Brad
quite able.
Peacock will come out and take them out.
Interestingly enough, Peacock was not throwing out there. And they're just going to ask him to eat up some innings. He has thrown the most innings not the most. Brian Abreu has thrown the most. The second most from this Astros bullpen, a total of 37. Unfortunately, a 6.93 ERA is not working in his favor.
Gets a strike there, though. And something special about Peacock is that he has 5 different pitches he throws, all of multiple different speeds. As he gets a ball on Conforto there, a 1-1 count. As we take a look at Conforto's career home runs, 122 over 5 seasons.
Conforto was floating around 25 homers a season, then last season finally broke that 30 home run mark, which was good to see from him. You would just like to see him make contact with that ball a little bit more.
As he fouls one off there for the second strike of his at-bat. Fourth pitch coming in here. And he will swing and foul another one back as he continues fighting to stay in this. Mets definitely feeling a little more comfortable here with this 5-0 lead over Houston. As he swings and misses there for the second out of the inning. Brad Peacock comes in and delivers his first strikeout to his first batter.
And looking at that line for Josh James, I think you can say it about the first home run by Cano that it was just a couple mistakes and he was pitching really well. But here in the 5th, he missed really badly on that McNeil walk, gave up the single to deGrom, the pitcher. It was a cardinal sin. You can't do that. And then completely missed on that Alonso home run. The wheels just really came off for him. And look, he pitched in the bullpen last season. There's a reason he's in there. He's not a long relief pitcher, and it's a really hard adjustment to make. It's much easier to go from starter to bullpen pitcher than to go from the bullpen to a starter role.
Absolutely, as we see a 1-1 count on Cespedes right here. Second strike there as he fouls one off to the left side. Raining a little bit more now, definitely affecting the control as we've seen in both pitchers.
Nope.
Ball out low and away. 2-2. 2 outs.
I'd like to see Cespedes keep getting momentum here. He's reached base twice, and as I say that, he strikes out.
It's not going to help his momentum much, but yes. As we're saying, we take a quick look at Pete Alonso's absolute bomb of a home run that put the Mets up 3 more to a 5-0 lead. As we return, and the top of the lineup here, Jose Altuve will step to the plate. Jacob deGrom still in this game, still pitching with a 91 pitch count at the top of the 6th.
Yeah, this might be it for deGrom. He's facing this lineup for a third time now, which is when things usually start to get a little dicey, and we've seen him struggle with the control in the rain, which is, no exception to what good pitchers usually do.
It's flown out to right center, and that one bounces off the wall. Brandon Nimmo throws it in to Ahmed Rosario, who takes the cut. As you were saying there, it's starting to get a little bit iffy. Just places that ball too far over the plate, and Jose Altuve with his hitting is able to just take advantage of that.
Yeah, you can't make too many mistakes to Jose Altuve. Things do get dicey the third way around, and good hitting by Altuve, but great job out in center by Nimmo. Play this one perfectly off the wall, and a great cutoff throw to prevent Altuve from going any further.
Hit to left, and setting onto that again will be Brandon Nimmo, flinging it to Ahmed Rosario, who will not need to throw to third, as Jose Altuve will remain at second base. I think now you start to see deGrom. They might take him out soon.
Well, I'm surprised they're letting deGrom face Bregman and probably Alvarez. I don't think there's anyone warming up in that Mets bullpen. We haven't seen it yet.
As Bregman gets a hold of that one, but fouls it off to the right side.
Once you start approaching...
Oh yeah, you're
Once you start approaching 100 pitches and you're through the lineup the third time and you haven't had your A-game stuff, it's a little surprising to see Luis Rojas keep him out there.
I think it's just the lack that their bullpen doesn't have much in them, so they got to keep deGrom out there for as long as they possibly can, as he throws one low there for another ball.
Well, if there's anyone that's working out of this funk, it's deGrom.
If there's anyone that can work out of it, it's definitely deGrom as well. As he throws another one here that Bregman will take for the second strike of the at-bat. Even 2-2 count here between deGrom and Bregman. Bregman fouls one off and stays alive here. deGrom is approaching 100 pitches, 98 right now. Bregman fouls another one off to the right side. Little dribblers that go here and there, really working deGrom to throw more pitches.
Bregman just looking to get on base any way he can.
You see him swing right up the middle there, past Rosario, gets into center field to Nimmo, who will fire it in. deGrom takes the cut.
The left fielder, number 44, Jordan.
That one had the opportunity to score Altuve. Not very good base running, and Rosario wasn't necessarily that close to it. I think Altuve could have made the judgment to go 3, because that one was hit far enough that even if Rosario comes up with that one, he's not throwing over to third.
I was a little confused by that as well, but also you have Alvarez coming up, who's a huge hitter who could definitely do some damage here against a struggling deGrom. The second pitch of this at bat coming in. And we'll see a strike and swing and a miss there for Alvarez, who has been named the May Player of the Month for good reason, as we talked about before, leading the AL in multiple stats, including batting average and hits and RBIs. I see another swing and a miss there on an inside pitch. deGrom doing a really good job of maneuvering the ball here.
Well, I'm going to try my broadcaster's jinx here. Maybe this is Alvarez slowing down a little bit.
Just as you say the jinx, he pops one to right, and that one is gone. 3-run home run for Alvarez, scoring both the runners ahead of him 380 feet with an absolute bomb there. So that jinx, I guess it worked.
I take this time to apologize to all my Mets fans out there. I was just saying that Alvarez went 0 for 3 yesterday with 2 strikeouts, and he was 0 for 2 going into this one, and deGrom had a number, but it looks like, just like Josh James, deGrom stayed out there too long, and all of a sudden we've got a 5-3 game.
Now we see the bullpen warming up with Edwin Diaz in there, as deGrom manages to throw a strike here to Carlos Correa. Definitely a little uneasy now for the Mets, as Houston has begun to close that lead, only 2 runs behind the Mets. deGrom throws one low, missing. 1-1 count now. So we take a look at the bullpen as we were discussing before. Edwin Diaz and Justin Wilson warming up, a righty and a lefty there.
Diaz has kind of been taken out of those high-pressure situations he was thrown into so much last season, and that resulted in a disastrous disastrous season in 2019.
Remember that he had last year?
Yeah, over 5. Really bad for Diaz. Blown saves left and right. He's pitched a little better here this season, at least.
And here we'll see a strike as it fouled off to the right side by Correa. I definitely think if deGrom gives up one more hit and when those guys are ready to go, you'll see someone come in to relieve him here.
I'm surprised that no one was getting ready to go to start with.
As he surprisingly gets the strikeout there. Gets him looking as deGrom picks up his 4th strikeout of the day on a ball that falls low in the zone.
That time Correa got frozen. I don't know why he wasn't ready to swing there. Now it's Diaz actually sitting down and Jeris Familia throwing.
Gurriel knocks one over to Ahmed Rosario. He pushes it out. Oh, it was not Ahmed Rosario, pardon me. It was Jeff McNeil cutting in front of him, who threw it to Pete Alonso for the out. 5-1 there. As we end the top of the 6th, the Mets up 2 on the Astros. Robinson Cano will come to the plate for the Mets once again. He is 1 for 2 with the last at bat resulting in a 2-run home run. Brad Peacock returns to the mound for the Astros here as Robinson Cano gets a hold of one, pushing it out into right center. Fielded and thrown in by George Springer.
Yeah, Cano's been seeing the ball really well here today. First time up, he struck out, but after working it back to a full count after he fell behind, the 2-run shot, and then a single right up the middle. I imagine Peacock is going to be out there for at least this inning, maybe a little more.
As we see him throw a nice strike there on the drop. Wilson Ramos at the plate. Robinson Cano still on first there. Ball outside, he's able to poke it that one, sending it right to Jose Altuve, who makes the grab.
Now batting, the center fielder.
Ramos is trying to defend. Continue.
I was just saying, Jose Altuve is just the fielder. The glove that he has on him is insane. He makes plays that no one else in this league makes.
Yeah, you have to have that quick reaction if you're playing in the infield. Good job by Altuve to line that one up and go right to it. Again, the visibility is a little difficult here at Citi Field today. And the wind's blowing a little bit. Good job from Altuve to keep his concentration.
Absolutely. I mean, he's an all-star for good reason. As we see a strike there, hit into right field, pushed back towards the wall. Michael Brantley will be there to field it and throw it in. Jose Altuve taking the cut there as runners advance to second and third for the Mets as Brandon Nimmo picks up his 10th double.
And here's where it gets interesting. deGrom is up next. I would imagine they're going to pinch hit for him. Yes, they are. As Eduardo Nunez is going to come in and swing the bat for him, so deGrom's day is done.
He had a good outing while it lasted, if we can call it that. Definitely some issues in the rain. Not the deGrom we're used to seeing.
And Nunez has hit really well off the pine. 277 on the season.
As he takes a ball there. He also has 2 stolen bases this year, so not too much, but a little bit of speed there.
Well, importantly, no RBIs, and we are in June at this point. He would really like to get one on the board. It's really important to have that confidence if you're a pinch hitter.
Especially with 2 runners in scoring position here and only 1 out, you could really make something happen, even flying it out. As he sends one over to third, bobbled by Bregman at third, picked up by Correa. Safe at third will advance the runners. First and third now, a run scores. Still 1 out in the inning.
That one's going to be marked as an error, an E5, I believe, to score Cano.
It went off Bregman's glove, if I'm correct.
So Nunez still gets that much-needed RBI, however.
First one of the season, as Ahmed Rosario comes to the plate. Top of the lineup once again, trying to do some damage here. hits one up. This one's going to float into right center. Settling under it will be Brantley. He throws it in, and the cut will be off, but it's okay because Garrett Stubbs is there to receive it. Another run will score. 7-3. The Mets extend their lead here.
Number 6.
Good piece of hitting that time from Rosario. He knew exactly what he had to do, just had to get that one deep enough to score Nimmo.
Now you have 2 outs and Jeff McNeil coming up with a runner on first, hopefully looking to continue the rally that the Mets have started here in the bottom of the 6th. As a little bit of a pick-off attempt there, but Ahmed Rosario slides back in and is safe. Oh, that is not Ahmed Rosario. Who was? Pardon me, my bad. He flew out.
It's Nunez over at first.
Nunez, yes. Oh, yes, because he did not advance, yes. Peacock looking like he's having a little trouble getting adjusted on that mound with the rain.
Yeah, it's hard. It throws off the dirt over around the rubber. You can't really control that ball as much as you want to. The rain is not a good condition to have in any sport, especially not baseball.
As we see a strike taken there. One and one count to Jeff McNeil right now. As he fouls one off to the left side, staying alive here with 2 strikes on him. Nunez remains on first. Haven't seen any other pickoff attempts since the throw at him. Ball floats high, 2-2 count now.
The Mets would love to get this party going, keep it going, and get some more run support for their bullpen.
And here we'll see Jeff McNeil pop one up, settling under it. It will be George Springer in center field to end the 6th. We will be right back in the 7th with the Astros coming up, looking to do some damage and rebound from the Mets damage.
Your attention, please.
And we return with Edwin Diaz taking the mound. He has a 1-1 record this year. 13 innings pitched, 3.46 ERA. Not doing too bad, as we mentioned before. Better than last season, surely. We'll see what he can do here. As George Springer steps up.
Interesting decision to have Diaz in there. He was warming up, he sat back down, and Diaz has pitched a lot better against lefties this season, and he's not slated to face a lefty. The only lefties in this lineup today for the Astros are Brantley and Alvarez, the 2 and 4 hitters.
Definitely see how he fares, throwing a strike there. George Springer definitely looking to get something going for these Astros, who were down 4 in the top of the 7th. Diaz missing low and inside. Ball 1.
This is a good opportunity for Diaz because he struggled with a lot of his confidence last season, and rightfully so, but these more low-pressure situations where he has a cushion and he can really go back to being the dominant pitcher he was in Oakland. The Mets really need that pitcher to show up if they want that deal to be worth it. They have to pay big money for Robinson Cano. He showed up today, although he hasn't overall. Edwin Diaz
rounded up the middle. Ahmed Rosario throws it over to Pete Alonso to put out.
Now batting, the catcher, Garrett Stubbs.
Garrett Stubbs approaching the plate now. He is 0 for 2 on the day, not having the best day here.
Nope. Ball 1.
One paints the corner, but is called a ball by the umpire behind the plate.
What's the pitcher spot next for Houston? You got to wonder if they're going to keep Peacock out there. Maybe they'll go with Josh Reddick. They have a couple of good pieces off the bench that could hit.
Definitely one of the more dangerous benches in the league, as that one is popped up, and settling under it will be Jeff McNeil to make the 2nd out of the inning.
The pitcher, number 41, Brad.
Edwin Diaz getting the job done so far. Only 6 pitches in and already gotten 2 outs there.
Hitting for the Astros, number 16, Aledman.
as we see Diaz versus Diaz here. Swings drifted over to left field. That one will look as if it will fall foul.
It's so interesting to see. I always find it puzzling when a pinch hitter swings on the first pitch he sees. You're coming off the bench. You're completely cold. You've been sitting on your hands all game long, and I think you got to take one pitch and just get accustomed to it. But got a good crack on it, even though it went foul.
As well as that one drops in left. Cespedes there to throw it into Rosario. I mean, I guess he got the job done.
Yeah, it certainly works. And you just want to get on base if you're this bottom of the order for Altuve and Brantley.
Altuve comes up to hit now, 1 for 3 on the day. That ball falls inside, 1-0 count. Diaz throwing some smoke there, 99 miles per hour on that one.
That's what makes him such a dangerous pitcher, is he can really top out near triple digits on the fastball. It's just the control has not been there for him last season, and not as much this season, but he hasn't been the Edwin Diaz that we saw in Seattle.
Definitely something Mets fans have been looking for and striving for. That it's definitely disappointing. 2-0 count here. Misses again inside, 3-0. And we were just discussing the control, and we see it playing a factor here.
A lot of it is mental for Edwin Diaz. It took a big toll on him last season. I mean, you show up to Citi Field. Whenever you get booed by your home fans, that's something you realize. That's a toll you take. It's a lot of pressure coming in off that trade. He was the main piece, and he hasn't been able to respond as he throws a fourth ball.
Definitely not too happy about that one. One runner in scoring position, another right behind him at first base with 2 outs. His only hope is to get a putout or a strikeout here to end this inning. We see a flash of the Mets pitchers warming up again as Edwin Diaz can't get the job done. As Michael Brantley steps up to the plate. He had a double in the first inning, but is only 1 for 3 today, looking to do some more damage and possibly score some runners.
These Mets faithful, they're starting to get nervous here. We've seen this movie one too many times last season. Diaz is better against lefties, so maybe he can get Brantley out.
He pops one up. That one is to left center. Running back for it will be Nimmo, making the catch for the 3rd out of the inning, as we see Mr. Met doing a little dance there in celebration. Mets lead 4 as we go into the bottom of the 7th. And we return to Flushing on a rainy day here at Citi Field. We see the Astros come up, the Mets coming up to hit now, hoping to extend their lead past 4 runs. That was
a big out for Diaz, too, because if you don't get Brantley out there, you have Bregman and Alvarez right behind you with 2, maybe 1 runner on.
As we see Austin Pruitt coming in here, the Astros making another pitching swap.
Yeah, Pruitt hasn't been too bad. He's been in control of that fastball, but the ERA hasn't been there. Again, that's been the issue for the Astros. Justin Verlander just came back from a groin injury, and of course you lose Garrett Cole to the Yankees, so the pitching staff is going to be a little weaker, but a 5.06 team ERA does not complement the 2.83 average that well. The Houston Astros have been hitting well. Unlike the Mets, it's been a little more spread out. You have some 250 and 290 hitters near the bottom of your lineup, 260 Garrett Stubbs, but the pitching just has not been there.
I think it definitely hurts for the Astros to come from such a strong lineup of pitchers last year to have to face what they have now, which is definitely weakened. A 1-2 count falls here on Pete Alonso. Hit a huge home run his last time up, looking to hopefully do something along the same lines.
I'd say him and Cano are probably fighting for player of the game at this point.
As he takes, they call it not a strike there, the count is 2-2. That was a little bit risky for him to take there with 2 strikes. But there we see the strikeout, gets the out. Austin Pruitt comes in, does the job on Alonso, retiring him to the side. And we take a look at the Astros pitching struggles as they continue the highest team ERA Entering play today in the AL, the Astros are in second, just behind the Mariners.
And I got to call a Mariners game the other day, and that one wasn't bad, but the day before was not pretty. A 12-0 win the Yankees had over them just 2 days ago, I believe it was at this point. Bad bullpen will destroy your team morale and your confidence.
That's why pitching is so valuable in this game. You can have the best hitters in the league, but if you don't have that pitching to back you up, your team really doesn't have anything.
And vice versa. We've seen that as Mets fans. The Mets have usually had, over the last 5-6 years, they've had very good pitching, and the hitting just hasn't been there. Now the hitting has returned a little bit, and the pitching has dropped off a little bit. You're a Mets fan. You live in hell. You can't be happy ever.
Yeah. Gotta be happy sometimes. As we see him take one inside, almost brushing him there. Michael Conforto not having the best day here, 0 for 3. As we got a quick look at more pitchers warming up in the Astros bullpen before.
No.
That one is called inside for a ball, 2-2 count here for Pruitt. As he delivers a strike that is hit right back up the middle, popped out to center. Running back will be George Springer, who will center under it and make the catch for the second out of the inning. I have to admit, some of these balls, I think they're going to go, and they don't go, and I get a little disappointed.
Well, the wind's been a factor here today. This ball is not traveling very well at Citi Field. We saw that was really the big surprise with the Cano home run. I did not expect that one to get over for that reason.
Barely dribbled over the fence as well, as we see Cespedes come to the plate here and take a ball way outside. "11 pitches for Pruitt, still new to the inning, 2 outs, as he delivers one that Cespedes hits up to second base. There to make the play is Carlos Correa, who puts it out to Gurriel at first. For the third out of the inning, we will return at the top of the 8th with Bregman, Alvarez, and Correa coming up for Houston.
Your attention, please. Now pitching for the Mets.
And we will see a pitching change for the Mets as Paul Sewald will come into the game. Edwin Diaz being pulled.
Yeah, I like keeping things fresh. Diaz struggled a little bit at the end of that last inning, and you're facing Bregman and Alvarez to start this one off. Throw Sewald out there, see what the veteran can do.
He delivers a ball to Bregman for his first pitch. We take a look at the Mets bullpen. Still have a couple warming up, both righties. 1-0 count here to Bregman as Sewald prepares for his next pitch. Delivers a strike, grounded out to Alonso. Alonso fields it first and misses. A running pitcher coming over. That will go down as an error in the book.
Number 44, Yordan Alvarez.
And Alonso just missed that one completely. He is a good hitter, and he's a good fielder, and he's usually great at keeping those concentrations. A routine ball there, and it's not even like Sewald didn't cover in time. Alonso just completely air-mailed the throw.
I mean, if this doesn't describe the life as a Mets fan, what does? Being up by 4 and somehow probably being able to blow a lead.
That is really unfortunate for Paul Sewald, who now has to face the most dangerous hitter in the whole AL.
As he delivers another ball, 2-0. With Bregman standing on first after that careless error by Alonso. We see a strike, but that is swung at, and that will be a foul ball over to the right side. Alvarez showing us the power he had last at bat, trying to do the same thing again, propelling the Astros higher up in this game, as we see another ball.
Sewald's got to be careful. Sewald has to be careful with his control here against Alvarez. He throws it a little more sidearm. Make sure if you're going to throw a slider, an off-speeder, that it doesn't come out too flat.
He does a good job there getting the strike.
Yeah, that's a perfect example of what you have to do. You have to be more conscious of that if you're a more sidearm thrower like Sewald, because if you don't get the angle on it, it's going to come out flat and it's just going to hang over the middle of the plate. You want vertical movement, not horizontal as much.
As Alvarez gets a little piece of that one, driving it, popping it, foul to the left side. Still hanging on and trying to fight here and get something going. Sewald throws a pitch. Alvarez gets a little bit of a hold on it, pushes it to the right side, settling under it will be Michael Conforto, throwing it in. Bregman will stay at first, will not advance to second. A little bit of a scare there for the Mets, as that ball looked as if it could have gone deep, but luckily Michael Conforto was there to settle under it and make the play.
Oh, a sigh of relief. Alvarez has already gone yard one time here today, and that would be disastrous.
So we see a strike there. 1 out now. A little bit of a different situation. You don't have the best hitter in the AL up anymore, but you still got to be careful. Correa still definitely has the power to do something. As he swings and misses there, drilling himself into an even deeper hole. 0-2. Sewald trying to put him away. And he pops one, fields one over, double play, thrown to second, thrown to first, and he will get it. That will end the inning. A beautiful double play. Fantastic pitching by Sewald to throw him into that. Get another quick look at that as the top of the 8th ends. We'll be right back with the bottom of the 8th. And we return for the bottom of the 8th. We once again remind you to donate to Meals on Wheels. Anything helps, whatever you can do. It is very much appreciated. That's why we are here supporting that cause. Robinson Cano at the plate now, as he takes strike 1. Austin Pruitt delivering a 91-mile-per-hour strike there.
It's a great inning by Paul Sewald back in the top of the 8th. He facing the dangerous part of the lineup. He basically gets Bregman out, but he reaches on the error, but he remains calm even after the long fly out for Alvarez, and then the 6-4-3 double play was huge, maybe one of the more important plays of the game for the Mets.
As one is popped up there to shallow left field. Alvarez will be there to get the out.
Up next for the Mets, the catcher.
1 out now. The Mets looking to, if not score, quickly end this game as they are still ahead 4. Wilson Ramos, the catcher, will step up to the plate, trying to do some damage. He is 0-2, but he does have a walk that happened in the 4th inning.
Here we go. That's a ball.
As he takes a ball inside there.
Yeah, I'd like to see Ramos work through these counts a little bit more. These pitchers have been putting them down pretty quickly. He's only worked through 3 or 4 pitches on each at-bat.
We'll get a little bit of a chance here, up 2-0 in the count. 3-0 now. So we see Brandon Nimmo hanging out in the on-deck circle, looking to come in and do some damage here.
That's out. Ball 4.
One looked like it was a little close, but it will be called a ball, and Ramos will have his second walk of the game. Pruitt not too happy about that one.
Yeah, that's 4 walks now for the pitching staff of the Astros, who have been giving away some free bases. I think that's the 3rd 4-pitch walk given up by the Astros. The Mets have an opportunity to keep tacking on insurance runs.
As Nimmo drives one left, but it will dribble left side of the field for a foul ball. Nimmo 1 for 3 on the day with a double and a run, looking to add to that. As he swings it one way outside for his 2nd strike. Really good job by Pruitt there, drawing him into swing. And Pruitt will throw one outside, trying to draw him to swing again. Nimmo will not take the bait. 1-2 count, 1 out with a runner on first.
Pruitt has those looping curveballs, and the 12-6 has been working for him, especially against Nimmo.
As he throws one low, that ball will be bobbled. but the runner will not advance.
Well, the jinx is really real. As I say, the 12-6 has been working. You got to be careful to not get it too low, especially in these conditions. It'll just end up in the dirt.
Ramos not the fastest, which is probably why he didn't steal there, but it would have been interesting to see him go at it.
Well, Sewald's up next. You got to wonder if he's going out for another inning. I don't see why not. He's pitching well. Mets aren't in dire need for runs.
As Nimmo throws into first, and this will be a double play. A 3-5-3 to end the 8th inning. The Mets still up 4. We'll be back in a moment. We might have a pitching change here, and we do. Brad Ratch comes out to face the rest of this Houston lineup.
Number 29, Brad Brock. Now playing center field and batting 9.
So Brock's going to get the save opportunity. Excuse me, not a save opportunity with the Mets leading 4. Brock will come in to close this game out if he can.
Gurriel at the plate now.
Ball, that's too high.
Takes the ball there. Nice speed on that one, 95 miles per hour. Astros really need to get something going now if they're going to do anything, with another ball there as the count is 2-0 now. Gurriel looking for anything that he can drive and somehow meager to get his way on base.
No, that's low.
So that one falls low again. 3-0.
The Astros have certainly had their opportunities, and 3 runs isn't terrible. But when you're facing Diaz and Sewald, you need to produce a little more, and that top of the lineup has gone pretty cold recently for the Astros. They had the opportunity in the 7th inning with runners on first and second, and nothing was produced. Now you're simply running out of time, and you have your 6, 7, 8 hitters up.
Gurriel definitely looking to get something started here with a 3-1 count. Looking for that pitch down the middle, hopefully. As a beautiful pitch there, the second strike. Ball, and that is the first walk of the inning. Gurriel will advance to first, as George Springer will come up to the plate.
George Springer.
Yeah, Brock just didn't have the control there. Tried to go inside corner, tried to paint. But he didn't have it on the slider, just a little too wild. Again, it's hard to have control with this rain, and you want to try to simplify the game as much as possible.
Brock showing that struggle here. He misses again, down and inside for ball 1 for Springer. And we take a look at Springer versus Brock. He is 3 for 5 against him with 1 RBI. And we see the count 2-0 now. If Springer can't get a hit, he's at least hoping to get walks, because in this part of the game, as they say, a walk is as good as a hit.
Stubbs has struggled right behind him. He's 0 for 3, but what you need is base runners right now. You can tie the game with a grand slam. Very unlikely, obviously. You just need to get runners on.
Brock is definitely giving them that opportunity right now with the count 3-0. Desperately needs a strike here. And the ball is grounded over Ahmed Rosario. We'll flip it to second, which will flip it to first to Pete Alonso, and that will get the double play. 2 outs. Beautiful play by the Mets, able to shut down the runners that were on.
Garrett.
Brad Brock couldn't throw a strike to save his life. Just 2 strikes in his first 9 pitches. He gets the off-speed pitch outside and low and gets Springer to ground into a much-needed double play. Now the Astros down to their final out.
I won't say anything yet because of the obvious curse and the fact that they are the Mets.
I think I've confirmed that there's also a broadcaster curse, right? That all just about confirms it.
That's why I'm afraid to say anything. Fred Brock looking to close this out here as he throws a ball that could be considered a strike on the inside, but is called a ball by the home plate umpire. Garrett Stubbs has not hit so well today, 0 for 3, looking to get anything started here. Another ball thrown by Brock, 2-0 now. That one is popped up into left field. Settling under it will be Cespedes, and that is the ball game, folks. The Mets win this one, 7-3, up by 4. The rare win for the Mets, doing well against the Astros in this series.
Yeah, the Mets get the 2-game sweep, and much needed coming into this one. Just 3 of 7 in their last 10. They have an uphill battle in the NL East. They've played a lot better as of late, and you got to start with a win, ladies and gentlemen. 2 straight for the Mets. Nice rebound after a couple of tough series coming into this one.
I'm glad we didn't end up jinxing the game. I know we talked a lot. I was afraid we were going to. Brock had some struggles, but able to pull out that win there. As the Mets gets 8 hits and Houston gets 7. The only difference, the Mets able to string together some of those hits. And as we see, player of the game, Robinson Cano, with that home run to right field that just drifted over the wall. He was 2 for 4 on the day with 2 RBIs.
Yeah, not the best start for Jacob deGrom. 6 hits allowed isn't terrible. The 3 earned runs, 3 of them all coming on 1 swing. 2 walks is not characteristic of him, but he was able to control and get out of most of the jams, and Josh James started well, and then the wheels just really came off in the 4th inning for him.
deGrom managing to last 6 innings, even with some of the control problems he was facing. Picked up 6 strikeouts on the day, 2 walks. Josh James also picking up 6 strikeouts, but with 1 more walk than deGrom, as he had 3. And we'll take a look back at the highlights. So there's the top of the 4th. Alvarez grounded into a double play, which was a fantastic play at short. This was a huge play that ended the inning. This was the bottom of the 4th. Cano's shallow home run that no one thought was going to be a home run, but somehow managed to squeak its way over, putting the Mets up 2 for the first score of the game.
Really, the key for me in this game was the ability for the Mets, whether it was deGrom or the bullpen, to control the top of the lineup for the Astros. Altuve went 1 of 3 with a walk. Brantley went 1 of 4 with a double in the first, but nothing else. Bregman scored but went 1 of 3. Of course, he reached in the 8th on the error. And then Alvarez hit that 3-run home run, but other than that, 1 of 4. Just no real production from this Astros lineup. Consistent offense is difficult in baseball. That's what makes a good hitter.
And this was the error by third base, Bregman at third, that really sealed the deal, because that advanced the runners and really gave way to the Mets having a nice rally. So to the bottom of the 6th, Rosario hit a sacrifice fly to right field that scored the run, further extending their lead, putting this game out of reach for the Astros to get into.
It was good hitting by Rosario. He knew he didn't have to get all of that one. He knew he just had to get it deep enough in the outfield to score Nimmo.
Here we have the fly out by Stubbs. Really, the last play of the game, securing the Mets win and their sweep of the series over the Astros.
Yeah, a much needed win for the Mets. This was big for them. They really needed a nice win to come in here, keep that momentum up. I know they've been struggling a lot recently, and it's an uphill battle for them. They're still 5th. They're last in the NL East, but they are coming up on the Marlins. Just a 3-game deficit on them coming into this one. Still huge disadvantage on the Nationals, but if the Nationals showed anything last season, is that it doesn't matter how many games you're back to start the season, you just got to end well. That's something the Mets did last season and unfortunately couldn't win enough to get that second wildcard spot. But it starts with wins, and for the Mets, they just have to keep building confidence because they know the talent is there.
Absolutely, and I think it also comes down to, as we were speaking about before, just stringing those hits together, not leaving those runners on base, the ducks on the pond. They need to be scored, they need to be brought in. Absolutely,
and this is game 2 of the MLB Bat Ball schedule for today. We have the other New York team. I'm not going to even say their name because it's purely a Mets broadcast here today, but it's going to be the closer for the Yankees and Mariners after we're done here.
So we take a look at the stat line from today. Not too much hitting, but the home runs really sealed the deal for the Mets in this one.
Yeah, it was timely hitting. That was really the deal. Rosario only went 1 of 4, but he had the big RBI flyout. The Mets just did what they had to do. A couple of big hits. This was a home run-driven game for both teams.
Absolutely, and we've seen the Mets do that in the past as well. They're really good at getting it done in those situations. Sometimes when we see them leading, they'll blow it, but when they're the underdog, they have this tendency to really hit those home runs when they need the home runs to come back in the games.
Yeah, some struggles up and down on the lineup for the Mets. Michael Conforto 0 for 4. McNeil went 0 for 3, but was able to get a walk and eventually scored, so at least he got on base. But it was good to see Robinson Cano have himself a good day, go 2 for 4. Of course, that big 2-run shot back in the 4th injected life into the Mets and got their offense going. And Cespedes, finally getting a hit. Slowly and steadily, I guess, coming along.
As we welcome our announcers for the next game into the booth, we're just taking a quick look at the schedule. It's going to be an exciting game next, coming up.
Well,
The
thank you
Yankees
for
and
that.
Mariners will face off. Tanaka taking on Sheffield.
Yeah, thanks for that. We've got an interesting one. Yankees looking to finish the sweep on the Mariners here. They absolutely destroyed them in the first game. It was 12-0, 1 hit by Garrett Cole. Then they won yesterday in extra innings. So they're looking for the sweep today. And the Mariners, they're sending out former Yankee prospect Justice Sheffield. He's going to be the guy to look to stop the bleeding today.
Yeah, he sure is. He's a lefty. He comes in. You can see the numbers. They're not quite where Sheffield would have thought he'd be a couple of years ago as one of the top 100 prospects in baseball, but comes in this year, his second full season, really trying to get it going with the Mariners, and can't quite get it going yet, but he goes up against Masahiro Tanaka, who's been an early season workhorse for the Yankees. He comes in 5th in baseball in terms of innings pitched and 5th in the American League, and by day's end, assuming Mariners don't knock him out early, just a couple of innings away from being the AL leader in innings pitched. So Tanaka's been as good as can be hoped for the New York Yankees so far this year. So what is the takeaway when you come in and you see all these numbers, these two teams going up against one another? What jumps out for you in the game here today?
Well, what jumps out right away is that very high earned run average Justice Sheffield's coming into the game. He relies heavily on that slider, and if he's not fine with it today, these Yankees batters could be jumping all over it. It's a right-handed heavy lineup the Yankees run out, so could be a difficult matchup today for Justice Sheffield.
Yeah, as we take a look at the lineup here in the top of the first inning, Yankees send out DJ LeMahieu, Gleyber Torres, Aaron Judge, top 3 in the lineup. And DH is Giancarlo Stanton. Aaron Hicks in center bats 5th. Luke Voigt at first base hits 6th. In the bottom third of the lineup, Brett Gardner in left, Gio Urshela at 3rd, and Chris Iannetta at catcher. Gary Sanchez still about a month away from coming back with a torn groin. And so the Yankees, who are already 4.5 games up in the AL East, this is game 63 of the season for the Bronx Bombers, and they're doing that without Gary Sanchez going for him. Chris Iannetta is doing his best out there at 228 batting average, but that's going to be a huge boost for a team that's already in first place once the Kraken returns to the lineup.
Yeah, it's going to be a huge boost when he comes back. And also, you got to remember, James Paxton is yet to make a start for the Yankees. So a lot of, already in first place, but a lot of injured players possibly coming back for the Yankees. It's already a good team, and they stand to get a lot better.
Right, and batting fifth, Aaron Hicks. This is only his fourth game of the year. We are underway. Sheffield pounds the strike zone with fastball taken for called strike one. LeMahieu, second baseman, 348 average, 10 homers, 37 driven in.
I mean, yeah, what can't you say about his numbers offensively this year? I mean, he comes into today third in batting average, second overall in hits, sixth in on base, just continuing the offensive onslaught, proving it wasn't a Colorado mirage.
He had some great numbers a couple of years ago, and here is LeMahieu as he unloads on one to left field, and it's a leadoff homer off of Sheffield to begin the afternoon for LeMahieu.
It is not easy to hit a ball out of this ballpark, but LeMahieu made it look really easy there.
4:15 will get you started if you're New York, and one batter in, one zip. Looking good with the sunglasses.
Yeah, had no problem seeing that ball there.
So impressive. You can see the crowd in the background in Mariners blue and green, and even they stood up impressed at that shot by DJ. So 11 home runs for LeMahieu, and that 348 batting average will creep up closer to 350.
A lot of Yankees in this lineup with double-digit home runs, too. It's just an offensive onslaught.
You're looking at LeMahieu, Torres, Judge, Stanton, each of them now with 11 or more home runs. Here's Torres with 18 of them. And then right on the cusp, Luke Voigt's got 9, Brett Gardner's got 8. Sheffield a little rattled after the homer, first two out of the zone to Torres. Now he misses up and in, and especially at the top of this lineup, there just aren't too much room for mistake here for Sheffield. And it's a 4-pitch walk. He's frustrated. At 96, it misses off the inside corner, and now Glaber's aboard.
Yeah, it seems he didn't really want much to do with Torres there after giving that home run. Torres actually is the Yankees' lead in home runs this season, so maybe being a little bit too fine there after giving up the home run.
Right, do you pitch around him and...
Does it get easier?
Yeah, and Stanton's on deck.
Not an enviable situation to be in.
That's 5 in a row out of the zone by Sheffield after allowing the mammoth home run to LeMahieu. And there's a get-me-over. Well, at 97, Sheffield's velocity is feeling loose in the afternoon hours. Nice midday sun out there in Seattle.
Yeah, 97's pretty good for him. I thought he usually topped out around 95.
Mm-hmm. And there's Judge as he ropes one down the line and left. It hooks foul. And Sheffield's ahead 1-2.
Judge having a really good year this year, putting those injury problems behind him.
Pitch, ground ball down the line, backhanded pick at third, starts it to second and throws it away. Torres stays at second base, but the throwing error by Kyle Seager as he lets it fly, and things are falling apart early for the Mariners.
That was a wild throw there by Seager. He's usually sure-handed, but that just went sailing into the outfield. Surprised that Torres didn't advance to third on that one.
And here is Stanton. He ropes one out to left field on a line. Lewis there makes the catch. Runners hold. And that's the first out of the game for Justice Sheffield.
The center fielder, Aaron.
Well, he got Giancarlo Stanton. That was the easy one for him, I guess.
And we didn't quite get the exit velo, but that certainly wasn't anything less than 100 off of the bat. That was a missile just right at the left fielder.
Yeah, it looked like it was hit pretty hard, too, but just right at Kyle Lewis.
And even there, Aaron Hicks, switch hitter, batting on the right side against the lefty. He puts a good ride into a foul ball. And now he sends one out to left field, puts a good ride into this one. Lewis is back, reaches up and makes the catch at the wall. That's about as casual as you could have it, perhaps taking a home run away from Aaron Hicks.
The first baseman.
Yeah, that was, you said it, that was probably a home run in Yankee Stadium. Kyle Lewis with an excellent play out there in left field, making that catch up against the wall.
Now Luke Voigt, 6th in the order for New York. Breaking ball, tickles the top of the zone, and that's called strike one.
Yeah, Hicks is only in his 4th game back today. Didn't look like he had any rust on that swing, just missed it.
He's been running hot, 6 of 14 coming in, 6 of 15 not so bad himself, even after the flyout, batting .400. Hicks with 2 homers in his first 3 games back, nearly looking to make it 3 out of 4. Voigt swings and bounces one down to third. Seager with the easy backhand. Well ahead of Torres at third base, but it was DJ LeMahieu on one of the first pitches of the game from Justice Sheffield, giving New York a 1-0 lead before Masahiro Tanaka's even thrown a pitch. There's the right-hander Tanaka, set to make his 13th start of the year. The number to look at, it's the innings pitched. He's 4 innings away from Corey Kluber atop the American League, and for Tanaka and New York, that's the kind of performance they need out of him. He's not necessarily the one, the top guy ace, but if he can go out there and get you some innings every time out, that's a good thing for New York.
Yeah, and it also really speaks to how deep this rotation is of the Yankees. I mean, Paxton hasn't even thrown a pitch, but I mean, Garrett Cole, Montgomery having such a great season so far for the Yankees, Tanaka. I mean, it's just an embarrassment of riches.
Right, there are a lot of teams for whom Masahiro Tanaka with a 3.8 ERA and all those innings pitched, that would be their ace, but not for New York. Alex Smith finds himself even in the count 1-1, leadoff hitter, speedster. Yankees want to keep him off the bases if at all possible. That's as uncomfortable a swing as you'll see for strike 2.
Yeah, really awkward swing on that one from Smith.
Tanaka ahead, a ball and 2 strikes. Change up in the dirt, laid off, and Smith sees it go to 2-2.
Now, one of my favorite things about Smith, besides the blazing speed, is this is actually his 2nd stint in Seattle. The first one lasted all of 77 minutes.
All over the place, Seattle, Atlanta, just top prospect back in the day. It's hard to look down and figure Smith is already 26 years old. The payoff pitch, he takes it low, and he does a great job of finding his way aboard.
Dangerous having him lead off with a walk. He leads the league in 25 stolen bases already on the year. Next closest guy has 12, so I mean, stolen bases kind of gone away in Major League Baseball over the past few years, but it's a huge part of Alex Smith's game, so interesting to see if he runs today.
Already down 1-0. The pitch. Down the middle, Lewis was certainly just taking all the way for strike 1. Yeah, for Smith, you mentioned 25 stolen bases leads the way. That guy in second place, Byron Buxton, just a ton of speed, but Smith doing it more aggressively. Swing and a miss for strike 2. Smith.
Yeah, not many caught stolen bases either for Smith. Either only
exactly
2. So I mean, he's being aggressive and he's making good on his attempts.
Quick peek over at first base, keeping him close. 1-2 pitch. That's a swing and a line drive, hooked, foul down the left field line.
If that had been fair, it'd have been interesting to see if they would have sent Smith all the way from first.
Would have hit off the half wall, kicked out into shallow left, and Brett Gardner would have needed to make a pretty aggressive route to the baseball, certainly.
Yeah, Gardner not known for the strongest of arms either. Would have been a fun play, but maybe
Lewis under the bat, flares one to left. Gardner dives in, falls in front of him. And so now the first 2 have reached, with Seattle trailing 1-0. And you
Oh,
can
no.
see right there, Brett Gardner will be replaced off the bench for New York. They've got Mike Tauchman. They've got Clint Frazier. Those are your two outfielders. And we'll have to see who they opt to go with to replace him.
Yeah, with the lefty on the mound, it may make sense to slide Frazier in there. Get another right-handed bat into this lineup. Be all right-handed bats. Aaron Hicks, of course, is the switch hitter.
Your attention, please.
There's Mike Tauchman.
For the Yankees,
Well, Tauchman does have better numbers this year than
number 39,
Frazier.
Mike.
And just based on that, he has a really impressive right bicep. So I would imagine that's a little bit better than Clint Frazier as well.
The right fielder, Mitch.
Yeah, well, Clint Frazier had to cut that big mane he had, so that was his one impressive thing.
Well, Frazier was boasting about it in the offseason, and he was ready to go with everybody quarantining, and he was growing it out, but he was ready to go clean shaven by the time he had to report in uniform. So here's a not so easy start to the game for Masahiro Tanaka. Down and away, runner takes off, throw down to third, not in time. Smith takes it, and it's a double steal with Lewis following behind him into second.
And we talked about his speed here in the open, and there we see at third base. And I know a lot of base stealers say they actually like to steal third base more. Rajay Davis was a guy who loved stealing third.
1 ball, 2 strikes.
Now, when you're a guy like Rajay Davis coming out of UConn Avery Point, a non-Division I program, you got to figure out any way to open some eyes, and stealing third base will certainly do that.
I think it's funny, he's such a speedy guy, but the thing he may be most known for, though, is a home run. It's a home run in the World Series against Aroldis Chapman.
Ball in the dirt, runners don't take off.
Yeah, nice job there by the catcher Iannetta to block that. Prevent Smith, who's got that speed, from scoring.
Full count.
Smith is inside. First base is open, but Tanaka looking to notch his first out here. He's gone full on Mitch Haniger.
Yeah, little struggles this inning.
Ball 4.
Wow.
Haniger doesn't bite. Out of the zone. Ball 4. Bases loaded. Nobody out.
Batting fourth, the designated hitter.
And no one's really hit the ball terribly hard off of Tanaka this inning. A leadoff walk to Malik Smith. Another walk here to Mitch Haniger. A ball that could have been caught by Brett Gardner out and left. I mean, it's a totally different inning. But here we are, bases loaded, nobody out, and Dan Vogelbach is the man at the plate.
Not only that, with Vogelbach being one of the premier power bats in the American League, hit 30 home runs last season. But this is already about to be pitch number 20 of the afternoon for Tanaka.
Count 1-0.
He misses high with that one.
And he needs to come into the zone at some point. Just gets the top of the zone for strike one.
Maybe a little help from the umpire there on that pitch. But it's a strike here for Tanaka anyways.
Breaking ball in the dirt, gets away from Iannetta, hits off the backstop and kicks so hard back to the catcher that even Malik Smith can't try for home.
I thought for sure that had a run written all over it, but yeah, you're right. Iannetta just smothered that one.
Inside corner at the knees, strike 2. So now Tanaka, who could sorely use a strikeout, gets a couple of strikes on Vogelbach.
If you're the Mariners, you're thinking you got to at least get one in this inning. You got to at least tie the game.
Swinging a hard ground ball, fair inside the bag, down the right field line, and it tucks its way to the corner. One runs home. So is Lewis. Haniger goes first to third. It's only a single for Vogelbach, but he claps his hands together as Seattle takes a 2-1 lead.
Well, they did better than to tie the game there. They got 2 on that one. Malik Smith, of course, easy speed scoring from third. Lewis scoring from second.
Once that ball got past Voit at first base, it was an easy couple runs for Seattle. So Tanaka came into the inning with a 1-0 lead. Now he's looking to make sure that New York doesn't fall further behind. Runner at third.
Still nobody out.
Yeah.
Kyle Seager, though, is having a rough year. 186 coming into this game.
13 home runs, but a batting average not even at 190. It's certainly hard. You know, Seager, though, with those home runs, he's on pace to set a new career high. He hit 30 a few years back in 2016, but it's got to be a certain point, right, where if that batting average doesn't come up, it doesn't matter how many home runs you're hitting.
Yeah, he's had a rough last 2 years, you know. Actually, from 2012 to 2016, you know, he was a very solid player. He averaged 4.5 wins above replacement from those 4 years, but really struggled in 17 and 18 with injuries.
1-2, swing and a dribbler cued down to third, foul. A couple of strikes on Seager.
His bat showed a little bit of life last year in the second half. You know, he produced a 160 WRC over the last 47 games, but no offense there. Goes down swinging.
He had a tip, but a squeeze by Iannetta. And Seager, the frustrations continue. Just needed to get a ball in play, really, to try and get Haniger home, but instead, now that duty falls onto Evan White.
Well, the Mariners like him. Yeah, 17th overall pick in 2017, and last November he signed a 6-year contract, making him just the 4th player in history to sign a long-term deal before ever reaching the majors. So they got a lot of hope on Evan White's bat.
Breaking ball outside's 2-0. Yeah, that trend started with the Astros and Jonathan Singleton, and it's interesting. Generally, when players sign those deals, it hasn't been a long or extended sample size, but usually the player is the one who makes out best in the end, that the players who sign these deals are ones that haven't necessarily panned out and become stars.
It's interesting. And some players, you know, they really just want to take a bet and gamble on themselves.
Ball, slider, outside corner, evens it at 2-2.
Like Trevor Bauer, he only wants to sign 1-year deals going forward now, he says. It'll be interesting to see if he makes more money throughout the length of his career if he does do that.
2-2, swing and a pop fly right field. Judge charges in fairly shallow. It's Haniger who tags it third. The catch is made. He doesn't test the strong arm of Judge. And now there are 2 away with both Seager and White unable to deliver the run from third. And it brings up J.P. Crawford.
Yeah, just hit much too shallow, not deep enough at all to score that run there from third. Not even Malik Smith could have scored on that one. Although
Crawford.
Fernando Tatis did score on a pop fly to short, tagging from third.
It's a special group of young players in Major League Baseball right now. Crawford wiggles the finger and the handle of the bat, swings and chops one foul. You know, Crawford was the double play partner in the minors with one of those guys that we're talking about, guys that signed those contracts. Scott Kingery was somebody who, before really making any sort of name for himself in the big league, signed a long deal with Philadelphia.
That's right, yeah. And his numbers haven't been, I'm not that familiar with it, but I don't think they've been earth-shattering offensively for the Phillies. I think he's probably quite happy with that contract.
Exactly. That's another one of those deals where it is an advantage to the guy who signed it versus the team that signed it. We're through 1. We've got some early offense. Mariners rally to take a 2-1 lead.
Fans are loving it.
Guys had that sign, well, I guess since the late 90s when that second logo came into existence.
He's been there ever since.
Yeah. He was there before Safeco was erected. Here's Mike Tauchman. Brett Gardner exited in the bottom of the first with an injury. So we got a lefty coming here against Sheffield. That's a breaking ball at the bottom of the zone. It's really interesting for Tauchman that, given a lefty on the mound, that they wouldn't have gone with the right-handed bat and Clint Frazier.
Yeah, I think the offensive numbers are just that much better on the year for Tauchman. Maybe Aaron Boone just, Tauchman's not getting much playing time with everyone healthy, getting him a couple at-bats, and he rewards him right here with that double.
Not only that, Tauchman never hesitates. Around first in a cloud of dust, he's in with a lead-off double to begin the top of the second.
Yeah, it's interesting. The Yankees have a lot of enviable outfield depth. Stanton's not even playing the outfield, and he's a good defender out there. But, Tauchman and Frazier, they would be starters on a lot of teams.
Nope, that's down.
Tauchman's average 265, 8 homers. Been good so far. Here's a guy that the Yankees could use to pick it up a little bit. Gio Urshela.
Yep, that ball went
Under
out.
240 this season. A year ago, he burst onto the scene. 314 average, 21 homers, 74 driven in. Hasn't had that same magic touch this year.
Yeah, the Yankees have that enviable outfield depth, but neither of their third base options are hitting this year. Neither is Miguel Andujar. He's only hitting 218, so, either one of those guys, it's their job to take.
There's Urshela as he flies one up the gap. Tauchman scores easily. Urshela glides into second. It's fired back in by Malik Smith. And just 2 batters into the second. Fired up Gio Urshela helps New York tie it at 2.
Back-to-back doubles here. One off a left-hander, and the Yankees quickly tie the game, erasing that short-lived Mariners lead.
Now here's Chris Iannetta. He's been light hitting this year. Ropes one, and Crawford able to stab it to his right. Hit well, not quite well enough. And the lineup turns over to DJ LeMahieu.
Yeah, LeMahieu hit that absolute moonshot there in the first inning.
Yes, he did. Saw the ball well off of Sheffield that first time around.
Yeah, sort of set the tone for the game. Here we've already got 2 runs in for both teams here at the top of the second inning.
I got a ball, 1 strike.
Outside with a changeup, it's 1-1.
LeMahieu's getting a second bat in the second inning. He's on pace to have 9.
I think Sheffield would be out before then, though.
Yeah, possibly.
Don't know what the record is for the most times one pitcher has faced one batter in a 9-inning game.
It's got to be something from, the dead ball era, where a guy went 15 innings and gave up 1 run.
The days of Nolan Ryan throwing 250 pitches in a game, something like that. 3-1 to LeMahieu. He grounds one to the right side of the diamond. It advances the runner. Picked up. Jed Long fires to first. They get the out. The runner does advance, but there are 2 away.
Oh, no.
Huh. How about that?
Well, a lot of injuries happening in this game. Shed Long only up because of the injury to D. Gordon, so infield depth is going to be tested again here for the Mariners. They've got on the bench Tim Lopes or Dylan Moore.
Gonna be Tim Lopes, I would have to imagine. No, Dylan Moore. How about that?
Now playing second.
The former Blue Jay minor league great Tim Lopes not in. It's Dylan Moore instead.
Well, we've been wrong on both our guesses, thinking it would be Frazier and thinking it'd be Lopes.
You'd figure by game 63 we'd have had this figured out. Here's Gleyber Torres. He swings and flies one down the line in left. Lewis jogs over, reaches out, makes the catch. It ends the inning, but it's an inning that sees a double by Mike Tauchman and an RBI double by Gio Urshela. This one's tied 2-2 as we go to the bottom of the second. Backside Safeco Field, 2-2 our score. Masahiro Tanaka back on the bump. He left in the first, trailing, and his offense has tried to pick him up yet again.
He threw 38 pitches in that first inning. There were a lot of pitches thrown by Tanaka.
Yikes. A little wind-up. It's down the middle for a strike. He only got to use the lineup on a handful of those 38 pitches. There were runners on from the opening bell when Malik Smith walked. Here's Tom Murphy, catcher. He's down 0-2.
Yeah, not a guy you want to get on base, too, to lead off the game. We mentioned it. Malik Smith stole third, actually, on a double steal, came around to score.
Smith set to bat third this inning as Murphy spoils one. Stays 0-2.
Really good numbers last year from Tom Murphy. Jerry DiPoto feeling confident enough to give him the everyday role, trading Omar Narvaez. Now, Narvaez had a really good offensive season last year, too. But when Milwaukee lost Grandal, Narvaez was sent over there, and Tom Murphy was given the everyday job here in Seattle.
Up and in for a ball. You know, Murphy really burst onto the scene a number of years back. He's a 28-year-old, but as a really young minor leaguer, he opened some eyes starting with the AA New Britain Rock Cats, who don't even exist anymore. And really...
That's a good name. What is a rock cat? What is a rock cat?
So New Britain, Connecticut is known as the hardware city, and it used to be known as the Rock City as well for all of its nails that it produces. So there you go. That's the Rock Cats, Rock City, New Britain, hard hitting New Britain, Connecticut.
Hard hitting New Britain Rock Cats. I like that.
The second baseman.
Too bad they don't exist anymore. What team did they eventually become then?
And they became the Hartford Yard Goats.
Oh, well, that's, another great name.
Exactly. You can't go to something generic after being the Rock Cats for so many years. So Murphy, once a Rock Cat, now the first out of the inning. It's Shed Long who's up. Or rather, Dylan Moore, in place of Shed Long, who injured his shoulder. Injured his shoulder on what seemed to be just a lollipop of a throw, huh?
Yeah, it seemed like a real routine play. Didn't really see much that would have led to an injury, but he's out of this game.
Moore chops one to the right side. LeMahieu's got it, fires to first, 2 down.
The center fielder,
And it was guarded, he fell over.
Yeah.
That one made a little more sense.
From an offensive perspective, Shed Long was batting about $115, more 270, give or take. So a bit of an upgrade, but the lineup turns over, 2 outs, nobody on. This is more of what Tanaka is looking to do here today.
Yeah, he needs to get those first pitch strikes over. That's going to be key for him, Had a lot of command problems that first inning. Maybe looking to settle down here in the second inning, looking for a quick 3-up, 3-down second.
Ball 1. 1-0.
And I see in the Twitch comments, Brother Beard is upset that Shed is hurt. The Seattle fans, they really like Shed Long. He was acquired from Cincinnati for Sonny Gray, and he's got some hidden pop in that bat, but yeah, the game has not been kind to him at all this year. 114 average. Maybe the time off will do his head some good to clear his head.
Swing and fouled back, 2-2. Tanaka looking to polish off that 1-2-3 inning. Lazy fly ball right field. Judge there makes the catch. And that's now quietly 6 in a row set down by Tanaka ever since the 2-run single by Daniel Vogelbach. We go to the third, tied at 2. Thank you for hanging out, making us part of your Wednesday afternoon. We're live here in Seattle, tied 2-2. Justice Sheffield's looking for a quiet inning. First man he faces, Aaron Judge, takes a loud swing with the shift on against the righty.
Aaron Judge reached on that weird airing throw from Kyle Seager.
We reach on a fielder's choice, and ultimately, swing and a miss for strike 2. Ultimately, the 1 run in the first inning, despite the error, was earned. Nothing came of the error.
That's right.
Fouls off 97 from Sheffield. Down and away, gets him swinging at a changeup. First out of the inning, a strikeout to Aaron Judge.
The strikeouts have been a real big problem for Aaron Judge this year. You know, that's his 80th strikeout already on the season. But, I mean, you're hitting 320. You're okay with the strikeouts.
14 homers, 39 driven in, strikeouts. Yeah, they've just been sprinkled across, really, for Judge so far. Chef with a newfound goatee ever since coming over from the Yankees organization in a trade, just as 99.9% of former Yankees seem to do. Their first course of action is to grow out some sort of facial hair.
Are they allowed to have facial hair in the minors? It's just once you're up in the majors it's gone, or is it organizational wide?
Organizational wide, and there's Stanton as he swings and unloads on one to left center field. Smith's got some room on the track and makes the catch. Well, you're allowed to, you're really not allowed to have any facial hair, and yet in the minors, as you come up through the ranks, if you're in the playoff race, they let you grow out the mustaches to be a little bit unkempt.
Well, I thought it was you could have a mustache. It was nothing below the lip.
Generally, yes, and generally speaking, it's if you're a 22-year-old minor league baseball prospect, the old mustache isn't what you're going for on a day-to-day basis. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, no, probably not. But as a major leaguer, I think it would be funny to have.
Exactly. Oh, no, but once you're in a playoff race with the Trenton Thunder, the Charleston River Dogs, the Scranton Wilkes-Barre Rail Riders, you walk in a clubhouse and everybody's aged 10 years because it's August and they're growing out the playoff mustaches. 0-2 to Hicks, inside for a ball.
Of course, Mattingly famously had that great mustache. Boggs had a good mustache. He played for the Yankees. I mean, really, if that's all you can do, I just say let it grow. You know, get one of those curly ones.
The old Raleigh fingers?
Absolutely.
I got to count 2-2.
My time in the Yankees minor league system as a broadcaster, I don't know if I've seen a player grow one to that extent. There have been some good mustaches along the way, but nothing that's got a flair for the dramatic. Another punch out bookends the inning by Sheffield, and we're tied at 2 going to the bottom of the third.
Yeah, nice little inning there by Sheffield, striking out 2 Yankees, Judge and Hicks. First inning, he hasn't allowed a run.
Although, that ball off the bat of Giancarlo Stanton certainly looked like it was headed out of here. It probably traveled about 400 feet and just barely stayed in the park.
Yep. But in the box score, and for Sheffield, as far as he's concerned, it's just an out. You know, they will take it.
Settling in, retired 5 in a row, just as Tanaka has seemed to settle in and retire 6 in a row himself as he takes on Kyle Lewis.
Ball 1, no strike.
You see the numbers for Lewis, those 17 doubles. First on the team. They're actually tied for 4th in the American League as well.
He had a pretty impressive debut last year, 6 home runs in 18 games. And he's just doesn't walk a lot, though. It's a guy with low on base average skills. When the average is up high, like it is around today, 285, it's hitting a little bit more. But when you're hitting 250, 240, and only getting on base 290, that's when the bat becomes a little less playable.
1-2, low. And for Lewis, he's a guy that has been held back in his minor league career by injury. There's a strikeout by Tanaka, 1 gone in the third. Lewis, a top prospect at times, coming up through the system, and another one of those guys, just like a Malik Smith at 26 years old, Kyle Lewis being 26. They've had such lack of overwhelming success in the big leagues, that you still have in the back of your mind that, okay, this guy's a prospect, and getting a little bit beyond that point now.
There's some famous late bloomers. But yeah, you'd like to have your prospects sort of hit around, 26, 27, 28. The latest. And then, you've got freaks like Juan Soto who come into the league at 19 and 20 and set the world on fire.
Look across the way at a Gleyber Torres who's still only 23. He hit 38 home runs last year and 144 games as a 22-year-old.
That's ball 3.
Yeah, and that's the scary thing. 38 home runs as a 22-year-old. Could there possibly be more in that bat? What more could there be? And he's showing it this year. He leads the team in home runs with 18.
Tanaka walked in the first and walks here in the third. One out base runner snaps a streak of 7 in a row by Tanaka.
Number 20.
Yeah, you posed that question about Torres and his bat, and frankly, he was a guy that always looked great in the minor leagues, but power wasn't necessarily in there. And I think that if you asked a scout back in 2016, 2017, when they were looking at Gleyber Torres and were claiming him as a perennial all-star, which it seems that he is, I don't know if any of those scouts would have said he's a perennial 30 home run guy, and that might be what Gleyber Torres turns into.
Yeah, he's already hit 38. He's only 12 away from 30 this season.
Tanaka ahead of Vogelbach.
Ball 1.
The man with the biggest swing so far today for Seattle. 2-run single, counting for the lone 2 runs for the Mariners. So they're going to pop fly down the left field line. Long run over for Tauchman, and it lands before he can get there.
Yeah, long run there for him. Left-handed hitter up there, playing him to shift.
1-2.
Already 68 pitches here in the third inning for Tanaka.
1 ball, 2 strikes. Chop to third. Could be 2. Urshela on to second. Bounce throw to first. Dug out nicely by Luke Voigt. Bails out LeMahieu, and the Yankees go 5-4-3. And the minimum phased here in the third. That'll help the pitch count for Tanaka. We're tied going to the fourth.
Yeah, that's one way to keep it low. 1 pitch, 2 outs.
We're on to the fourth here at Safeco. New York sends 6, 7, 8. Voigt, Tauchman, Urshela.
And how great has Luke Voigt been for the Yankees? I mean, it was an unheralded move at the time, sent for Giovanni Gallegos. And Gallegos, by the way, has been excellent in St. Louis this year. But, I mean, Luke Voigt, number 6 coming in today in batting average, 8th in slugging, 8th in OPS, 12th in on-base percentage. I mean, he's been one of their better hitters. He's right up there offensively with the likes of Judge and Stanton.
Last year when the playoffs got started, there was a really interesting Twitter thread that broke down teams and players, and various teams had players that mattered more, and so it was percentage of World Series championship added. So at the start of the playoffs, it's okay if you take this guy out of the lineup, how much does their chances go down? And it's obviously a pretty complicated stat to pull away, but it was interesting that with, I think, all of the attention that Luke Voigt deservedly gets, your point is well taken about Giovanni Gallegos, that both Gallegos for St. Louis out of their bullpen and Voigt as a first baseman for New York, if you were to pull both of them out of their respective teams' rosters, their World Series winning percentages would have both dropped the same. So both players in different roles had equal value, and now, of course, that means Voigt, you had Mike Ford as a backup, and you had other such really good options off the bench for New York, so maybe that's why his value wouldn't have dropped quite so much. But point being, it looks on paper like a landslide win in a trade for New York, but Gallegos is so valuable for St. Louis.
Absolutely, and the Yankees have a lot of bullpen depth usually, so I mean they can sort of deal from there. And St. Louis, the funny thing is they've always been looking for that big bat, and they ended up having to spend a lot in prospects to get Paul Goldschmidt, and they had one right there under their noses in Luke Voigt. But to your point, Gallegos has just been as necessary and important to that team.
Well, Luke Voigt strikes out looking, back-to-back strikeouts for Sheffield. He's up to 3 on the day. Mike Tauchman inside outs one to left center field. Smith, even with all of his speed, can't get there. Quickly fires in as he holds Tauchman to a single. But cold off the bench, Mike Tauchman now 2 for 2.
And wasn't even in the starting lineup. Finds himself coming in defensively for Gardner, who hurts himself. 2 for 2. Scored a run.
Inner black on Urshela, who helped start that 5-4-3 double play, which ended last inning. Yeah, Urshela, you can see signed out of Cartagena, Colombia. Originally signed by the Cleveland Indians. Made it to the big leagues in Cleveland. This one gets in the dirt. But Mike Tauchman's not going anywhere over there at first base. And ultimately made his way from Cleveland to Toronto. The line drive out to left center field. That one's down. Runners go first to third, and on the miscue, here comes Tauchman all the way around. He got a great read off the bat, and that allowed him to go from first to home. And they give Urshela the RBI, so no error on Smith. It's just a straight double and a run scored for New York.
Yeah, that did not have RBI written all over it the way it was hit, but Smith overran it. Maybe he was running a little bit too fast. Couldn't slow down. Overran the ball, and the Yankees now retake the lead 3-2 here in the fourth.
Urshela 2 for 2. 2 runs batted in, 2 doubles. You want to talk about New York doing a nice job of getting Luke Voigt from St. Louis. They did an even better job of getting Urshela from Toronto.
Anyone in the majors could have had Urshela. He was placed on waivers, you said, from Toronto. Anyone could have had it. And the way waivers work, it goes by reverse record. So, I mean, the worst teams had the first claim at him. The Yankees ended up getting him.
And it's funny, when Urshela went, here's a strikeout, 4th of the day for Sheffield, and Diametta goes down. It's LeMahieu who comes up. And when the Yankees had Urshela just walked across the concourse from the Buffalo Bison's clubhouse to the Scranton Wilkes-Barre Rail Riders clubhouse. Buffalo was playing Scranton Wilkes-Barre at the time, put his Blue Jays duffel bag over his shoulder and walked a couple of 100 feet, met his new teammates, and off they went.
Yeah, it seemed pretty inconsequential at the time, too, but no one could have really predicted that he would have had that great season he had last year. Really just always known for his glove, very sure-handed down there, but the offense has been a very pleasant surprise for Urshela. He's only hitting 8th in this lineup, too.
Now that, of course, has to do with batting average coming into today, 237, but he proved himself last year. Couple of strikes. Sheffield looks to strike out the side. And a big sweeping breaking ball misses at 85 miles an hour. 2-2. LeMahieu flies one. Left center field. Smith hustles back at the track. Makes the catch. Inning over. But New York grabs the lead. A ball to left center off the bat of Urshela. It gets down. Tauchman's not even at second, and he motors the rest of the way around. Yankees have a 3-2 advantage.
That ball seems to really be carrying out to center field today. I thought that ball that LeMahieu just hit was hit a lot harder than it did. And, there was that other hit Stanton hit out to center field that we both thought was possibly gone. Ball seems to be carrying today.
Ball off the bat of Aaron Hicks was caught at the wall.
Counts 1-0.
Lewis robbing a home run nonchalantly.
Yeah. And of course, LeMahieu hit a monster shot, but that was out to left field.
Ball, that's
Shift is
line.
on. Seager takes upstairs, ball 2.
He's got a good sense of humor, Kyle Seager does. His brother is a more famous player in Los Angeles, Corey Seager. And over Players Weekend, his nickname was the Other Seager.
I think when your younger brother is as good as his younger brother is, you got to own it at some point, right?
Yeah. I mean, I don't have any younger siblings myself, so I wouldn't know.
I mean, are you the younger sibling, or?
Yeah, I'm the youngest sibling.
Okay.
The more
So you were
successful.
always-
No,
You're the ones that was resented by the older ones.
yeah, definitely.
2-2, laced out to left center, down on a hop, backhanded by Tachman. And a single begins things for Seattle here in the 4th.
Well, in the Twitch chat, our own brother Beard is telling us that Kyle is the best Seager. I don't know, I kind of like Bob.
What percentage of baseball fans do you think hold that opinion outside of Seattle? The swinger
sure.
lines out to center field on a bounce. Back-to-back singles begin the inning.
Well, Brother Beard also telling us that the balls are known to die in Safeco when the air is cooler, and the windy jet stream is from left to right.
0-1.
And I mean this honest and truly. MLB The Show 20. Do they have the jet streams down to a science? Are they that in-depth with these ballpark factors?
I would hope so. Otherwise, what are they doing? You know? I mean, get yourself together.
Right.
Figure it out.
All it takes is 30 phone calls to 30 local meteorologists, and you're good.
Ball, that's
I mean, when you say it like that, it makes it sound incredibly easy.
J.P. Crawford with a chance to tie this thing, or perhaps put Seattle on top. It's 2-2 now as that fires outside from Tanaka.
Yeah, a little trouble brewing here in the 4th inning for Tanaka, up to 80 pitches, the first 2 guys reaching safely.
3-2.
Now, we saw Tanaka get into trouble with the first 4 men reaching back in the 1st inning and 2 runs coming home. But he had the bases loaded, nobody out, when he gave up that 2-run single to Daniel Vogelbach. Danger of doing that here again should he lose J.P. Crawford. Payoff pitch, swing and a miss, gets him with a strikeout instead. 1 down, 2 aboard, here's Tom Murphy.
Great pitch there by Tanaka, getting Crawford to swing over that high fastball. You know, getting that strikeout, first out. Didn't want to load the bases there.
Tom Murphy, a plotting catcher, double play candidate. We saw Tanaka get out of some base runners an inning ago with a 5-4-3 double play. He'd love to turn 2 here if he could. Oh, the top of a splitter. Thought it fell out of that one.
Ooh, sure did. Nasty pitch there from Tanaka. That splitter is his go-to pitch. Dumps another one in there for strike 2.
One-two pitch, swing and a miss. Chase way out of the zone on that one.
Nice bit of pitching there from Tanaka, getting back-to-back strikeouts. Looked like it was trouble brewing, 2 on, nobody out, but now he's just 1 out away from getting out of this inning with the Yankees holding on to a 1-run lead.
Instead, it's a line drive out to right field, down for a hit. Judge fires home, and the runners have to hold. Kyle Seager had to hold up there, even with 2 outs. He couldn't get the wave home from third base. No damage done yet. Mound visit here for Tanaka.
Yeah, respecting that strong arm of Aaron Judge out there and right. Seager, maybe not the fastest of runners, but I think he got to take a chance there. He should have been running with 2 outs.
That's a ball. No one, no strike.
Now, Malik Smith is not the greatest hitter either. Surprised they didn't send him.
Upstairs to Smith. Yeah, you know, I'm a little surprised myself, but sometimes if you're the third base coach and you just know that your man's going to be toast at the plate, it's not even worth the chance. But certainly 2 outs off on contact. You figured that Kyle Seager could have had a shot at it. 2-1 here to Smith. Swing. Into the bat, fly ball, shallow left center field. It drops down for a hit. 1 run home. They wave home the second. The throw's not in time. The head first slide. Evan White scores. And this game is suddenly Mariners on top.
I thought that was a more risky send, sending White there, but he just beats the throw. Nice job running there. Throw is off the line. White slides in, gets his hand in to touch the plate there, and Mariners now can take the lead. This has been a back-and-forth affair all day.
Only in the bottom of the 4th.
No, inside.
Runners at first and second. Lewis takes inside for a ball. Inside, 2-0.
Now 93 pitches here in the 4th inning. You figure this was probably Tanaka's last inning if he should get out of this one.
Ball, that's
And
out.
he wasn't able to go 5 innings his last start out either. Only went 4 1/3 and gave up 6 earned runs. That last start was to the Twins.
You know, I think your thought process is right that Luis Cessa is up and tossing. Tanaka looks like he's got the rope for one more batter should he lose Lewis. He does, a 4-pitch walk. No damage done yet, but the base is loaded, 2 down. This is probably the last batter for Tanaka here today.
And that brings up, you know, probably the most dangerous hitter in the Mariners lineup, Mitch Haniger. Not the guy you want to be facing with the bases loaded and with Tanaka struggling. Big at-bat here.
5 in a row out of the zone, ball 1. Swing and a ground ball up the middle, base hit. 1 run home. Here's the second. The throw in from center, not in time. And another 2 runs go up off of Tanaka. It's a 4 spot for Seattle, and they've got a 6-3 lead.
Wow, yeah, maybe Boone staying in with Tanaka a little bit too long. We mentioned earlier in the game that Tanaka's pitch count had been rung up earlier in these innings, and just really doesn't seem to have it this 5th inning, or this 4th inning. Can't even get out of the 4th inning. It's going to do it for Tanaka. Boone's making the call.
Responsible for the 2 runners aboard, it's Kyle Lewis at second base, Mitch Haniger at first. Seattle has sent 8 men to the plate. And Luis Cessa, former property of the Mets, where he began his career out of Mexico, signed with the Mets, and Cessa coming over to New York. From the Mets to the Tigers to the Yankees, and boy, he's been a good arm, 3.5 ERA out of the bullpen this year.
Yeah, look at how much Aaron Boone has really leaned on him. 19 games already, 46 innings pitched out of the bullpen. It's almost a starter's workload out of there.
He's the guy that can give you a couple, and on a day like today, if Cessa gets this out quickly, 1-0, misses down and in. You get the quick out here in the 4th, and you could very well see Cessa go the 5th and the 6th moving forward.
Yeah, they're going to need some length out of the bullpen tonight.
Next pitch at the bottom of the zone for a strike. Yeah, last night the bullpen went from Chad Green, Tyler Lyons, Jonathan Holder, Tommy Canely. In a dream world, you wouldn't use any of those arms back-to-back. You've also got Aroldis Chapman on the disabled list still, so he's not available. You don't have too many options necessarily.
And the Yankees already find themselves trailing by 3, too, so tough road ahead for the Yankees. And we're only in the 4th inning.
2-2 inside, brushes Vogelbach off the plate.
Had to dance away from that one. More control problems for the Yankees this inning, it seems.
Swing and a miss. Strike 3. Sesa comes in, does his job. But a 4 spot by Seattle, and they've got a 6-3 lead. We go to the 5th. Some work to do for New York as they send 2, 3, 4, Torres, Judge, Stanton.
Labor, Torres.
And a nice couple of home runs this series for Glaber, but 0 for 1 so far today.
Ball 1.
Pitch upstairs, ball 1.
We usually get a trivia question in the Twitch chat. Today's one was from the big guy. Does name the only 4 players to be in the top 25 career in hits, runs, home runs, and RBI.
There's a lot going on there. Can you repeat that for me so I can jot that down?
The only 4 players to be in the top 25 career in hits, runs, home runs, and RBI.
Gleyber Torres, with a lengthy career, could find himself being the 5th player in that group.
So Hank Aaron's is 1.
Yes, Hank Aaron's got to be one of those. How about
We got full count.
Carl Yastrzemski, one of them?
I'm not sure. Apparently, A-Rod is one of them.
3-2. Pitch coming up to Torres. Swings and smashes it foul, just ahead of a slider.
No to Yaz, I've just been told.
Okay. So A-Rod, Hank Aaron.
Brennan May.
And then who's the 4th? Figured there was going to be a sneaky the fly ball out to left field. Catch made. Kyle Lewis, 1 down.
The right fielder, number 90.
Yeah, that is a tough trivia question. Big guy in our chat's usually giving us a lot to think about on these trivia questions.
Aaron Judge digs in on the right side. He was the answer to a trivia question until, well, last year when Peter Alonso erased him from some home run history. Alonso, as a rookie, some impressive work, and, well, Aaron Judge a couple of years before that with 52 home runs as a rookie for New York. 0-1 pitch to Judge, up and in, way up and in, ball 1.
Wasn't the record before that McGuire? Am I remembering that correctly?
That is correct, yes. Mark McGuire is a rookie with the Oakland Athletics.
Yeah, a lot of crosstown rivalry right there. One guy gets the rookie record. A couple years later, another guy across the town gets that's just great for the sport. Just having that little Yankees-Mets rivalry like that.
A couple of bigger-than-life type performers on the field with Judge and Alonso. Mr. Sheffield still not quite at 80 pitches yet as he dials in and he rings up another strikeout there, number 5 of the day, as he gets Judge swinging.
The designated hitter.
A second strikeout there in the afternoon for Judge, and like I said earlier, the strikeouts keep coming for him. Now he's up to 81 strikeouts on the season. Strikeouts, 212 at-bats. So that's a lot of strikeouts.
Too many strikeouts, certainly.
And yet he's still hitting over 300.
I got 1 ball, 1
Pitch to
strike.
Stanton outside, ball 1.
got a hint on that trivia question. This last person is not a Hall of Famer.
Pitch to the swing and a line drive left center field down for a hit. Now it's Smith over to pick it up. And it's a 2-out single.
Now batting.
So that person would then be,
Aaron.
I suppose, Barry Bonds?
Not Bonds. Not McGuire.
Didn't have enough hits.
Yeah.
Certainly had enough home runs. We know that. Pitch to Aaron Hicks, a breaking ball in for a strike.
Well, Stanton's on first now, the first time he's been on this afternoon. But he's had a decent day. He really gave that ball a ride in the third inning.
Up and in for a ball. So, really getting distracted by this trivia question. So it must be a player that retired within the last 5 years, right? And hasn't been eligible for the Hall of Fame?
So, like, the guys that jump to my mind for that would be like David Ortiz, but I think that's already been guessed.
Top 25 in hits, home runs, runs batted in, and not in the Hall of Fame. A ball, 2 strikes, and Hicks goes down swinging. That's 6 punch-outs for Justice Sheffield over 5 innings. He's got a lead. He's got some swagger as he heads to the dugout. And we go to the 6th with the Mariners on top. Going to the bottom of the 5th, rather, with the Mariners on top, 6-3.
Pujols was the final correct answer. There we go.
Who was the last? Oh, Pujols. Thank you. There it is.
Yeah, when you hear it, you're like, should have known that one.
Well, if that doesn't speak to how maybe underappreciated he is as a baseball player, you've got one of the maybe 10 best hitters of all time still active playing, and you kind of forget about him.
I mean, his earlier career, his numbers in St. Louis, they were just ridiculous numbers, and I think maybe there was just like a little bit of unfair expectations when he went to Los Angeles.
Nope.
You know, he's never going to make those numbers again. You know, hasn't had, that standout season in Anaheim. I don't like calling it Los Angeles.
Well, I'll let you do what you need to here. There's Seager waving it fair down the line. He's celebrating as he absolutely crushes one. And he adds to the lead for Seattle.
Well, our brother Beard said he's the best Seager, and he's showing it right there. 14th home run of the year. That ties him with Aaron Judge.
Pretty good stuff there by the better Seager brother. Yeah, Evan White coming up now. It's a tough act to follow.
Yeah, that's a big run there for Seattle. Now it pushes the deficit to 4 runs for the Yankees. But, I mean, if any offense can make a comeback, it is definitely the Yankees' offense. But they find themselves in a bigger hole here now in the 5th.
The game started with the Yankees having the first 3 men reach, a home run, a walk, fielder's choice with an error. And it seems like Justice Sheffield was going to be in for maybe another one of those days. And instead, his offense has really picked him up. He's settled in. This has turned into a Mariners kind of afternoon.
Yeah, 5 innings, 3 earned from Sheffield. You'll definitely take that.
Right, after leadoff home run, one of the first pitches of the game. So since allowing that, it's been those 5 innings and just the 2 earned runs. Just absolutely settling in. Says finds the top of the zone, 2 balls and a strike. And just taking a look at some of those Pujols numbers as we were talking about him. Just up until his age 30 season, I mean, boy, he was incredible. Just hitting 35 or more home runs every year until, well, he was 32 years old.
I think in one of those seasons, too, he hit more home runs than he struck out. Which, I mean, Aaron Judge is already at 82 strikeouts, so, I mean, that tells you the rare balance of power and patience and eye at the plate. Just an incredible, special all-around hitter. He really was.
3-2 pitch, swing and a fly ball. Out to right field, Judge camped beneath it. Puts it away for out number 2.
Now batting, shortstop, JP.
Oh, there's that pitching line for Tanaka. Failed to go 4 innings, 6 earned, 6 walks, or 4 walks, 5 Ks. That was a weird-looking graphic.
We'll make a note of that.
Sorry, guys in the production truck, to throw you under the bus like that.
Here's J.P. Crawford after Evan White retired on the flyout. Yeah, J.P., that first-round pick, 2013, out of high school by the Phillies.
Phillies thought they had something real special there, but I guess they decided they want the sure thing with Gene Segura.
Here's a fly ball down to the right center gap. That one finds some grass, gets to the wall. Crawford lopes his way into second with the double. And it's been the glove that's been the thing for Crawford in his career, but good-looking swing there.
Yeah, just did a really great job there. Putting it into the gap. Not doing too much with that one. Finds himself on second base. And you're right, the glove has been the best part of his game. If you can get that bat to come around, they have some sort of special player. A guy that reminds me of is Andrelton Simmons. He's one of the best, probably, I would say, the best defensive player. But his bat never really came along, and then a couple years ago, he had a really good season, put it all together in Anaheim, and became one of the best players. And see, the reason I keep calling it Anaheim is because in Spanish, Los Angeles means the Angels, so I'm not going to call them the Angels. I'm just not going to do it.
Lucky for me, I took French in high school, so I don't have that mental block.
I just can't. I grew up in Florida, so I took the Espanol, even though I am part Canadian. I don't speak a word of French.
Does your family? I know being from Ontario, does anybody have a little bit of a French streak in their background?
No, the funny thing is, if I was going to learn a language, it should have been Italian. My grandmother spoke Italian, but I never met her, unfortunately. And she never taught my dad Italian. So that would be the language I'd like to learn, were I to pick up a language.
Well, as a Giardino, you're tugging at my heartstrings, so thank you for that. Tom Murphy strikes out. He's 0 for 3 with 3 punch-outs. Doesn't matter whether it's Tanaka or Seiza, he's been stuck in it today. Dylan Moore came in early in the game to replace Shed Long. He singled and scored a run.
Yeah, my grandmother came over to Ellis Island before World War II, so they've been here for a while.
My family was one generation prior, so not quite World War I, but my great-grandparents were the ones that came over.
Yeah, there's a big Italian neighborhood up there in Niagara Falls, and I know you say you do some Buffalo games. If you look for a good Italian restaurant, I can definitely recommend one for you.
Picked on the backhand, long throw across by Urshela just in time as Voigt takes it out. Kyle Seager with the exclamation point in the inning, and here it is. A big fly. That one almost scrapes the roof of Safeco Field. He makes it 7-3 Mariners. Now we go to the 6th.
Your attention, please.
All right, I'm intrigued. Here's Nestor Cortez Jr. Well, this is just a streak of Yankee minor leaguers coming in to pitch from Sheffield on to Nestor Cortez. Lefty with a whole bunch of funk to his delivery comes in here after a good outing, perhaps a win in the offing for Justice Sheffield, who comes in just 2-6 on the season.
It's a good move, I think, getting Sheffield out of this game. You want to leave him with these positive memories. 5 innings, 3 earned. It's a very good start, especially against his former team. And he is in line for the win.
Up and in. First 2 have missed from Cortez. We've got him clocked at 92, and having seen him in person for a handful of years, I don't think I've ever seen 92 out of Cortez.
2 balls, 1 strike.
Inside
Maybe
corner
the radar got a little hot on this game.
I think so. I think it is. Nestor works best when he's going 60 to, I would say, about 80, 88 is kind of the top of his velocity. He's just a guy that from the left side will change his timing, change his arm angle. He'll drop in an ephus every once in a while. 3-1 pitch. Ball 4. Lead off walk as the Yankees look for a comeback.
I love it when a pitcher drops an ephus in there. There's nothing funnier to me. Zach Greinke, of course, does that. Just throwing something in there 60 miles an hour, just slopping it in.
And not just that, but Cortez does he does quick pitches often as well, where he'll get the ball back, stand on the rubber, not just kind of be looking down at his glove, and then just fire it home.
Oh, that's in.
Like Talkman, inside for a ball. So there's all sorts of cat and mouse in Nestor Cortez's game.
Well, you do whatever you can to get major leaguer hitters out. Hidden ball trick in his game?
Oh, that's low.
Not yet. Wouldn't be surprised. Former 40th round pick of the Yankees out of Hialeah, Florida, Hialeah High School. Made it all the way up to the big leagues.
Troy Tulowitzki, he would always, whenever he talked to a pitcher on the mound, he would never run to his position at short. He would always run straight back to second and then go to short in case he was ever able to pull off a hidden ball trick.
Pitch to Talkman, a swing and a miss for a strike.
That's dedication to do that every single time, just so like the runner at second's never going to go, oh, that's funny, he's coming this way. It's just part of his game.
Got to do it once. All it takes, just one time, and it was worth it.
Absolutely. I think the hidden ball trick needs to come back a little bit more. It's definitely used a lot more in children's movies.
Swing and a miss by Talkman. That's out number 1. Runner still at first.
Now batting.
Brings up Urshela. So you're also advocating for the old underhand Rookie of the Year toss as well?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, you got 2 strikes, guy expecting fastball. Throw the floater.
Urshela 2 for 2, couple doubles, couple driven in. Quite a day for him.
Although I don't think Air Bud should be playing in the majors. I will disagree with 7th inning fetch.
There are a lot of minor league teams with golden retriever bat dogs that would disagree with you, politely.
Oh, I am very happy to have them be the bat dog. I don't think, as in 7th inning fetch, that the golden retriever should be playing first base and having balls whipped at its head.
No. For its dental sake, at the very least.
Hey, we just catch the ball in his mouth. It was fine.
Yeah. Dogs do love rawhide, though.
It's the Trenton team that has the bat dogs, right?
They were at the forefront of that, yeah. In my 5 years in Trenton, went from Chase to Derby, now to Rookie. And Rookie's got a younger compadre, Dash. So it's 4th generation bat dog right now with the Trenton Thunder.
Oh, that's so great.
Nothing better than being at your desk trying to type out game notes and hearing a couple of dogs wrestling on the floor around the corner from you.
Now what's the story with those bat dogs? Because you said there's been several. Do they only serve 1 year and then they're like adopted? Is this like a foster sort of a situation?
No. So Chase was the original. It's a walk here. Puts runners at first and second. Chris Ionetta comes up.
The catcher.
Yeah, so Chase was the original, and Chase was originally trained by and with a gentleman who owned a similar dog, but it was a traveling show, so it was Jake the Diamond Dog. And that owner trained Chase. The Trenton Thunder adopted Chase, and the vice president, Eric Lipsman, has had these bat dogs ever since. And Chase's legitimate son was Derby. Derby's legitimate son was Rookie, and on the lineage goes. So these are dogs that have served for 4, 5, 6 years at a time. And unfortunately, Chase was very, very old. He was 13 when I had gotten to Trenton in 2013. So we had to go through that, passing that year. And then Derby also had to go through that pretty recently in the last year. And then, but now Rookie's got a little golden retriever puppy friend, Dash, and all is well at Arm & Hammer Park. If you're looking for something to cheer yourself up during these hard times, go on Twitter @BatDogRookie, and it's just an endless stream of pictures and videos of golden retrievers right now. So it's not a bad thing.
No, don't tell them about that right now. They may tune out of this game and watch nothing but that.
Do two things at once, okay? You can on your phone, you've got the Twitter stream. On the laptop, you've got the Twitch feed. Chris Iannetta has been quiet at the bottom of this lineup, but he's worked the count full here against Cortez. The payoff pitch.
Oh, wow.
Inside ball 4, and the bases are loaded. DJ LeMahieu homered to begin the game, and he's the tying run here in the 6th.
Oh, yeah, Yankees got a little something brewing here now. Bases loaded, only 1 out in the 6th. Well, Nestor Cortez has only given up 3 home runs so far this season.
He delivers. Outside for a ball. But correct me if I'm wrong. It's 3 home runs in just about 9 innings so far, right?
Oh, yeah, I see that now. Only 9 innings. So that is a pretty high number then.
If it were Luis Cesa's 40-some-odd innings out of the bullpen, that's one thing. Instead, it's a ground ball to second, toss to short, barehanded throw to first, in time, double play, inning over. And DJ LeMahieu does the exact opposite of what he was hoping to do. Cortez gets the job done. Mariners with a 4-run lead as we head to the bottom of the 6th. Top of the order, Malik Smith, Kyle Lewis, Mitch Haniger leads it off as Luis Cessa in for his 2nd full inning of work, 3rd inning total. Leadoff man leads it off here. The windup and pitch. Outside corner for a strike. You know, a couple of innings ago, we were talking about, just as we went to break, restaurants in Buffalo, New York, which is where your family is from, and I've spent plenty of time in Buffalo, so fill me in. Give me some of the hot spots. It doesn't have to be just Italian, but I want to see if Alex Smith drives one to the wall and right. That great speed of Smith has him scampering into second with an easy double. Seattle up 7-3 and looking to add to it here. Spent plenty of time in Buffalo. I've eaten at plenty of different places in Buffalo. I want to see whether I've hit any of the hot spots that the local expert.
Well, this is outside of Buffalo. This is my hometown of Niagara Falls. But just right down on Pine Avenue, there's the Como, and there's La Hacienda. Those are the 2 of my favorite Italian restaurants. And it's, it's Niagara Falls' own Little Italy right there on Pine Avenue. It's where my whole family grew up, and there's a very Italian neighborhood there. It was starting in like the 1920s, I believe. It's called Southern Italian Immigrant Food. It's just, a guy came over from Italy and missed the cooking of his homeland and just opened up that place. And it's been there ever since, and I love it.
Just said, the heck with this, I'm doing it myself.
Yeah, it's the best sauce too. Like, you can't find any better sauce. I've been spoiled since then. I'm always looking for sauce.
Up next is the action. The right fielder.
Cessa getting saucy with Lewis, strikes him out. 3rd strikeout out of the pen for Luis. Mitch Haniger coming up. So then, as you grew up in Niagara Falls, how often would you head into Buffalo? or have you headed into Buffalo per se?
Not really too much.
Right.
Mostly more like as an adult, I just decided I wanted to go and watch the Bisons play a couple times. So that's really my experience with Buffalo.
Do you have an opinion on your favorite chicken wing place?
I don't. Do you, though?
I do, yes. In my travels to Buffalo, we always made sure to try as many of them as possible and hit some of the hot spots. Obviously, the tourist attraction is the Anchor Bar, proverbial first place.
Right.
Overpriced, good wings, but certainly not the best. My favorite is in Amherst. Duff's Wings in Amherst is I think probably my top.
Number 20.
Well, I'm gonna write that down and I will try that out next time I'm out there. Yeah, definitely heard of Anchor Bar.
Correct. Yeah, I would say Duff's, and there's another place. Gabriel's Gate is another place in Buffalo. A little bit more of a dive, but also excellent. There's one other place that I'm kicking myself right now that I'm forgetting about that had great mini beef on wick sandwiches to go along with the great wing.
That's the other thing. You gotta get the beef on wick.
And
That's my mom's favorite. My mom likes the beef on wick, and my dad would like to get the wings.
And then if you're a minor league broadcaster, you get both.
That's the best of both worlds.
Exactly. Vogelbach lifts one right center field. This one hit well up the gap, and it's gone.
Ooh.
Daniel Vogelbach has really put a gap here for the Mariners between themselves and the Yankees. It is all Seattle in the bottom of the sixth.
I thought that one was hit pretty well. I thought it had a chance of getting out just the way Hicks was running after that one. 401 feet. Vogelbach got all of that one now with 9-3 Seattle. They are making the Yankees pay for that 12-0 embarrassment that the Yankees put on them in this opener.
Pretty remarkable. New York had the 3-2 lead, and now it's 7 unanswered. They bring Ben Heller in out of the bullpen.
Yeah, the way this game started, I thought it was going to be all Yankees. DJ LeMahieu led off with that mammoth home run, and then Torres reached, Judge reached. It looked like things were unraveling for Sheffield, but things have gone completely different since then. And like you said, 7 unanswered by Seattle.
So here's Ben Heller. First pitch misses low to Seager, who homered his last time up. Heller was acquired in a deal by the New York Yankees from the Cleveland Indians. He was acquired in the Andrew Miller trade that also, coincidentally, netted New York Justice Sheffield. There's a smash right at Luke Voigt, who reaches out and spears it.
Wow, that was a real nice play by Voigt. Didn't get the chance to see that.
The shortstop,
Gleyber Torres is up. Yeah, just finishing that thought on Ben Heller. Andrew Miller with the trade at the deadline a few years back for the Cleveland Indians. Justice Sheffield, Clint Frazier, Ben Heller, and J.P. Fireisen were the 4 that New York netted in that deal. What a great haul of players that the Yankees got.
Yankees do really well in their trades with relievers, it seems.
There's a line drive out to right field with the shift on. A long way to go for Mitch Haniger. Gleyber Torres in easily with his 11th double of the year. Down 6 runs, little action in the 7th.
Yeah, hit that ball the opposite way, just going with the pitch, bouncing off the wall, easy double, and that's going to end the line there for Nestor Cortez. We get Matt McGill in here. 37 games already pitched for McGill this season. 4.03 earned run average, 40 strikeouts, 13 walks. See, fared better against left-handers, actually. But reverse splits.
Judge, the righty here against the right-hander, and McGill misses in, firing in at 95 on the gun.
So yeah, to get Frazier, Sheffield, and then a good relief arm like Ben Heller, that's quite a return.
Judge singes one out to right field. That's down. Torres to third. No need to send him down 6 runs. They play it carefully. Runners at the corners. Nobody out.
Designated hitter, Giancarlo
Well,
Stanton.
don't count the Yankees out too soon. Back-to-back hits to lead off this 7th inning. Maybe the Yankees have a little bit of something brewing here. Giancarlo Stanton's coming up to the plate now.
Count 1-0.
Stanton 1 for 3. Inside on him for ball 2. Seattle not taking too kindly to this action. They saw the Yankees bring the tying run up last inning, and DJ LeMahieu, who hit into an inning-ending double play. They don't want anything of that sort even starting to percolate here in the 7th.
Misses badly on that one. I thought that was the 4th ball. I thought that was already a 3-0 pitch.
Virtual Giancarlo Stanton doesn't argue, so I guess we were wrong. At the knees for strike 1.
Taking all the way there. Decent pitch, but down by 6. Not biting on that one.
So you look around the Snack Attack Shack here at Safeco Field. What would be your thing to get at the Snack Attack Shack if you're at a baseball game at, say, I guess it's 2 o'clock local time out there in Seattle right now?
Well, what are some famous dishes you can get in Seattle? What are the specialties? I mean, I got to think there's got to be some sort of sushi or something option, right?
Yeah, there has to be. Swing and a miss. That's a strikeout. Nice job battling back by McGill after falling behind 3-0 on Stanton, and then gets him swinging there for the first out in the inning. You know, the real famous snack, at least the one that's happening most recently, would be the roasted cup of grasshoppers. Pitch to Aaron
what?
Hicks is low for ball 1. Yeah, there's you get a little half cup with, I think it's $5 for 4 ounces of grasshoppers. Is you get about 20 for $5. They're about a quarter a piece.
That's only at Seattle, or is that at a bunch of different ballparks?
That is only Seattle.
Okay. Now, have you had these?
I have not. But it's definitely a thing. They bring them. They harvest the grasshoppers in Mexico, bring them up to Seattle, and roast them. Bon appetit.
Were they like rich in protein or something?
I've heard they're crunchy.
Yeah.
2-2 is fouled back.
And I've heard of like people eating insects covered in chocolate. I think that was a Saved by the Bell episode about that one.
Yeah, and then there was Timon and Pumbaa, and those always look delicious.
Slimy yet satisfying.
Sure. Now, when you're a young warthog, why not?
There was a pitcher for the Orioles whose name was Keegan Aiken, and the whole time I was going, Keegan Aiken for some bacon? Yep.
3-2 pitch, swing and a miss for strike 3. Back-to-back strikeouts by McGill. He got Stan, he's got Hicks, and now he's got Luke Voigt to deal with.
The first baseman.
Well, Yankees looked like they had something brewing here. First 2 batters reaching, first and third, but strikeouts of Stanton and Hicks. Mariners only 1 out away from getting out of this inning without any runs scored. I mean, when you get a runner on third and nobody out and you're down all these runs, you got to at least get a sacrifice, sac fly, get that runner in. Had a golden opportunity the inning before to cut the lead with the bases loaded and LeMahieu up. He's unable to score them. Stanton and Hicks unable to cash in that run from third themselves.
Swinging a ground ball foul down at first, wide of the bag. Yeah, base runners have not been a problem for New York. That is true. There has only been 1-2-3 inning for the Yankees. In the dirt, gets away. Judge off to second. He's in there with a head-first slide.
Torres doesn't take off third there on that throw.
Now 2 in scoring position for Voigt. Swing and a miss, strike 3. McGill strikes out the side after allowing a single. He comes in out of the bullpen, and boy, does he get the job done.
Oh, that is impressive to strike out those 3 guys in a row to get the Mariners out of a tough jam.
So now it's Evan White. Bottom of the 7th, White, Crawford, Murphy. 6, 7, 8 due up here. Ben Heller. Fastball low for ball 1.
My favorite ballpark food, though, going back to that discussion, I really like Citi Field. I like Blue Smoke. They've got, you can get a brisket sandwich out there, or you can get a pulled pork sandwich, or you can get Shake Shack. That's to me the best ballpark food you can have.
Catch made, out number 1. Just a couple of pitches there for Heller. I imagine a Blue Smoke brisket sandwich at a ballpark probably runs, like $41 in New York?
I'm not sure. It's probably $16.50, probably something like that.
Probably, yeah.
I know the Tito's vodka and lemonade are pretty expensive there, too.
So that's where I came up with the $41 total.
Yeah, when you get that with it, too. But, I mean, I love going to afternoon games there, just sitting out in the sun. Having a nice little lemonade drink.
How complicated is it to get from where you are in New York to where Citi Field is?
It's a lot easier to get to Yankee Stadium, to be honest. It's like
most
3
people it is, right?
Like
I've been to Citi Field once, but I think it was pretty challenging to get there.
Yeah, you can take the 7 train. That'll take you all the way there, and you can also take Long Island Railroad. That's where the 7 train are.
Rochelle's got it. Out number 2.
That's why they call themselves the 7 train army, is because the 7 train is what you take there. Which you can get that in Times Square, which is of course not a great place to be in. so overcrowded and touristy, but. And Long Island Railroad, in my opinion, wasn't much faster, so I always usually just end up taking the 7 train, but I can take a B train, 3 stops, and I'm there in half an hour at Yankee Stadium.
That's a whole lot more convenient. Tom Murphy looking to avoid getting struck out here.
Nice quick inning here from Ben Heller.
Ball down to first. Voigt picks it up. Inning over. Heller has Murphy put it in play. Murphy 0 for 4 with 3 strikeouts. We go to the 7th. Yankees running out of outs on offense. It's Tauchman, Urshela, and Iannetta.
Your attention, please.
New arm, Carl Edwards Jr., former property of the Chicago Cubs, jogs in. You can see that ERA of +6. We'll have to do a little bit better than that here. I'd imagine a quick 8th inning, and maybe we see him go the final 2 frames here for Seattle.
Yeah, it would not be a save situation. Yesterday, Seattle's closer, Dan Altavilla, actually blew the save. In the 9th inning, Seattle was up 2-1. That game went to extras, and the Yankees would win that in the 10th when they got the winning run off of Eric Swanson. So, yeah, you're right. Maybe if Edwards can get a quick inning, look for him to go 2 innings. But Yankees, they haven't had problems getting base runners. They've just had problems cashing them in.
A little bit of a light crowd today at Safeco. Just over 17,000 in attendance.
That's in. Ball 2.
Yeah, not many people coming out to see a first-place Yankees team. I thought a lot of Yankees fans traveled, but I'm surprised to see such a low number. It's a beautiful park out there in Seattle, too. And the interesting thing, Seattle is only 2 games behind the Mariners. Now, if you told a Mariners fan at the beginning of the year, hey, at the beginning of June, you're going to be 2 games back of the Astros, they would have definitely said, that's great. But it's been a rough year for a lot of teams out there in that AL West.
Swing, fouled off, play. Yeah, Seattle checks in 11 games under 500, 4th place in the AL West. But they're 13 games out of the wild card. so early. It's still a long ways to go, but it's just under 100 games to go. 13 games feels like a lot to try and make up.
Yeah, I think they're a few years out of the wild card, actually. A lot of rebuilding needed on this Mariners team before that. And they actually hold the longest playoff drought in professional sports.
Buffalo Bills fans, thank you. 3-2 pitch, up and in, ball 4. Tauchman's had a nice day for himself. Came in off the bench for an injured Brett Gardner. Tauchman, all he's done is reach base safely 3 of his 4 plate appearances.
And another leadoff runner here for the Yankees. They've had leadoff men on in the last 2 innings as well. Unable to score them, though.
Exactly. 6th inning, 7th inning, base runner action, just couldn't get it going. They've had the leadoff base runner on now in 5 of 8 innings today. But to your point, not able to do a whole lot with it. Early in the game they did.
It's a nice pitch there from Carl Edwards Jr. to even that count.
Well, as we talk about a potential 2-inning outing for Carl Edwards Jr., there is action in the bullpen behind him. Breaking ball in the dirt. Runner doesn't go anywhere.
Yeah, nice stop there by Murphy to prevent Tauchman from advancing on that ball.
Swinging a line drive right at short. Crawford snags it. 1 down.
Now batting, the catcher.
Hit pretty hard, but hit right at the defender. Not much you can do with that one, just sort of tip your cap. And that's the first time Urshela has been retired today.
Two doubles and a walk. And now 2 for 3 after that lineup. Ionetta is scuffled at the bottom of the lineup today, but he did have a big walk his last time up. He walked to load the bases back when it was still a 7-3 game, and it brought up the tying run, only to see LeMahieu ground into an inning-ending twin killing.
Yeah, I mean, a base hit there, you're looking at a totally different game. It could be 7-5 Yankees. Maybe they make a different decision, the bullpen. But the momentum swung completely the other way, and Seattle added runs the next inning, trying to really push this game out of hand.
The big swing at that point was Daniel Vogelbach's 2-run home run in the 6th, and that's where we stand. It was 9-3 in the bottom of the 6th. It's 9-3 still here in the top of the 8th. 1-2 pitch is a swing and a miss, strike 3. 2 gone.
Well, nice pitch there from Carl Edwards Jr. Ionetta looked fooled on that one, reaching, unable to get it. Now the Yankees down to 2 outs here in this 8th inning.
Running out of chances.
So LeMahieu, who hit that home run in the 1st inning, hasn't had that great of a day after that. Got a couple of scoring opportunities coming up. Let's see if he can redeem himself here.
Oh yeah.
1-1 pitch.
1 strike.
Breaking ball low to LeMahieu. Runner at first base, Mike Tauchman, began the inning with a walk. Still stands there 2 batters later, swinging a ringing ground ball up the middle. Tauchman stops at second as Smith, with good speed, picks it up in center. Runners at first and second with 2 down.
Yeah, it's a nice bit of hitting there by LeMahieu, just going up the middle there. Just advancing the inning, just trying to move that line, not trying to win the game here with 1 swing there.
Well, here's a guy in Gleyber Torres who might be looking to put a charge into this one. Been a nice couple of days here against Seattle.
Yeah, now he's a guy who could definitely put the Yankees a lot closer with one swing of the bat himself.
Nope. Ball 1.
Down and in for a ball.
1-1.
Cut the deficit in half with a swing here. Playing a ground ball, slapped at first base, picked up Evan White. Easily beats Torres to the bag, and that ends the top of the 8th inning. It'll be at least a 6-run lead for Seattle as we go to the 9th, but first, they look to build on it as we go to the bottom of the 8th.
Yeah, again, more runners on that last inning for the Yankees, and again, not able to get a run in from scoring position.
Couple more stranded. Yankees have left 11 men on over the first 8 innings.
That's a lot of guys to leave on base. A lot of lobsters.
Now that's something they should be cooking at Safeco Field.
0-1.
Yeah, that would be something good. Now, you never told me what your go-to ballpark meal is.
Here's the windup and pitch. Keller swing and a fly ball left center field. This one's got some carry to it. Long run for Talkman up the gap. It lands. One hops the wall. Could be 3. Instead, it's a stop sign at second base. Dylan Moore, a leadoff double. Get things going here in the bottom of the 8th off of Heller. So my go-to, I think in a vacuum, I really do enjoy a good hot dog. So I grew up going to Fenway Park, and to me, just a boiled Fenway Frank with a little diced onion, that's just simple, and that's what I love. As someone who's worked in minor league baseball and been around ballparks for the last 10 summers, pretty much every night, hot dogs have lost some of their elegance in my eyes. But I think if you plopped me down as a fan at Fenway Park with my feet up and friends and family, I would definitely go for 1 or 2 hot dogs. And truthfully, I'm not a soda drinker, but I'd probably just have a nice regular Coke to go with that. A couple of hot dogs and a Coke, and I'm a happy guy at a ball game.
Yeah, I mean, doesn't get much better than that.
I don't know if I'd trust any beef brisket coming out of Fenway Park. You'd have to ask what century that was made in. Is that like 1920s brisket, or are we talking more recent?
Yeah, it's just it's been slow cooking ever since they've made Fenway.
That's right. After the leadoff double, a couple of strikes now on Malik Smith as he flares one on the infield. Urshela there, an easy first out. So as you talk about,
I've actually never been to Fenway, is all I was going to say. So
that is
on my bucket list.
It's yeah, it's a gem. It really is. And having been to a handful of different ballparks myself, the old Yankee Stadium, which I loved, the new Yankee Stadium, Citi Field, Citizens Bank Park I've been to. Let's see, Dodger Stadium. Probably it in terms of I've been to Camden. So about 4 or 5 big league stadiums, 6 that I've been to. But
I think Camden is my favorite of those.
I would. I really like Citizens Bank Park. That's one that I've really grown to appreciate. But
yeah, that one looks nice too. I haven't been to that one actually.
Fenway just has something different about it. The old Yankee Stadium had that same quality, and
I love the old Stadium.
For me, the thing that Fenway has and that a place like Wrigley has, which I've never been to, but I've been told, it's when you walk into Wrigley Field, it doesn't have that open air concourse. So when you're in line for a hot dog or you're walking to your seat, you can't see the field, and you basically emerge out of the ground as you walk out of the tunnel and come up to the sunlight and the grass in front of you. And to me, that's that kind of atmosphere, that aura of getting into your seat at Fenway Park has that just transcendence because of what it means.
Yeah. Well, they do have that big open concourse in Camden. That's the one reason I did like it. But if you are getting your food, you can't see the action as well. But you could just like walk around the entire 100 section, like all the way around the park.
3 balls, 2 strikes. Swing. Fly ball down the right field line. Tough play for Judge. The slice is foul.
Just missed that one. That was going to be another Seattle run, too, if that one ball falls.
Dead chance for redemption here. Heller. Another payoff pitch. Swing and a miss. Got him.
That's the 3rd strikeout of the afternoon for Kyle Lewis. Rough afternoon for him. And what's been a very good day for most of these Mariners hitters.
Been a good day so far for Ben Heller out of the bullpen. After the leadoff double by Dylan Moore, consecutive outs.
Yeah, he's really come in here and done a good job of keeping the score at what it is, limiting the damage.
Look out, 1-1.
The Yankees got to get 6 in the 9th if they want to sweep this series, though. But Heller's done his part. 97 there from Heller. I didn't know he threw that hard.
Coming off of Tommy John, just about a year removed from Tommy John surgery. Yeah, he was a guy that 97, 99 before Tommy John, and he was starting to get that velocity back last year as well as he climbs the ladder up to 96, dials it up on Haniger. And we go to the 9th. 6 to tie and extend it for New York, but Seattle in control comfortably on top 9-3.
Your attention, please. Now pitching for the Mariners. Number 6,
Yoshihisa Hirano.
Yoshihisa.
Pretty good numbers for him. Not the closer, but guy that's going to close it out here for Seattle, or at least look to.
Leading off
Yankees lineup.
the right
3 outs left to work with, and Aaron Judge, number 3 hitter, leads it off.
Well, tall order here for Hirano, 3-4-5 for the Yankees. But very good numbers. He was actually the first overall pick in the NPB Japanese League 2005 draft.
Ball 2. 2-0.
You know, there was a time where that would sound so disinteresting, and at a time in the world right now where I'd go, I might watch that. I'd watch the NPB draft, see what's going on.
Have you been watching any of the Korean League or any of the NPB?
Admittedly, no. With as screwed up as my sleep schedule might be at times, it has not quite gotten to the 3 a.m. time slot yet.
Yeah, I'm with you there. It's something I would really like to watch, but I'm just not up at 4 a.m. to watch a full ball game.
Judge court through 1 foul for a strike.
No, I think there's some games that are on like at 1 a.m. on the weekends. I think that's like either Saturday night, Friday night. And I know ESPN does re-air them at 2 p.m. But why would you watch that when you can watch Bot Ball?
Exactly. 3-2. Judge slaps one the other way with only one man on the right side of the diamond. He's got plenty of real estate as he delivers a leadoff single here in the 9th. The Yankees, for the 6th time in 9 innings, they've got the leadoff man aboard.
That's unbelievable. They've had that many leadoff runners on and still only scored 3 runs. I mean, you said it. They've left 11 men on base.
Down and into Stanton, Giancarlo, 1 for 4. It's 1-0 on him. Judge had a nice day for himself now, 2 for 5. Couple of singles, 1 in the 7th, 1 in the 9th.
Yeah, and the big thing is both of these guys have been healthy for the Yankees this year. That's what you want to see is Judge. He had those problems, really a lot of even confusion of what the injury was, but it seems that it's been diagnosed, it's been taken care of. And Stanton has, after missing most of last year, he's been in there, rung the bell every single day this season.
18 games a year ago, like you mentioned, and this is game 59 out of 63 for him, so only 4 days off so far for Stanton. 2-1 pitch. Swinging a soft fly ball. Smith waits, and makes the catch. Fires it absolutely to nowhere. No harm done. 1 out in the 9th.
Yeah, I'm not sure why he would wildly overthrow a cutoff man like that. Judge wasn't going anywhere.
Maybe Malik Smith figured, well, that's a play I'd tag up on and try to advance, so why isn't everybody?
Yeah, he would have made it to 3rd on that play.
Right. Aaron Hicks, switch hitter, going on the left side here against the righty. Down 0-2.
Yeah, a tough day for Hicks. 0 for 4, 3 strikeouts. Struck out his last 3 times up.
After nearly homering his first time up, fly ball right field, catch made. 2 gone, Yankees down 6. They've got 1 out left to work with.
That'll be Luke Voigt, 0 for 3 today. 2 strikeouts, struck out his last time up.
Voigt awaits the offering, breaking ball, outside corner, strike 1.
Well, the 17,000 Mariners fans in attendance are getting to their feet, rooting on a possible Mariners win here.
Plus the 1 Yankee fan still seated directly behind. Oh, we got 2 Yankee fans that paid for some good seats today, right behind home plate.
And they're wearing the same shirt. It's a little bit embarrassing.
It's really embarrassing. That's why they didn't sit together. They came together, and they figured we got to sit a few staggered seats apart.
Yeah.
Nice acid wash pattern on their jeans, though. Also similar. The 0-2 pitch, it's a swing and a miss, and Seattle notches a victory. Justice Sheffield gets the win, his 3rd of the year. Strong start for him. Started rocky, but the Mariners, they finished strong and come away with the 9-3 victory.
Yes, it was really a tale of 2 different days. It looked like it was going to be starting pitching on both sides was struggling. Runs early on. Sheffield didn't look like he had it, but he really settled down. Went 5 innings, only gave up 3 earned, and gets the win here today. Really impressive outing for him.
New York had a 3-2 lead going to the bottom of the 4th inning, and yet some strong fireworks offensively. 4 runs off of Tanaka in the 4th. And you can see it right there. Tanaka just not able to find his footing. Justice Sheffield, after giving up the early home run, boy, did he ever. And we move on to, the Seattle Mariners trying to keep that momentum moving forward, just with, what they've been able to do.
Yeah, and Malik Smith is our player of the game. 2 for 4, double, 2 RBI. Stole that base. He is the offensive star. You really could have picked a lot of different guys up and down this Mariners lineup for the player of the game. I mean, Vogelbach hit a homer, Seager hit a homer. Vogelbach driven 4 runs. So really, just a good offensive day for a lot of the Mariners. But you look at the hits, 12 hits for the Mariners, 10 hits for the Yankees. Yankees had their opportunities. This was a game where the Yankees were unable to come through in these close and clutch situations.
That is going to do it for us here on the broadcast, with Seattle taking care of business against New York. And again, it's a 9-3 victory for the Mariners. We'll pass the baton on here in the post-game show, and we'll let the new guys take it away.
All right, good afternoon, guys. How are we feeling after that one?
Well, to me, it just sort of it felt like a game that the Yankees had in their hands and, frankly, let it slip away. Strong job coming from behind by the Seattle Mariners to take care of business and to make a good start by Justice Sheffield. Hold up. I know that we got it.
Indeed, it really just goes to show how even though the numbers on the paper are similar, it all comes down to just getting the runners in from home when you can.
Yep, Mariners coming through with the big hits today. Yankees unable to.
And Gardner going down with a knee injury, that might hurt them for a while.
Well, look for Tauchman to get more playing time, and Clint Frazier, one of those guys, is going to step up and get a lot of extra playing time.
I mean, seeing the Shedlong injury there, it's not the worst thing in the world because I think he was batting 140 going into today's game. So, as much as you hate to lose a player in that situation, out of all the players, he might have been the best one to lose.
Yeah, and his replacement got on base twice, singled and doubled. So, I mean, pretty good replacement there.
Yeah, and looks like Shed's going to be in the shed for a little while trying to heal up that shoulder.
Hopefully it doesn't last too long and that he can bounce back on the field relatively soon.
Yeah, and with Brett Gardner, we saw there it was 1 to 6 days for him on the injury list. For the Yankees, probably not going to deactivate him, just let him ride it out day to day. But, that early injury trying to make a sliding catch in the bottom of the first on that Kyle Lewis line drive. But that Shedlong, that one also felt like it would just be a small day-to-day, right? Just an easy throw from second base that something popped up on him. So shouldn't be too long without Shedlong either.
All right, well, I think it's about that time to move on to our next game on the broadcast. Brewers heading to D.C. to conclude their series with the Nationals.
Thanks very much, guys.
All right, take it away.
Will do. All right. I am here in the booth with my friend P. Mr. 3, heading to the finale of this 3-game series between the Brewers and Nationals. And Brewers are actually trying to go for the sweep here, surprisingly.
I know the Brew Crew must have brought their big bats down to D.C. because they're giving the NL East leaders a little run for their money right now.
Indeed, definitely disappointing month of May in the eyes of Brewers fans, but they're trying to turn around here. Game 1 went to the Brewers quite easily, pounding them by 9 runs, winning 10-1. But what was interesting about yesterday's game, it seemed to draw a lot of parallels from the game we just saw. The Nationals actually outhit the Brewers 16-10, but Nationals ended up only scoring 2 runs compared to the Brewers 7. So, like we were saying earlier, getting those hits in key moments really goes a long way.
Yeah, and that's one thing that's heavily underlooked in baseball in general is that the timing of hits. You can get 15, 20 hits in a game, but if they're not kind of back-to-back or home runs, you may only have 1 or 2 runs. Whereas the other team may have 8 hits, but all 8 of those hits came at the right time, and they have 6 runs.
Here at a beautiful day here at Nationals Park, and here we see the familiar face with the Nationals. One of the best pitchers in the game, Max Scherzer.
Max Scherzer, one of the bigger names in the majors this time. Having a little bit of a rough year, ERA sitting around 3, but anything can change today as the Brew Crew tries to take the sweep and bring the Brooms back.
Definitely will face a harder task today as Lorenzo Cain is set to lead us off today. First pitch from Scherzer. Just outside, we start with a ball.
First pitch, 405.
Another one close to the zone here, a little low. 73 degrees here today at the nation's capital. We should expect a little wind, 6 miles per hour, but we'll see how much of a factor it really is coming up.
Yeah, just looking down the left field line, looked like the flag is blowing in today, so definitely small ball is going to be the name of the game.
And of course here, Lorenzo Cain, small ball is his game. We'll see if he can start the Brewers off here. The 2-1, ooh, gets him swinging there with that 81 changeup.
I think I felt the breeze up here from that one. He was trying to put that one out into the street there.
Yeah, Scherzer, even though getting up there with age, has that deadly fastball to counteract with that slow changeup. Cain gets contact here, but that'll be an easy play for Howie Kendrick, and Nationals are able to get the out first.
Yeah, nice job. Nice job by Kendrick there, ranging over, making the backhand stop there to flip it over in time for the out.
Here we have the Brewers' main man, Christian Yelich. As you can see there, he's definitely seems to favor the road, favor the travel, as he's banged over 300 on the road. So we'll see if he can get something started for this Brewers offense early. Ooh, he pipped that one. That's back. Oh my goodness, the first pitch looking. That is gone, baby. Way out of here. 429 feet. Nearly 108 miles on the exit velocity. And he strikes first for the Crew. My goodness.
That one was probably hit so hard the no doubter animation didn't play there, as that one was just absolutely launched into orbit.
Yeah, I was about to say Yelich having a solid year, but didn't seem to be putting up the MVP numbers of the past. But maybe with the new month, we may see a new and better Yelich.
Well,
as the Brewers make a loud statement early on in this game.
You know, that's a statement for anything coming up. He's going to have a very nice back half of the year as we start heading towards the All-Star break.
The second baseman, Keston
Hura steps in, definitely favoring that right-hand pitching. We'll see if he can follow up Yelich's stellar at-bat. Definitely a tough task to do.
Count 1-0.
Ooh, ugly pitch there. Slider gets away from the hands of Suzuki. I don't know if there was a miscommunication there or what. We'll see if Scherzer can bounce back here from giving up that long bomb from Yelich.
It definitely seems a little bit of cross wires, but Scherzer definitely hasn't had the normal command he usually has. A lot of balls have been sliding out.
1-1.
Gets a nice swing miss there. Once again, that changeup looking the Brewers' batters look foolish. The 1-1. Gets good wood there, but that's bobbled in the hands of Castro, but it's able to recover and get the out.
Yeah, that can be the most difficult thing sometimes. You bobble the ball, it rolls away from you. You just have to stay with it and fire over the first like he did there, and was able to get the out in time.
They'll bring up the four-hole hitter, Avisail Garcia, one of the main new additions to his Brewers lineup this year. Batting a solid 280.
Yeah, and definitely on the outside for the All-Star voting, so we'll see if he starts picking up a couple votes here, if he starts getting hot.
Well, he's doing more than that as he does an easy ground out to the pitcher, but Brewers strike first with a solo bomb from Yelich. Brewers up 1 to start the game. Freddie Peralta will take the stand here for the Crew. 12 starts, but only that 2-3 record. Not a lot of games going his way so far, but that whip does seem to be pretty solid. Hopefully, he can work with that going forward.
Yeah, 3.5 ERA, so definitely not the best pitcher they have in their arsenal, but serviceable for most as a 3 or 4 type pitcher.
Only 23 years old and was able to sign a 5-year extension in the offseason, so it's clear that the organization has high hopes for this young pitcher. As the speedy Trey Turner will try to kick things off for the Nationals. Tries to lay a bunt, but that was not a good pitch at all to do that. That seemed to be in the dirt quite early. We'll see if Turner rethinks that decision going forward.
Yeah, Turner was committing all the way there, no matter if it was actually a strike or a ball. So see if he resets here, tries to actually place a hit.
Looks like he'll do that, but he quickly falls into an 0-2 count.
And Trey Turner is probably one of the few guys in the major leagues that can actually get on base with a bunt like that.
The 0-2 from Peralta.
The count is 1-2.
Upstairs, we'll head to a 1-2. Turner giving a good at bat here to start this game. We'll keep it at 1-2. Up pitch. Ooh, caught a lot of the zone there, but Turner was not able to hold off on that one.
Yeah, sometimes those pitches can be so tempting to try to rip it, but you just got to stay within yourself.
Fastball in the dirt. Narvaez not able to hold on that one, but with no runners on base, you can live with that.
Yes, no runs so far, but Peralta definitely having a little struggle here. Ari at 8 pitches in this opening at bat here.
I got 3 and 2.
Oh, and that looked like a curveball. That seemed very out of sorts. Not a great look here from Peralta to start the game. Full count pitch. He gets contact. Smoke able to recover, and thankfully Peralta's able to get the out.
Yeah, definitely not the way you want to start it, but you at least got the out so that we can move on to the next guy and hopefully have a better at bat there.
We'll now see Adam Eden with that very impressive 3.44 batting average and good enough for third in the National League, as he'll take a very close ball there.
Yeah, Umpire seems to be calling a tight zone today. Scherzer was having a little difficulty last half with the zone, so pitch is just going to have to try to work around it.
We can only hope for transparency on both sides as we head to a 1-1, the pitch. Ooh, gets a little chop swing there. Smoke will handle it once more. And Peralta is able to get a nice bounce back after that fierce battle with Turner.
And if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Very similar type of hit there, and almost a mirror play of what happened last time. So
we will see the young star Juan Soto, and a lot like Yelich seems to be favoring that road matchup. I don't know if the airplane seats or the hotels are just that comfy or what, but we'll see how he does today.
yes, and with the very unique dimensions across the major leagues, sometimes guys hit better in certain parks. Like, I'm pretty sure a lot of righties love hitting in Fenway because of the green monster there.
I know I would, as we head to an 0-1 with Peralta, the pitch. So drives that one deep, and looks like it'll just hook foul. Would have been big for Soto if that landed. It was definitely against a shift. The 0-2 in the dirt. Once again, both pitchers seem to be having, I don't know if it's communication with the catchers or what, but we'll try it again. Very high ball there. And Swo's not able to hold back.
Yeah, I think someone may have forgot to mud up the balls, or they greased them too much, because it seems like the ball is slipping out of both pitchers' hands.
There's that classic shoulder shuffle. We'll see if he can back up that talk as we head to a 2-2. Jeez.
Hello.
Peralta's got to get himself figured out as we head to a full count. And so fouls that one away. Competitive at bats, but not very irritating to look at.
No, and I mean, if you're Peralta, that's kind of the thing you want to do. Get him to back up and then try to hit him with an outside fastball.
So drives that one to center. Kane looking back, but he'll have enough room out there to make the catch, and we'll head to the second inning. Washington not able to respond as we head to the bottom half of the Brewers' order.
Leading off for the Brewers.
We'll see Justin Smoke now, switch hitter, signed from the Blue Jays. Definitely got off to a very hot start. I believe he was batting over 300 back in April. But sadly, like a lot of these Brewers bats have just cooled off in May, hoping to find their mojo back.
Yeah, and sometimes that could be how the schedule is set up by the major leagues, where you play a lot of bottom half teams in the early part of the year, and then you start getting into these types of games where you face a lot of division leaders and top tier teams heading into the next month or two.
Indeed, the schedule did not help them there. I do believe they had to face the Cubs twice, Diamondbacks, and of course their interleague series with the Yankees, so not very ideal to face all those opponents, as Scherzer, once again with that changeup, getting Brewers batters to swing.
It seems like that change is really working for him today. I mean, he's gotten several guys to swing early on it and then follow it up with the fastball to really throw the timing off.
Smoke able to follow that one off, stays alive for this at-bat. The 1-2. Gets in there, gets him looking. Once again, that changeup. Interesting how Smoke probably got thinking, okay, I won't fall for that one, won't look silly, but didn't account for it actually hitting the zone there, as Scherzer seems to be back in form after that Yelich bomb.
Yeah, the most difficult thing to dig out is a changeup down low and in.
We'll see another new addition to this Brewers team, Brock Holt.
Yeah, definitely going a bit cold after leaving Boston, but he seems to start to find himself now out in Milwaukee.
Yeah, as you see there, those last 4 games batting over 500, this has definitely been his series so far. We'll see if he can continue that today as he finds himself in a favorable 2-0. Chops that one away.
Yeah, it seems like there's just Shane's that the best thing you could do is either foul it off or try to just put it in play somewhere. Really not much you could do as far as long bomb potential with that today.
Fastball high and inside, able to get the foul again. We'll head to an even count. Pitch. Ooh. Could not find that edge of the zone there. We'll head to a full count.
And that's kind of what I was mentioning earlier. Umpire's calling a very tight zone today. That one could have been either way.
Full count. That is gloved by Scherzer. Good play there. And we'll see 2 outs here.
Yeah, that was just a survival instinct there by Scherzer as that one came right back at him. Just able to stick the hand down and the ball found the glove somehow.
We'll see the power hitting Nomar Narvaez. At least that's at least what I've been told about him when they signed him. He's a power guy, but that 224 average with only 3 home runs leaves much to be wanted as he'll swing through that one.
Yeah, it looks like the power plant may have had a slow start so far, but again, we're getting to the warmer months here, so the balls may start flying out a bit more than normal.
Brewers fans can only hope that's the case as Scherzer sets for the 0-1 pitch. Narvaez fouls that one off. We'll head to a quick 0-2 count.
It's either the weather or the major leagues. Hopefully, Ball hasn't decided to juice the ball much in this game.
Hitting slider just misses the zone up top. Good eye by Narvaez here, the 1-2.
I got the count. 2-2.
Not really throwing the zone there. Heads to an even count. Swing and a miss. That looked like the changeup, and yes, it is. That's been his hot item from Scherzer today. As the Brewers can't get any hits this time, we head to the bottom of the second.
Leading up for the Nationals.
Now here comes the man that surprised me the most this pop-ball season, Howie Kendrick, batting in the 4th spot and doing it quite well, as you can see by those numbers. Enough to get him first in the NL for the second base position.
Yeah, definitely a big surprise for me too. Howie Kendrick definitely either in his prime or just about to head out, but still putting up very good numbers for a second baseman.
Peralta gets that called strike there. I looked up some of his numbers in the past, and his career high for home runs is 18, and he's already at 14, and we're not even halfway through the season.
Yeah, sometimes you just get a power surge when your player have a lot of good hits early on.
They still drive that one just out of the reach of Yelich, and the Nationals will get their first hit of the ball game.
Batting fifth, the catcher. Third.
As you see there, him and his teammate Eden, one of the best, some of the best hitters in the NL, also with Lorenzo Cade for the Brewers.
Yeah, Lorenzo Cade mixed in there, so Milwaukee definitely hasn't had a bad season. It's just they need to put a couple wins together and get a streak going.
Indeed, they have had that momentum in the past. Back in April, that's a good few games above 500, but that May was just a rough time for them. We'll see if they can rekindle that flame, as we'll see Kurt Suzuki up, see if he can do some damage. The 0-1 pitch. Low again, and this time it actually will bite him as the runner will advance to second. I believe that's like the third pitch that's gone past Narvaez. Not a good look for the Brewers.
Yeah, definitely a little worrying if you're the coach. If you're the manager here, you might want to have the bullpen coach go down and just try to work out some mechanics, things on the fly with them.
Suzuki will drive that through the hole there, and now set runners at the corners, still with no outs. Solid hitting by Suzuki, and Peralta find himself in a little jam here.
Yeah, a little bit of a jam, but again, these are major league pitches. They probably have a good chance of getting out of it, but with no outs, it's definitely a long road to get there.
You see Starlin Castro step in here with the pitch high. It looks like we have a Trich raid from Sporer, welcoming a party of 36. Glad you guys could make it here for some ML Bop-Ball action on this Wednesday afternoon. Peralta sets the 1-0. Gets in there for a strike.
Yes, settle in, make yourselves at home, maybe grab a snack, sit down. We're just starting up here after missing Christian Yelich demolishing a baseball as usual.
We'll see what Peralta can do here with the 1-2 count. Strikeout would be big. He deals. Castro fights back, able to foul that one off. Got good wood on that one. But thankfully that was out of the zone for once and not in it, because he could have driven out. He could have done something bad. Ooh, the high curveball. Not something you see every day, but that's enough to get Peralta's first strikeout of the game.
Holy cannoli, that had some break on it late.
Indeed, and now we'll see the veteran first baseman, Ryan Zimmerman. Not the best hitter, definitely prefers left-handed pitching, but we'll see if he can clutch up here and put the Nationals on the board.
Yeah, all they really need right now is a long fly ball into the outfield to score the run from third.
Great pitch there by Peralta to find the bottom corner for a strike. Peralta sets the 0-1. Gets him fooled there with the changeup. Peralta's sitting pretty here with the 0-2.
Yeah, Zimmerman looking for a fastball there. Peralta just putting it in the spot where you can't really make good contact.
Oh-2. Zimmerman stays alive here, following that one off.
The count is 1-2.
Good pitch there with the curveball outside, but can't get Zimmerman to bite. The pitch. Gets the grounder, but that'll still go through the right side as Zimmerman's able to drive in a run to tie this game here in the bottom of the second.
Yeah, Milwaukee was set up for a double play there, and Zimmerman just finding the hole there in between first and second to put that ball through to help tie the game up for the Nats.
Indeed, we'll now see Victor Robles, the center fielder. See if we can add on to this momentum here being built by the Nats. It was about a month ago, P-Mister, that actually called a game between these two teams at Miller Park, and Victor Robles turned out to be the player of the game. And get this, he was 4 for 4. I'll continue after this pitch, outside 2-0. He was 4 for 4 with a home run, a double, a stolen base, and also made a leaping catch to rob a home run that would have tied the game at the bottom of the 8th. So quite an impressive performance by him that day.
Basically, he did everything but get the water. Okay, I see how that one is.
As he'll drive that one deep to the left side, hoping to continue where he left off with this Brewers team. I don't know if they left his rocker messed up or what, as he'll pop this one up to Keston here, the second baseman. We'll go to 2 outs.
Infield fly rolling effects, so runners basically stay put to avoid getting tagged out.
Leaves the pitcher, Max Scherzer. 190 average with 3 RBIs, so definitely used to this situation. We'll see how Peralta pitches him here.
Yeah, if you let the pitcher get a hit off you, it's so demoralizing sometimes.
And still drive that one, but Garcia barely has to move there, and Peralta will only have to deal with the 1 run. We'll head to the 3rd inning. Sogard, Peralta, Kane due up for the Crew.
Leading off for Milwaukee.
We'll now see Nerd Power himself, Eric Sogard. Recently was promoted after Orlando Arcia was sent to the minors for assignment, as he'll watch that fastball go by. Orlando Arcia not to the best of starts, so the Brewers may move to platoon him with Sogard for righties and newcomer Luis Urias for lefties, as Sogard finds himself down in 0-2.
Yeah, and Sogard definitely getting thrown to the wolves here, and he's treading water right now, hitting about probably 217 at that point.
As once again that changeup proves deadly. Scherzer gets his 2nd strikeout of the day.
Ready.
Yeah, Scherzer's definitely found himself after the little bit of struggles he had in the 1st inning, using that changeup as a knockout pitch and then kind of mixing everything else in.
Now see pitcher Freddy Peralta batting above the Mendoza line, but he'll swing right through that one.
Yeah, if you're Peralta here, you're just trying to get something going, either a hit, forbid they actually it's a home run, but at least get on base here.
I'm all for pitchers who rake with the 0-1 pitch. Once again, swing through that one. Fastball.
So Bartolo Colon then.
He fits the mold. We'll head to an 0-2. Fastball high and inside there. Good eye by Peralta. Ooh, not able to hold back on that one. Slider will get him. Back-to-back Ks here for Scherzer.
The center fielder, number 2.
And again, using the changeup to help himself out a lot, though. Using the slider there to get the out, though. On the pitcher, you can be a bit more loose with your command and also what type of pitches you use.
Yeah, there's a reason Scherzer is 2nd in the NL for strikeouts right now. A lot of tools available at his disposal. We'll see if the leadoff man, Lorenzo Cain, can do something about this two outs.
Yeah, I'm not sure if it's the camera angle that we have here or not. That ball looked like it rose up a little bit rather than breaking down.
1-0.
I got 1 ball, 1 strike.
Carter there must have been foolish enough, as we'll head to a 1-1 count.
Yeah, the guy who's 2nd in the NL right now for hits, getting fooled on that one.
He'll give that one a good ride. Soto's looking back, just on the edge of the warning track, though. And that'll be it. 1-2-3 inning for Scherzer. Top of the order, due up for the Nats. See our fantastic reporter Heidi Watney talking about Nationals' prowess on offense there. As you see, a lot of firsts in the National League and solid placements all around in terms of the majors.
Yeah, top half in every major league category, every major hitting category there, so definitely having good bats so far. But people want some trivia down there, and I have one off the bat, and I'm not sure how relevant it's going to be, but there's a legendary Red Sox pitcher who actually started his career in Montreal, what is now Washington Nationals. Who was that pitcher?
Up next for Washington, the right fielder.
That I'll have to give some thought. As you see with the NL Central standings, Cubs just white hot. They started white hot, and they've been white hot ever since. Cincinnati not too far behind, going for that wild card spot. But Brewers will definitely have to string some wins together if they want to put themselves back in the conversation. As we'll now see EM drive that one deep. Garcia going back, out of here. Eden will give the Nationals the lead here at the bottom of the 3rd.
and that one just barely getting over the wall there. Not much extra distance to cover there. So you're kind of seeing the two ends of home runs here. Ones that barely get over the wall, ones that just absolutely demolished.
Regardless, they both count for one, and the Nationals will take the lead. We'll see how Peralta responds. Task not getting any easier as they'll now face Juan Soto. The 1-0 pitch. Once again outside, Soto will bust that shuffle out once more as he's in a favorable count 2-0.
That's ball 3.
Fastball high, not looking real great for Peralta. He's going to have to do something quick as he's on the verge of giving up a walk. The 3-0 pitch. Able to get that inside section for the strike. Here comes the 3-1. Fastball, so will drive that foul. A good bounce back by Peralta in this duel here. We'll see what gives with the full count pitch. Right down Main Street, but Soto will whiff at that one. And Peralta will get his second K of the day.
Up next for the Nationals, the second baseman.
Fastball blew by, and people have already gotten my trivia correct. It's Pedro Martinez, although EB's pointing out they actually started with the Dodgers, so thanks EB for ruining my trivia. But yes, I'm pretty sure the big guy's got a nice brain teaser at some point during the game here if he's sticking around.
That's definitely one of the best things about Ball. We have our trivia guy and we got our music guy. We have all the variety you could ever want on this channel, including fantasy, which I would highly recommend trying out if you haven't already.
Yeah, fantasy. I'm sorry.
Oh, go ahead.
I was gonna say fantasy. It's not like you pick 10 players and hope for the best. It's more of a pick 'em. You know, who wins by how many runs and MVPs for the game, and you accumulate points that way. It's good fun, and also it's not that taxing on the brain.
High change up there will fit in for a strike for Peralta. We'll head to an even count. Not a good pitch to swing at there by Kendrick, as that will get the Brewers out of this one, but Adam Eden is able to get just enough on that ball to drive it out to right. The Nationals have taken the lead here to end the third.
It looks like Anthony has a trivia question going around. In 1986, Tim Richardson Expos Nats franchise record was 65 multi-hit games. Who matched that record 10 years later in 1996?
10 years later, I would have to think of some players. As we'll see the home run masher, Christian Yelich, up to bat once more. As you see there, a very favorable matchup against Scherzer, batting at .367, and make that now four home runs in their career matchups. As he'll get a favorable 2-0 count here to start off. The 2-0 to Yelich. Not really threatening the zone there. We'll see if Scherzer just goes for the intentional walk.
Yeah, at this point you might just want to burn it here, especially after he tagged you last time. Just burn the pitch and move on.
Ooh, had the green light there, but we'll swing through that fastball. We head to a 3-1. Yelich fouls that one away. We'll head to a full count. Ooh, fastball hits that corner there. I don't know what Yelich was doing, but that seemed to have enough of the zone to warrant a swing. As we see there, a bunch of Nationals pitchers dominating the lead leaders for wins. Makes sense with being the division leaders.
Yeah, Strasburg, Scherzer, and Patrick Corbin all with 7 wins so far in the year for 4, 5, and 6 in the National League. So definitely have a real nice bullpen. Stars are able to go deep in games.
Nope. Ball one.
See Kessinghira step in here for his second go round. Definitely caught some attention, getting a solid 20-plus home run year last season, but not getting the home run production, at least so far in this season, I believe. Yeah, only 3 home runs to start the year so far. We'll see if he can
Inside ball three.
turn that around, as he'll find himself in a solid 3-0 count.
Yeah, and sometimes it's just you have a really powerful bat, you're hitting the ball well, and you're able to pound out 50, 20 home runs. Next year, maybe not having as much power, but a lot more good contact. So you're around 280, 290, but you only have 10 home runs.
No, ball four.
Check swing did not go on that one, and he's able to draw the walk to set up Avisail Garcia with a runner on first.
It definitely would have appealed down the first there to try to just confirm it there. That was definitely a close one, but nonetheless, got no appeals, so we have a runner on first now.
We have another trivia question there from Big Fun about the etymology of Milwaukee, I believe that's how you pronounce that. I think I know the answer already, but I think I'll let some people guess that one, as that'll be lifted up to center field. Robles can track that down.
The first baseman, number 12, Justin Smoke.
Now steps in Justin Smoke, the switch hitter.
They're taking his pitch lefty here against the righty Scherzer, trying to see the ball better and make good contact.
That's a ball.
Taking platoon out there with Ryan Braun. Smoke hitting the righties while Braun hitting the lefties seems to have worked out somewhat well for the crew, considering how experienced that was today they are at their positions, as Scherzer can fit that changeup in there for a strike. A 1-1. In the dirt, but Suzuki's able to hold on to that one quite easily. We'll head to a 2-1 count.
I was going to say, I think the Milwaukee one, isn't the Miller's Light main playing in Milwaukee? And I think that's kind of where they get it from, is there used to be a lot of breweries in town.
Indeed, in fact, if you ever have the chance to go to Miller Park, you can see the Miller Brewing Company quite close by, as Smoke will find himself in a 3-2 count, which just kind of adds to the shame that eventually Miller Park will have a name change. But I'm sure the natives will keep calling it Miller Park, but in the meantime, they'll just have to deal with Smoke striking out to end the inning. Nice view of beautiful Nationals Park, and Heidi has some more, I'm sure, very interesting and well thought out comments about today's game.
Can we yell like some of the tech guys out back to maybe get our mic working? I mean, we're, 2-3 months into the season and it's still not working?
Yeah, I heard that they need a part and it's being shipped, and I asked how long it will take. They just shrugged at me, so who knows?
Must be coming from China then. The Chinese items always take 2 to 3 months.
That would make the most sense, as we'll see here Kurt Suzuki step in here for the Nats. See if he can do anything here to lead off the bottom of the fourth, as Peralta will miss with that low fastball, 1-0. Able to hit that zone with the changeup this time. We'll head to an even count, 1-1. Chops that one up to Peralta. Nice snag there. And he'll get a quick first out.
Now batting, third baseman, Starlin Castro.
So talking about this Nationals team, obviously the big loss with Anthony Rendon, but even with his departure, they still seem to be have a firm grasp on the division. You have to wonder exactly how far they are able to go come October. What do you think about the Nationals in the postseason potentially?
They have the chance, if they're able to make it, to go really deep, because as we saw earlier, they have three starting pitchers that are top of the National League there, and especially in the playoffs, you can play guys, every other game if you really want to. You can really thin up that bullpen if you need it. So if they're able to make the playoffs and their offense doesn't completely go away, they have a chance to potentially take the whole thing this year.
As Castro will give that ball a high ride, but easily playable there by Brock Holt at third to get to 2 outs.
Up next for the Nationals.
Yeah, and the Nationals are a prime example of this. It's not always about raw talent. Sometimes just about getting red hot at the right time. And, of course, the Nationals last season are a prime example of that.
Yeah, definitely. But that's kind of the way when you're a team that's heavily based in pitching, is that if your pitchers are hot, you're going to have a great year. If they're a bit off, it could be a long one. Use a case example of the Boston Red Sox past couple of years.
Indeed, as Zimmerman gets that one a good hack, but that will ultimately sail foul.
Ball, that's out front.
Curveball close, but Ump thinks that's a ball. Once again, with those tight zones we keep talking about. Zimmerman swings through that one. We'll head to an even count.
The count is full. 3-2.
Fastball just outside there. Zimmerman's able to rate it to full. We'll see what gives. Zimmerman fouls it off here. I would say this is decent for Peralta, but at the same time, that pitch out's getting a little high. We'll see how long Council stays with his man. As he'll get Zimmerman swing through that one, though. Nice way to cap that off for Peralta as the score remains 2-1. Cameras love Heidi today.
I know.
We had her mic working.
Yeah, maybe Sunday. But since we got the second, we're all doing this for Meals on Wheels. Great charity, helps get people the food they need, especially in these trying times. If you got a couple spare bucks, throw it in the donate tab just below the stream here. Really help out. All the money we raise goes there. I'm getting paid nothing. Cole, I don't think you're getting anything out of this either. Just love the game.
Indeed, that's one of my favorite parts about this whole ordeal is that everything we do is just straight up non-profit. So like anything you subscribe, donate, all that's just going straight to Meals on Wheels. We'll see now Brock Holt step in here to lead off the top of the fifth. He'll watch that slider, or changeup I should say, going for the strike. Shout out to all the members in chat giving us some interesting trivia in wake of Big Guy's absence. I knew he would be proud of this community so far, as the fastball is not able to hit the top zone for a ball.
It's always nice when people can just pool their collective baseball knowledge together and come up with a little trivia night. That's maybe something we should do during the All-Star break. Just have a group trivia night with bot ball chat.
Yeah, I mean, it is quite a lengthy break, so I think a bunch of variety events would be quite fun to pass the time, as Scherzer is able to fit that one in there to even the count.
And Scherzer using his variety of pitches to try to keep the batters off base here.
That one goes high for Holt. We'll head to a full count here. Holt gets contact, but right to Zimmerman at first. Gets the first out. Well, we started off with a good amount of offense, but recently it seems like these innings are just going by quick.
Yeah, pitchers have started to settle in here. Arguably, the most difficult innings to get through as a starting pitcher is 1, 2, and 3, because you just don't know what the batter's going to give you on that day. Indeed, and if you just bad starts in general are not ideal, because if you have runs on the board or if your pitch count's high, that kind of limits what you're able to do going forward. As Narvaez is able to follow that one off. Right, you kind of see that, especially this year, is that the managers aren't afraid to give you the hook if you start getting into a little trouble in a tight game. Narvaez shared his bat here. Watch out, Scherzer. That seemed kind of close to your path to the ball, but thankfully it seems like everyone's unscathed. Yeah, that could have been a nice whack on the shin there for Scherzer, but he's able to fight through it and get the pop out. We'll see here if Eric Sogard, the second time around, can get anything going for this Brewers offense, who I believe hasn't gotten a hit since that Yelich bomb in the first. Yeah, no, Brewers definitely having a little trouble against Scherzer, but in general, they're putting together a couple hits here and there, so maybe they can string something together and tie this game up. The 1-0 pitch from Scherzer, outside. 2-0 from Scherzer. Sogard drives that one, but into the glove of Turner. And another 1-2-3 inning for Scherzer here, as we'll head to the bottom of the order for the Nats. And Big Fundies with a very specific trivia question. I don't know how he got this. What is the lowest number of career plate appearances for a player that has recorded at least one intentional walk? And you only get one guess, people. Oh gosh, that's a lot of pressure. A lot of pressure in a very specific circumstance, so it's probably no one any of us have ever heard of. We now see the bullpen arms warming up for the Brewers, and I would have to agree, as Peralta's worked his pitch count somewhat high, but I would assume that's just a safety measure in case anything goes awry. They'll just yank him on sight of anything going not as intended. Yeah, they're probably hoping Peralta can at least get through the inning here, so that way they only have to pitch 4 innings out of the bullpen. And somebody apparently already got the number right. Nine plate appearances before an intentional walk. Jeez. Oh, check swing there. Yeah, it didn't look like it would go to me, but good on the ump for making the correct call there as we head to 1-2.
3-2.
Apparently it was Okia Dixon.
Okoye Dixon?
Okoye. That makes a lot. That sounds like a much better pronunciation than I ever did. So. Now that's something. And apparently he's a cup of coffee guy with the Dodgers about 2-3 years ago. Full count. Robles able to get enough power on that to drive it to center. And we'll see how much of a leash Council gives Peralta here.
The pitcher, number 31.
Thankfully for Peralta, he will just face the pitcher Scherzer here, so double play would be ideal for him to stay in this game. Yeah, for Peralta here, you just want to try to get him out here, and it's a little bit of a break for you from the lineup because pitchers in general are not known to hit very well. There are a few who can put up numbers, but in general, it's just an automatic out half the time. Yeah, that's just the give and take with the designated hitter. Obviously, it's a little bit of a sinkhole for offense, but at the same time, when a pitcher's able to do something with the ball, it's special, but Scherzer is not going to do anything there as Peralta strikes him out looking. Yeah, on the changeup down low, so giving Scherzer a little bit of his own medicine there with the changeup. See the Eagle mascot trying to pump up the crowd. I kind of wish they were able to program the presidents into the game. Those are definitely some of my favorite mascots in baseball, as Turner follows that one away. Well, if we're going to do the presidents, you might as well bring the sausages out for the run also. I mean, it's a 1 in a million chance you get that. Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, they're at least able to get Bernie going down the slide, but of course the sausage races are always a fun time at Miller Park. As Robles is going and he is safe. Great jump on the ball by Robles there.
Yeah, Trey Turner knows the speeds today, but Robles nonetheless taking a base there away, catching the Brewers napping a little bit.
Yeah, Robles by no means a slouch on the base paths. As the double play possibility is taken away, and that one is fair down the line. Holt not able to catch that one, and that will be a double for Turner. And he's able to extend the lead for the Nationals by another run. RBI double, his 13th on the year. You see just missing the reach of Brock Holt over at third. Not a good break, and I saw this coming. That'll be it for Freddie Peralta.
Yeah, he's had his moments today, but just couldn't really string anything together. Pitch count was running a little high. If the guys right in the bullpen, now's about the time, down 2 runs. Still in the game a little bit.
Your attention, please.
As we'll now see the Zach Brown, the reliever here for the Brewers. Did see him in the bullpen few at bats ago. Must have done some like a quick switch or maybe some more mind games from Council. He is the same guy who put in Wade Miley for one batter in that NLCS a couple years ago. As on the first pitch, he's able to get the second out here. Good start for Zach Brown.
Yeah, and just for clarification, I don't think he's part of the Zach Brown band, but nonetheless, seems to be a serviceable bullpen arm. Hopefully can eat up 2 or 3 innings here for the Brew Crew.
Indeed, that long relief spot has been quite disastrous in May. There was a lot of sorting through for the Brewers. Adrian Hauser and Eric Lauer both thought to be starting pitchers going into the season, just straight up awful to say the least, as they have been both sent to the minors. And we'll see how Zach Brown does here against Juan Soto. And just like that, in 3 pitches, he gets an out and is able to work it to an 0-2 count. Pretty efficient.
Yep, and another thing, especially if you're a bullpen arm, efficiency is the biggest thing. You're able to keep it under 30, 40 pitches and go through 2 or 3 innings. You're going to have yourself a long career in the majors.
And gets him swinging there. Impressive stuff from Zach Brown as he's able to keep the damage just to this RBI double from Trey Turner. We are through 5. Nationals up 3-1.
Ladies and gentlemen, your attention, please.
And good call here from Council to get that pitch hitter in. We'll see the Brewers man, everyone knows him, Ryan Braun.
Ryan Braun, one of the big names out in Milwaukee before Christian Yelich showed up on the scene. So nice to see he's still kicking around. Numbers aren't the best in the world, but coming in as a pinch hitter today, just looking for a hit or 2.
As stated before, currently platooning with first base with Justin Smoke in on the left-hand lineup. So at his age and point of his career, I would say Brewers fans are satisfied that he can at least contribute somewhat to the team's efforts here, as he is at 1-1 with Scherzer here, the pitch. High, just missing the zone up top. The 2-1 to Braun. Not really hitting the zone there. We'll head to a 3-1. Scherzer deals. Not close with that, and Braun is able to draw the walk with the pitch hitting. Good stuff there.
The center fielder, number 6.
Yeah, it's a good eye there from Braun, just able to work the walk there. And Scherzer is starting to run a little high on the count also. Might get the hook fairly soon, depending on how the manager feels.
See, leadoff man runs O'Kane. Definitely one of the better batting averages in all of baseball, but yet to leave his mark on this game just yet.
Yeah,
We'll see if he can do anything here.
Yeah, second in the National League for total hits, so he definitely has his numbers, but not the best against Max Scherzer. Holy cannoli.
Yeah, well, when you're Max Scherzer, you're bound to have a lot of batters' numbers, and Reginald Kane is no exception. As the 0-1 pitch misses outside for a ball. Kane gets good contact there, but that'll be foul off the left-hand side. The 1-2. Can't get Kane to swing at that one. We head to an even count. Kane drives that one. Turner scoops it. Can they get the double play here? And they can. Good stuff all around by the Washington defense there.
Yeah, definitely getting Scherzer out of a potential jam there. Now the bases are clear with 2 outs. He has a chance to go through the 6th here with minimal damage.
See the nice running play there by Trey Turner. Still moving away from the base, but able to stretch that arm out sideways style.
And what do we got here? Just a really interesting moment of the umpire walking across the mound, saying hi to Scherzer, I guess.
Yeah, who knows? And we'll see the only man who's contributed to the Brewers' offense so far, Christian Yelich. You once again see that impressive stat. Another home run wouldn't be terrible for the Brewers' chances. And still watch that changeup go inside for a ball.
Yeah, but that one run from Yelich was a loud one, nearly 430 feet into arguably the 3rd deck here in Nationals Park.
2 balls, 1 strike.
I mean, as a Brewers fan myself, I know that Max Scherzer is definitely one of the best guys out there, so I'm at least thankful to see Yelich crank that one out, if that's the only production we see today. The 2-1. Probably caught more zone than Yelich was expecting as we head to an even count. Scherzer gets the best of him this time with that curveball, and that'll do it. Scherzer seems to be feeling himself now as we'll head to the bottom of the 6th.
Your attention, please. Now pitching for the Brewers.
We'll now see Jesus Castillo come in here for the Brewers. Definitely one of the younger pitchers from the system. I believe this is his rookie year, in fact, so we'll see how he does against these Nationals. Gets Kendrick the check swing on that one for a strike.
Yeah, 9 appearances so far in the year. Pitched about 9 2/3. ERA was up around 6, so he's liable for a couple of runs, but again, with the numbers being so small right now, the numbers are really overinflated sometimes.
Nope, outside.
And also, you got to count on the fact that this is, in fact, the 3rd and final game of the series, so I would imagine that a lot of those more experienced bullpen arms have been used up or are on the day's rest. As we'll see the 1-1 pitch here from Castillo,
Ball, that's out.
just high and outside. Two, 1-2 Kendrick. Drives that one. Ooh, great catch there by Smoke. How he can't believe it that a guy in his mid-30s is able to lay out like that and catch a screamer down the line. My goodness.
There's a reason why a lot of baseball players do yoga, and you see the reason why there. Justin Smoke in mid-30s just reaching out, full extension, and just get a stab on it to put Kendrick in awe.
Count 1-0. Ball, that kick out.
Now see Kurt Suzuki step in once more. Find himself in a favorable 2-0 count. Already has a hit on the ball game. Good response there by Castillo. We had to 2-1. Suzuki drives that one, but Yelich is able to catch that, grab that one in. We'll head to 2 outs here. Castillo only had 8 pitches, so he gets through this one with relative ease. I would imagine that council will just leave him in.
Yeah, definitely, especially with the Milwaukee order only being on batter 2 or 3. There's no immediate rush for him to be subbed out here. He has a chance to get another inning in of work.
We'll see how he does as Starlin Castro, as he's able to get that fastball right where it needed to be to get that strike in. And he'll able to get the ground out to Sogard at shortstop, and only 10 pitches for Castillo. Definitely impressive for such a young man in the bullpen, as we'll see the 3, 4, 5 batters for the Crew to start the top of the 7th.
Leading off for Milwaukee.
Keston here will lead us off here. Got the walk in the 4th. Still without the hit, but if he can still get on base any way he can, that would be greatly beneficial for the Brewers to try to crack into Max Scherzer. Fantastic pitch there by Scherzer. Doesn't seem to be losing his step at all. So you see some bullpen arms warming up for the Nats.
Yeah, that's definitely more contingency plan right now in case Scherzer gets into a little bit of trouble here, but he's been moving pretty efficiently so far. Only at 83, so depending on how many pitches he throws, he might be able to get out of the 7th here too.
1-1 count to Hira. Ooh, that gets him. Not a good look for Scherzer. We'll see if he can bounce back after giving up the runner to first.
Yeah, luckily we're hitting him where there's a lot of fat on the body, so it shouldn't hurt too bad besides a bit of a bruise, so should be all right here. As Avisal Garcia steps in, I believe that's how you pronounce that. I apologize if I butchered it.
Avasayo.
Avasai.
Yeah, it took me a couple tries too. We'll see if he can do anything after going 0-2 so far, as Scherzer will rifle that one in for a strike. Garcia, another new acquirement for the Crew. I believe he spent his time in Tampa Bay before. A lot of new pieces, trying to make it happen for the Brewers after losing a lot of solid bats in Mike Moustakas, Yasmani Grandal, and also some pitching help as well with Wade Miley and that left, I forget his name, the lefty that's on the White Sox right now, as Garcia pops that one up.
Yeah,
the
Brew Crew making some moves around, trying to set themselves up for a bit of long-term success here with the sudden emergence of Christian Yelich as a potential superstar.
Garcia swings through that one. 8th strikeout now for Scherzer. And it doesn't seem like that hit on Hira has affected him that much.
No, definitely goes right after the next guy, puts him down on strikes, and who knows? We might see Scherzer go the whole game. I think playing Kershaw prior week went 130 pitches in his game, so who knows?
Indeed, as Smoke will watch that curveball go down and just catch the bottom half of the zone. The 0-1 to Smoke. High, but is able to get in there, and just like Garcia, Smoke finds himself in an 0-2 count. The pitch. Gets him looking foolish there with that 79-mile-an-hour curveball. And that's back-to-back strikeouts for Scherzer.
The third baseman.
Yeah, Scherzer definitely is starting to cook now, and even though he has a lot of pitches on his arm, he seems to be getting better as the game goes on here.
Indeed, and we'll see Brock Holt's in here trying to salvage
Ball one.
anything for this Brewers offense. The 1-0 pitch. And that looks like it will be caught by Castro there to end the inning. Not a lot going for this Brewers offense, even this late into Scherzer's performance, as we'll head to the bottom of the 7th.
Leading up for the Nationals.
Wise move by Council here to get Castillo in, rests up those arms for the next series, and also gives Castillo more of a chance to prove that he belongs here in the majors.
Yeah, and his second inning here goes like his first inning. I would be very impressed here. His numbers are definitely overinflated because he was very efficient last inning, able to get through the entire inning in only 10 pitches. So, see if we can follow that up here.
1-0, that's grounded to Smoke, and that will be another quick out here for Castillo. And I would have to imagine, like, your first couple times in the majors, that you're not really got a feel for it yet. And it seems like that might be the case for Castillo here, able to cruise so far through his game here.
No, and especially in certain places like Boston, where you go from crowds of 8,000 or 9,000 to 30,000 plus screaming their heads off. It can be a little nerve-wracking for people sometimes going from those numbers. So typically the first couple games aren't intuitive of what you are for the whole year.
The 1-0 gets another ground out here once again to Sogard. And man, Castillo is just on the money right now. Quick 2 outs.
Now batting, the pitcher.
And who knows, he might set down the line in order here on even less pitches in the last inning.
And big move here by Dave Martinez, leaving Max Scherzer in the game here at the top of the 7th. That shows the amount of trust he has with this talented veteran.
Yeah, you're definitely thinking he might be able to get some work in the 8th. It's a little bit of a stretch in my opinion, but he must have some faith in him or have seen something so far in his game.
Off the plate, ball one.
The 1-0 pitch from Castillo.
Hey.
Drops in a nice curveball there. We'll head to an even 1-1.
Nope, upstairs.
The 2-1 now to Scherzer. Drives that one right to Brock Holt over at third, and that'll do it. Castillo looking impressive to start his young career, and we'll see if the Brewers can do anything on offense to answer Max Scherzer.
Just for the record, that was 8 pitches in that inning to get out of there, so he is cruising right now.
Definitely fans from Milwaukee want to see,
The catcher.
as we'll now see Omar Narvaez. Definitely been a struggle as of late. Right now he is platooning with Manny Pena for righties and lefties after Pena himself cooled off after a hot start. So we'll see if either of them can really solidify that catching spot, as the 1-0 pitch will miss again. Narvaez finds himself in a 2-0 count.
You got 2 balls, 1 strike.
Gets Narvaez is swinging there. Nice changeup. I would have to imagine he was thinking fastball all the way there.
Yeah, definitely thinking fastball and just swinging over the top of the changeup because that one broke in a little bit.
Scherzer nearing 100 pitches here for the 2-1. Narvaez hits that one hard but foul. Hopefully fans were looking out for that.
Yeah, and with the extended netting down there, definitely a nice addition here sometimes. And just want to make a shout out to Big Fundy coming in with the new record for most obscure question ever in trivia. How many
Hey,
jerseys?
Eric.
Oh, sorry.
no, go ahead.
I'm gonna say part one. How many jersey numbers have been worn by an MLB player? Have never been worn by an MLB player in a regular season game.
Oh my goodness.
No, that's low.
Scherzer now at 10 strikeouts. Nothing seems to be stopping him. As Eric Sogard already has 2 doubles this series. We'll see if he can at least get something going for this Brewers offense that honestly looks lost out there.
That's ball 2.
Then finally coming in with part 2 of that question. Can you figure out what 3 numbers have never been worn in a regular season Major League Baseball game?
Well, if I wasn't commentating, I would just spam random numbers on my keyboard as Sogard finds himself in a favorable 2-1 count.
I got 3-1. 3 balls, 1
Scherzer may be losing some control, but at the same time, I don't want to jinx. I want to do a commentator's curse as we head to a 3-1. Ooh, great pitch there. Just getting the zone.
And for part 2, I'm going to say 97 because I don't think I've ever seen a major leaguer wear 97 before.
That would be a pretty good guess, as that one's popped up. Will that remain in play? It looks like it will for Zimmerman. And we'll see what pitch hitter the Brewers will send out to try to get anything going on offense.
Your attention, please. In hitting for the Brewers.
And it looks like it'll be the other catcher, Manny Pena. That's been one of the oddities this season. Regardless if it's Narvaez starting or Pena starting, Council just likes to burn that catching spot, regardless of who it is.
And get everybody some work in. Catch by committee, as some people would like to say.
I mean, personally, I would go with Jed Jerko. He's been pretty solid for that pitching spot, being over 300, but we'll see if Pena can make me eat my words. As he'll find himself 0-1 early. The pitch, Pena drives that one deeper to right, but Ian's able to track that one quite easily, and that'll do it. Heading to the bottom of the 8th here. Brewers pretty sure only having that one hit from Yelich, and that's been it.
Ladies and gentlemen, your attention, please.
Now see the Raptor Brent Suter. ERA not where I would imagine he or the Brewers would want him to be, but we'll see. Plenty of season left to turn that around.
Yeah, and as you saw there from the numbers, lefty's gotten 300 against him, so he's definitely had struggles against lefties, but overall has been able to keep himself serviceable in this Brewers bullpen.
As Turner will give that one a ride, but Yelich plenty of time to get out of that one for the first out. Hopefully Suter can follow Castillo's route of getting quick outs. If I'm Craig Counsell.
Yeah, and I'm actually a little surprised they took out Castillo. He was absolutely rolling. Only 18 pitches to get through 2 innings, so it's a little bit shocking here, but he must have some master plan in his back pocket to try to win this.
Well, I think at this point you would need offense to have any chance of getting back to this game, which would make sense as the 9 here was due up last inning, as Duder is able to get that one foul away.
Just going to say 79 for the numbers question because I honestly can't think of any.
I'm going to throw myself in here. I would say
it's got to be something high because all the low numbers are taken every.
Something high. I'm going to say 91. That's me. I'm going to throw that one in there.
91, yeah. And apparently, I guess to Jose Abreu, I apologize. I apparently don't pay attention to numbers.
91's already been shot down. That's a bummer. 1-0 to Juan Soto.
Watch it be
Suter's already got 2 outs with now 5 pitches. Good stuff from the Brewers bullpen.
Watch it be like 47 and like 68 or something that you would never guess.
That's usually how it is with me, at least in terms of these trivias, as Juan Soto busts out the shuffle once more as he finds himself in a 3-0 count.
Let me readjust. I think 69 because I think there's rules against that in most leagues.
I wouldn't be surprised as Soto gets the green light there, but fouls that one away. And apparently it is not 69. I'm curious on what players have had the privilege to don that number, as the 3-1 pitch here gets Soto. Now we head to an even count. Full count from Suter. Not getting Soto to bite there, as he'll draw the walk.
Now batting, second baseman, Howie.
Apparently 10 players have worn 69.
Wow.
What a privilege. What a privilege.
Okay, it's reportedly 10. There's apparently a fight over one, so I'm assuming somebody had a cup of coffee for a game and then went back down, so do you really count that?
Now this is the kind of baseball drumline I want over who wore the number 69. As we'll see now, Howie Kendrick wearing the number 47. Try to get something going, add more insurance runs here at the bottom of the 8th.
2 balls, no strike.
As we'll get the favorable 2-0 count.
And apparently the answer to the numbers question is 86 and 89.
2-1.
So if anyone's playing bingo at home, sorry, you're out of luck.
2-1 pitch from Suter. Gets Kendrick swinging. Nice change up there. We head to an even count. Now, P. Mister, if you're a fan of more obscure trivia, here's another one for you from Jubs V1, who placed fourth in the 2005 NL MVP race.
I mainly follow the American League and keep tabs on the NL, so I honestly have no idea. Just gonna say Ryan Howard.
3-2. Crowd out there to hear. That'll do it for the 8th inning. Yeah, I started following baseball around 2008 to 2009, so I would not have a clue on that one. As Brewers, with the top of the order due up, hoping to finally get something going outside of that Yelich moonshot from the top of the inning, as they'll have a challenge here with the great closer Sean Doolittle.
That's calling on Dr. Doolittle here to try to save this one, as he's perfect 20 for 20 in 22 appearances. ERA of 1.21. No righties have gotten a hit on him so far this year.
Definitely a scary sight for Brewers fans, as we'll see if Lorenzo Cain can finally solve the Doolittle puzzle that's been plaguing all those right-handed hitters.
Yeah, and the fact that there's no right-handed hitters that gotten a hit, and we're in June already, it's a little bit nutty considering he has 23 appearances so far.
Indeed, as Cain will foul that one off. We head to a quick 0-2 count. (0-2) from Doolittle. Gets Cain swinging there, 95 fastball. And Sean Doolittle continues his dominant start, as we see there Max Scherzer. Solid outing there, 8 pitches, 1 hit, 1 run, 2 walks, 10 Ks. I would say that's probably the easiest bet you can make for a player of the game.
Oh yeah, unless somehow the Brewers pour out a minor miracle here in the back half. Scherzer's got my hand in player of the game, no doubt.
It would have to be some miracle, as Christian Yelich, the only man to account for any hitting from this Brewers offense.
And that's an authoritative hit with a 430-foot blast down the right field line.
Ball. 1-1.
I mean, honestly, considering how well these pitches have been from the Nationals, I'll take what I can and run with it as a Brewers fan. As we head to an even 1-1 count here, pitch from Doolittle.
1 ball.
Gets Yelich swinging at that one. These fastballs, man, I don't know what it is about them, but they've gotten nothing but air from these Brewers bats.
And sometimes that's how the day goes. Just have a really rough day at the plate.
Yelich, 81 slider, My goodness. Imagine going against a mid-90s fastball and a low 80s slider. That is just set up for nothing but disaster for batters, as Hira sends the remaining hope for the Milwaukee Brewers tonight.
And there's a reason why I call him Dr. Doolittle. He has surgical precision on his breaking ball, and he's able to get batters to swing at pitches they even shouldn't be thinking about swinging at.
I'm going to need to brush my teeth after this game just from how nasty that was, as Hira is able to get the first pitch ball here for a 1-0 count.
1-1.
Swinging there, but nothing but air once more, as evens it up here for Doolittle. Just grooves that splitter in there, 85 miles an hour. And this might be it for the Brewers today. Doolittle sets the pitch. Here drives that one deep to the right, but foul.
With EB coming in with the line, call Dr. Doolittle because hitters do little against him. That is a very good line right there. Might take that one for the road.
Kiera staying alive, though. Fouls that one off once again. Once again, the 1-2 pitch. Swing drives. Another foul by here. I got to commend the battle here. Not going down so easy.
Yeah, and who knows, this he might be the first one to get a hit, considering how many he's nearly put off Doolittle.
And that's not even close to happening, as that's 81 slider. Once again, will do it. And the Nationals avoid the sweep here at home. 3-1 the final, an absolutely dominating performance by Scherzer, then followed up by the equally nasty Doolittle. And just wow. If I'm the Brewers, I'm just thankful to get 2 of 1, considering just how on point the Nationals were on today.
Yeah, and considering how the game started with the Christian Yelich bomb in the first inning, you thought it might have been a long day for Scherzer, but he settled right in and just continued on rolling.
Indeed, that Yelich home run obviously counting for the only hit for the Brewers today. Brewers after this series will head to Boston for 3 games, while the Nationals will stay home to host a 4-game series against the Mets. As you see there, player of the game, Max Scherzer. Definitely no debate about it.
None whatsoever. Whenever you get 10 Ks, you deserve player of the game.
And I do believe we are now joined in the booth by Eddie and Tim, who will be calling the next game. It should be a fun one with the Braves heading over to LA to face the Dodgers. Gentlemen, how are you this fine evening?
Great. This should be a great game. You're going to see the Atlanta Braves, who, well, by the way, trail now 3 games in the division to the Nationals. They're going to try to maintain that gap here, but they don't have an easy game here upcoming, because they have to face Clayton Kershaw, who, after a somewhat struggling season last year, allowing 28 home runs, has really found himself again to a very solid start in LA.
Yeah, absolutely. Clayton Kershaw having a really good start to the season, and like you said, the Braves just 3 games back. They want to start gaining on the Nationals, obviously, as you guys just saw. Washington coming out on top here, but this is an opportunity for the Braves to keep up against a really tough Dodgers team. Both of these teams have come up so close these last couple years in the playoffs. They have not really found their way in the postseason. This year they want to get there and go even further here in ML Botball.
Yeah, as you said, both teams with the same agenda to go deep into October, so it should be a fun one. As we see here, the stat line from this previous game. Scherzer will improve to 8-4. Doolittle obviously with a save. I believe he's still perfect with 21 saves, 21 opportunities.
And still no righties hit. Still a 0.000 average against righties.
I think it's safe to say that he's an easy lock for that all-star position. As we see now the highlights, the Yelich bomb. As I said, I will gladly clip this and take it with me and be satisfied after that. Amazing performance by Scherzer.
Yeah, puts that bomb out into the concourse on the second deck there. But Milwaukee not doing much else beyond that. Scherzer decides to shut the door hard.
Also, this rally here was pretty impressive. Nothing too crazy, just good hitting where the defense ain't, and they were able to add on to that with that run from Zimmerman. Of course, Adam Eden carrying it just enough to give them a pretty solid cushion.
Yep, and that's all they would really need, as Milwaukee again struggling with the bats today in general. And Turner here just putting one down the line here to give a little insurance for Washington to ensure the win.
Indeed, offense just did enough, and that's all they were needed to do. As you see here, one of the many Ks dealt by Scherzer today, making a lot of Brewers batters looking quite silly.
And Ackman, technically yes, although Doolittle did come in for the 9th. So if you want to count it, like I think the Rays had a no-hitter through with like 5 pitches a year or two back, so I think that's debated.
And to answer a question in chat, yes, it was a one-hitter with a solo shot. The second batter that Scherzer faced, it was a 429-foot bomb by Yelich, and that was the only source of offense from the Brewers today.
Peralta dealt the rough luck loss here. Basically, the offense is dead quiet today.
Yeah, all things considered, I think Brewers fans and management will live with that one. Just having to go up against a sure-handed pitcher like Scherzer. Something I think he himself and the organization will live with. And I do believe this game is set for next game is set for 6:15, so we have like 9 minutes to kill. So if there's any more you guys want to talk about the next game with Braves at Dodgers, I'm all ears.
Indeed, you know what? While we have the time, Cole, it's been interesting to talk about the start. Obviously, you guys just got to call the Milwaukee Nationals game. Who would have thought coming into this year for the Nationals have the year they've had? Because you would think, hey, the World Series last year, I don't want to say it was a fluke, but it was a right time, right place kind of deal. Didn't make too many changes, yet they come back this year and they continue to be consistent and one of the best teams in the National League.
Yeah, it's definitely an interesting thing to view especially over these past couple months. Sometimes if your pitching gets a magical run like they did with the World Series run last year, that can really inspire you to work hard and potentially come out of the gates swinging like Washington has this year.
And you're looking at other games around here as they're showing Miami and Philadelphia. Miami pick up a big win. The Phillies now, they've only fallen to 2 games above 500, which is, really tough, because when this all began when the month of May began, it looked like Philadelphia was going to be a big contender here in the National League East. Oh, it doesn't look like that now. Only being 2 games above 500, they've fallen, I believe now it's to 7.5 games with that loss, while Miami picks up a must-needed victory.
Yeah, Miami. I'm sorry.
Go ahead. No, go ahead.
All right, Miami's just trying to stay relevant here in the NL East. A couple games below 500, but honestly, probably fighting more for a wild card spot right now than they are the division.
Now, I do want to
go ahead.
Apologize, a little bit delay there. I do want to focus it now back towards this upcoming game, because the Dodgers face the Braves. Obviously, we know the Braves need to win to stay within 3 back. The Dodgers, they've been pretty quiet. This NL West has been somewhat weak this year. Only 2 pretty solid teams between the Dodgers and the Diamondbacks. But we've seen the Dodgers pitching continue to be effective. What do you guys think the Dodgers need to do to continue consistent this season?
I guess I can start. I feel like it's just that the bats, I think it's all about their offense, because if you look at numbers specifically for Cody Bellinger, they just haven't been up to snuff compared to his MVP performance last season. So I think the pitching is definitely still there, as you see Kershaw, Buehler, Urias, and Price, all of them solid so far this season. I think it's just all on the offense, and like guys like Bellinger, Betts, all those big name guys just finding their groove.
Yeah, I think so. When you talk about the NL West, like you said, only 2 teams really showing that they've got a shot right now. And I mean, I know we're critiquing the Dodgers right now. They are still 39-21, and Kershaw is coming into this game 8-2. So I know they've had some struggles. Alex Wood isn't having a great year. Offensively, you talked about Cody Bellinger hasn't been as great as you'd think. Mookie Betts has been solid. So I really don't think the Dodgers should be that concerned right now, because I still think they've got this division pretty firm in hand with the talent on that roster. Obviously, that .230 average for Cody Bellinger we just saw, you'd want to see that improve as the season goes on. But right now, still a long way to go. I think there's a lot of time for these Dodgers to improve. And remember, this is a young team, a lot of talent throughout this roster. But the main thing that they've got to focus on, like I said, is how are they going to compete with these other teams in the National League, the defending champion Nationals, and these Braves come the postseason. And this is a good test today as they face these Atlanta Braves tonight.
Indeed, Nettie, you mentioned that as well when you look at the Dodgers being consistent, getting better. On the AL side, I've gotten to call a bunch of games recently between the Yankees, the Twins, as well as, a couple of AL West teams like the Athletics and the Astros. I've noticed that this year in particular, there's more of a balance. We're starting to see, typically the NL teams are the stronger powerhouses, and then there's a couple of AL teams that are always consistent in the playoffs every year. This year, we're not seeing that. Obviously, yes, the Yankees are winning. They're not winning by a lot in the AL East. And look at the Central. Who would have expected the Cleveland Indians and the Chicago White Sox to have as strong of a start of the year? And obviously, yes, the Twins right now, the best team in baseball as the statistics go, up there in the Central winning. But no one really expected this, even though there's no clear winner. The Athletics, they were hot to start the year, but they've cooled down a bunch. And now teams like LA of the Angels and the Astros are all within an arm's reach while sitting 34th place in the division standings.
Yeah, I think, and that's really attributes how the balance of the MLB has really changed over these past couple of years. Around 2017, 2018, like you said, there were power teams that were prevailing, but there's a lot of teams that have spent the latter half of this past decade really retooling with prospects. You can think about maybe the Toronto Blue Jays, the Oakland A's, Chicago White Sox, to name a few, that have been adding prospects, and now those guys are making their presence felt in the major leagues. And I think that's part of the reason I think we're seeing sort of a shift in power right now. But while you're saying, it's true that it's not as dominant, we still are seeing teams like the Yankees and the Dodgers still prevailing as really strong squads. So it's still the same teams that are really good, but now they have other teams that are continuing to compete with them this far into the season. I don't know if this is still going to continue through the whole 162. Maybe we'll see the Yankees or Dodgers take a step back. But right now, I still think experience matters, and the teams who have that are like the Yankees, Astros, Dodgers, and Nationals, with a lot of players with playoff experience. But still, like I said, long way to go. We still got 100 games left this season.
Indeed, and one of these teams that we'll see here today, of the Braves, you can make an argument that their last postseason in which they made it in, they were, a favorite to go to the World Series. They lacked that experience in most of their players. This year, trying to bounce back. Right now, they sit, I believe, in that wild card position. Want to do a lot more. We know the Braves want to win the NL East, and now the Nationals definitely not giving in, especially with Max Scherzer playing, full, basically 9 innings, only allowing 1 hit and going the distance.
Yeah, definitely. But I also want to mention with these Braves, you mentioned the youth, and they didn't have major roster changes, but they did bring in a couple players with some significant playoff experience. Marcell Ozuna is one who was really strong last year with the Cardinals when they surprised everyone and got all the way to the NLCS. And I know you say what you want to say, but Travis d'Arnaud, too, has actually been in the playoffs on multiple occasions. 2015 with the Mets, last year with Tampa. So they've got more guys, and all of these players got to experience the heartbreak last year. So I think this is a good spot for the Braves, but like we said, the thing they got to focus on right now is trying to keep pace with and eventually catch up to those Washington Nationals in the NL East.
What's that too? Sorry, Cole.
Yeah, I was about to say I think it's about that time me and P. Mister take our leave and hand over the controls to you guys. So For everyone at home watching Twitch, I hope you guys stick around for more bot ball content. And as for me and P Meister, we will head out and hopefully enjoy a great one here at Dodger Stadium.
Cole, thank you. And again, what I was just about to mention before Cole handed it off to us officially here for the 7:15 time slot of the Braves versus the Dodgers. You look it up and down this lineup. Max Fried, he pitches on the mound today for the Atlanta Braves. Last year, he was arguably a candidate, Eddie, for the Cy Young. He put up some very strong numbers that was all-star potential. This year, he struggled. Above his ERA, it's 2-4 on the win record. What does he have to do to compete against Clayton Kershaw, who has been nothing shy of hot this season to open up for LA?
Well, the focus has got to be stopping this Dodgers lineup and keeping the ball in the ballpark. You've got guys like Cody Bellinger and Mookie Betts who can hit home runs. That's got to be a focus today. But also just trying to keep the base runners under control. Don't block guys. Try to keep it in the strike zone, but try to paint the outside, inside corners, lower part of the plate to try to prevent those home run balls from being hit.
Indeed, as you see Clayton Kershaw's stats, 12 starts, 8-2 record, a 2.62 ERA. And again, Kershaw last year, he allowed 28 long balls to this point in the season, only 6. He's definitely a better track than he was last season. But anyways, Ronald Acuna Jr. will step in as the first pitch here in LA from Kershaw is fouled off, and we're underway.
Yeah, and Ronald Acuna, you see, he has been hot. 417 average over those last 8 games. He's been really consistent in helping the Braves try to keep pace with the Nationals.
And Acuna, he's only getting better, and he's more of a threat with his speed as well. The 0-1 can hide the count 1-1. We mentioned on the top of the broadcast, LA leading the NL West over the Arizona Diamondbacks. This is a team, again, that needs to take advantages of wins when they can get them, and is a very competitive team. A 1-1 from Kershaw, that's taken low 2-1.
See the weather a little chilly in Chavez Ravine, just 57 degrees, not much wind though. It'll be blowing from right to left, but not used to seeing those temperatures in the 50s in sunny Southern California.
It has the 2-1, that's chopped foul, the count 2-2. One thing though, Eddie, about that wind that, is pushing from right to left, balls like to carry here over the left field fence here in LA. As the 2-2, it's hit on the ground. They fielded and fired over the first just in time there by Gavin Lux. I thought Lux had a lot of time, but that was a close play.
That was the speed of the young superstar Ronald Acuna on display, but a nice play by Gavin Lux to get the ball quickly over to first base Max Muncy, and the first out is reported.
It'll be Ozzie Albies who steps in. 284 for Albies to this point, Eddie. And we know Albies, he's very well known as a contact hitter, 37 RBIs to this point in the season. He's had somewhat of a power surge here in his young career, as that one's hit down the right field line, moving over and making the catch. Clean Mookie Betts for the second out.
Yeah, you want to talk about Albies. He's a surprise because he is a small guy, 5'8", but he is able to get the ball over the wall. Very similar in style to Jose Altuve. And speaking of people who can get the ball over the wall, is that number 3 hitter, 17 home runs on the season for Freddie Freeman. That's going to be someone who Clayton Kershaw really has to be careful with, but fortunate it is a lefty-on-lefty matchup.
Freeman right now one of the favorites for early on MVP fantasy, and obviously a good debate for the All-Star game to open up the year. 300 average, but he struggles a little bit against left-handed pitchers. So 0-1 from Kershaw. One taken downstairs to count now 1-1.
And I feel like as you look at the umpires quickly, Ed Drummond is at home plate, Clyde Washington first. But talking about Freeman, I think he's really underrated, and you're seeing that performance this season. He is very strong this season.
1-1, that's a swing and a miss, 1-2. And you mentioned him being underrated. Do you think it has a little bit to do, Eddie, with the fact that he's gone through the highs and the lows in Atlanta between the rebuild and what is now the young Atlanta Braves?
Yeah, I think part of the thing is that he plays in a small market, and for a team that hasn't had tremendous success the time he's been there. They've been a pretty 500 team as you've seen foul the ball off. But, I mean, right now is the time to shine. They made it to the playoffs last year. This year, right now, in prime position and contending with those Washington Nationals in the East.
It'll be a 1-2. That one shot foul on the plate. The count will remain. Think about it. For the Braves, as the 1-2 from Kimbrel. Gonna miss. So 1-2-3 go the Braves in the top of the first inning. We Mookie Betts, Chris Taylor, Cody Bellinger up for the Dodgers in the bottom of the first inning. To Major League Ball on Twitch.tv. Already collected with you as we head to the bottom of the first inning. Max Fried on the mound, 12 starts. 1-4 record, again, I mentioned above 6 ERA, 6.24. It has not been year for Max Fried. The one thing to note, while he has a very tough ERA, the whip not bad for an ERA that high of 1.58.
Yeah, I think he's just had a lot of misfortune against him this season. Like you said, he is talented. He was really strong last year, and the Braves have not been faced by this. Think about how good they would be if he was on his game right now. So I wouldn't be that concerned if I'm the Braves, and there's still a long way to go this season.
Here's Mookie Betts as he steps in at 297 as the first pitch.
Ball one.
Downstairs 1-0. I've gotten a call a week and a half's worth of Major League Ball games. It's the first time I've seen two southpaws on the mound in one game to start out. Lefty-lefty combo, Kershaw and Fried, the 1-0.
Nope, outside.
One taken high and outside to count 2-0.
And for Max Fried, like I said earlier, he's got to try to work the inside-outside parts. Don't throw anything right down the middle to these strong home run hitters that the Dodgers have.
Well, grounded to foul. They count 2-1. Obviously, Mookie Betts acquired from the Boston Red Sox. He's an impactful player for the Dodgers, a must-need, as the 2-1's taken upstairs 3-1. That question always leads, Eddie. What does Mookie do in the offseason? Go out and get his money, or does he come back to LA? Is that big question with that trade?
Yeah, I mean, it was a very surprising move, and I think it really depends on the performance the Dodgers have this year.
3-1, that's going to be taken high and away, and it'll be a walk lead off the inning. Mookie Betts comes on first, and now stepping in for the Dodgers will be very contact-worthy of Chris Taylor. Makes me want to think, Eddie, obviously early on, Taylor betting at 299. Do you think about a hit and run here?
I mean, I don't know, because I wouldn't worry too much about getting that first run. I think they'll be capable of getting it against Max Fried eventually. I wouldn't want to put a really bad situation in hand, but like I said, like you said, Max Fried has allowed a lot of runs, and Mookie Betts has a lot of speed at first base, and Chris Taylor, like you said, batting near 300. So I think it's a good strategy possibly for Dave Roberts to try.
It'll be an 0-1. One taken high and in, 1-1. We're seeing Fried already early on go to that four-seam fastball. Mookie Betts does have the threat to steal as well. He's out there on the base pass. The 1-1 from Fried. It's downstairs 2-1. Again, we continue to see the fastball. He hasn't really gone to his breaking ball yet. It's only been fastball and changeup. He's having a tough time pounding the zone. Just a 2-1 from Fried. One out down the third base line. Count will move to 2-2. I saw another fastball. That time that one hung. Pitch. It's outside. Out full. Definitely do not want to walk Taylor here if you're Max Fried.
Yeah, definitely not. You do not want back-to-back walks to start the game and leave two runners on with nobody out for Cody Bellinger.
Comes the 3-2 pitch on the ground. We fielded, fired to second. Will they get the double play? They do! Wow. How about that? Austin Riley, off the edge of his heels, ended up turning one over to Ozzie Albies. He fired it over to first to Freddie Freeman for a 5-4-3 double play.
That's a testament to Austin Riley's really knowledge and fielding IQ over there at third base to get the throw off to second and then over to first.
That one's going to be lined down the left field line. They had a shift out on Bellinger, so it'll be a 2-out double. Cody Bellinger here, and the Dodgers threatening with the runner in scoring position early on.
And what did I say? You did not want to walk them back to back. He's very fortunate to have cleared the runners because Cody Bellinger's first pitch, and you look at the placement right down the heart of the plate, he cannot continue to afford to throw pitches in that part of the plate to these very stingy Dodgers hitters.
No, Eddie, it just always makes me wonder why Major League Baseball, I understand shifting the infielders and shifting the center fielder. I don't understand why they shift the corner outfielders, because many times this year we've seen opposite of routine fly balls or simple line drives that if they were in place would have been right to the glove, if not singles, end up resulting in extra bases. You could make the argument at that time Bellinger hit would have maybe been a single and not extra bases.
Yeah, but teams don't play it by the typical strategy. They play it by the percentages, as that one's fouled off. And, you know, the trends and the percentages now, everything's about the numbers, and I think that's why you see some of these shifts happen. But like you said, I think that could have been prevented and kept it as a one-base hit right there.
Well, you know, too, Muncy goes down looking, and the inning. LA does get a runner on base, but unfortunately strands him on second. No runs, one hit, and a runner left on. We head to the top of the second inning. Atlanta 2 up, be their 4-5-6. Ozuna, Marquez, and Darno.
Leading off for Atlanta, the left fielder.
Welcome back to Major League Baseball on Twitch.tv. As Marcell Ozuna steps in there, you see it 8 for 26. Or say 8 for his last 26 in an 8-game hitting streak. Marcell Ozuna. As the first pitch called for a strike 0-1. That means obviously in his last 8 games, considering he's 8 for his last 26, he's had a hit each of his last 8. That one's hit high in the air down the right field line. It's going to bounce into the gap. Expanded to 9 games now for Marcell Ozuna, and he has himself a leadoff double.
That is exactly why the Braves spent this offseason to go get Marcell Ozuna. Brings a new plate presence that really lifts the burden off of Freddie Freeman and these young guys. And here, perfect placement, finding the gap right there. That one almost left the park. At certain parks, that might have gone the distance. But a nice double to start things off. It's not easy to get runners on against Clayton Kershaw, but a nice start right there for Marcell Ozuna.
So here comes Nick Marquez. As he will step in. Marquez has struggled a little bit of late as he settles in the 5. He doesn't really hit against lefties too well in his career. As the first pitch is called for a strike 0-1. Go back and think about his all-star run a few years back. He hit for average pretty well. Been a very big piece for Atlanta, but we know Atlanta has a bunch of young pieces in that minor league system to come too. Marquez may need to start looking over his shoulders. The other one's a swing and a miss to count 0-2.
Yeah, I mean, he's so underrated. He spent those years under the shadows in Baltimore, and once again, finding that here in Atlanta.
It'll be an 0-2 from Clayton Kershaw. The one popped up, moving over and making the catch in foul territory. It'll be the third baseman of Taylor for the first out. Actually, correction. Another two of them left out. Rather, it was Hernandez who made the first out. Travis d'Arnaud will step in. Anna needs to take advantage here with the runner in scoring position. This pitch is foul back behind the plate to count 0-1.
Travis d'Arnaud is a journeyman now, long time with the Mets. Very successful year last year with Tampa Bay, and now trying to make his presence felt at Atlanta. Very nice defensive catcher. He's gotten better as the years have gone on, but offensively you see that 129 average has to improve.
A ball sliding stop by Muncy. It's over to Kershaw at first for the second out. We're starting to see it early on. Now these right-handed hitters grounding balls out, it seems. It's lefty of Clayton Kershaw. Austin Riley will step in. Riley had a .419 the early campaign for him. This pitch, one hit high in the air and foul. They count 0-1.
I just want to say, you mentioned the righties batting the ball into the ground. That is that put-away pitch Kershaw has, a slider that comes completely across the zone and catches the righties completely flat-footed on the bottom inside corner, and all they can do is just ground that ball down near second base. And you see, once again, the four-seam fastball is able to work it there, and that, for a righty, is the toughest spot, really, to hit a ball.
He'll jam people time and time again and really catch you off sequence with the 12-6 curve as well. Goes to the curve that time, that one taken low, they count 2-1. Riley, he really does hit left-handed pitching well. He's really hot, to say the least, for this Braves team. The 2-1, that's chopped foul. And the plate to count now 2-2. If you're Atlanta, you really need to take advantage, get the run here. Runner on third with 2 outs, and you can't leave him stranded. That one swing and a miss, and the inning. Atlanta threatens, can't bring home a run. It's no runs on, a 1 hit, and a runner left on after a Marcell Ozuna leadoff double. Get to the bottom of the second inning. LA 2 up as both teams have 1 hit apiece. Perhaps LA to be the first team to strike here in the bottom of the second.
Leading off for the Dodgers, the third baseman, DK.
All righty, Collegis, we welcome you back to LA as Hernandez will step in. This pitch from Freed's a strike on 0-1. He got into a little bit of trouble last inning. He walked leadoff batter. Ended up getting a big double play, and then there was a double Cody Bellinger, which ended up putting him on second. They stranded there on the base pass. 1-1 from Freed. The slider takes inside 2-1. It's looking pretty solid, to say the least, Eddie. He's hanging his pitches a little bit.
Yeah, and I think, like I said, that's a dangerous zone to go to with these Dodgers hitters. But he seems to be a little out of control right now, starting off the second inning. A couple of these pitches have been way out of the zone here, so Freed's just got to settle down. Of course, playing on the road at Chavez Ravine does not help the situation at all.
It is. It'll be a 3-1 pitch. 1 hit high, or rather hit hard on the ground, fielded and fired over to first. How about that play? I'll tell you, that was...
Austin Riley again.
I mean, Austin Riley, he's made 2 big plays now in these first innings. Flashing the leather, not only is he a hot bat, I know he struck out the last inning, but comes back here in defense and makes a big play there, Eddie.
I mean, and that's what he gives you over at third base. A little bit of fresh legs over there, and this very solid defensive infield the Braves have, really helping out Max Fried here early on.
Ball 1, no strike.
Gavin Lux will step in. One thing to note, both Hernandez and Lux, solid players, but they're really struggling right now with the bats at this point in the season. This is at a 257, but he's had a big drop of late. As the 1-0, that's inside 2-0. On deck is another lefty for LA of Corey Seager, the shortstop. And what will happen here as, again, down in the count on the mound, the 2-0. Oh, for a strike to count 2-1.
You see how Fried continues to fall behind on these hitters. That's not a good sign for what's to come today. And this is the first time through the order. Now when these hitters come up second time through the order and have an idea of how Fried is pitching, they might try to jump on some of these pitches.
Because that one's going to be taken downstairs, ball 4. Oh, Lux gets on. Now it'll be Corey Seager, the shortstop, who steps in. Seager is well at 238. Since that injury in which the Dodgers went out and acquired Manny Machado, it seems like Seager just hasn't really been the same player. Even though obviously he was, or I say he is, an all-star caliber shortstop.
Yeah, I mean, you think about maybe 2017, he was just as touted, arguably, as Cody Bellinger, and now just completely has changed. But I'm not saying he's a bad player either. Still hitting 238, very solid players. They checked back at first.
Got him. How about that, Sylvie? Drew lucks out at first and picks him off. What a move there by Max Fried.
And that's what happens when you're facing a lefty pitcher. Sometimes things like that occur. And Freddie Freeman, a very good defensive first baseman. And Gavin Lux was just reaching a wee bit too far off of the base.
Is that one hit hard down the right center field gap? That one is going to land down. It's going to be a double for Seager. Oh, another 2-out double for the Dodgers. Again, it comes back to bite because if Lux didn't get thrown out, he may have had a chance of scoring there.
Totally, I mean, and we've seen it to both of these teams today where they've had opportunities to score, but big step-ups defensively, especially here for the Dodgers, the big double play, and then Bellinger's 2-out double, and now another 2-out double right there.
Here's the catcher, Will Smith, who steps in. Smith batting at 205, which isn't necessarily good to start the year, but he has had a pretty solid power surge and home runs to this point. The early season for the 1-0. One hit high in the air. Moving over and making the catch will be Ozuna and the inning. Again, the Dodgers strand a runner on second. No runs, one hit, and a runner left on. We head to the top of the third inning. Atlanta looking to perhaps again be the first team to score. We head to the top of the third inning. You're watching Major League Baseball on Twitch.tv.
Leading off for Atlanta, the shortstop, Dansby.
Morning, Cleggies. Welcome back to Major League Baseball here on Twitch.tv. Dansby Swanson steps in. Kershaw, to this point, Eddie, had 25 pitches, and he's done a very good job out there on the mound. Hasn't really been in too much trouble.
I mean, this has just been a very solid season for Kershaw, as you see a pop-up down the left field line.
Over in left field by Miller for the first out.
Batting ninth.
And just going back to my original point, Kershaw 8-2, 2.6 ERA. I mean, he's had a solid year. You think about some of the playoff troubles he's had these last couple of years, but he's really making up for it so far in the regular season. But, you know, playoff Kershaw seems to always find himself in trouble. And the Dodgers are likely going to be in the postseason, so that's going to be something he'll really want to clean up as we head towards the postseason.
It's interesting. Kershaw in his career has been more effective as a relief pitcher in the postseason. He's been as a starter as the 1-0s inside 2-0 to Max Fried. We're at a 111 batting wise, but obviously, you know, pitchers, very rare to see him batting above a 150. Needless to say, a Zach Greinke or a Madison Bumgarner, relatively a rarity. As the 2-0, there's a strike 2-1.
And, I mean, we've seen a trend over these last couple years that these pitchers have just become better hitters. And I know Bumgarner is really spearheading that, but you think about some of the Mets pitchers, Max Scherzer. There's a lot of really strong pitchers that equally are strong at the plate.
One that's taken upstairs 3-1. And I think it goes back to a lot of these players now are starting to adapt, going away from being younger, you know, coming out and swinging the bats as pitchers. As the 3-1s held down the third base line, now full. I think we're going to start seeing again in younger high schools, you know, letting the pitchers hit. Because Major League Baseball's changing a little bit. Obviously, there's a push for the DH. One's going to be taken upstairs, so he walks the pitcher. Fried on base with 1 out, and they'll get him a jacket.
That's not the type of mistake Kershaw wants to make right there. Putting a runner on base, I know it's a slow runner, but looks like the type of game that's going to be a bit of a pitcher's duel. But now with Acuna, Albies, Freeman coming up, you don't want runners on base here, and you certainly don't want to walk the pitcher. That's one of the worst things to have to deal with as a pitcher.
Indeed, as you mentioned, Acuna stepping in. First time he was retired, this one hit high into the air. That's moving over in the right center field. Will routinely make the catch. for the second out. Good pitch there from Kershaw. End up jamming Acuna and getting him to pop up. That'll be Ozzy Albies who steps in. He's also flew out his last time up. See, Kershaw may try to go to the slider here, Eddie, I think. Try to jam him in.
Yeah, I think so too. And that's where he's found success against the right-handed hitters so far.
Pitch. Fastball hit on the ground. Holding and firing over the first will be the second baseman of Lux. And again, end the inning. So it's still all knotted up at nothing apiece, as it'll be Clayton Kershaw trying to get his revenge from walking Max Fried to lead it off for LA, followed by Mookie Betts and Chris Taylor. Watch Major League Baseball on Twitch.tv. Welcome you back. Major League Baseball here on Twitch.tv. Tim Eddie Kalegi. Yeah, here at Dodgers Stadium. As the end will be Clayton Kershaw. 2-14 for Clayton. He'll face the left-handed Max Fried. Buck Fried picking the top half of the inning. Clayton would love to get a little bit of vengeance with his bat. Perhaps trying to go yard or maybe even walk. It's free.
Yeah, I'm telling you, I don't think he's going to be swinging the bat right away here. Or maybe he is swinging it. But, you know, Kershaw has become a better hitter. I mean, I think part of it is because he's had Madison Bumgarner and Greinke in his division for so long and has been motivated to try to get better with the bat. But you see it paying off right now, that 214 average, and just a lot of the strong pitchers, like I mentioned, Bumgarner, deGrom, Scherzer, Syndergaard, all these National League pitchers that are also very strong at the plate as well and make the difference at the plate when they're pitching as well.
It is. One going to be popped up. Albies make the catch for the first out. It's funny you mentioned about better offense for Clayton Kershaw, and you mentioned a good pitching in the NL West. Well, think about this. Clayton Kershaw, his rookie year was back when he was 20 in 2008. Think about of all the good pitchers alone, and you mentioned obviously Madison Bumgarner. About Tim Lincecum, he won a Cy Young back then. Ubaldo Jimenez, just even though Ubaldo's career didn't necessarily work out, but he won an NL Cy Young. How about Kershaw's statistics as well in the NL Cy Young category? Gardner's been effective. And Matt Cain, Evie. There's so many good pitchers over the years in the National League West, to say the least. Well, that's I think outside 2-0.
And I think that really gives credit to some of these minor league systems out west that are really providing for these pitchers to really be bred to become major league pitchers and be prepared for the major league hitting. And I kind of just want to say, as we watch this pitch, as that's a ball, but I just want to mention how in the West, you know, the ball flies further, and I think these West Coast pitchers have to make more adjustments to keep the ball in the ballpark, and I think doing that in the minor leagues kind of prepares them for the majors, and that's why we're seeing so much success from pitchers that pitch specifically in the NL West.
And I mean, adapting to those ballparks, I mean, especially Colorado, that's everyone's dream with the exception of Yankee Stadium. As the 3-1 fouls it off 3-2. Good battle back here for Fried. He was down the count 3-0, and Mookie was 3-0 swinging. I'll foul this one off. Let's see if Fried can finish the deal. As it'll be the 3-2. One hit high into the air. Going back and making the catch will be the left fielder of Ozuna for the second out. That ball hung up there for a good little bit with the wind pushing to left field. I thought it was going to carry a little bit more. Ozuna kind of sat, and then he started to move once he got a little bit of a read on it.
Yeah, I mean, right now Max Fried, that's 6.24 ERA, is not showing. A couple mistakes, but he has been very solid on the mound here in Chavez Ravine so far.
Is the 41st pitch from, it's taken low 1-0. Count as well, relatively effective, but he's been behind in the count a bunch, which has been basically his only downfall of the day.
Nope, that's the ball.
One's taken outside the count 2-0. Starting to see him get a little bit better of a command of his fastball. We mentioned in the first and partially of the bottom of the second inning, where he was hanging the fastball and having a hard time finding control. Since he's had his first punch out, a little bit more fouls. That one's outside 3-0.
He does not want to walk someone with 2 outs here with Cody Bellinger, who's already gotten him once with that big double. But he's got to be careful here with Chris Taylor not to put something too good in the strike zone.
It'll be a 3-0 to Taylor. There's a strike, 3-1. I wonder if they'll tell him to take it again here. As the 3-1 pitch, can eyeball 4. Now Bellinger will have the chance this time with a runner on. Up to the dish. Last time he had a double on the left field line. Due to the shift. He would have had an opportunity to have a runner on, but unfortunately there was a double play, a 5-4-3 double play. Erased runners being out in front of him. Step back in. You see in this series, 4 for 4, the home run and a couple of RBIs. This pitch, one hit on the ground, it'll be a base hit. Oh, the hot streak in this series early on. Cody Bellinger continued, making now 5 for 5, and he continues to be effective against this Atlanta Braves team.
Yeah, that ball right down the heart of the plate, and Bellinger, like we said at the top of the show, has struggled this season. He really needs this right now.
And the reigning NL MVP, nothing shy of a threat. He can really hit the baseball, just for power, also even for average as he proved last season. It'll be a 1-0. There's a strike, 1-1. But we talk about stories of players that have really come out of nowhere, but how about Max Muncy? No one really expected the success that he would have with this LA Dodgers team, and he's really proven to be not just a powerhouse first baseman, pretty solid defensive piece.
I mean, yeah, the story of Muncy, backup catcher, covering, trying to stay in the major leagues and stay relevant, comes to the Dodgers and instantly becomes a force on this team and has fit perfectly with this lineup, provides a power spark. Of course, his infamous home run in the 2018 World Series off of Nate Eovaldi. He's really fit in here in LA.
2-2.
And he, for the most part, effective lane is the 2 high full count. So this is going to release the runner, or rather the runners. This hit will definitely score 1.
Big pitch here.
That's the 3-2. Swing and a miss. So Max Fried yet again gets out of trouble. LA failing to score with another runner in scoring position. There'll be no runs, 1 hit, and runners left on. Another base runner via walk. We head to the top of the 4th inning. Watching Major League Baseball here on Twitch.tv.
Number 5, Freddie Freeman.
Freeman stepping in for Atlanta. As Braves are trying to a couple more hits to the hit column as the first pitch from Kershaw taken outside 1-0. Freeman struck out his last time up. Again, we know he's pretty powerful, Eddie.
Yeah, absolutely. But the lefty-on-lefty matchup, he's struggled against lefties his whole career, and this is quite the southpaw he's going up against to play with Kershaw. But if I'm Freddie Freeman, I'm trying to look for something up and maybe the outer part of the zone that he can try to drive, maybe an opposite field hit down the left field line, because we know, like you said, the wind's blowing that way.
Is that one's going to be chopped foul to count 2-1, and it looks like they have the shift on Freeman as well. If he's a little bit late on something, like we saw earlier with Bellinger, could be extra bases as one slider's taken inside 3-1. So Zuna sits on deck for this Atlanta team. He had a double his last time up as well in the gap. So it'll be a 3-1. That's a swing and a miss. 3.
Yeah, he was not expecting the changeup right there.
So the payoff pitch. One hit high into the air. Moving over is Taylor to make the catch on the run for the first out.
And that is exactly why you try to get three really good defensive outfielders. And in Betts, Bellinger, and Taylor, that's exactly what these Dodgers have. That type of play, not every outfielder could really backpedal and get that far back and go on that long run to make that play. Chris Taylor did and can.
And Taylor, as we know, more of a utility-style player, as the first pitch to Ozuna is taken downstairs 1-0. For the past few years, we've seen, Jock Peterson have a good amount of time out there to the left. But another player to mention that we get to constantly mention as well for this Dodgers team, on A.J. Pollock. Haven't seen him too often in this season. It's the 1-1. It's a swing and a miss 1-2. It's a big acquisition, though, for this LA team that they took from Arizona in free agency.
Yeah, and Pollock's really a type of guy. He had a couple of injuries, but he is a very talented player when he gets to showcase his skills.
And 2 will be taken downstairs 2-2. He's another good defensive piece, but Chris Taylor is just so versatile. As the 2-2, that one chopped Kershaw. Just turn and fire with ease to Muncy for the second out. Oh, it's funny, Eddie. I definitely didn't give me much of a pitching duel when we came into this one between Kershaw and Fried, but we're seeing it right now early on. Last game what we saw was the Nationals a Brewers game, 3-1 result in which Scherzer won a quick game allowing one hit, and that was a solo home run. Regardless, that game was a pitching duel itself. It's opened up to be another one right here for both of these lefties. This pitch is called for a strike to count 0-1. Both of these lefties doing a very good job making an early pitching duel. Pitch. One hit high into the air. Taylor moves in. They'll make the catch to end the inning. The Braves go down in order 1-2-3 in the top of the 4th inning. We head to the bottom of the 4th. It'll be Hernandez, Lux, and Seager who up for LA.
Leading up for the Dodgers.
We welcome you to the bottom of the 4th inning. Hernandez will step in, grounded out his last time up in the 2nd inning. Hernandez, again, we mentioned struggling with Lux on the season, as the first pitch was taken high and away, the count 1-0.
And you see right there, once again, Fried falling behind on the hitters. That's the one trouble. He's walked a decent amount of people, and that's why that pitch count up at 53 pitches here with nobody out in the 4th. But overall, this performance today, when he's been averaging with that 6.24 ERA, this is a very strong performance where he's really going neck and neck here with Kershaw.
Won a liner, and it's going to be caught for the first out. Good job there by the third baseman, yet again, of Austin Riley to make another tough play.
I mean, he's putting together a Gold Glove highlight reel tonight. The double play in the first, the diving stop in the second, and now here in the 4th with a tight, hard liner hit by Kike Hernandez right at him and able to make the play. Riley really proving himself here. And after really being in the shadows and playing some different positions with Josh Donaldson playing with the Braves last year, now as their starting third baseman, he's really getting the opportunity to show how good he is at the hot corner.
As the 1-0 is going to fall down for a base hit. So a runner on yet again for LA against Max Fried. Obviously, the first time we've seen it today is Lux gets base knocked. It'll be Seager who steps in. Hit a double into the right center gap his last time up. And again, LA trying to threaten. Haven't really been able to do too much against Fried. First pitch to Seager. Swing and a miss to count 0-1. This time Fried was not scared. He went to the fastball upstairs. Got Seager trying to go yard on that swing. Go 1 on the ground. He fielded again by Riley. Fires to second, but they're not going to get the double play this time. I mean, oh my goodness, Austin Riley is putting on a clinic in the hot corner right now.
And I'm just amazed how many balls have gone to him, but every one he's been able to make a stop. You wonder what he's going to do next. They're very close, but it was the speedy Corey Seager that prevented another 5-4-3 double play, but the Dodgers now with the runner at first.
It'll be Will Smith now who steps in the first pitch call for a strike to count 0-1. Now, the way you look at it for LA here, you have Smith up at the plate, the catcher, on deck as the first, or the 0-1's taken inside 1-1. Deck's Clayton Kershaw. So, obviously you want to get the out here, but it may not hurt you too much if it's Kershaw who's on deck. 1-1's called for a strike 1 and 2. Reed will deal again. The pitch. Oh, hit him! Hit him right in the back. Smith will work his way to first. Not too happy about that. That one just clearly got away from Freed there.
Yeah, no intention right there. We've seen a couple wild pitches from Freed today. That one just really slipped from his fingers and gets him right up by the left shoulder back area. But now this is going to bring up Kershaw, and now let's see if he can help his own cause here. First and second, 2 outs. This is actually a big at-bat coming up here for Kershaw on the bottom of the fourth.
I wonder if they bring the outfield in. The first pitch taken high 1-0. We saw Kershaw's last time up. He was not scared to swing on a 1-0 count. Definitely been hit as there's a strike to count 1-1. Mookie Betts sits on deck as he walked his last time up. 1-1. One hit in the air. Bring in is the catch and the inning. So again, LA gets runners in scoring position, just cannot bring them home. We head to the top of the 5th inning. This game moving incredibly fast as it'll be Darno leading it off for the Atlanta Braves. And Darno, he comes in, the catcher, bat. It'll be Austin Riley who bats second in the inning, followed by Dansby Swanson, and then the pitcher of Max Fried. And again, this has been a pretty solid pitching duel. Fried slowly, his pitch count starting to go up just a little bit, not too high. But the kind of season he's had, Eddie, do you have the confidence if his name comes up here in the 5th inning to let him swing the bat?
Well, I don't know. I mean, I think the Braves need offense any way they can get it. So depending on what the situation is, if Darno or Dansby Swanson can find himself on base, you really got to base it on the situation at hand. But right now, I think they got to just try to get some base runners here against Clayton Kershaw and hope for the best. Because I don't know if Max Fried's consistency at the plate, shutting down these Dodgers hitters with this lineup with multiple MVPs and several young stars, I don't know if he's going to carry that out. And also, his pitch count's starting to get a little high. So the Braves need to score, and I think they need to score as soon as possible.
It has the 1-1 hit on the ground. It'll be fielded and fired over to first from Hernandez for the first out. This has been a pretty quick game. Nothing early on. And Kershaw only had 50 pitches there after that first out, being relatively effective there to Fried. Probably Austin Riley who steps in. He struck out his last time up. And a pretty solid start for Riley, not just in the field, but also above a 400 average coming into today, as the first pitch is taken inside a 1-0. See that stat line the last 18 games. 4 home runs and 18 RBIs for Riley. And he's pounded the left-handed pitching. Here's the 1-0. That one hit high in the air, but that's going to hook foul. Count 1-1.
Kershaw does not want to hang that same pitch again because Riley just mistimed that. That could have gone deep.
It is the 1-1's taken high and away, 2-1. We're starting to see it a little bit from Kershaw, though. He's tagging the high parts of the zone. 2-1. Again, he hung that one. That one hit high in the air to left field. Miller chasing, and he makes the catch in front of the warning track for the second out.
That is very lucky for Kershaw. He went back up to that upstairs, off-speed pitch, which Riley almost got a major handle of 2 pitches before. This time, Riley just cannot get the distance. It kind of died off there in left field after being really hard off the bat. This game just pitching duel. It's not what we expected, but Kershaw and Fried really on their game.
And Swanson now steps in. The first pitch called for a strike, 0-1. I'll tell you, if in an AL ballpark, That's a home run right there. Obviously, having to go 360 feet back to that left field fence is not easy at all here. National League West as the 0-1 that's taken downstairs 1-1. And we're seeing a solid pitching duel. Kershaw trying to make it 5 shutout innings. Pitching very well in this one.
Well, but also very efficient as well. 56 pitches here with 2 outs in the 5th.
It is. The 7th pitch is swung on a miss for a strike to count down 1-2. I mean, anytime we're averaging about 10 pitches per inning, obviously he's averaging about 11.5 right now. It's a pretty solid day. Anytime we really get under 15 pitches, we're doing well. As that one's popped up behind the plate, chasing is Smith. We won't get to it. He's out of place, and the count will remain at 1-2. If he gets out here under 60 pitches, a very good job. 1-2, that's hit on the ground. Your plays on the backhand, fires to first, and the inning. 1-2-3. Atlanta in the top of the 5th inning. Head to the bottom. It'll be Mookie Betts, Chris Taylor, Cody Bellinger. Watching Major League Baseball on Twitch.tv.
Welcome back to Chavez Ravine, bottom of the 5th inning. No score. Eddie Kalegi alongside Tim Moore, MLB ball. This is a very interesting game. Pitchers duel, Tim. I mean, who do you think's going to break first here, Kershaw or Fried?
Oh, based upon what I've been seeing, obviously now this is 3 consecutive innings in a row for Atlanta where they've been in a hole in the defensive end. You know, LA, they've gotten runners on base, but they just haven't brought any runs home. I think LA, based upon what we've seen, though, may be the first team to strike.
3rd time through the order, Mookie Betts leading off. First pitch here from Fried is low and out of the zone. You see Sean Newcomb, former starting pitcher, but a lefty. The Dodgers have struggled against the left-handed pitcher. Wise decision by Brian Snitker to get a lefty warming up as Fried is now at 67 pitches, 1-0. That one's going to be driven to right field. Backing up, going back near the warning track, and it's Marquez running it down for the first out.
Marquez that time nearly almost took the wrong angle to the ball. He spun around. Luckily, that ball was high and not a line drive. Then that would have resulted in extra bases, but regardless of first out, and he's doing a good job. Now he faces another hard hitter here of Chris Taylor.
Taylor 0 for 1 with a walk so far. First pitch is an off-speed upper out of part of the zone, strike 1.
I'm interested that Sean Newcomb's up in the pen. Obviously, we know he's a long reliever right now for Atlanta. I mean, his career, he had his fair share of starts. But I'm very surprised that they have him up in the pen this early. Needless to say for Atlanta, but yet again, if I'm not mistaken, Fried's going to lead off the inning for Atlanta, which would make a little bit more sense to why they have him up.
Yes, I think so too. I mean, when you've got Acuna and Albies and Freeman lurking behind Max Fried in the order, it would make sense why they would want to do that, but you see Max Fried, he's been very solid so far today at 71 pitches, but that pitch count is kind of high. He's gone into deep counts a few times today as he's trying to get everything ready and sorted out here on a 2-1 count to the number 2 man in the order, Chris Taylor. The wind up, the look in, here's the pitch, and that one is just going to miss. Very tight strike zone we've seen so far tonight, Tim, as that's 3-1.
I thought that was a strike over the outside corner, but just missed.
3-1, swing and a miss. Ed Drummond of obviously strike 2 right there. Drummond is your home plate umpire tonight, but you see Max Fried now up to 73 pitches, and you've got Cody Bellinger, who's really had his number. Nobody else really has today, but he's got 2 hits against him and has 5 hits this series already. Full count payoff pitch. This one grounded down to the shortstop Swanson way back in the outfield. Long throw, he got him. What a play by Dansby Swanson. All the way into the outfield grass, both feet in there, and he steps into one and throws out Chris Taylor.
That wasn't easy at all. Had to go to the backhand there. Typically, you see the Jeter play, as they like to call it, where they jump up in the air and fire. But that shows the arm strength there of Swanson. End up just firing off his back foot as the first pitch is there for a strike. But I mean, to fire off your back foot and make a beautiful throw across the diamond shows by Dansby Swanson, the Gold Glove shortstop.
Totally. The unconventional way, but he made it work right there. Here's the 0-1 coming to Bellinger. And that's outside, 1-1.
And they're going to have the shift here on Bellinger. Poke something opposite field. Obviously, we know he has the power. If you poke something opposite field, we could be looking at extra bases yet again.
Here's the 1-1 pitch from Free. That one will miss as well, 2-1. And once again, behind on these hitters. And you wonder when Dave Roberts is going to be more aggressive with giving these hitters the green light. As the windup, the 2-1 pitch here from Free to Bellinger. That one is going to be driven to left center field. Backing up is Acuna. He'll get there to make the catch. Pardon me, that's Ozuna. And that is the third out. So another scoreless inning for Max Fried. We are through 5, no score. This is MLB Bot Ball here on Twitch TV.
Your attention, please. Pinch hitting.
Sixth inning here on a beautiful night in Chavez Ravine. Eddie Kalegi alongside Tim Moore bringing it to you. No score here between two NL powerhouses, Braves and Dodgers, as Ender Inciarte pinch hitting for Max Fried. Tim, you were right. They're going to pinch hit and probably bring in Newcomb in the bottom of the sixth. Do you think this is the right decision?
Indeed, it is the right decision. Obviously, Fried at a high pitch count. One's fouled off. I do want to make a note of one thing, Eddie. Since the start of this game, you want to talk about how intriguing of a ball game this is? I have not seen a single fan walking up and down the aisles. Everyone has their eyes glued here.
Clayton Kershaw makes easy work of Inciarte and strikes him out on 3 pitches. But yes, you are right. I mean, these fans, they are locked in. And I mean, Dodgers, Braves, you never know. This could be a pitching matchup a postseason matchup come October. Two really strong teams. And like we said, the motivation both these teams have. Last year's postseason was not very exciting for them. Not what they wanted. It was a disappointment. And this time around, both teams have retooled better rosters than they had last year and really want to contend, as Acuna at the plate is 0 for 2 so far.
Mix here in LA, as you mentioned. This is where, though, Acuna needs to step up. Third time through the order now for Kershaw.
One ball, one strike.
Swing and a miss there at a pitch in the dirt. You see a couple of homers in the last 4 games here for Acuna. Nobody's gone deep yet. A couple have come close tonight. The 1-1 is going to be outside. 2-1 the count.
No, it's funny. I'm looking at his bat. Acuna has that bat that almost looks like your standard die of, living room wooden table.
It's that pitch outside, 3-1. Ozzy Albies stands on deck. Kershaw trying not to walk the speedy Acuna. 3-1, and he will. 3 straight pitches, same location, upper outer part of the plate. Do you think he was being careful with Acuna?
I mean, Acuna does bring that pop against left-handed pitching, but I think you also face Ozzy Albies here. It's struggled a little bit of late against left-handers in particular.
So here is Albies, runner on first. They will check at first. We've already seen a pickoff work for Max Fried. And you know, obviously, as a left-handed pitcher, you've got the advantage when you can look straight at first base as you're trying to get wound up and ready to go. First pitch here to Albies, and they're trying to steal second. The throw is going to be late. Ronald Acuna Jr. gets the nice jump and gets the second.
A great jump there on Kershaw, who had a long stretch. I mean, that was easy. He could even may have been in there standing. I think he had to slide there, but a great jump for Acuna. Yet another stolen base as he's up there in the NL leaderboard during this year, or in this season rather.
Runner on second, 0-1 is going to miss low, 1-1 the count. And you start to take a look at Kershaw. He's about to throw his 70th pitch of the night. Pitch count was pretty low, but he started to go up a little. He's had a couple base runners to tend with over these past 2 innings. As the 1-1 coming here to Albies is also going to miss low, 2-1.
Very surprised. You would have thought it was Max Fried who allowed a run early on with all the runners in scoring position, but it may be Clayton Kershaw here.
That 2-1 is going to miss. Actually, pardon me, it's in there, 2-2. Here's the 2-2. This one a ground ball to third, throwing back to second. as that one is caught at third. Sorry, I have a little bit of lag, but that was a nice catch there over at third. But they will not get Acuna at second, so 2 outs, runner on second for Freddie Freeman.
I would say, Eddie, that's the one hard thing here in LA with the way the field is designed, and I mentioned it early on in the game. You see too many shadows, so sometimes those ground balls look like line drives and vice versa. I definitely don't blame you there. I mean, to me, that looked like a ground ball, too.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's an interestingly shaped stadium here in Chavez Ravine. Look how it is built literally on a ravine, and just one of those ballparks you really want to get to see in person.
And there's so many ballparks around the world that are so incredible, but yet this one, some of the most dedicated fans here in LA. I mean, Dodger Stadium is always crowded. Everyone always wants to come see the Dodgers play.
That's ball 3.
As that pitch is high, certainly being careful here with Freeman with that runner at second. 3-0 now. We'll see where he spots the ball, and if Snitker gives the green light to his 3-hitter and MVP candidate Freeman. Kershaw with the high windup. Takes one last look at second. 3-0 is going to be in there, 3-1.
Interesting there that he went to the slider. Well, let's see if he backs it up, goes to another slider here, or does he go to the changeup? That's the question. I think he's going to stick off speed.
Kershaw ready. 3-1. Is this going to be fouled off? And the count's going to be full here, meaning Acuna is going to be in motion. Big pitch here. 2 outs, full count, runner on second, no score, top of the 6th. Clayton Kershaw. Smith with the sign. Kershaw with the look. Acuna on the move. The 3-2. And that will be high, ball 4. Freddie Freeman draws the walk. And the pitching coach is going to come out to talk to Kershaw.
I'll tell you, one thing I just noticed, Eddie, that I was going to mention was Kershaw on those last 2 pitches obviously missed high and in there for ball 4. And that pitch, the fastball was 92 miles an hour. Today he's topped out at 93. But the 2 fastballs prior to that were 89 miles an hour. So perhaps some fatigue here, Kershaw, that's starting to be seen.
Obviously, he's not the hard thrower he once was, but tonight, really, his speed really seems to be off as Marcell Ozuna lasers one into the seats down the first base side. Foul ball 0-1. 2 on, 2 out, no score, top of the 6th here, with the cleanup man Ozuna looking to do his duties with 2 runners on and 1 in scoring position. So Kershaw takes the peek at Acuna. 0-1. Ozuna gets into one. Deep left center. Forget about it. Say goodbye to that ball. Marcell Ozuna with a 3-run home run to deep left center off of Clayton Kershaw, number 14 on the season, and the Braves break this seemingly endless scoreless tie and take a 3-0 lead on a big swing from their free agent pickup, Marcell Ozuna.
Ozuna being that big piece, he just got all that one. Kershaw, he ends up blinking first. Allows a long drive, 110 miles an hour off the bat, 442 feet. And Ozuna took that one a very, very long way, Eddie.
Yeah, I did not expect that to happen right here as Marquez watches the first one go low, ball 1. So now it's going to be interesting. Now it's going to be interesting to see if these Braves bullpen can get 12 outs here, as we already know Max Fried's done after 5 innings as they pinch hit for him with Inciarte, as the 1-0 is also going to miss 2-0, and Kershaw really struggling this inning, up to 23 pitches in the inning, 82 for the game. 2-0. That one's going to be dribbled off the pad of Marquez, 2-1.
Now, Eddie, I want to ask you real quick, what do you think the velocity was of the pitch from Clayton Kershaw on that home run?
Probably low on a fastball. I don't think it was going that fast. I'll say, 88, 89 mile an hour fastball.
Actually, 88 on the dot it was that time, so he's tired.
As that one goes deep as well to center field, Bellinger makes the catch, but Marcell Ozuna finally breaks the scoreless tie. 3-run home run off of Clayton Kershaw. Now it's up to the Braves pen. Heading to the bottom of the 6th, 3-0 Atlanta. We'll be back to Major League Bat Ball on Twitch TV.
Now pitching for
so a surprise, Still a lefty coming in, but someone more used to pitching here later in games when the game's on the line. AJ Minter's going to come in, 27 appearances. You look at the stats, a 5.54 ERA. Not the most confident thing right there. But right now, these Dodgers hitters, what do they need to do to get back in this game after allowing that 3-run home run in the top half of the inning?
Right here, you face Minter, the lefty. You need to take advantage, work pitches, continue to make this bullpen work. As the first pitch is in there for a strike to Muncy, but you need to make them work. Take advantage, get them to the right-handed pitchers as well, because we know these lefties have a lot, and I mean a lot of power for LA. You need to start capitalizing. Get runners in scoring position. Get matter.
As Muncy gets into one, to left center, chasing back is Ozuna back near the wall, and that one's gone. Say goodbye to that ball. That's Muncy goes deep, number 17 on the year, and the Braves bullpen surrenders a run. It's a 2-run game. Max Muncy goes deep, 3-1 now the score, and the Dodgers get one of those runs back right away.
And Eddie, that's another one right there with the wind blowing from right to left field. Oops, a little bit. That was essentially a routine fly ball, and it just got over the fence, which it landed 401 feet in distance. You can hear got jammed a little bit, inside out of it. I mean, really, that ball was just a routine fly ball up, but the wind pushed it left, and it's carried over the left center field fence.
So a big home run, Muncy continuing his strong season. Number 17 now, AJ Minter tries to resettle in against Kike Hernandez. First pitch just going to miss a little high, ball 1.
Hernandez, and he's a main piece that hits well against left-handed pitching. But he's right now struggling in this point in the season, still struggling in this game. Surprised LA's not going to a pinch hitter.
1-0. That one is in there, strike one. And you mentioned, we know this team is deep. Their bench is solid, too. You talked about A.J. Pollock and so many talented players in this Dodgers roster. They had a great farm system building, and now all those guys like Lux and Smith and others starting to show themselves in the big leagues.
I mean, there's a lot of options. They have Matt Beatty in the bullpen as well. Or, excuse me, rather off the bench. They can go to Austin Barnes. I know he's the catcher, another primary catcher. But he can hit pretty solidly as well. So, I mean, those are 3 pretty solid options. I haven't even mentioned Jock Peterson, as well has some pop as well against right-handed pitchers.
That pitch is low. And you mentioned Jock Peterson. However, he was supposed to be the big star a few years ago, and then you heard about a guy named Cody Bellinger. And Peterson is still here and still produces when he's in the lineup.
And I mean, Peterson takes advantage right now for LA. I mean, you have so many options in the outfield. That's always a good thing, especially in NL teams. Between him and Pollock, it's hard to spread out the starts.
2-2 to Hernandez. That one's going to miss that side, and the count is full. Gavin Lux standing on deck here. 3-1 the score. Pretty quickly, the scoreless tie ends. 3-run homer for Ozuna. Solo shot for Muncy, ground ball to second, easy play for Albies, throws to first in a matter of time, and that's the first out here of the bottom of the second.
Good answer back there for Minter getting a ground ball. He's up jamming Hernandez. Now they'll face Lux, who is 1-for-1 on the day as well, walking in his first appearance. Yet another left-handed hitter. That's the advantage right now for Minter.
Yeah, totally. I mean, it's been really solid here, at least for the Braves before this inning, with the lefty-on-lefty matchups, and even lefty-on-righty. I mean, the Dodgers have not been able to get anything going except that one homer by Max Muncy earlier this inning, and A.J. Minter seems like he's settled in. At least still a 2-run lead. That 3-run homer is going to prove to be huge for Atlanta, that Ozuna was able to get them all home on that one swing of the bat. Is the 0-1 here to Lux going to drop in there, 0-2.
One thing I also do want to mention real quick as well is that I forgot to mention another outfielder on the bench, DJ Peters. He's a career .269 hitter in the minor leagues as well for LA.
Swing and a miss. Down goes Gavin Lux for the second out of the inning. So Minter has settled in after the homer from Muncy with a very lazy ground ball to Albies, and then a 3-pitch strikeout to the rookie Gavin Lux. So 2 outs, and that will bring up Corey Seager. He's 7-man in this Dodgers order. 1 for 2 so far for Seager. First pitch is going to be low, almost bouncing to the plate, 1-0.
Oh, Eddie, like most Major League Baseball teams, we see most teams that have right-handed hitters stacked, but here, LA, it's mostly lefties. That hurts them a little bit?
I think it does. I really think a balance is what you really want, being able to flip righty-lefty through your lineup, and I think lefties, a lot of teams game plan for that because the left-handed hitter I feel like is easier to manage sometimes, especially when it's lefty on lefty, but because that kind of neutralizes who's on first base as well. But I feel like the Dodgers, just the overwhelming power they have in this lineup, and you've got 2 former MVPs and Betts and Bellinger leading the way, I really don't think it hurts them that much.
Again, I mean, it goes Bellinger, Muncy, then Hernandez, the one righty break, then Luck, Seager, before they go back to Smith, who's on deck.
Oh, that's off the plate.
As that pitch is going to miss 3-1. Will Smith standing on deck. The Braves once again, and this is clearly not just with Fried, Minter as well, falling behind in these counts, and Minter already up to 16 pitches. Here comes number 17, 3-1 here to Corey Seager, and that's going to miss. I thought that got in there for strike 2 at the upper part of the zone, but Ed Drummond says it's outside, and that'll be a 2-out walk and bring up the tie run here, and a right-handed hitter in Will Smith here with 2 outs.
I would not be surprised if Will Smith takes advantage of the hanging fastball here from Minter. If I'm Atlanta, I'm quickly getting up there in the bullpen, getting guys ready.
That's outside.
So first pitch is outside, ball 1. They did have 2 people warming that were righties. Darren O'Day, the infamous side armor, and Chris Martin, who they acquired from the Rangers last year. As this is a 1-0 count now here to Will Smith. The wind up the pitch, swing and a miss, and the count's even 1-1. 98 miles an hour there from Minter. Minter is a flamethrower at the plate, at the pitching mound. 1-1. As that pitch is going to bounce, but a nice block back there by Travis d'Arnaud. I talked about it earlier. His defense has improved from that big blunder he had in the 2015 World Series. I mean, he's become a much better catcher as these years have gone on. As a swing and a miss right there, and now the count is even 2-2. Tying run at the plate, 3-1. Braves lead, bottom of the 6th. It's a 2-2 from Minter. That's going to be bounced foul right back towards the screen, 2-2.
If Smith gets on here, I wonder who will pinch hit for Clayton Kershaw on deck, Eddie.
Yeah, they want to bring in a righty, so it'll be interesting to see. As that pitch misses, then it gets interesting. 3-2. You have a little bit of speed over there at first base in Corey Seager. Full count, he'll be in motion. 3-2. This one is bounced over to Albies high chop. He grabs it and gets the ball at first, and that will retire the side. But Max Muncy gets one of the runs back. First pitch swinging, gets it deep off of A.J. Minter. 3-1 after 6. We'll be back. This is Major League Ball on Twitch TV. So Dave Roberts coming out with the lineup card, making some adjustments. I assume a double switch is coming, with Kershaw due up first in the 7th inning. Joe, former Boston Red Sox and St. Louis Cardinals, going to come in and pitch here for the Dodgers. You look at the numbers, just 8 appearances this season, but a 1.17 ERA. So they'll adjust and make a double switch, and Travis d'Arnaud will lead off here for Atlanta.
Joe Kelly, he hasn't pitched too much this year, but he is a huge money acquisition for LA. I'm very excited to see what he brings here, especially with a couple days rest.
Yeah, definitely. As the first pitch here from Kelly's going to miss low, ball 1. Just to let you know how we got here, Fried and Kershaw didn't let anything go the first 5 innings, no score, but then Marcell Ozuna with a big 3-run home run off of Clayton Kershaw on the top of the 6th. That was Kershaw's really only blunder of the game as he goes 6 innings, allowing those 3 runs on, I believe, 3 hits and striking out a few. Max Fried only went 5, but was solid and kept the Dodgers off the board. A.J. Minter allowing a home run to Max Muncy in the bottom of the 6th, making our score 3-1 right now, with both teams into the bullpens. 1-1 from Kelly is going to be popped deep foul down the left side by d'Arnaud, 1-2.
Joe Kelly's such a hard pitcher to pick up because he has that high 90s fastball and then mixes it up with a very slow breaking ball.
1-2 from Kelly. Swing and a miss. Down goes Travis Darno for the first out of the inning.
You know, and by no means his comparison is a great fastball there for Kelly. That time he went to the two-seamer, jammed him in, and got him to swing and a miss. You know what his style reminds me of a little bit, Eddie? Reminds me of Eric Gagne. Gagne had that great fastball and then a great curveball to complement it in mixtures of velocity, which kept hitters off balance.
Off the plate, ball 1.
So this will bring up Austin Riley here. Want to know the count here to Riley, who has been the human highlight reel so far today with a lot of great plays on third base. As the 1-0 coming in here from Kelly is going to be in there, strike 1.
Looking at it right now, Riley 0 for 2 on the day, but again, I mentioned it, it's pretty well in this season. In the series, this is, again, a critical at-bat. Atlanta, they trail by 3 games to Washington. It's a must.
That pitch in there on the outer part of the zone 1 and 2. You see the warming up. Blake Trinan and Dylan Floro, a pair of righties trying to get warmed up. Looks like Floro's on the mound. Trinan just doing a little pitching, throwing, and catching. Trinan might be ready for the 8th inning, as we'll see what happens. The 1-2 pitch is going to miss inside off speed from Kelly. Count is even 2-2. On deck is the 8-hitter Dansby Swanson. 2-2. That one dribbled hard over to the shortstop, Seager. Sidearms, high throw, but Muncy makes a nice glove play over at first. Keeping his foot on the bag. Nice defense from Muncy on what was a pretty wild throw there from Seager. 2 outs now, and that'll bring up Dansby Swanson.
That's a hard throw to make there for Seager. He had to come in on the short little chopper. It almost reminded me a little bit of the play that Dansby Swanson had to make earlier in the game. Obviously, Swanson came from the outfield grass. The angle was very similar in which he had to come into.
Yeah, there's been a lot of hard hits in the infield we've seen today. These guys have been hitting the ball hard, but it's been staying in the park and it's been staying near defenders, and we've seen some really nice defensive plays on both sides. Remember, Chris Taylor's run and catch earlier in the game, and then all of Austin Riley's various plays through the first few innings that helped keep the Dodgers off the board. Meanwhile, Kelly behind 2-0 against Swanson, who's 0 for 2 today. Pitcher spot due up next for Atlanta. 2-0. As that one's in there, strike 1 to Swanson, the Vanderbilt graduate and former #1 overall pick.
And remember, when we head to the bottom half of the inning, Eddie, obviously Joe Kelly's only going to get 1 inning of work because they're going to pinch hit for him. And essentially, Kershaw's spot would have been due up next.
Yeah, it's important to note, as that pitch is in there, strike 2. They might have done a double switch, though, so let's see what exactly transpired when we get to that bottom of the 7th. But meanwhile, the focus here in the top half. 2-2 to Dansby Swanson. That's the sign. Here's the pitch. Swanson pops one up down the left field line. Long run for Taylor, and he's got it. What a catch by Chris Taylor, going right up against the sidewall, bringing it in, and that will retire the side. No runs, no hits, no left. We'll head to the bottom of the 7th, 3-1 the score. We are back here, Major League Ball on a Wednesday night. Brian Snitker bringing out the lineup card. Looks like he might be trying a double switch as he has his 9-man up, due up next in the 8th. Chris Martin is going to pitch. Acquisition at the deadline last year from the Texas Rangers. He was having a really good campaign there and has had a decent year as well in Atlanta. And you see Austin Barnes came into the game in that double switch. He is batting 9th now. Not exactly sure. I guess he came in for Will Smith as they shuffled things around. As here we go.
I believe Eddie have him coming in as a straight-up pinch hitter. I don't think the double switch actually occurred in that scenario.
He's out.
ground ball to Alvi for Freeman first for the first out.
The right fielder.
Apologize for a little bit of lag there, but we're all good now. So 1 out there as retired is off to Barnes, and that'll bring up Mookie Betts today. He's been held pretty quiet so far by the Atlanta Bats, 0 for 2 with a walk in the first inning. He's had a solid year, but really not the most flashiest of numbers, as this one is a shot on the first pitch and a nice play there over at short.
That was a great job there. They actually had the shift on, and Ozzie Albies made a diving, sliding catch there on the line drive. It's not easy to do because when you go down to a slide, the ball's head level. Albies does a good job catching it there on the backhand. It'll be Chris Taylor who steps in as Eddie will try to get it fixed. First pitch, chopped foul behind the plate to count 0-1. Martin, by the way, Eddie, I'll hand it back off to you. He struggled against right-handed hitters, believe it or not, this season. Hitters batting above a 300 against him. One's on the ground. Freeman will walk over to first. Take it a 1-2-3 inning.
Yep, a very quick inning there for Chris Martin. We are through 7 here. The Braves on top, 3-1 your score.
Your attention, please.
Major League Ball back here in Southern California. Beautiful Wednesday night of action. Very exciting day here in baseball. And Dylan Floro on the mound. Give us some stuff on him, Tim.
Dylan Floro, I mean, he's been a very effective setup kind of role pitcher for this Los Angeles team. It's a pretty solid fastball, and again, very consistent. Hits the zone. First pitch there is a breaking ball outside, 1-0. But he's very good at hitting the zone with that high-speed fastball and then mixes that 90-mile-an-hour slider. And also one of the few relievers we see that still pitches out of the windup.
Yeah, that's actually pretty noticeable there from Floro as facing Adam Duvall 1-1. Duvall's an interesting guy. He's found a home as a bench player here with the Braves. Had that one really good year with Cincinnati where he got to the home run derby. But Duvall's still a very consistent hitter, and you saw in that milestone watch at 97 home runs. This will not be number 98. It goes to the outfield. What a quick work for it there for Bellinger as he makes the catch. And that's the first out here in the top of the 8th.
Now batting.
So when you think about pitchers that are the future for LA, Floro definitely pops up in that scenario. I mean, think about of all the great development pieces the Dodgers have had over the years, Eddie.
Yeah, I mean, there's so many people, even just in the last couple of years, that we've seen that have come up for the Dodgers and have found a place on this team. Gavin Lux, Kyle Garland, Will Smith, and then pitching-wise, you mentioned Floro, of course, Dustin May. I mean, every prospect it seems the Dodgers have turns out well, and you don't really see that with other teams. That's really a tribute to the whole farm system they've got going here with the Dodgers. As facing Ronald Acuna, who's 0 for 2 today, but did score a run on the 3-run homer. That pitch outside 2-0. Former starter Ross Stripling warming up now alongside Blake Trinan in the Dodger pen.
I'll tell you, this Dodgers pitching staff is dangerous, but the problem is they're down by 2 right now.
Yeah, the fact that was a 3-run home run is really going to be painful for these Dodgers. And remember, the Braves only have 2 hits so far through 7 1/3 innings. One of them a lazy single, the other this big home run. But Ronald Acuna is going on base for the second time today. A 4-pitch walk by Floro, and that's what started off the last inning. It was 1 out, and Acuna drew a walk, stole second base. Albies got on, and Ozuna ended up hitting the 3-run shot. So that's going to be interesting to see. And now stepping up will be Albies. He's 0 for 3, a line out back in the 6th. I was wrong. Freeman was the one who got on in that inning, not Ozzie Albies. He's 2 for 11 overall here in the series and comes up here against Dylan Floro.
Albies this time batting from the left side of the plate, arguably his strongest side of the plate for contact against right-handed pitching this year, much better than he has against left-handers.
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, Albies, once again, you don't think that he's a power threat when you look at that build, but he's just like Jose Altuve. He has the pop, and he's really proved it over the past couple of years. As that pitch is going to be in there, and the Dodgers quickly ahead 0-2 on Albies. You see Dave Roberts giving the signals, obviously frustrated, allowing just 2 hits so far today, but one of them You never want to allow the big hit, and they did to Marcell Ozuna back in the 6th inning, as that pitch is going to miss outside 1-2. Acuna has been staying pretty tucked over at first base, as he is still there at first here with 1 out. 1-2 coming to Ozzy Albies. Floro looks for the sign from Barnes. He's got it. The 1-2 pitch is going to be chopped foul on the sinker, and the count remains 1-2.
I was just about to mention it. I mean, not too many guys do we see throwing 94, 95 miles an hour on their sinker still in Major League Baseball.
Yeah, 95 again. Floro really hitting the speeding guns there. And I mean, those types of pitches, any sort of moving pitch that gets up into the middle or high 90s is going to be deadly for hitters, as the 1-2 to Albies comes in. And fouled off once again, and we stay at a 1-2 count. Albies fighting hard here.
The 402 to add on has that slider that tops out at 90 miles an hour. So getting really big speed in all his pitches. It makes it harder to actually differentiate with all the cutting action his pitches do.
They'll check back on the runner at first, as Acuna does get back in quickly. So they'll stay 2-2, runner at first. Pretty lengthy at bat here, and again they'll check on the runner. But Acuna's not going far. Max Muncy, a very good defensive first baseman, slaps the tag down quickly, but Acuna in pretty easily. So 2-2 coming here from Floro to Albies. Here's the pitch, and that one's going to brush him off the plate a little inside down at the knees. Count is full. Freddie Freeman stands on deck, 17 home runs in the season. Him and Ozuna would love to try to break this game open here at Chavez Ravine. The Braves trying to keep pace with the Nationals, who got a one-hitter from Max Scherzer earlier today. 3 games back in the division, as Albies fouls another one off and keeps this bat going. I mean, Tim, something's got to give here.
Something's going to have to give, and if you're LA, you don't want it to be a walk, because this will be the first time Freeman faces a righty today.
Well, it will be a walk, and now this is going to be interesting. Freddie Freeman coming to bat with 2 runners on and 1 out, with Marcell Ozuna on deck. The Dodgers already down 2. They've been able to play the escape game a couple of times today, but now this is a whole different animal with Dylan Floro facing these 2 power bats. Should be interesting now with Albies and Acuna both on base.
Tell you that right now this is a big threat. If he hangs one to Freddie Freeman, this game may be broken open in benefit of Atlanta, Eddie.
Yeah, definitely. He's got to be careful with what pitch he throws. I think that sinker is good, but he's got to keep it down in the zone and try to keep the ball on the ground. That's what you got to be careful with. If you're a sinker splitter pitcher, trying to keep it as a ground ball, but you don't want to throw it too low like that, because Freeman is very disciplined at the plate, and he misses there, so it's 1-1.
I'll tell you right now, Floro doesn't really have it today, because his sinker some days really can top out 97, 98.
That pitch is going to miss inside on a slider at 89, 2-1. Remember, Marcell Ozuna, who has the big blow in this game, stands on deck. 3-1 our score here. Atlanta on top of the Dodgers. We're in the top into the 8th. Eddie Kalegi alongside Tim Moore on the call as Freeman fouls that one off, and the count's even 2-2.
He's got to go to the slider here. That's the best way to get Freeman. I think Freeman's starting to pick up on that sinker.
Floro checks on Acuna, the 2-2. This one's going to be driven to left field. Long run, Taylor. It's going to fall in for a base hit. Acuna did not get a great jump. He held up to see if it would be caught, but it falls in. And now the sacks are full for Marcell Ozuna.
Well, he did go to the slider, but he hung it, and that was an easy inside out for Freddie Freeman. A good job as well by Acuna, holding up, making sure that that ball got down, but now it'll be Blake Trinan. Going to have to come on the mound here and get a big ground ball, needless to say, right now for this Dodgers team.
Trinan having a really solid campaign here with the Dodgers. You think about what he did with Oakland a season ago. 30 games, an ERA just over 2, and you look back at the 6th inning when Marcell Ozuna broke the scoreless tie in a big way off of Clayton Kershaw. Kershaw's only mistake of the day, a 443-foot bomb to left center to give the Braves a 3-0 lead, and they haven't looked back. And now Ozuna looking to really cause some damage. 2 for 3, facing Trinan here with the sacks full and 1 out. First pitch here from Trinan is going to be low ball 1.
He is trying to work that pitch low, try to get the ground ball. But Ozuna in his career, he actually is more of a fly ball type of hitter. Obviously, we know he hits for contact well in line drives. Most of his outs do come on the fly out.
We've got a 1-0 coming here to Ozuna, as that pitch is fouled off. Another strong sinker. We got another strong sinker ball pitcher, 95 on the gun right there from Trinan. 1-1 the count. Looking in for the sign from Austin Barnes, the 1-1. Nice shot over the third, picked up, throw in, and it's going to be thrown away back into the outfield. A second run is going to come home. Acuna and Albies both come to the plate on a major defensive miscue there from Kike Hernandez, and the Braves extend it to a 5-1 lead.
Eddie, I can't believe it. He bobbled it, and in that situation, he just had a mental error, let alone a physical error. He should have known to just step on the base and try to go a 5-3 double play, but instead he sailed the ball.
And now here, trying for the double play, throw back to first. Nice job covering by Trinan. So they'll redeem themselves there, but the Braves do score 2 more on a major blunder from Kike Hernandez. 5-1, middle of the 8th here on Twitch. Well, Cody Bellinger, 2 for 3 in this game, 5 for 6 in the series. The Braves will continue with Chris Martin, who needed just 5 pitches to get through 1, 2, 3 in the bottom of the 7th. But the Dodgers need runs after that big mistake by Kike Hernandez. I just want to talk about that again, because he made 2 mistakes there. First thing, he should have just stepped on third. He bobbled the ball, but he really could have just stepped on third. And if he didn't think so, he could get third base. He should have just hung onto the ball there instead of throwing it and allowing another run to score.
Indeed, as that one's fouled. I mean, but the other thing, too, is that ball, Eddie, was so hard. He even had time to make the throw to home. It was clearly a mental error for Hernandez, who struggled this season. Man, I just can't believe, you don't really see that too often with Major League Baseball players. Man, that was a clear as day mental error. He just really stuck in the moment there.
Swing and a miss, and it's 2-2. And third base, I mean, that's a little bit of a hole right now. No Justin Turner here for the Dodgers, and Kike Hernandez is really not helping out the situation. What about a tale of 2 third basemen in this game? Austin Riley's defense is a reason why the Dodgers only have 1 run today. On the other hand, this would be a 2-run game if not for Kike Hernandez's defensive lapse. As that pitch in there, strike 3 call on the sinker, Cody Bellinger doesn't necessarily agree, but Ed Drummond calls that pitch right there for the first out of the bottom of the 8th.
Gee, that was a great pitch there. By the way, Martin coming out for his second quote-unquote inning of work. Obviously, he had the final out there in the last inning, and now comes here and gets a strikeout. He faces Max Muncy, who homered the last time up. But like the first time he scored, it was a solo shot. And again, Eddie, by the way, it continues. LA still struggling to score with runners in scoring position, as they've seen 4 times today.
Yeah, I mean, every inning it seems like they've got base runners, but they're just not able to do anything with them. They only bright spot the Muncy home run. But the Braves have taken advantage of 2 opportunities to get up to 5 runs in this game. One, the home run by Ozuna, and the other, a serious mental error with the bases loaded by Kike Hernandez. A mental error and a throwing error all in one play. As a swing and a miss right there from Muncy, who's going for probably way out of the bleachers, but didn't get the pitch he wanted. 2-2. Martin winds up again, and a swing and a miss. Down goes Max Muncy. That sinker from Martin really working. Wasn't for Floro, but Chris Martin's got it going. A lot of sinker ball pitchers we're seeing from both these staffs right now, Tim.
The sinker ball pitcher is very popular in the National League, and you're seeing it right there. I mean, that is just a great sinker. I mean, it had Muncy. He was looking down the middle, but once that ball dropped, Muncy knew he missed it. Now Martin could be looking to strike out the side here.
So here's Kike Hernandez trying to redeem himself, and he'll foul that one off 0-1. 0 for 3 so far in this one. And just above the Mendoza line at a 2-0-2 flip for the season. I mean, he's a fill-in player, and without Justin Turner, he's really had the opportunity to step up. But, I mean, as that pitch in there 0-2, and Martin trying to strike out the side here, 1 pitch away, I mean, the Dodgers can't have that happening there, what we just saw in the last inning.
And obviously they've been successful in wins, but I still don't understand why Pollock isn't in left.
Swing and a miss, though, by Hernandez, and that will strike out the side. Chris Martin, really strong out of the pen. We'll head to the 9th. Braves still on top 5-1. Major League Bot Ball here on Twitch.
Your attention, please.
Eddie Kalegi alongside Tim Moore. Kenley Jansen coming in the 9th inning, but not the spot these fans would have hoped. Down 4 instead. He's 20 for 21 in saves. And Tim, are you surprised that they went to Jansen here in this opportunity? Not a save, not trying to tie the game, just trying to keep this from getting any more out of hand.
Well, they must have a lot of faith that they're going to come back here in the bottom of the 9th inning down by 4. But, I mean, Jansen is basically out of the bullpen. He's had a couple days off, so obviously they try to turn around and just work in. But, I mean, again, for LA, this is a game that slipped away. It's right now benefiting for this Braves team.
Yeah, definitely. As a swing and a miss there by d'Arnaud. And I did want to talk about Travis d'Arnaud because he was a Mets prospect, was a bit of a disappointment, wasn't on that World Series team, but last year in Tampa Bay really redeemed himself and now found himself a nice job here in Atlanta.
He really has. And, you know, I mean, when you look here in Atlanta, a lot of, and we mentioned at the top of the broadcast, Eddie, a lot of underrated players. It seems like Atlanta has done a good job taking a lot of these underrated players home and turning them into stars. I mean, everyone thought Travis d'Arnaud was kind of a bust back in New York. Since he's come to Atlanta, he's been nothing shy of a star.
It'll be Clyde Washington over at first, saying that he held, so 2-2. And d'Arnaud actually spent a brief time with the Dodgers last season in between the Mets and Tampa. He played in 2 games, went 1 for 4, and then was waived and ended up with Tampa Bay. As a ground ball over the second, easy throw there by Lux, and that'll be the first out here of the top of the 9th. So d'Arnaud is retired, and that'll bring up the 7th man of the order.
If I'm not mistaken, when I say the topic d'Arnaud, didn't he have a 3-home-run game against the Yankees last season?
Yes, he did. That was one of his real bright spots. The other was a game against Boston where he hit a couple of home runs right near the end of the season, helping the Rays get that wild card spot and ultimately compete with the Astros pretty well in the ALDS. His first pitch swinging from Johan Camargo, who was pinch hitting for Austin Riley, I believe, ground ball to third, and that will be the second out.
Jansen went to the cutter that time, and that's as good as it gets. I mean, Kelly Jansen, one of the most effective closers in Major League Baseball, and even here in the non-save situation, showing his durability to come out and make big outs here for LA.
So 2 outs here. Dansby Swanson 0 for 3 on the day, but he does have a nice defensive play. One of the many that stopped the Dodgers in this one. If that pitch is going to be fouled off 0-1. Jansen at 7 pitches now, and like you said, has had a couple days off. Dave Roberts probably just trying to get him in some work despite the situation here. And, you know, it helps just try to keep this out a 4-run game as best as possible, as that's another swing and a miss, 0-2. Cutter there from Jansen. Jansen is not as much of a flamethrower as he was in past years, but still is a lights-out closer. Just 1 blown save, 20 for 21 so far this season. The 0-2. And he's going to go down swinging. And a 1-2-3 campaign for Kenley Jansen. Last chance for the Dodgers, down 5-1. We'll be back in a moment here. Major League Bot Ball here on Twitch. We'll be back.
Ladies and gentlemen, your attention please.
It'll be Luke Jackson, 28 appearances. He's got 6 holds, 4.31 ERA, solid season, and you see that 143 for right-handers and just 233 average for lefties. They'll start with Gavin Lux at 6, 7, 8 in the Dodger order, which I believe is Lux, Seager, and the pitcher's spot here in the bottom of the 9th. Last chance here for LA, here to try to get this win at home. And if the Braves win, they'll keep pace with the Nats and move to 3 games, stay at 3 games out. As 0-1 here to Lux is in their strike 2. Tim, as we continue, what are some of your impressions so far in today's game?
Atlanta's done a very good job. They've been nothing shy of effective. You know, even right now being out hit by LA, they've done the job better in what was a pitching duel, and in my opinion still is. Score reflects 5-1, but big innings have really made the score different.
That pitch fouled off, 0-2 now to Gavin Lux, who has struggled a bit today. Did get on base, but got picked off back in the first part of the second inning. 0-2 from Jackson, and that's going to hit Lux. Second hit back to him so far. Will Smith got nailed earlier in the game, and Lux will head over to first. And you know, I just thought about something, because they did bring in Austin Barnes to replace Will Smith. You'll wonder if they just wanted to be a little precautious. That pitch, I mean, he got hit by a pitch. It always stinks, but Will Smith really got hit earlier in the game, when you remember, when he got hit right up near the throwing shoulder.
Yeah, indeed. Now, I wonder when it comes to the pitcher slot, who you're going to pitch it now, because you saw Barnes come in earlier. You know, it may come down to, you know, Jay Pollock or someone else off the bench. Yeah, you need base runners on. You have another lefty, Seager, up who hits well against Jackson. You're running out of options and you're running out of outs. So I'm very interested to see for what LA does here in the bottom of the ninth. I think they're going to throw all their cards out there on the table.
So Dodgers hoping for some ninth inning magic. Down 4, runner on. 0-1 to Seager. He'll swing in, dribble this one foul near the Atlanta dugout. 0-2. Seager so far 1 for 2 today. Hoping to come up big here. Bottom of the order here for the Dodgers, trying to get the victory. They were at 38-21 right now on the season. 0-2. This one is wide. Oh, what a play by Freeman. He got the double play. Unbelievable. Freeman dives. Superman play, puts the glove on first, and the Dodgers now down to their final out.
That is every first baseman's dream. What a play by Freddie Freeman. Full extension, dives right onto the base. He didn't even have to move over. He just did it straight himself on the dive. What a play by Freddie Freeman. Oh my goodness, that's going to be a highlight we'll see for the rest of the season.
And so many great defensive plays so far for Atlanta today, as you see Matt Beattie up at the plate as the Dodgers' last chance. But from Riley to Swanson, but that tops them all. Freddie Freeman, and he didn't even have to adjust. In the process of diving, just lands with the glove safely down on the base. And Gavin Lux just can't be happy about that. Got picked off earlier, and then this time, just nothing he can do right there.
And I'm surprised they didn't pitch it A.J. Pollock here, by the way, as Matt Beattie steps in.
So a 2-1 count, bottom of the ninth. Braves up 5-1. Remember, Marcell Ozuna had the big 3-run homer in the top of the sixth. And the Braves trying to finish this one off and steal a game here at Chavez Ravine against Clayton Kershaw, which certainly is not easy. And that one's fouled back, and the Dodgers are down to their final stretch.
Kershaw be looking now for his third loss on the year after that.
2-2, that one's going to miss outside. The count is full. Austin Barnes, who came in for Will Smith, through the double switch back in the sixth, stands on deck. Full count coming. Here's the payoff pitch. Swing and a miss. Pardon me, no, my bad. He fouled that one off. Got a little ahead of myself there. But Beattie stays in it. Full count now. Again, here's the 3-2 from Jackson. This time, a swing and a miss, and that will be the ball game. The Atlanta Braves steal one at Chavez Ravine 5-1. A 6.24 ERA did not faze Max Fried as he gets the victory, and the Braves take it 5-1. Their defense was strong. Dansby Swanson, one of those. Freddie Freeman with a big play here. Austin Riley solid throughout, and Marcell Ozuna with a big 3-run home run off of Clayton Kershaw in the sixth with the big blow today.
Indeed, for Atlanta, every card they played worked out for them. The big win on the road. I mean, this is all you can ask for here for Atlanta. Max Fried, we know he struggled this year, but 5 innings of shutout baseball. Then you go to the bullpen. I mean, everything worked out today. And even though they got out-hit by LA, who had 5 hits and only 1 run today, made their runners on base matter, and they end up scoring 5 runs on 3 hits, ultimately pick up the victory.
Yeah, very surprising win here for Atlanta. We didn't necessarily expect it to see, obviously, player of the game, Marcell Ozuna. But the play we'll probably be seeing in the highlights the rest of the season. What we just saw in the bottom of the ninth with Freddie Freeman's diving double play. You look at the numbers, and both pitchers were pretty solid today. Just the one mistake, Tim, for Clayton Kershaw.
That one mistake was a big mistake, and again, we'll see it in the highlights. Marcell Ozuna, he hit a massive 3-run home run on a hanging 88-mile-an-hour fastball from Kershaw, who, by the way, was high in the pitch count at that point. I mean, what about Marcell Ozuna? Again, you know, we've talked about whole acquisition for Atlanta, picking up Marcell Ozuna, and here on a 1-year deal, he comes out and he hits a long bomb. But look at the highlights. Okay, Hernandez, he hits a ground ball, and this is just one of many incredible plays by Atlanta out there in the field today.
Yeah, Austin Riley had his presence felt for sure, but this is the big blow. Top of the 6th, Clayton Kershaw allows a couple of walks, and Marcell Ozuna makes him pay. 3-run homer to center. Other than that, Kershaw was really strong today and suffers just his 3rd loss of the season, but a big hit there. Still a quality start for Kershaw, but he will get the loss. This is the only bright spot offensively for the Dodgers. Max Muncy got one to center field, number 17 for the potential all-star candidate at first base in a very stacked National League at first base. But a home run there to make it 3-1. Then top of the 8th. I mean, Tim, this is just, you see the bobble, and he should have just stepped on third and instead throws this wild ball over to second. I mean, what was Hernandez thinking?
I mean, he bobbled it, but Eddie, he even tagged him there with the baseball and turned and fired to first. That error right there essentially cost LA the chance of the game. Obviously, we're still down 2 runs, but that ultimately set the tone for the rest of the game.
And then this, Freddie Freeman with the diving double play, stepping while putting his glove on the bag as he's falling on the dive to pick off Gavin Lux. Really an incredible play, and that's got to be a top play of the night, maybe of the week, as Luke Jackson then strikes out Matt Beatty swinging to finish this one out, and the Braves take it 5-1 in what was a very wild game here at Chavez Ravine.
And I mean, again, LA, it's a tough loss, but for Atlanta, this helps. Again, Atlanta came in today 2nd in the wild card standings, move up a half a game with that victory behind the Cincinnati Reds. But every game is pretty much a must-win for right now for Atlanta, because Washington as well, they continue to win on a regular basis, as well as you mentioned earlier with Scherzer going to full 9 innings, playing 1 hit, 1-run baseball, and picking up the Washington Nationals a win. So keeping that deficit is certainly must right now for Atlanta.
Yeah, and I mean, I got to ask you, of course, tonight, small sample size. Going forward, if the Nationals keep having the success they have with that elite pitching staff and very solid lineup, how can the Braves keep up with Washington?
Well, I think it all comes down to the offense, Eddie. I mean, today we saw the offense work, but at the same time, there was only 3 hits for Atlanta in this ball game. Have to find consistent offense. The guys who were hot early on, Ozzy Albies, for example, it's gotten cold now. Now we're actually starting to see it a little bit with Ronald Acuna. So I really think this Atlanta team needs to find consistency. The only player on the offensive end, other than Marcell Ozuna, that's been consistent all year long, has been Freddie Freeman. They need some consistency 1 through 8 in this lineup.
Totally, and you see the Dodgers bullpen solid. Dylan Floro had those unearned runs against him. As we'll just about finish things up here from Chavez Ravine. We have another game coming up soon, but Marcell Ozuna with the big hit drives in 4 runs altogether as Atlanta 5-1 victory. He was at the bat at the plate for all of their runs, the 3-run homer, and then on the costly Kike Hernandez double error, 1 mental, 1 physical, all in one swoop. So the Braves get to 37-26. The Dodgers fall to 39-22. Tim, I gotta ask you your final impressions on tonight's game.
Again, Atlanta getting the job done, taking advantage of everything that was granted to them. It's a much-needed victory. But now I'm excited to see how the series wraps up for Atlanta moving forward, because these are important games they're going to have to play throughout the rest of the series.
And for the Dodgers, it was clear they had some holes tonight. What do they need to fix going forwards? I know the NL West, they're really strong, but the NL West, it's the same thing every year. They're just, I mean, they're divisional opponents. Their division sometimes is a little, but I mean, what do they need to improve upon so nights like tonight do not happen, and they can have success in the playoffs against, the Nationals, the Braves, the Cubs, the Cardinals, those types of teams?
Oh, Eddie, I heard a little bit of lag there, but to answer your question, what I see for LA is that we saw it today primarily against Atlanta. They struggled with runners in scoring position. You have to take advantage of your opportunities. Here today, LA didn't do it, Eddie. I think that's something that they really need to work on, getting better at, not just in this series, but for the rest of the year. If this Dodgers team wants to be successful, obviously right now they're the favorites to win the NL West. To be a World Series team, you have to be consistent and sound, and they're going to need to find that in this, needless to say, to make another World Series run.
Yeah, definitely. But we're going to start shifting our gears from the National League to the American League, where we've got a very good game coming up soon. We got Scott here ready to call it. The Red Sox and the Indians. Me and Tim will be heading out. We hope you enjoyed tonight's game. The Braves win it 5-1. Get ready. Red Sox and Indians about to start. We got Scott here on the call.
All right, thank you very much, guys. Yeah, the Red Sox and the Indians, the finale of a 3-game series. Each team has won one game thus far, so this is the rubber match coming up between the Indians and the Red Sox. Boston won Game 1 on Monday by a final score of 5-4. Cleveland came back and won yesterday's matchup 4-3, although the Red Sox held a 3-1 lead in the 7th inning of that game. So they had a very good chance to take the first 2 games of the series, but could not hold on in the late innings. Boston coming in 25-38, right now 10 games behind first place New York in the American League East. The Yankees now 38-25 with their loss earlier today here on Bot Ball 9-3. The Indians in second place in the American League Central at 40-22, 3 games back behind first place Minnesota. And of course, the Indians and White Sox, both in the American League Central, are the 2 current wild card teams in the American League. As the American League Central, the top 3 teams, Twins, Indians, and White Sox, are having tremendous seasons. Carlos Carrasco getting the start for Cleveland today. His 13th start of the year, 5-3 record, a 3.09 ERA, which ranks 13th in the American League currently. They'll take on the top of the Boston order, Jose Peraza, Jackie Bradley Jr., and J.D. Martinez.
Leading off the afternoon for Boston.
Get you the rest of the Red Sox lineup in a moment as Peraza stands in, waiting for the first pitch from the right-hander, 6'4" Carrasco, and it's a fastball low as we are underway at 9:01 Eastern Time here in Major League Ball. On this Wednesday night on Twitch. Peraza hitting .260 with 3 homers and 15 runs batted in. Carrasco with the 1-0. And fastball on the upper half for a called strike. Behind Peraza, Bradley and Martinez, Rafael Devers, Mitch Moreland, Kevin Pillar. The 1-1. Ground ball right side to the second baseman, Hernandez. Tosses on to the first baseman, Santana. And a 1 down here for Boston in the top of the first inning. Rounding out the starting 9 for the Red Sox, Christian Vasquez, Alex Verdugo, and Michael Chavis batting 9th. Jackie Bradley Jr. standing in now. The right fielder at .234 on the year, 3 home runs, 11 runs batted in, seeing more action over the last week or so after the injury to Andrew Benintendi. Outside corner for strike 1 from Carrasco. See Bradley 2 for 12 in his career against the 33-year-old right-hander from Venezuela. 0-1. Breaks right at the knees. Slider, strike 2. Carrasco features a slider, his best pitch, a 4-seamer, a 2-seamer, and a changeup. The 0-2.
Nope. Ball 1.
Dips slow and away. 1 ball, 2 strikes.
The count is 1-2.
73 degrees in bot ball land for this contest in Cleveland. 1-2 on the way.
I got the count. 2
Up and in, and Bradley a good eye here. Home plate umpire today, Patrick Johnson. Bradley 1 for 8 thus far in the series. For the first 2 games, the 2-2 pitch. And he works the count full. So Bradley was behind 0-2, and now full count pitch on the way with J.D. Martinez waiting on deck for Boston. Mentioned no Benintendi, out for at least a month with a torn ligament in the finger. Xander Bogaerts still a couple of weeks away, fractured forearm, and the Red Sox, big reason for their offensive struggles, only hitting .245 as a team. Payoff pitch. Bradley lifts it foul off the left side. We'll do it again here between Carrasco and Bradley. Another 3-2 pitch from Carrasco. Bradley, good eye, taking ball 4. The fastball just below the knees at 95 miles per hour.
Batting third.
So strong at bat by the Red Sox right fielder. And he'll be aboard for J.D. Martinez, who is struggling in general, but very much in this series where he's 0 for 9. Does have an RBI due to a sacrifice fly. .271 overall average, 14 long balls, 35 runs batted in. Swings at the first pitch and chops it left side to Francisco Lindor on the second for 1 to first, double play. And the struggles for J.D. Martinez continue. A 6-4-3 double play ends the inning. So Bradley after the walk, nothing doing. The Red Sox, no runs in the top of the first. That'll bring up Cleveland here in the bottom half of the inning. And Nathan Eovaldi will make the start for the Red Sox. His 13th start, 1-7 record, started 0-7. Winning his last time out, .485 earned run average, 6'2", 225-pound 30-year-old. Will face off against Francisco Lindor, Oscar Mercado, and Carlos Santana, the top 3 in the Cleveland order, the shortstop, center fielder, and first baseman, respectively. First pitch to Lindor, fastball, a generous strike there at the bottom of the zone. Look around the Red Sox in the field here. Eovaldi winds and fires with the 0-1.
Nope.
Low, ball 1. Some sparse sections in the crowd here for this contest, but pretty good crowd on hand. 1-1. Backdoor breaking ball, too far outside, 2-1, the split finger. Lindor 0 for 7 in the series. 2-1, chops it foul, and it's 2-2. And Eovaldi up to 99 miles per hour in the early going. Two. Inside, count full. Payoff pitch. Right down the middle and turned on by Lindor to deep right field. Back goes Bradley, and it's gone. A leadoff home run for Francisco Lindor. His first hit of the series, his 18th home run of the year. And the Indians off to a 1-0 lead. The 8th home run that Eovaldi has allowed this year. The Indians pack power up and down the lineup, a .442 slugging percentage as a team. Lindor, the leadoff man, stroking his 18th home run of the year. Of course, their team leader, Carlos Santana, he has 20. So the Indians strike first. Brings in the center fielder, Oscar Mercado. .294 batting average. He has 8 home runs, 19 runs batted in. Eovaldi in the strike zone with the first pitch. Rafael Devers at third base. Jose Peraza at shortstop. Michael Chavis at second. Mitch Moreland, the first baseman, catches the knees, and it's 0-2. Kevin Pillar, Alex Verdugo, Jackie Bradley Jr. left to right in the outfield with Christian Vasquez doing the catching for Eovaldi. The 0-2, and got him to go up high to go after it, but fouling it away is Mercado. Still 0-2. Split finger, and just getting the end of the bat and staying alive once again is the Indians center fielder. He's had a good series, 4 for 7 in the first 2 games. Watches that low, and it's 1-2.
Oh, that's it.
Up and in, 2-2. Eovaldi giving up a leadoff home run on a payoff pitch to Francisco Lindor. Has Cleveland out in front already. 2-2 on the way. Outside, and first two batters going full. So Eovaldi will be 14 pitches already into the outing on his second batter he's facing. Not the start that Ron Renicky in the dugout was hoping for. That's down the middle and hit hard, but just got underneath it. Was Mercado. And a fly out to the center fielder, Verdugo.
Batting third, the first baseman.
Carlos Santana's due up. The rest of the lineup for Cleveland: Franmil Reyes, the DH, Jose Ramirez at third base, second baseman Cesar Hernandez, left fielder Jordan Luplow, batting eighth the catcher Roberto Perez, and batting ninth the right fielder Tyler Naquin. Here's Santana. The average only at 252, but the 20 home runs is tied for the second most in the American League. Fouls at bat, the cutter at 95. So he ranks third in the American League in walks, getting on base via the free pass 32 times on the year. Here comes the 0-1. Just misses the outside edge. Santana, 1 for 8 in the series. Drove in a couple of runs in yesterday's ball game, which was the Cleveland victory. Santana goes after that high pitch in the zone, deep to right and over the wall. Second home run in 3 batters. This time it's Santana with his 21st, as that ball was left up in the zone. I think it may have been a split finger that was letter high. And Santana with home run number 21. And Cleveland leading 2-0 with only 1 out in the first inning. Call it just above the belt when Santana turns on it. Projected at 392 feet. Here's the DH Reyes.
The designated hitter.
Breaking ball misses the outside edge. 1-0. Reyes hitting .234. He has 11 home runs and 37 runs driven in. Nope. 2-0. No wonder he might have an early visit to the mound from Red Sox pitching coach Dave Bush. 2-0. Going after the 2-0 pitch was Reyes and fouling it away. Eovaldi's next offering. Wades through the breaking ball. Good pitch. Splitter. 2-2. 2 home runs already in the inning. Fouled off the end of the bat. And got him to swing through it. 100 miles per hour, the fastball up in the zone for Eovaldi's first punch out of the afternoon.
The third baseman, Ramirez.
2 outs in the inning. And that'll bring in Jose Ramirez, 300 hitter, 10 homers, 31 runs batted in. And right now in contention to grab that starting spot for third base in the All-Star game here in early June. Second in votes for American League third baseman. 1-0, 2-0 now. He is He is ninth in the American League in doubles with 16, and also one of the best base stealers. Got jammed on that. It's 2-1. .27 pitches on this next offering in the first inning for Eovaldi. Swinging through was Ramirez, the high fastball. So Eovaldi been able to elevate that 100-mile-per-hour fastball a couple of times here and get the Indians to swing through. See what he goes with here. See if he sticks with it. The 2-2. And it's a 98 miles per hour and a little bit lower in the zone. Ramirez able to get around on it. 2-2. Breaking ball inside, cannot check the swing. Strike 3, the cutter. So enough break on the cut fastball. And Ramirez goes down. Back-to-back strikeouts, but the Indians hit 2 home runs in the inning. First off, Francisco Lindor led off. And then 2 batters later, it was Carlos Santana. And the Indians lead 2-0 as we move into the top of the second.
The third baseman, Rafael.
4, 5, and 6 due up for the Red Sox. Devers, Moreland, and Pilar against Carrasco, who threw only 11 pitches in the first inning. First one on the way to Devers. He swings at it. It was ahead of the fastball on the inside corner. Devers, 268, 8 home runs, 31 runs batted in. Has had a very good series. The 0-1. Now 1-1. 4 for 7 in the first 2 games. It's Carrasco, one of the best in the American League in walk to strikeout ratio. 8th fewest walks with 8th most strikeouts in the American League. The 1-1. Swung through by Devers, 1-2. Of course, Carrasco walked a batter in the first inning, but then J.D. Martinez grounded into a double play. Outside and low, 2-2. Devers 4 for 7 in the series. Had a home run in the first game. Solo homer. 5-4 Red Sox win. And now Carrasco in danger of walking his second batter already of the inning. 16 walks, 79 strikeouts, and 78 2/3 innings pitched entering the day today. Very good numbers. Carrasco ready, and the 3-2 pitch. Devers lines it into center field. Mercado over will make the play. In that left center field gap, able to track it down. Sharply hit the opposite way by
The first baseman,
Rafael Devers, but for an out. One out, nobody on. Mitch Moreland. The first baseman hitting .244, 8 home runs, 28 runs batted in. Goes after the first pitch, a high fastball, and lifts it into right center field. Mercado over, shy of the track, and there's 2 down. Couple of well-hit balls for the first 2 outs of the inning.
batting fifth, the left fielder, number 5, Kevin Pilar.
So walking up to the plate is Kevin Pilar, the Red Sox left fielder. .251 batting average. He's hit 4 home runs, driven in 19 runs. Hitless in the series. 0 for 5.
Inside, ball 1.
And he's been able to get on base via the walk. Not much success against Carrasco in his career, only 2 for 15. 1-1 after the swing and a miss at the 87-mile-per-hour slider. Pilar, the 31-year-old, first year with the Red Sox after playing last year with San Francisco. Now the 1-1. Too far outside, 2-1. The 2-1 pitch is where the catcher Perez wanted it, up high. Pilar fouling it away. And the count evens up at 2-2 as Carrasco looking to face the minimum through 2. Pilar stays alive. There's a walk in the first inning, but a double play ended things. A couple of well-hit balls to center field to begin this inning, but 2 down. 2-2. In the dirt. Full count. Third full count that Carrasco has had in the first 2 innings. We saw Eovaldi go full on a couple of batters in the first. One of them resulting in a home run. Pilar has 4 of those this year. Chopper, left side. Ramirez charging and moving to his left. Throws it in time to Santana. And it's a 1-2-3 second inning for Carlos Carrasco. Cleveland 2, Boston nothing as we move to the home half of the second.
Leading off for the Indians, the second baseman.
Hernandez, Luplow, and Perez due up for Cleveland here in the bottom of the second. Hernandez showing bunt. Didn't bring it back in time. Strike 1 to the second baseman, hitting .313. Best batting average on the Cleveland team. Does lay down the bunt. Charging is Devers. Bare hand throw to first. Not in time. And Hernandez with a bunt single to lead off here in the second. Red Sox were not ready for that. Devers was not in at third base, even though Hernandez showed bunt on that first pitch. The 73rd hit of the season for Hernandez, 8th in the American League. Brings up Jordan Luplow, the left fielder. Outside and low, ball 1. Hernandez at first base, not much success stealing bases. He's 3 for 9 on the year. Luplow 1 for 8 in the series. The 1 was a home run. 2-run shot. Monday's game 1. His 5th of the season. Eovaldi checking first. Comes home. High and tight, 3-0. Eovaldi allowing solo home runs to Lindor and Santana in the in the bottom of the first inning. And now a leadoff bunt single to Hernandez. Quickly down on the count, 3-0. Jordan Luplow. See if he has the green light. He may have, but the ball was inside, ball 4. First walk now for Eovaldi, 2 on, nobody out.
The catcher, Roberto Perez.
That'll bring in the catcher, Roberto Perez, only hitting .173 with 5 homers, 24 runs batted in. Way outside, 1-0. Eovaldi is really struggling. 36 pitches through an inning and 2 batters. Red Sox bullpen was taxed in yesterday's game. Had 4 pitchers out of the bullpen pitch. Eovaldi able to even up the count with the 99-mile-per-hour fastball, 1-1. Both of these teams will have a day off tomorrow. Cleveland travels to Kansas City for a 3-game weekend series. Red Sox go home for 3 against Milwaukee. High breaking ball, 1-2. Curveball at the belt on the inside corner. Big 1-2 pitch now upcoming. And chased at by Perez, and he's down on strikes. Third K for Eovaldi, a big one. Now he'll face the bottom of the order with 2 on and 1 out. Tyler Naquin. Naquin, 254, 7 homers, 18 runs batted in. Checks his swing at the first pitch, but it's a called strike. Naquin 2 for 8 in the first 2 contests of the series. Hernandez at second, Luplow at first. Fouled off. bunt single, and a walk. Lead off the inning. Hernandez and then Luplow. Perez just struck out. Fouled again. 0-2 again. 0-2 still. Eovaldi wouldn't mind the fourth strikeout here. Oh, and just off the outside corner. Eovaldi muttering to himself. Hands on his hips. Doesn't know where that one missed, and I agree with him. Robot umpire Patrick Johnson, I think, missed that one. Check swing and a ball inside. No appeal, no swing. 2-2. Ground ball left side. Devers to second on to first. Big double play. 5-4-3. And the Red Sox get out of the inning after the first two men reach. The Indians do not score. We go to the third. Cleveland 2. Boston nothing. Scott Sudikoff back here with you. Major League Ball on Twitch. Christian Vasquez, Alex Verdugo, Michael Chavis, the batters do. Bottom third of the order as Carlos Carrasco has faced the minimum for the first two innings. Walked a man in the first. This ball driven to left field off the bat of Christian Vasquez. Luplow to the wall, and it's gone. Christian Vasquez with his fourth long ball of the season, and the Red Sox cut the lead in half, 2-1. So it's been long ball city thus far for all three runs in this game. Carrasco, the ninth home run he's allowed this year. To about the fourth row in the left field stands to Progressive Field.
Number 99.
Brings in Alex Verdugo. Continues to struggle in his Red Sox maiden voyage. 205 average, one home run, 11 runs batted in. High, 1-1. Get you some scores from the earlier ball action today, as seen live here on Twitch in a moment. 2-0 outside, 3-0. Second baseman Michael Chavis waiting on deck. Verdugo 1 for 8 in the series. Have to think, taking all the way here. And there's strike one.
3 balls, 1 strike.
Indians 2 solo home runs in the bottom of the first. Lindor and Santana. Christian Vasquez answering with a solo shot of his own to lead off the third. Getting Boston back within 1. Verdugo chasing ball 4, and the count is full. And then Verdugo watches a fastball, inner half, belt high, and he's down on strikes. That is got to be frustrating for Red Sox fans and for the guys in the dugout. If you look at where Cleveland is in the standings right now, 3 games behind Minnesota, a game and a half ahead of Chicago right now for that first wild card spot. And Chicago holds the second. That'd be a fun wild card matchup, Cleveland and Chicago. First pitch to Michael Chavis, inside and high.
Ball 1, no strike.
So 1 out after the strikeout. Chavis hitting .241, 7 home runs, 25 runs batted in. Outside corner at the knees, 1-1. Starting off the day today, Texas knocked off the Angels 6-1. That got us going on Ball today on Wednesday, June 3rd. Sharp ground ball, but over to get it, ranging over Lindor. Strong throw to Santana. And Chavis retired 6-3. 2 down. The Mets picked up a 7-3 victory at home over Houston. Yankees with a rare loss, or as of late a rare loss, 9-3 to Seattle. An earlier action today. First pitch strike to Jose Peralta. He grounded out his first time. Sharp ground ball right to Lindor. Up with it to first. And after the leadoff home run by Vasquez, the next three Red Sox go in order, but Vasquez, his fourth long ball of the season. Red Sox have cut the lead in half. Cleveland 2, Boston 1. To the bottom of the third we go. Top of the order for the Indians here in the bottom of the third inning after the Red Sox got on the board. Look inside the Indians' dugout where Terry Francona, not pictured there, is, of course, the Indians' manager. Lindor led off the first inning for Cleveland with a home run on a 3-2 pitch. His 18th homer of the year, 45 RBI now, tied for 7th in the American League, entering the day with an RBI total. One, foul left side. It's going to reach the stands. Fall in the dugout. Not quite the stands. Eovaldi worked some magic to get out of the second inning after there was 2 on and nobody out. Another foul ball, 1-2 it remains. Struck out Roberto Perez and then got Tyler Naquin to ground into a 5-4-3 around the horn double play to end the inning. 1-2. Another foul ball by Lindor. 50 pitches for Nate Eovaldi. Through one rotation through the order, and now Lindor. Goes up high to meet that 100-mile-per-hour fastball. Another foul off. For Lindor, that was his first hit of the series. 1 for 8, the home run.
2 balls, 2 strikes.
A couple other games on the scoreboard that have gone final today that I'll mention here in a moment. Another foul ball, still 2-2. Next pitch will be the 9th of this at bat. Washington knocked off Milwaukee earlier, 3-1. 2-2. It's high, count full. This was the situation in which Lindor hit the home run. And this 3-2 pitch will be the 10th pitch of the at-bat. Here it comes. Foul again. Let's have an 11th pitch. Lindor lifts it. Center field. Verdugo will pull up about 10 feet in front of the track. And Lindor is retired finally.
The center fielder, number 35.
See where the Red Sox stand in the American League East. 10 games behind the Yankees. And if you're thinking about the wild card in early June right now, Red Sox are also 11 games behind the White Sox for the second wild card spot right now. So a lot of work to be done, needless to say. Strike one to Mercado, the center fielder who flied out to center field his first time. The 0-1.
0-2.
Swings and misses. And a pitch that looked to be right into his wheelhouse. 99-mile-per-hour fastball, couldn't keep up with it. He keeps up with that one, though, driving it to left field. Pilar to the track, and he makes the play. Able to track that one down That one looked like if Pilar wasn't able to catch it, would have probably hit the base of the wall. But Mercado, a loud out to left field. Here's Carlos Santana, who homered his first time. His 21st of the year. Now alone in second place in the American League in that category. And has 43 runs batted in. Strike two. Well, Eovaldi got ahead of Mercado, and the center fielder almost hit it out. Let's see what Santana does. Eovaldi making sure that one cannot be hit with any sort of bat. Santana shaking his head a bit. 1-2. And he chases after it, but it skips away. Vasquez going after it. Throws to first, not in time. And when things are not going your way, things like that happen. A strikeout, wild pitch. And Santana reaches. So it'll be the fourth strikeout officially. But Santana reaches. I just peeked in the Red Sox dugout. A couple of guys had their head in their hands. Just can't believe that happened. Here's Francisco Reyes. And that misses somewhere. 1-0. 64 pitches. And the Red Sox bullpen is gotta be warming soon. Especially with the early hook that Ron Meneke has had normally. 1-0. There's a strike. Off the corner. Santana at first. 1-1. Way outside, 2-1. Reyes struck out swinging his first time up. The 2-1. Swing and a miss. Hovering around that 99-mile-per-hour mark on the four-seamer. Count even 2-2. Eovaldi's pitch. And able to get the end of the bat on that was Reyes. It's skied off the right side. Two. Swing and a miss. Strike three. So that'll be the fifth strikeout of the game for Eovaldi. Second time against Reyes. Santana stranded. We played 3. Cleveland 2. Boston 1.
Leading off for the Red Sox.
2-3-4 due up for Boston against Carlos Carrasco in the top of the fourth inning. Jackie Bradley Jr., J.D. Martinez, and then they'll be followed by Rafael Devers. With the Indians leading 2-1. Cleveland's hit 2 solo home runs. Red Sox have hit 1.
1-0.
Carrasco ready with the 1-0. Far inside and low. 2 balls, no strikes. Christian Vasquez led off the third inning for Boston with the home run. He's had 2 leadoff home runs in this game as Lindor led off the first inning for Cleveland. 3-0. Neither pitcher really with their best control today. Carrasco has only walked 1 thus far, but he has gotten behind in the count on a couple of batters already. He's been able to fight back, though, on a couple of occasions, get back to full. See what happens here.
That pitch is up. Ball 4.
Nope, Bradley walks for the second time. First time Bradley walked, he was down 0-2 in the count. This time, it's 4 straight pitches.
Martinez.
So Jackie will be at first base for J.D. Martinez, who hit into an inning-ending double play in the first inning. Martinez swings over the top of that first pitch. Martinez, good career numbers against Carrasco, 355. 0 for 10 in the series, though. Here's JD Martinez. The 0-1. Evens up the count 1-1. Coming up next today here on Bot Ball to close out the day, Colorado and Arizona. At the conclusion of this one. 1-1, and there's a strike just below the knees with a slider. 1-2. Inconsistent strike zone from Patrick Johnson. 1-2 pitch, way outside, 2-2. Rafael Devers on deck. Jackie Bradley Jr. led off the inning with a walk. He's at first. Martinez hits it right at Hernandez, the second baseman who was shaded up the middle. Line drive out. Things continue to go wrong for JD Martinez. Look at the Indians minor league report. The Iron Pigs. Excuse me, the Clippers beat the Iron Pigs. My apologies. Clippers beating the Iron Pigs. The Rubber Ducks beating the Rumble Ponies in a battle of two of the best names in minor league baseball. Rubber Ducks and Rumble Ponies. It's a broadcaster's nightmare. Devers the batter here, down in the count 0-1. Lined out to center field his first time. Left center field hit a sharp ball that
1 ball, 1 strike.
Oscar Mercado was able to track down. 23-year-old out of the Dominican Republic at 311 last year, but only 268 so far this season. Inside and low, 2-1. A look at Progressive Field on a beautiful day in Cleveland. Formerly Jacobs Field, of course. 2-1. Check swing. 3-1.
Nope. Ball 4.
Devers works a walk. Second walk of the inning. Third of the outing for Carrasco. Again, Carrasco had only walked 16 batters all year in the 78 2/3 innings he has pitched. And he's walked 3 today. So first and second for Mitch Moreland. They fly out to deep right center field his first time. 3 for 6 now in the series with a home run. All the strike. He also has good numbers against Carrasco. 8 for 20, a 400 average. Bradley at second, Devers at first. The 0-1. Goes after and swings and misses. Changeup. It's just about in the dirt. Carrasco now in search of strikeout number 2 of the outing. Ground ball left side. Ramirez throws to second. Hernandez with the turn. And a good play by Santana. 5-4-3 double play ends the inning. And we played 3.5 in Cleveland. Indians 2, Red Sox 1.
Leading off for the Indians, the third baseman, Ramirez.
For Cleveland here in the bottom of the 4th inning, Ramirez, Hernandez, and Luplow are due against Eovaldi, who throws a first pitch strike. 71st pitch, and Marquez Perez is warming up for the Red Sox in the 4th inning. Now the 71st pitch, and Ramirez strokes it hard down the right side, but foul. The 0-2.
Off the plate, ball 1.
Breaks inside and low, curveball, 1-2. Indians hit 2 solo home runs in the first inning. Second inning had the first 2 men aboard with nobody out. A strikeout and a double play ended the inning. And the Indians, as Ramirez over the top of Devers, who was playing at shortstop with the shift. Into left field, a base hit for Ramirez. Ramirez now 7 for 10 in the series. Doug's mentioned in the third inning, the Indians got a man on with 2 down on a strikeout with Santana reaching on a wild pitch, but then he was stranded on base. Ground ball left side, Peralta flips to second, not in time to first. Ramirez retired on the fielder's choice. So Hernandez will now be the runner at first base, and Jordan Luplow will be the batter. Luplow walked his first time. Check at first, back in with the head-first hand tag is Hernandez, who I mentioned not very successful this year, 3 for 9 in stolen base attempts. Check again. Ground ball foul outside of third by third base coach Mike Sarbaugh. Sandy Alomar Jr., the first base coach for the Indians, former Cleveland catcher. And now Hernandez is off. The throw down by Vasquez, not in time, and there is the 4th successful steal in 10 attempts on the year for Cesar Hernandez. He's in scoring position now with 1 out and the count 1-1 to Luplow. There's the pitch. Called a strike. Lower half, inside half of the plate. Eovaldi now at the 1-2. Vasquez got in front of it, skipped away just a little bit, but not far enough away for Hernandez to take advantage. He remains at second base. 2-2, breaking ball, chopped right to Eovaldi, fires it to first. And Luplow retired, and Hernandez has to remain at second base.
Number 55,
So out to Roberto Perez here in the 4th inning to bring home the run. He struck out swinging in the 2nd inning. Strike 1 on the 80th pitch. Inning began with a Ramirez single. He was forced out, though, on the Hernandez fielder's choice. Stole second. And Luplow just grounded back to Eovaldi. And now Eovaldi in front 0-2. He was struck out 5 thus far. Gave up 2 solo home runs in the first. He's danced in and out of trouble. Got to keep it 2-1. Blocked by Vasquez, who only hitting .209 on the year, but came up big with the bat already in this game with the home run in the 3rd inning. 1-2. And chasing it and swinging and missing is Perez. That is the 6th strikeout for Eovaldi. Runner left on at second base after the leadoff single. We have played 4 in Cleveland. It remains the Indians with 2 solo home runs and the Red Sox with 1. 2-1, Cleveland. My thanks to Heidi Watney for giving me a little break there as a look inside the Red Sox dugout. Ron Renicky in his first year as the manager. His Red Sox at 25-38, 5-5 in their last 10. So 10 games out of first place and 11 games out of the wild card. So they actually they're closer to the top of the American League East than they are the White Sox right now in the wild card spot. Kevin Pillar takes strike 1. Pillar 0 for 1, grounded out to third base his first time. Red Sox had 2 on with 1 out. swing and a miss by Pilar, and it's 0-2. 2 on with 1 out in the 4th inning. But Mitch Moreland hit into a 5-4-3 double play, which means for Moreland, he hit it on the ground the opposite way. The 0-2 pitch way outside. Pilar not going to chase that one. Carlos Carrasco had 57 pitches through 4 innings and 3 pitches in this 5th inning. 1 run, 1 hit. It was a home run. He's walked 3, struck out 1. One-two to Pilar. Chases and misses. Down on the changeup. Second K for Carlos Carrasco.
Now batting, the catcher, Christian Vasquez.
Red Sox are nearing 500 in terms of their road record, 16 and 18 with the win they got a couple of days ago and the loss yesterday to Cleveland. As the teams have split the first 2 games of this series. Vasquez, the batter, hit the leadoff home run back in the 3rd, his 4th long ball of the year, raising the average 4 points up to 213. 18 runs batted in now for the catcher from Puerto Rico.
That's ball 2.
2-0. Alex Verdugo on deck. If anybody reaches, Michael Chavis will get a chance. Vasquez 2 for 9 in the series after the homer. 2-0 breaking ball at the knees. Actually, that was a changeup. Like a lot of downward movement on that changeup, it appeared. Or I'll claim it did at least. 2-1 to count. Vasquez got it on the inside, on the hands there, and able to power it out to shallow center and drop in for a hit. So jammed up a bit was Vasquez, and he's 2 for 2.
Center fielder, number
as
99,
both Red Sox hits today.
Alex Verdugo.
Cleveland, by the way, has 4 in this game. Here's Alex Verdugo, struck out looking at a curious at bat his first time up. Swung at some pitches way out of the zone and watched a couple of pitches right down the heart of the plate. Really. Looked fairly lost against Carlos Carrasco his first time. The 0-1.
Ball 1.
1-1 now. Center fielder for the Red Sox. Like it or not, he is the de facto replacement for Mookie Betts. That's, even though you could say Kevin Pillar really is, if you want to look at it that way. But of course, Verdugo came in the trade for Betts. No Andrew Benintendi for about a month for Boston after getting hurt last week. And Verdugo going after that pitch high and tight and rips it down the right field line for a hit. Played off the wall by Naquin. Into third base is Vasquez and Verdugo heard me on the broadcast booth and said, "How about this?" So he looked out of sorts in the first at bat against Carrasco and able to get the bat around on that one. Second and third after the double for Verdugo, his 4th 2-bagger of the year. 2 in scoring position, 1 out for Michael Chavis. Swinging at the first pitch and fouls it away. Davis 1 for 8 now in the series after the ground out, which came in the 3rd inning. Carrasco delivers. Chavis goes after the high fastball, lifts it to right field. I don't know if this is deep enough for Vasquez in the right field, at third base. It's caught by the right fielder, Naquin. Vasquez has to hold at third, and Chavis is out. That ball needed to be to the track if the slow-footed Vasquez to have any chance. So it's up to Jose Peralta, top of the order, 0 for 2.
Count 1-0.
Ball 1. First-year Red Sox shortstop. Last 4 years with the Cincinnati Reds. 25-year-old from Venezuela, taking on his country-mate, 32-year-old Carlos Carrasco. Carrasco, of course, a 9-year Major League veteran. Had a fantastic season thus far in the first 12 starts. Down on the count, 3-0 to Peralta. Jackie Bradley Jr. has been on base twice via the walk, waiting on deck. Vasquez at third. He hit a single. He moved to third on the Verdugo double. Verdugo at second. 3 over. He's in there for his strike. 3-1. Pitch count getting up there for Carrasco. Mid-70s now in the 5th inning. Here comes the 3-1 to Peraza. Chopper right to the pitcher Carrasco, and the Red Sox had something going with 2 on. They had 1 out, 2 on in scoring position, but a fly out to shallow right and the ground out. And it remains 2-1 Cleveland into the home half of the 5th inning after 2 hits in the inning, but both men stranded. The day done for Eovaldi. Only able to go 4 innings, allowed 4 hits. 2 of them were solo home runs, so both of the runs coming home on the homers. Didn't walk a man, struck out 6. Martin Perez, the pitcher, the lefty. Saw there's still action in the bullpen. Matt Barnes is Perez making his 20th appearance, 2-3 record, a 5.13 earned run average. Red Sox just left 2 on in scoring position. Had them there with 1 out, but could not take advantage. Tyler Naquin swings at the 1-0. Shallow left. Pilar coming in towards the line. 1 out. Naquin now 0 for 2. Not able to catch the pitch count there on Eovaldi, but I think he was around 80. Say between 75 and 85. Francisco Lindor led off the first inning for Cleveland with a home run on a 3-2 pitch. And then on a 3-2 pitch, on the 12th pitch that he saw, he flied out to center field in the 3rd inning. Fouls off pitch number 1 of this at-bat from Perez. Scott Sudikoff here with you in Cleveland. Major League Ball on Twitch. And Lindor drives another one to left field. It's off the wall this time. Pilar plays it cleanly. Great job. It's going to be a single for Lindor. So hit so hard by Francisco Lindor. It played very well by Pilar. Right off the wall. 1 hop. It's a loud single for Lindor. He's 2 for 3 on the day. He stands at first, and Oscar Mercado, the batter due. I don't know what that is. And on the dugout. Someone in the chat can maybe tell me. That looks like a Philly Fanatic ripoff. Low ball 1 to Mercado. 291 batting average now. Start of the day, 294. 0 for 2. Couple of flyouts. .1-0 from Perez. Fouled off at the plate. 1-1. Mentioned Cleveland will go to Kansas City for 3 games over the weekend after a day off tomorrow, and then they'll travel on to Chicago and take on the White Sox for 3 in a battle of 2nd and 3rd place and the 2 wild card teams right now in the Central and the wild card standings. 2-1, way out in front, 2-2. Circle change from Perez. We're being told that is a Philly Fanatic knockoff named Slider, dating back to 1990, so even before the new ballpark was built, going back to the old Cleveland Municipal Stadium. As just getting underneath that was Mercado, a big swing. But got underneath it and flies out to left field. So Mercado is now 0 for 3. So that'll bring up Carlos Santana with Lindor aboard at first and 2 down. Santana hit a homer in the first, struck out swinging in the third, but the pitch was so far away in the dirt, he got to first base on the wild pitch. It turns on the fastball, 94 miles per hour. He was out in front of it. 0-1. Nothing but a loud foul ball. The 0-1. Sticks the end of the bat on it. And reaching out, making the play, Jose Peralta, and the side retired here in the 5th inning. 1 hit, 1 man left. We've played 5. It's 2-1 Cleveland.
Leading off for the Red Sox, the right fielder, number 19, Jackie Bradley Jr.
Jackie Bradley, 2 walks on the day, leads off for Boston.
Counts 1-0.
Red Sox stranded 2 men in scoring position in the 5th inning. At second and third with 1 out, but a fly out and a weak ground out ended things.
1-1.
Bradley, a big cut and a miss, 1-1. Indians 2 runs in the first inning on a pair of solo homers by Francisco Lindor and Carlos Santana.
Ball, that's outside.
And the Red Sox getting a solo home run in the 3rd inning from Christian Vasquez. Red Sox 1 run on 3 hits. And they've left 3 on base. All 3 runners, by the way, have been left on in scoring position. 2-1. Bradley takes a high strike, 2-2. The Indians 2 runs on 5 hits. They have left 4 men on base. 2 of the 4 in scoring position. Neither team has committed an error. Fouled by Bradley Jr., still 2-2. Bradley in his 7th year out of the University of South Carolina, 29 years old now. 2-2 pitch. Swings over the top of the breaking ball, the slider. He's down on strikes. 3rd strikeout for Carrasco today.
Now batting, designated hitter, J.D. Martinez.
So the go-to pitch for Carrasco, the slider, gets the job done. Next pitch will be the 80th to J.D. Martinez. He remains 0 for the series, 0 for 11. With a sharp lineout his last time up, but that's what happens when you're struggling. One coming. Two pitches now for Carrasco, ahead in the count, 1-2. Working with a 2-1 lead here in the top of the 6th inning. Change-up missed low, 2-2. Carrasco quickly ready to deliver again. And Martinez looks foolish. Back-to-back strikeouts. 4th for Carrasco. This one was a mile outside, and J.D. Martinez might need a day off at some point here. Might need to have someone else slide in the lineup. Unfortunately, the bench pretty thin. Devers, first pitch swinging. Right side, picked up by Santana, takes it himself. And it's a 1-2-3 6th inning for Carlos Carrasco. After 5.5, Cleveland remains in front, 2-1.
Leading up for the Indians, the designated hitter, Granby.
4-5-6 view for Cleveland in the home half of the sixth. Reyes, Ramirez, Hernandez against Martin Perez, who pitched the fifth inning, allowed one hit, a single. Strand of that man aboard, though. Reyes is 0 for 2, 2 strikeouts, both against the starter, Eovaldi. That's low, 2-0. Reyes now 1 for 9 in the series. The lone hit coming in yesterday's game. Rubber match of this 3-game series. High strike inside corner. 2-1 on the cutter. Indians won last night's matchup 4-3. The Red Sox led by a couple of runs 3-1 into the 7th inning. The Cleveland coming back for the win. 3-1 now. Red Sox won the first game on Monday 5-4. Indians at 40-22, 3 games back of first place Minnesota. Red Sox 25-38, 10 games out of first place in the American League East. Now there's ball 4 to Reyes. First walk today issued by Red Sox pitcher.
Now batting, third baseman, Ramirez.
The game just before us, the Atlanta Braves knocked off the LA Dodgers 5-1. Clayton Kershaw getting beat in that one. The Nationals took home a 3-1 win against Milwaukee. Ground ball up the middle and into center field. Base hit for Jose Ramirez, who just continues to be on a tear against the Red Sox this week. He is 8 for 11 in the series. 2 for 3 today. And the Indians have the first 2 men aboard with nobody out for Cesar Hernandez. Hernandez showing bunt. He reached on a bunt single his first time up. That one, I assume, the intention of sacrificing.
Outside, that's the ball.
Brings it back, 1-1. 315 batting average leading the Indians right now. Top 8 in the American League in total hits with 73. Squares, pulls it back, 2-1. Yankees lost their game earlier today against Seattle 9-3. Yankees now 38-25 atop the AL East. Hernandez gets the bunt down a bit hard. Devers will throw to second, and he's out there. So Hernandez didn't deaden it enough. Devers having to range to his left. Heads up play, because that was the only play he had. Able to retire Ramirez at second base, 5-4. And Hernandez reaches base. I did not get the scoring decision there. Someone might be able to help me out with it, but I wonder if that still goes as a sacrifice in the book, because Reyes still did move up to third with 1 out. Someone to be in the chat can clarify what the scoring on that one is, whether or not Hernandez reaches on a sacrifice or fielder's choice. Small detail, but I'm curious. Jordan Luplow, the batter, 1-0 pitch, lines it foul, 1-1. And Luplow got around on that curveball, left center field, and down for a hit. The Indians take a 3-1 lead, and then up to third base. From first goes Hernandez, RBI single for Luplow. His 23rd run driven in. The Indians reassume a 2-run lead. Now in steps the catcher, Perez. Up the middle and through on the first pitch, 4-1. Hernandez in from third. RBI number 25 on the year for Roberto Perez. And the Indians have stretched the lead out to 3, 4-1. There was action earlier in the bullpen. Both Barnes and Hembry were throwing. Lefty-lefty matchup, of course, here with Tyler Naquin. 1 out. And 2 runs in. 2-0. 2 runs on 3 singles and a walk. Generous strike.
Count is 2-1.
Red Sox will take that one. 2-1. Next one, foul, 2-2. Top of the order on deck, of course, Francisco Lindor, who's 2 for 3 today with a home run. Got full. Well, 3 balls, 2 strikes to count with 1 out. Don't think you'll see the runners taking a head start here because Luplow, 2nd to 3rd, could very easily be doubled up. Take a nice secondary lead, though, and it's into left field. Base hit. Pilar bobbles it, and that'll definitely allow Luplow to score. And up to second goes Naquin. 5-1 Cleveland after what probably will go as a single and an error, although Mike Sarbaugh was waving home Luplow as that ball was getting to Pilar. As Matt Barnes comes into the game.
Number 32.
Naquin is at second. And with this pitching change, Matt Barnes coming in. Unfortunately, they don't give me the graphic about the scoring decision. So, sadly on my own again there to maybe guess what the scoring decision was there, whether or not Pilar was given an error to allow the run to score. Anywho, it's 5-1 Cleveland. Francisco Lindor is up. Matt Barnes, the pitcher. It's 0-2. I'm going to give Naquin an RBI single and moving to second on an error out in left field. That's what I would say. It looked as if Luplow was being waved home anyways. The 0-2 pitch. 1-2 on a ball inside. One-two from Barnes. Outside and low, 2-2. Martin Perez was an inning and a third, allowing 3 runs thus far here in the inning. 2-2 pitch, and Lindor down on strikes. Barnes got him on a curveball.
Now batting. The center
Second out.
Oscar.
3 runs in, 4 singles in the inning, a walk, and what I'm calling an error in left field on that bobble by Kevin Pilar. We'll probably get clarification any moment. See if that did go as an error. It has to go as an error to allow Naquin to go up to second at the very least. But I think still credit Naquin with the RBI. Mercado, the batter, is 0 for 3, 3 flyouts. 1-0. Breaking ball, topped it to shortstop. Peralta on the first in time. Inning ends, but Cleveland puts 3 runs on the board. 4 singles. Well, no error in the inning. Interesting scoring, but after 6, Cleveland 5, Boston 1.
Leading off for Boston, the first baseman.
So the 3 runs in the inning, all earned. 4 hits. That last hit by Naquin, I guess, going as a double. So no errors and 2 men left on base. 5-1 Cleveland, top of the 7th. Moreland, Pilar, and Moreland on the first pitch from Carrasco. Gets underneath it, deep to right, but at the edge of the track, it's Naquin making the play. On the 86th pitch from Carlos Carrasco, it looked as if Moreland had gotten enough for his 9th home run, but not the case. Pilar the batter, Christian Vasquez on deck. Vasquez responsible for the lone Red Sox run, the home run in the third inning.
That's the ball.
First pitch skips away. Adam Simber and Dominic Leone in the bullpen. (1-0) Pilar.
Ball, that's out.
Outside, 2-0. The Red Sox now have some work to do in the final 3 innings, down 5-1, in danger of losing this series 2-1. Taking all the way there on 2-0, 2 balls, 1 strike to count. Next one.
That's ball
3-1. Carrasco up over 90 pitches now through 6 1/3. 3-1. Ground ball third base. Jose Renault is a liner. He's able to pick it off the dirt
Now
just before it hit the dirt.
Christian
2 outs. There's Christian Vasquez, the bright spot today. 2 for 2. 2 of the 3 Red Sox hits. Solo home run back in the third inning for the only run. Vasquez trying to go the other way. Very adept at that. He is an opposite field hitter. The 0-1. Low and away. 1-1. Don't forget, coming up next, we got Colorado and Arizona with Doug and Jake Dean on the call. This one is over with as Vasquez takes it inside, turning out of the way. 2 balls, 1 strike. Terry Francona probably wants to see Carrasco get through 7 here and then go to the bullpen. Look towards their setup men. Let's see Nick Whitgren come in. Of course, Brad Ham, the closer's got 15 saves on the year. But Vasquez. There is home run number 2 of the day. A no-doubter to left field. And the Red Sox slowly climb closer, 5-2 on Vasquez's 2nd home run of the day and his 5th of the season, a 3 for 3 outing for the Red Sox catcher. Whatever Christian Vasquez had for his pregame meal, I think he needs to share it with the rest of the lineup because he has 3 of Boston's 4 hits. Everyone else is anemic at the plate. Carrasco, allowing the 2 home runs today, has now allowed 10 on the year in about 85 innings pitched this season.
The center fielder.
And now you see the closer, Brad Hand, is getting up.
Ball, that's inside.
With it now in that save situation, 3 runs. Still only the 7th inning, of course. Batter Alex Verdugo doubled his last time, but was stranded at second base. 1-0.
That's ball
2. 2-0. The next pitch from Carlos Carrasco will be 99. Jeez. Check my glasses that I don't wear. Nor do I wear contacts, so no excuse. Pitch number 99. Verdugo chopped it left side. Lindor throwing on the run. Picked out of the dirt by Santana. Side retired, so 99 pitches through 7 for Carlos Carrasco. He gives up a second solo home run to Christian Vasquez. 7th inning stretch. It's Cleveland 5, Boston 2.
Leading off for the Indians, the first baseman.
Matt Barnes will start his first full inning here. Got the final 2 outs of the 6th inning. Strikeout and the ground out will take on Santana, Reyes, and Ramirez. 3-4-5 in the Cleveland order. Hembry and Brazier warming, the two righties. Hembry's been up already before. See Brazier early on in his warm-up routine, a little soft toss. Inside on the 0-1, 1-1. Santana's hit a home run, has reached on a wild pitch after striking out, and is lined out to shortstop. Goes after the high curveball, 1-2. Got the trivia question right now in the Twitch chat. Ugly swing, Santana down on strikes. Second punch out for Matt Barnes.
Now batting, the designated
He was the only player to be a part of two different back home run strings, meaning hitting one of the four, not just on the team. So a player that hit a home run in the midst of 4 in a row, and he was part of it twice. So get your guesses in.
Count 1-0.
Usually the trivia questions are related to the two teams playing. If I'm correct there, it's usually with the big guy, 73. Usually trivia questions tend to be swayed that way.
Ball, that's out.
He's got his 2-0 to Franmil Reyes. Go for 2 strikeouts and a walk. Scored after that leadoff walk last inning. Ahead of the count 3-0, and Jose Ramirez been tearing the cover off the ball, waits on deck. And he will come to bat with a man on and 1 out.
Up next for Cleveland.
Ramirez is 2 for 3 in this game, 2 singles. He's 8 for 11 in the series with 2 home runs and 3 RBI. Hembry and Brazier both throwing. Hembry has to be ready, but neither one of them, of course, a lefty. The only other lefty in the Red Sox bullpen is the closer, Josh Taylor, who took over that role from Brandon Workman recently. Lindor chops it. Shortstop Peralta to second for 1 on to first, and just getting Ramirez by half a step to end the inning. Peralta to Chavis on to Moreland for the double play. And the 7th, we go to the 8th. Cleveland remains in front, 5-2. You're watching Major League Baseball on Twitch.
Please. Now pitching for the Indians, number 62.
Nick Whitgren is the new pitcher. Setup man for the Indians, making his 22nd appearance, has recorded 7 saves. Carlos Carrasco pitching 7 innings, 99 pitches. Allowed 2 runs. They both came on solo homers, 4 hits in total, 3 of them to Christian Vasquez. Leading off is Michael Chavis, ball 1.
Ball 1, no strike.
Ugly attendance in Cleveland today. 13,908 for a team that's 40-22. What's going on, Cleveland? Yikes. And it's also 70 degrees. What is going on in virtual Cleveland? 1-1. Fouled off by Chavis. Carrasco, by the way, walked 3, struck out 4. Again, allowed 4 hits, 3 of them to Christian Vasquez, a single and 2 home runs. So everybody else he had no trouble with. The only other guy with a hit in the lineup, Alex Verdugo. The 7th and 8th men in the lineup have the Red Sox hits. Jackie Bradley Jr. has walked twice. Rafael Devers has walked once, the only other Red Sox base runners. Count remains 1-2. Whitgren taking on Chavis. Outside and high, 2-2. Two. Low and away. Count full. 5-2, Cleveland leading in the top of the 8th inning. Swing and a miss. Whitgren gets him on the slider. Chavis off balance, down on strikes. There's a look again at the final line on Carlos Carrasco sitting in the dugout. In line for the victory coming into the day, 5-3. Top of the order now, Jose Peraza, 0 for 3. Indians scored twice in the first. Solo homers by Francisco Lindor and Carlos Santana. The 1-0 is low. 2-0. Red Sox got on the board. Christian Vasquez home run in the 3rd inning. Stayed 2-1 up until the 6th inning, where Cleveland scored 3 runs on 4 hits. 3 consecutive RBI base hits. Singles by Luplow and Perez, and Naquin with the RBI double. The 7, 8, and 9 men in the orders doing the damage in the 6th inning. 3-0 to Peraza.
That's ball 4.
All 4. I've been saying it all day. This guy, Patrick Johnson, has been super inconsistent for both teams. So I guess if it's for both teams, that's okay. Jackie Bradley, the batter, with a man on and a 1 out. After the Indians made it 5-1, the Red Sox got another home run from Christian Vasquez in the 7th, and that's where we stand right now, 5-2. Bradley 0 for 1, 2 walks and a strikeout. He's down behind Whitker in 0-2. The 0-2 on the way. Bradley stays alive, fouling it by first base head coach Tom Goodwin. Carlos Fablis down the 3rd base line, flashing some signals. The base runner Peraza at first, and Bradley the batter. Takes the 0-2, high and tight, 1-2. Next one, way outside, 2-2. Red Sox will be home from Milwaukee Friday, Saturday, and Sunday after a day off tomorrow, and then back on the road for 3 at Tampa Bay, the 2nd place Rays. Red Sox are 6 games behind Tampa in the standings. As out in front of that was Bradley, fouling it away. Peraza leading off at first with 1 out. And Bradley good at bat. Whitgren already up to 19 pitches here, facing his 3rd batter of his outing. Bradley would love to get on, give J.D. Martinez a big moment to break out of his slump, but he won't. He will wave at a pitch, a changeup way off the strike zone, 2 outs.
Now batting, designated hitter, J.D. Martinez.
Looks even worse in slow motion.
Ladies and gentlemen.
So Martinez will be the batter, and they're going to bring in, Terry Francona is going to choose to bring in his closer, Brad Hand, who has 15 saves and 18 opportunities, the minuscule 1.35 ERA. And J.D. Martinez, who is 0 for 3 today, 0 for 12 in the series, will be the first man he faces.
That's a ball.
Checks his swing, ball 1. Of course, 2 lefties wait after Martinez, Devers and Moreland. Terry Francona not messing around here in the 8th inning, wants Hand against Martinez, even with JD's struggles in the series. The 1-1 from Hand to Martinez. Swings through it. Fastball inside corner at the knees on 95 miles per hour. Basically unhittable. 1-2 pitch. Martinez lifts it in the air. Right center field. Going over Mercado. He's able to reach up and make the play for the 3rd out. For just a moment there, you thought maybe Martinez had found a gap, but instead it's a flyout in the inning over. To the bottom of the 8th inning, Cleveland still in front by a score of 5-2. Heath Hembry will come on to pitch here in the 8th inning. Face off against 6, 7, 8. Hernandez, Luplow, and Perez, the batters do. Eovaldi, the starter, went 4 innings, allowed 2 runs on 4 hits. Both runs were solo home runs. No walks, 6 strikeouts. Left after 4 innings at about 85 pitches. Didn't walk a batter and struck out 6. Martin Perez went an inning in the 3rd out of the bullpen, allowed 3 runs in the 6th inning. As Hembry evens the count 1-1. Matt Barnes then went an inning and 2/3. A couple of strikeouts, 1 walk. That was it.
1 ball, 2 strikes.
Hembry ahead of Hernandez here, 1-2. Off the end of the bat, Vasquez has to shed the mask quickly, not in time. Cesar Hernandez.
The left fielder, number 8.
He bunted for a single in the 2nd inning. Well done. Reached on a fielder's choice in the 4th inning. Reached on the 6th inning on what was supposed to be a sacrifice bunt, ended up being a fielder's choice. And now reaches on a swinging bunt. This guy's got some luck. 2 hits on the day. I guess that's what you have when you're hitting about .315. In top 10 in the league in hits.
1-0.
Backing off the plate is Luplow, that curveball. Well, Hembry's job here is to keep it 5-2 into the 9th inning, where Devers, Moreland, and Pilar will be due for Boston. .1-0, fouled off the right side, 1-1. Hembry ready with Hernandez at first base and nobody out. Just a bit inside, 2-1. Each of the first 2 games in this series were decided by 1 run. Cleveland winning yesterday 4-3. Boston winning on Monday 5-4.
Nope, outside.
2-1 breaking ball misses. Count is 3-1. The answer to that trivia question, by the way, which is who is the only player to be a part of 2 different back-to-back 4 consecutive home runs. However times I said it. Twice in a career. It's Hembry walking Luplow. The runners are on 1st and 2nd with nobody out for Roberto Perez. He's 1 for 3 with an RBI single. And I was right. It had to do with one of the teams playing in this game, J.D. Drew. They've done it twice as Perez lifting it, slicing out of play. Question what I want to know is, who did J.D. Drew do it for?
0-2.
He's obviously played for the Cardinals, Red Sox, Dodgers. Am I missing a team? So did he do it for Red Sox and Dodgers, Red Sox and Cardinals? Which combination was it? Dodgers and the Red Sox, I've been told. Vasquez scampering, scurrying to the ball to keep the runners on 1st and 2nd with nobody out in the 8th inning. The Indians already leading 5-2, looking for insurance. Big swing and a miss by Perez. Down on strikes.
The right fielder, number 30.
So a big one for Heath Hembry to get. Tyler Naquin, the batter, due. And yes, he did play for Atlanta as well. I knew I was missing a team. St. Louis, Atlanta, Dodgers, and the Red Sox. J.D. Drew. J.D. Drew was a member of the 2007 Red Sox World Series championship team. The 0-1 to Naquin. 0-2 now.
Count 0-2.
Naquin hit into a double play in the second inning. Flied out to left field in the fifth. RBI double in the sixth. Heath Hembry, though, hoping for back-to-back strikeouts. If not, a double play inducing ground ball. Naquin takes the 0-2, 1-2. Colorado, Arizona coming up next when this one is completed.
Ball 2.
High, 2-2.
2 balls, 2 strikes.
Part of our swing and a miss. There, Hembry does get back-to-back strikeouts. You gonna say sextuplet? Is that 7? What's 7? It's not a doubleheader, not a tripleheader, not a quadruple header. That's 7 games on tap for you today. And this is game number 6, and the 7th coming up next. 2 outs, 2 off. Top of the order, Lindor. Foul ball. So Hernandez singled. A swinging bunt got him aboard. Luplow walked. Hembry trying to keep this at 5-2. Lindor got underneath it. Foul territory. The catcher, Vasquez, will put it away. And we will go to the 9th. The Indians do leave 2 runners on base. Last chance for the Red Sox. They'll be taking on the closer, Brad Hand. 5-2 Indians.
Leading off for the Red Sox, the third base.
Devers, Moreland, Pilar against Brad Hand. Looking for his 16th save of the season.
0-1's the count.
Got the final out of the 8th inning. A long fly ball from J.D. Martinez ended the 8th inning. Devers is 0 for 2 with a walk. Outside. Not even at a ball in the strike to the Red Sox third baseman. Red Sox 2 runs on 4 hits. 3 of the 4 hits by their catcher, Christian Vasquez, who has 2 solo homers. Devers, a bad swing, a 79-mile-per-hour slider, and it's 1-2. The Indians have hit a couple of solo home runs of their own. Back in the first inning, Lindor and Santana. Ground ball the other way, backhanded by Ramirez. Plenty of time to gather and throw, and Devers retired 5-3.
Now batting.
The difference in this game now, the 6th inning, when the Indians put across 3 runs on 4 hits. And they're trying to take 2 of 3 from the Red Sox. Moreland the batter, 0 for 3. 2 men in the Red Sox lineup today have hits, Vasquez and Verdugo, and only 2 others have reached base. I should say 3 others now. Peraza, Bradley, and Devers have all been on base with walks. Hand ahead, 0-2 against Moreland. 8th in the American League in saves with 15. Now to secure win number 41 on the year for Cleveland. Moreland staying alive for another pitch here. Indians 20-13 here at home. 20-9 on the road. Great road record, of course. And Moreland swings and misses. 2 outs.
The left fielder, number 5, Kevin.
Red Sox just do not have the offensive firepower. 245 team average entering the day. 390 slugging percentage as a team. No Bogarts, no Benintendi, of course, no Betts. Pilar, that's a sharply hit ball in the gap to left center field, rolls all the way to the wall. Pilar will check into second with the double. So there is hit number 5 of the day for the Red Sox. Not sure why Pilar is really dancing right now. He's down 5-2 in the 9th inning, but what are you going to do? His 11th double. of the season. So the Red Sox need one more guy on base, and I guess you have the two men coming up that have had the most success on the day. Vasquez, of course, 3 for 3, 2 solo home runs you're looking at here right now, and a single as well, all against the starter Carlos Carrasco. And then if he can get on base, Alex Verdugo, who has a double as well, would get a chance. Vasquez, he is on point today, but way out in front in the 76-mile-per-hour pitch. Three for 3 today, 4 for 11 in the series. Another line drive foul. He's almost 2 on it right now. He's down to the count 0-2. Now, that hand looking to shut the door. And he does. Swing and a miss by Vasquez. And the ball game is over. 91-mile-per-hour fastball with some movement as this game comes to a close. And the Indians win it by a final score of 5-2. This one took 1 hour and 38 minutes in ball time. Carlos Carrasco, the winning pitcher. He goes to 6-3, allowed 2 runs on 4 hits in 7 innings with 3 walks and 4 strikeouts through 99 pitches. Brad Hand earns his 16th save over an inning and a third. Does allow the double here in the 9th inning, but that is it. No runs, of course, no walks, and 2 strikeouts. The losing pitcher does go down as Nathan Eovaldi, as he falls to 1-8, 2 runs over 4 hits in 4 innings, no walks, and 6 strikeouts. Brad Hand getting the Player of the Game award for his inning and a third, picking up the save. Although you could look at a couple of other Indians offensively and give them the nod. Cesar Hernandez, a couple of hits. Jose Ramirez, 2 hits. Santana, a home run. Lindor, a home run and a single. So even Carlos Carrasco could have earned that as well. Lindor started the game in the bottom of the first inning, a home run on a 3-2 pitch off of Nathan Eovaldi. The Indians took the lead 1 batter in the bottom of the first and never relinquished it. Later on in the inning, Carlos Santana hit a home run to make it 2-0. His 21st home run of the year to right field. The Indians jumped on Eovaldi early, and Eovaldi had a high pitch count from the outset. The first of Vasquez's 2 solo home runs came leading off the third. Made it 2-1 Cleveland at the time. It will remain that way all the way into the 6th. Luplow lining a ball into left field for an RBI single. That made it 3-1 Indians. His 23rd RBI, followed up by the next batter, Roberto Perez, ground ball up the middle for his 25th run batted in, made it 4-1. And the train kept moving as Tyler Naquin doubled home a run next as well. 7, 8, and 9 checking in for Cleveland there in the 6th inning with the RBI hits. Made it 5-1. Vasquez came back in the 7th inning with his 2nd solo home run, part of a 3-for-4 day for the Red Sox catcher. But just frankly, not enough. Not enough offense when one of your guys has 3 of the team's 5 hits. Pilar a double, Verdugo a double, the other 2 hits that the Red Sox had. They were able to work 3 walks off the starter, Carlos Carrasco, and then a 4th walk as well from reliever Nick Whitgrid. There's a look at the final totals. Cleveland, 5 runs today on 10 hits. Neither team committed an error, as the Red Sox 2 runs on just the 5 hits that I mentioned. Red Sox end up leading 5 runners on base, and out of those 5, saw 4 left in scoring position. Meanwhile, for Cleveland, they do end up leaving a decent amount of runners on base. They leave 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 runners on base over the course of the game. 5 runs, 10 hits. Boston just 2 runs on 5 hits. Carlos Carrasco, your winning pitcher, again going to 6-3. Nate Eovaldi falling to 1-8. Brad Hand picking up the save, his 16th of the year. Indians now 41-22, 21-13 at home. Red Sox 25-39, 16-19 away from Fenway Park. Both teams will have a day off tomorrow. The Red Sox will go home to Fenway for matchup Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Interleague against Milwaukee. Meanwhile, the Indians travel to Kansas City to take on the Royals on the road Friday, Saturday, and Sunday for those games as well. As the Indians win this series 2-1. Coming up next, we have got the Colorado Rockies and the Arizona Diamondbacks. Our final game of the day on Major League Ball here today on Twitch. Duggo and Jake Dean will be on the call as they are shuffling into the announcer's booth as we speak. And they will get ready for our, I guess not quite Ball After Dark. It's close, I suppose. But that is what's coming up next. Rockies and Diamondbacks. Jake?
Yeah, indeed. It's here in Arizona, not technically after dark. I still see a little bit of light out my window, but it will soon be after dark. So I appreciate the great call in that game, Scott. Surprised Nathan Eovaldi kind of crumbled that early on.
Yeah, I think it's a problem with the Red Sox in general. I think they have got some pitching issues and some hitting issues, which when it comes to baseball is 2 of the worst things that you can have happening, I think. So.
Yeah, I think the Red Sox just have some issues this season. Was not their year. That is for sure.
At least not in the virtual ball world. When you have Xander Bogaerts and Andrew Benintendi both hurt for long periods of time after you've lost Mookie Betts in a trade. Yeah, not good.
Yeah, you're not going to accomplish much with that lineup, but the Diamondbacks have also experienced some pains recently. You know, started off the season super duper hot in April, had Eduardo Escobar and just kind of this whole team going, and all of a sudden, just everyone cooled off in the month of May, and now we're just kind of hoping for a rebound in June for the Snakes.
As you said, we definitely have a Frank Sinatra situation on our hands here with these Diamondbacks, you know. Riding high in April, shot down in May.
All right, guys, looking forward to the call. I'm Scott Sudakoff signing off for now. I'll send it over to Jake and Duggo. Diamondbacks and Rockies coming up next. Good night for me.
Appreciate it, my man. What's going on, Jake? It's been a few days since we've shared a wonderful Snakes booth.
Yeah, but the best part is now 3 days out of 4 you and I are together, so the people got to get used to it.
Ooh, girl. It's about to get spicy up in here.
It will get spicy because Luke Weaver needs to prove that he can still pitch at the major league level. I'm a little concerned. Only got through, I think, 5 innings, was it, last time he came out? Did not look good whatsoever. And honestly, it's been a struggle of a return since coming back from the injury here for the Snakes.
No, Luke Weaver's last outing against the San Diego Padres was going to be 5 innings, 5 hits, 3 earned runs, as that series was something to be that left something to be desired, that's for sure.
Well, this series has been a little different, and so has the month of June, like we were talking about. The D-backs now up 2-0 in the series against these Colorado Rockies, showing the home fans what is what. You know, and the Rockies in general, just they haven't been great. They haven't been terrible, but have been sticking right around 3rd or 4th place here in the NL West. Currently 10 games below 500, which only 60 games through the season is not terribly well off.
I mean, that's probably about where I was going to peg them coming into this year, you know. They really didn't do a whole lot in the offseason. They haven't done much in the past couple of years to really inspire much confidence. The best things they've done have just allowed guys to flourish. The call up of Trevor Story in 2016, David Dahl finally being healthy. You could say that the acquisition of Murphy was probably, a neutral move as far as hamstringing him on money and not getting as much performance as you'd like. Ian Desmond was definitely a net negative. And
this ball season.
And then, the super pen that Jeff Bridich put together a couple of years ago, that was, on paper, great. Everything was there. The bullpen's the last piece you put together. It was a great move, but it just flat out imploded. And all these bad contracts and all the money tied up in the bullpen leads us to where we are today. Rockies sitting 10 games below 500 as we start this lovely month of June.
Yeah, and not just that, honestly, they are doing better than I expected because I still thought that Nolan Arenado starting the season would be with a different team given all the off-season chatter. However, they still have Nolan Arenado on their team, at least for this virtual season and maybe for the shortened season that hopefully we'll see at some point. But it doesn't inspire confidence when your best player is trying as hard as possible to leave. And it also doesn't inspire confidence when one of your possible all-star players in Charlie Blackmon's just hitting .238 here this season as your leadoff guy.
Blackmon right now, along with many of his teammates, has not seen success this series, at least. Currently sitting 0 for 8 over these past 2 games. Weaver starts it off with a strike here. Second pitch is going to be a swing and miss 0-2.
You said that these first 3 guys really haven't started off with much success, and the first 3 Rockies pitchers you're going to see have gone 1 for 23 in this series. Not what you need out of your top 3 guys.
As Blackmon's going to take that against the shift, and Peralta will be out there to grab it, making a long run out to left field. So a loud first out to start off this ball game.
Well, there you go. At least Luke Weaver able to get the out in 3 pitches. As long as he's not giving up runs, I'm okay with whatever Luke Weaver does.
You definitely did see a turnaround from Luke Weaver in his first outing, returning from the bullpen against his former team, the St. Louis Cardinals. Kind of fell back into what he'd been doing the rest of the year against those Padres, so we'll see what happens. Diamondbacks going for the sweep today, as they would love to keep it also 3 shutout games, first 2 ending in scores of 2-0 and 6-0 respectively. As that's a fly out to Starling Marte back in center field today.
There you go. We see a little bit of a shifted lineup with Eduardo Escobar, the third baseman who started off the season like beyond hot, but has since then been beyond cold. Finally getting one of his first days of rest in a long time, which means Ketel Marte shifts back in there at second, Starling Marte back out there in center. Cole Calhoun filling in right field where Marte was.
Yeah, I think that was actually the first off day that Eduardo Escobar had all season to this point. So good to see that finally after going pretty much over for the past couple weeks.
And Nolan Arenado hitting .304 this season. 1-1 count to him from Weaver.
That one's fouled off. It'll be 1-2. So Weaver able to get those 2 quick flyouts here. Love to see something, or love to see nothing, I guess, out of Arenado here. As 1-2 will be hit hard out to left. Peralta's retreating, and at the wall, he makes the catch.
So some just absolutely hard contact from these Colorado Rockies, but at the end of the day, Luke Weaver gets through the first inning in just 9 pitches. His outfield had to work hard, but I don't think they'll mind with no runs and no hits coming to fruition. We head to the bottom of the first, 0-0.
It will be Herman Marquez here for the Colorado Rockies on the mound, sporting a 4.05 ERA. over 66 innings this year. Following up what was an all-right year for him last year, 174 innings, ERA just sub 5, but I mean, honestly, you can't ask a whole lot more out of a guy that pitches half of his games at altitude.
Yeah, I mean, I think the Colorado Rockies have wanted a little more out of Herman Marquez in the last few years, despite him pitching at altitude. I mean, you still want him to be getting a lot of wins and losses. Last season wasn't too bad, though, 12-5. This season, a little worse there at 3-3. And he's thrown a lot more walks than maybe he's used to. Already 19 on this season, just 35 last year. So a little bit of control issues, but despite that, his ERA is down. So, we'll see what kind of Herman Marquez we get here today.
Starling Marte is going to lead it off for the Snakes as he's going to take strike 2. 1-2 the count here to start off this ball game. As we said, a little bit different in the lineup for the Snakes as Starling Marte goes down swinging for the nicest strikeout of the season for Herman Marquez.
The second baseman, Kershaw.
Well, not that surprising. Starling Marte, another one of those guys that started off the season really getting some things done for the Diamondbacks and is just absolutely iced out since then.
We'll bring up Ketel Marte. As you see there, that batting average has finally fallen below 300. It took us until today, now June 3rd. We're how many games into the season? We're 60. This is game 62. As he gives that one a ride out to center field, retreating is Dahl as he makes the catch on the track in one of the deepest parts of the field for the second out.
Yeah, just unfortunate there that Ketel didn't aim that just a bit better. He hit that a little more right or a lot bit more left, and that has a chance to get out of the yard. Instead, it will be the second out, but we will bring up the man who's second in the National League in average and fourth in the National League in on-base percentage. The only real guy of our league leaders here on the Diamondbacks who hasn't regressed beyond regression, David Peralta, the freight train.
Surprising, he takes strike 1 there from Marquez. I don't think I've seen him not swing at a first pitch strike in probably about a week now. So the 0-1 pitch in here to Peralta. There we see that swing. That'll be late, though, to that heater from Marquez. Now 0-2. Peralta still looking for his first hit in this series. Has been productive. Come around to score on 3 walks so far, but there's a strikeout. Herman Marquez gets him in order. 2 strikeouts to his name. So nothing doing out of these first 3 Diamondbacks.
Nothing doing out of the first 6 batters in general. That first inning was pretty much a wash. We'll head to the top of the second and see if either of these teams can start to jump ahead. Trevor Story, who's leading the Colorado Rockies in RBIs, will lead off the inning. Not a great RBI opportunity, but Trevor Story does have 19 home runs on the year, so honestly, he could bat one in whenever he feels like.
National League leader in home runs is this man, as he's going to take the first pitch fastball there for a ball high, 1-0.
Ooh, pitch comes in there. That looked like a pitch to hit. 97 miles an hour right to the top of that zone there from Luke Weaver. Trevor Story doesn't swing, though. 1-1 count.
That one's hit hard, hit long down the line, and that's going to hook just foul. Be 1-2 here now to Trevor Story. Story's basically been the only man of note so far this series. Right now sitting 3 for 7, no extra base hits. As that's going to ring it full here with no outs in the top of the second.
Well, Luke Weaver got through that first inning in just 9 pitches, but what?
Oh, they're going to squeeze him on that one.
Well, throws a 6-pitch walk right there. I do not agree in any sense of the word. That ball was across the plate. You and I saw it. Everyone watching saw it. Doesn't matter, though. Raimel Tapia now comes to the plate. An excellent candidate for a ground ball, and ground ball could mean a double play. So we'll see what Luke Weaver does here.
We've only seen one Rocky hit into a double play so far this series. It's the man on deck, Brendan Rodgers. Tapia so far in this one, 1 for 5. Sitting out yesterday's contest with the lefty Bumgarner on the mound. 1-0 to Tapia. You can see Weaver's really biting for that double play ball. Just both those first pitches just below the zone there. And 2-0.
Yeah, I mean, you like the changeup position there, but you want it, I guess, a little bit less of a late break. You need it in a position to go for, but instead he leaves a fastball right over the heart of the plate. That gets all the way to the wall. We're going to see the runner coming into home. The throw's not going to be anywhere near in time, and immediately Raimel Tapia gets an RBI double, and ignore the double play. It's 1-0 Rockies.
That is now the first run of the series that the Rockies have been able to put across as they jump out to an early lead in this one, now 1-0 on the backs of Raimel Tapia.
Yeah, and honestly, on the legs of Trevor Story, I don't think you see a run there if you don't have Trevor Story on base. Maybe a guy like, I don't know, David Dahl could do it too, but there aren't many guys on this lineup with enough speed to make that happen. In fact, Raimel Tapia might be the only other guy that could have made it from first to home on that one.
Not going to break anywhere here, as that one's hit a mile high as Christian Walker gets under that one. Get the first out of the inning.
Tony Walters.
And that'll bring up Tony Walters, the catcher. He's gone 0 for 6 in the series with a walk and a strikeout.
See Tapia there standing on second base as Walters wastes no time making trouble of his own. That's down the line. That's going to score Tapia easily, as that's a double for Tony Walters, his first hit of the series. As Colorado now jumping out to an early 2-0 lead.
Man, both of those balls just absolutely laced down that right field line. Just not much Cole Calhoun can really do out there.
No, even if you had our boy Timmy Lowe out there in right field, just because you can get to it doesn't mean a whole lot. They were screamers down the line. Going to be trouble with those bullpens out there in the corners here at Chase Field.
Thankfully, a little bit of relief. The pitcher, Herman Marquez, at the plate, takes a first pitch strike, so maybe the D-backs can finally get a second out here.
Love to see that, but that's inside. It'll be 1-1 from Weaver to the fellow pitcher Marquez. Marquez currently sitting 4 for 22 on this 2020 season. 2 runs scored, 9 strikeouts. Weaver would love to make it 10 here.
Yeah, Weaver would like to make it 10, but as he just throws yet another pitch outside, I think he's kind of picking up where he left off in that last game. You know, we saw in the first inning that he got those outs, but he didn't get those outs convincingly. He got those outs at the wall, in the outfield, and now he's just paying for it.
As that one's on the ground, and that will be just foul. Andy Young not able to get the glove on it to get that toss over at first, so we'll go to 2-2. Pitch comes in and is outside. Luke Weaver unable to find the zone against his fellow pitcher, and that's usually disaster to me because it's not even like he's nibbling. Nothing's close. As that one's on the ground, Weaver going to make the toss over to first in time for the second out.
Well, Weaver's now thrown double the amount of pitches he did in the first here in this second inning, and he's only been able to get 2 outs. Now has to face David Dahl, who's 6th in the center field all-star voting. I'm not really 100% sure how, but he is.
He's had some good stretches, man. You see there, 21 extra base hits, 10 home runs, 33 RBI, and he's spent time both in this 9 spot and that second leadoff spot, but also some time closer to the heart of the order. as he takes that one for 2-0.
Look, I never really think of someone with a 289 on base percentage and 51 Ks as really being an all-star, especially with those caught stealings that he does have. But, you know, I'm not in charge of the voting. The people are here in Bot Ball, and by that I mean the robotic people of America.
We are the people, Jake. We are the change we want to see in the Bot Ball world,
I guess. I'd like to see some changes from Luke Weaver, though. Now throwing 11 balls and 11 strikes, and even on this count as well. We'll see what David Dahl does. He's going to swing on that one, hit it right up into the gap. That's going to be yet another run, not even a challenge. And, it's only getting worse for Luke Weaver.
David Dahl cruises into second, and that is now the third double of this inning. And now 3 runs have come across here as Luke Weaver's struggles continue. Not exactly the most encouraging thing for these Diamondbacks, considering how their day went yesterday. They were able to knock around Peter Lambert early in the game as, oh my God, Charlie Blackmon gets contact, but thankfully Starling Marte is out there in center to put it away. So that's what? 7 men come to the plate. 3 runs come across. As that, man, that's just bad. My composure's gone.
Yeah, well, they scored 3 more runs than they had the whole series, and all of a sudden the D-backs need to catch up quite quickly. Christian Walker comes into bat here with his 278 average. Still has a significant issue with his handedness splits, but seeing some action once again at first base here today.
Yeah, but see, that's the problem. It's like, it's never going to get better if he doesn't actually get those reps against left-handed pitching. You know, so we can sit there and rail all year, oh, he's only hitting 100 against left-handed pitching, but because he's not facing it.
Or he's doing things like that where he's swinging far too late and far too weak at a pitch that was just nowhere near the zone.
Takes that one high, 2-1. Like to see the Diamondbacks get a man on as they are quickly behind in this one. Though we have seen some life out of these Snakes offensively. Talking last night, they, along with Washington, crossed the 300 runs scored threshold on the same day, the first ones in the National League to do that. As David Dahl camps out there in center to put it away for Christian Walker. Here's a guy I'm really looking forward to seeing here today. Cole Calhoun, one of the opening day starters here for these Diamondbacks, has been relegated to bench duty with the resurgence, really, or the emergence, excuse me, of rookie Andy Young, forcing Ketel Marte out into the outfield.
Well, it wasn't just the resurgence of Andy Young. You know, it was also the fact that for a while there, it seemed like Cole Calhoun could only strike out or hit a home run. And, you know, home runs are great, but when it's 9 strikeouts and 1 home run, that's really not that productive of a batter for you.
Yeah, it was a lot of doubles, a good chunk of walks, but a lot of strikeouts. I think it was a series where, 0 for 11 with 9 strikeouts, or it was like 9 straight strikeouts, right?
Yeah, it was getting bad. We benched him, and then we brought him back, and he still didn't really produce much. But there he gets a walk, showing that the old Sun Devil there still got some stuff left in the tank. He's still ready to hit here, and now we bring up Gold Glove shortstop Nick Ahmed.
Nick Ahmed's been bumped up in this batting order. He's been able to produce with it. Fairly solid line out of this guy. 265, 335, 457. He's come up clutch in some of these games. Like to see him do it here. He's got a man on first and 1 out. Takes strike 1 here from Marquez.
Yeah, and, you know, you like what Nick Ahmed's been doing this season, but you don't like what he's been doing recently when you think that less than a month ago he was hitting right around 290, now back down to 265. For a second, it looked like Nick Ahmed had it all figured out. He had the Gold Glove defense. He had the excellent offense. Unfortunately, now his offense a little more pedestrian. Still, those 31 RBIs pretty critical for this D-back squad as he fouls off that knuckle curve on the 0-2 count.
0-2 count. Cole Calhoun standing over there at first. Pitch comes into Ahmed. Gets a lot of that, but mostly up, not out. David Dahl there to put it away for the second out here in the bottom of the second.
Yeah, David Dahl threw that in like he really needed to hustle. I don't think that was anywhere near true, seeing as Cole Calhoun was about 3/5 of the way to second base there when he caught that ball. So Calhoun quickly had to retreat, and now it'll be up to Andy Young here in this second inning.
Seeing some good stuff out of this young guy here. Currently 1 for 6 in this series. Only hit was a double. It was an RBI double. That could have been the one. Four-seamer right down the chute. Looks at it. It'll be 0-2. Good job laying off that one. That's the kind of stuff you get a rookie biting at, that big breaking ball. We'll do 1-2. Another foul ball. Like to see a little bit more fight out of these Diamondbacks here in this inning.
Yeah, would like to see a little more fight, but honestly, I just don't know if this is the inning for them to do it. Maybe regroup and try and bring the offense back out in the third.
It's a lot of that one. Going back is Tapia, but he makes the catch at the track for the third out of the inning.
Well, there you go. Herman Marquez takes a bit more pitches to do it, but he is throwing absolute gas right now. The D-backs on 0 hits have gotten 0 runs. They trail the Colorado Rockies by 3 here at home.
Number 9.
Daniel Murphy now at the plate, the 2-hole hitter who flew out in the first.
Man, I don't like to see this. Usually this is Diamondbacks coming up this early for their second plate appearance. As Murphy takes ball 1 inside.
Yeah, honestly, even if the D-backs haven't been scoring much, they've usually gotten enough people on base to threaten and then just kind of stranded some guys. Here, it just looks like the D-backs are all out of sorts. And Daniel Murphy looked all out of sorts on that swing. Luke Weaver puts that changeup, and it just drops out of the zone there for the first strike.
That's usually the pitch that we've seen the success out of Weaver. If he can get that swing and miss stuff and keep that changeup just close enough to the zone to get guys to bite, that's where we've seen the success out of Weaver. 2-1. Murphy swinging out of his shoes on a fastball away. Brings it here to 2-2. Like to see maybe like to see a strikeout here after a rough second inning. Get some confidence back in this kid. As that one skied out there. Going to be not playable for Peralta. 2-2 is where we will stay. Outside, 3-2. So are you paying attention to this trivia right here, Jake?
No, my dog keeps trying to jump into my lap, so I'm a little distracted over here as I try and convince her to go lay down.
Payoff pitch is not going to get Murphy to lay down. He's going for a walk.
Now batting, the third baseman.
Second walk of the day issued by Luke Weaver. Not how you want to start off an inning by putting a guy on. It's how we started that last inning that allowed those 3 runs to come across. So coming up here is Nolan Arenado. Big breaking ball in the dirt. Good job of Kelly blocking that.
Not game related, so it's got to be a D-back or... I mean, what D-back had that good of an average in 2000?
Trying to think. Gonzo was a pretty big average guy, right?
Yeah, but I don't think he hit 372. That's insane.
I don't know, man. This is smack in the middle of the steroid era, folks. If you're listening and not paying attention. Currently, the trivia question is, in the year 2000, before I jump down that rabbit hole. We both had the same batting average of 372 as we've got him breaking for second, Daniel Murphy. Not sure why that old man is even thinking he can steal bases. He's out by a country mile trying to steal second. Oh my God, I almost missed that. That was incredibly stupid move by Daniel Murphy on the base pass.
Also, I have no idea what the big guy's thinking. Gonzalez definitely played baseball in 2000. He played 162 games for the Diamondbacks.
He was thinking of Carlos Gonzalez.
Oh, got you. Yeah, okay, that just populated on my Twitch chat. I was like, what? Oh, that ball is going to be ripped there on the 1-2 count, but David Peralta will be under that one easily, and Luke Weaver will retire the second man of this third inning. So, Luke Weaver goes through the first inning without much trouble, struggles mightily there in the second, but now recovering a bit here in the third. Still has to face Trevor Story, though, who he did walk last inning.
I'm just about to word vomit every steroid era Rocky and Diamondback I can think of as Weaver finally gets one in the zone to start off Trevor Story here 0-1. If it's not Gonzo, still finishing top 10 in MVP votes. That was the era of your Larry Walkers, your Todd Heltons, and even your Dante Bichette as well.
Count 1 and 2.
As that's a big swing and a miss. It'll be 1 and 2. But even, we were talking about guys with big home run power for these Rockies around that same time. Even Big Cat Andres Galarraga was doing the same.
The one guy who might be the contact guy for those Rockies back in the day is like a Todd Helton figure,
right.
But I don't think Todd Helton ever hit 372, and that man's not going to hit 372. Watching pitches come into the zone right there. Luke Weaver gets the strikeout, ends the inning. Colorado Rockies still lead by 3, but the D-backs coming up trying to change that right here.
There we go. It was Todd Helton.
Hey, there we go. Like the only Rocky I know from the 2000 roster, but...
Oh, God. That's right. That was... You were just a wee little lad in 2000, weren't you?
Oh, yes, just a wee little lad.
So here for the Snakes in the bottom of the third, it's going to be 8-9-1 due up. Kelly, Weaver, and Marte. As he looks at strike one now, 1-1. And I just realized the thing we missed out on St. Louis we've got here today. We've got Andy Young, Carson Kelly, and Luke Weaver all back-to-back in the batting lineup.
There you go.
I love that. That's some shout-out Paul Goldschmidt stuff right there.
Well, only shout out Paul Goldschmidt if Carson Kelly can finally start to turn it around this season. Still just hitting 189. Still not really impressing behind the plate.
Hey man, he's cranked up the extra base hits though. We finally are seeing that slugging percentage north of his on-base percentage, which it should be, but it was lagging behind there. We've seen some good home runs out of him lately. We've seen the power finally turn on as... Thanks, Carson. That's a strikeout. That is number 3 for Marquez today.
Yeah, Marquez just dealing, which is kind of funny seeing as these D-backs have to be pretty well experienced. Seeing Marquez quite a bit, one might imagine, throughout all of their collective careers.
Brings up the pitcher, Luke Weaver, as that's going to be called a ball, 1-0. Big 98-mile-an-hour fastball for Marquez. Pitchers for the Diamondbacks, 0 for 5 in this series with 2 strikeouts, including a sad performance out of Madison Bumgarner. Usually you like to see him swinging the bat really well. He went 0 for 2 last night. 0 for 3 with 2 strikeouts.
However, the D-backs did get that win there, so he continues his NL dominating pitching season.
That was indeed his 9th win of the year, the first pitcher in the National League to do so, as Luke Weaver hits it over to Murphy, 3 unassisted for the second out here in the bottom of the third. Flips over the lineup for these Diamondbacks for the first time today, bringing up Starling Marte. Started off this game in the fashion that the team has pretty much followed. He went down swinging, and it's been all downhill since.
Indeed, Starling Marte. Sometimes we've seen him kind of try and go to that bunt single attempt there in the first inning leadoff at-bats. Instead, we kind of saw him be a little cautious with Herman Marquez and then just kind of get caught behind a pitch there and strike out. He's tied 1-1 here, swings through that one without much contact, and just looks like the D-backs can't really even find the ball.
The problem is, like, we've seen success out of that, like, that drag bunt single out of Marte, but you've got such a defensive black hole with Nolan Arenado at the hot corner. You can't even think about that. Swinging at one of the letters and fouling it off here, staying at 1-2.
What if you did a leadoff bunt to first? Make Daniel Murphy come and try and get it.
And then try to beat Marquez in a foot race down the bag. You know, he's got the 60 feet to cover, 90. A little bit more than 90 as he's swinging from the right-handed batter's box. But we'll see what happens here. It's now a full count. Ketel Marte on deck. Like to see the Marte Parte do something here. Payoff pitch. Popped up to the catcher. Tony Walters gets the glove on it. And that is the third out. They go down in order here as we are now through 3. Due up for these Rockies, Tapia, Rogers, and Walters. Rockies still clinging to a 3-0 lead. You are watching ML Bot Ball.
While Hadi Watney gives us some great analysis that we cannot hear, just want to remind everyone here that, we all do bot ball on a volunteer basis for free to have fun, to enjoy this community. But at the same time, we do bot ball to raise money for a great cause during these uncertain times. Meals on Wheels, supporting those who need food and can't get it. So if you feel like you've enjoyed the game here today, or that you just want to help us out, please head to the link below this video to donate. As Raimel Tapia, like Duggo said, comes up to the plate to lead off here for the Rockies' 4th.
1-0.
Big breaking ball in the dirt for Luke Weaver to start it off. Now over 50 pitches through 3 innings. Tapia had that first hit for the Rockies, as he's going to ground that out to our Gold Glover on the infield, Nick Ahmed, for the first out here.
Second baseman, Brendan.
Yeah, Nick Ahmed throws that ball very high across the infield. However, Christian Walker able to just kind of fling his glove up there and make it happen, no problemo. And now we'll see Brandon Rogers.
Rogers takes a called strike there, 0-1. Former first-round pick, a lot of potential here. We've seen in the couple years, they've had a glutton of infield prospects and haven't really had the playing time, it seems, to give them all what they need. As that's in the zone, now 0-2. You know, I don't know about you, but I've heard so much between Rogers, Hampson, and McMahon. It's been nuts, especially now with the addition of Daniel Murphy and having to give Ian Desmond playing time, considering how much money he's being owed. It's been an interesting situation over there in Denver.
Yeah, I mean, both Denver and San Diego, as Brennan Rogers strikes out there for Luke Weaver's second strikeout on the day. Both, the Rockies and San Diego supposedly we're getting a lot better. We're signing some young guys and some solid vets to kind of make the NL West more competitive. And while I'd say the NL West is rather competitive as a division, it's pretty competitive between the Dodgers and the D-backs, not the Padres, the Rockies, the Dodgers, and the D-backs. And so if you're the Rockies, you're the Padres, just kind of a story of missed opportunities over the last few seasons. Teams that should be winning a lot more games than they are, but end up 10, 20 games under 500 by the end of the season.
A lot of folks had the Padres pegged for maybe this is their year for their window opening. Maybe they follow in the footsteps of those 2015 Cubs, coming up a little bit earlier than one might expect. But we see them currently sitting 4th in the National League West, 14 games back of the Dodgers.
Yeah, I mean, they're not even close. Manny Machado deal truly hasn't worked out, and they still have, what, 7 seasons left on that one?
Yeah, honestly, the Machado deal isn't the one that bugs me. It's the money that they paid to Will Myers, as Tony Walters runs it full, looks at strike 2. The money that they extended to Will Myers in just that massive, awful contract that they extended to Eric Hosmer. You know, we've talked about it so many times that you probably don't get somebody like Machado to sign there, as Walters takes that opposite field, and he's going to take the hard turn at first. He's going into second. He's out by a mile.
I like when catchers think that they're just going to be able to sprint through stuff, and no.
So they go down in order, even though Tony Walters does get a single thrown out, stretching it into a double. As we leave it where it's at, Colorado still clinging to a 3-0 lead, heading to the bottom of the 4th. Yeah, no, but going back to the Padres, you know, I think there is some credence to you're not seeing a guy like Machado head over there. You know, if you don't see some signal from the front office that they're doing something.
Indeed, I just think that I don't know what the Rockies could do right now, or the Padres could really do. I feel like they're locked into some of those contracts, and honestly, they kind of just need to figure out a way to either trade some pieces away or just kind of restructure some of those deals. But there's no way anyone's going to take less money than they've already been told they will be owed. So we'll see. But the Rockies, the Padres, the experiments don't seem to be working, and they haven't been working.
That one's inside, and Marte brushes him back. It'll be 2-2 here to Ketel Marte, starting out the bottom of the 4th. Marquez leaves one hanging. Marte jumps on it. Dahl goes back. He goes back and makes the catch at the wall.
That is the second time here today where one of the Martes has just hit a ball so far back there out to center, and just unfortunately hitting it again to pretty much the deepest part of the ballpark. Nothing going.
Brings up the freight train, David Peralta. Still looking for his first hit in this series. Be a good spot to do it. Seen a lot of career success against Marquez. That easily could have been the first run of the game, but Peralta sitting on something fast, takes a slider for strike 1.
Yeah, he was either sitting on something fast or just thinking slow. Either way, doesn't swing at that one, but swings at the third pitch there and flies out to Raimel Tapia softly to left field.
Second out in the inning here. Brings up Christian Walker. He flew out to center in his first at-bat. Diamondbacks still looking for the first hit of the ball game.
That's a ball. Counts 1-0.
Ball outside 1-0. I don't know, because now I'm just thinking about some of the moves that we've seen out of the Padres this offseason. You know, we saw them with that Urias for Grisham trade, essentially. You know, there looks like they're trying to go young as Walker gives that one a run. But that'll be just foul for strike 2. You know, we've seen him, and then we also saw the acquisition of Tommy Pham as Christian Walker goes down on strikes here. So Diamondbacks are looking cold through 4 innings. Heading now to the top of the 5th. Colorado still up on top after a big second inning. 3-0.
Yeah, cold is an understatement. German Marquez looks like he's just happy to be out of the Mile High City and in a place where his pitches can break, but we'll see if he can actually hit the ball here as John Duplantier and Merrill Kelly start warming up in the bullpen for the Snakes.
Can't really blame him. Kind of need to get something going out of those long men out there, Duplantier and Kelly. Going to be the first guys likely to take a shot to get in the rotation if we see manager Torey Lovello have enough out of Weaver in his second return to, or excuse me, his first return to the rotation here. He's ahead of the pitcher, Marquez, 0-2. Gets him to bite on that one. Now for the third strikeout of the day for Luke Weaver.
Now batting, the center fielder, David Dahl.
That'll bring up the left-handed David Dahl to the plate. He was one of 3 triples in a big second inning for these Rockies. As he swings hard through that one. But right there is Cole Calhoun making his return to right field for the second out of the inning here.
Number 19, Charlie Blackman.
To watch that lineup card flip over, Charlie Blackman gets his third plate appearance of the day. Flew out to left, flew out to center.
Nope.
Goes high now, 1-0. So you got to think now, the third time through the order, as we've seen some struggles out of Weaver. And this game, as the outs creep forward, gets more and more out of hand for these Diamondbacks. I think maybe we do see that move to Kelly or Duplantier before that third time through the order penalty really starts kicking in for Weaver. Nicest pitch of the ball game is fouled out. Fouled off here. It'll be 1-2 here to Chuck Nasty. Pitch comes in and another foul ball. Low on that big changeup by Weaver. It'll be 2-2. J-Bot talking about some of those names that could be up for the Dads here in 2020. The big arms of Patino, Gore, and Morjan. That's a big swing by Blackman. He goes down swinging for the first time today. Number 4 for Weaver. So outside of that big second inning, he's been fine. Just need to see some life out of these Diamondbacks at the plate. Bottom of the 5th here for the Snakes. Going to bring up Cole Calhoun, Nick Ahmed, and the rookie Andy Young. Lefty, righty, righty for the Snakes. Cole Calhoun representing the lone base runner for the Diamondbacks through 4 full. Able to work a walk in the second inning. See what Marquez has in store for the lefty. Hitting 10 for 29 over his last 8 games is Cole Calhoun. Big swing and a miss brings him to 0-2. Slider for Marquez has kept these Diamondbacks on their toes all day. Seeing it freeze up David Peralta just an inning ago. Calhoun gets a lot of that one. And Chuck Nasty is there. Grab that for the first out of the inning. Diamondbacks are keeping the ball in the air. They just have not seen success, though, so far. Lone ground out of the game coming at the pitcher, Luke Weaver. Brings up Nick Ahmed looking at strike 1 here.
That knuckle curve working well for Herman Marquez here today.
Goes inside 1-1. So talking about all these fly balls here for the Diamondbacks, you'd like to see maybe a little bit more aggression and driving through the ball instead of driving under the ball, as driving under it has not seen the success they'd like today. In the dirt, 2-2. Marquez comes set and deals. And that is yet another strikeout Number 5 here for Marquez for the second out here in this inning.
Now batting, the third baseman.
I mean, Marquez just looks fantastic. There's no other way to really go about it. No D-back has really threatened him. No D-back's taken him deep. No D-back's even really barreled up the baseball yet.
Now, we've seen some drives, but the contact really hasn't been there. You know what I mean? Like, if a lot of those pitches they've gotten, and if they could just square it up, they'd be firmly in the seats. But instead, they're just drifting out to just fairly lazily to those guys out there in that outfield. 3-0 here to Andy Young. Diamondbacks threatening to get just their second base runner today. To see what's on Andy Young's mind as he takes strike 1. Big fastball by Marquez. I don't know, man. It makes more sense to give the red light to the young guys in 3-0, right? So I don't freak out.
Yeah.
There he goes.
Yeah. There are some guys you still want to give the red light to. You know, a David Peralta, he can swing whenever he feels like. But Andy Young needs to earn his stripes a little bit before he starts just kind of willy-nilly throwing around the bat at 3-0.
So he is able to work the walk. So just the second base runner of the day for these Diamondbacks. Brings up Carson Kelly to the plate with 2 outs. Still looking for their first hit. We're talking about what Carson Kelly can do as he gives that one a ride. Tapia's going back. He's going back and makes the catch at the track. It has been nothing but warning track power here for these Diamondbacks today.
Yeah, I mean, that is I think only the second ball that's gotten to the warning track, but outside of those two hits, or I guess not hits, but pieces of contact, they've done absolutely nothing.
So Luke Weaver's day is done. As I suspected, not going to let him see that third time through the order. Instead, they're going to toss it over to John Duplantier out of the bullpen to start the 6th. Daniel Murphy going to be the first batter he faces. He takes a big change up from Duke as a strike to start it out here. Quickly behind 0-2.
So, back-to-back starts now. Luke Weaver gives up 3 through 5. And just really hasn't been the same guy since that injury. Just really not a stable starter. Wonder how much longer he'll stay in that slot in the rotation.
As Duplantier, big changeup out of him, gets Murphy swinging. His first strikeout of his day. First strikeout for Murphy.
Nolan Arenado, he's had 2 flyouts. Neither, though, all that impressive of a flyout.
That one could be impressive, but early is Arenado. Final line for Luke Weaver, fairly similar to the one in his last start. 5 innings pitched, 4 hits, 2 walks, 3 earned runs, and 4 strikeouts. Currently in line for a tough loss. One and 1 to Arenado. Runs inside. It'll be 2-1. Yeah, and for Weaver, just outside of that second inning, he's looked all right. Struck out 2 of the last 3 there in that 5th inning. It's just rough, man. Not going to win ball games if team can't bail you out. 3-1 is going to be on the ground. Andy Young playing third base today. Toss over to Walker for the second out.
And there you go. John Duplantier looks like he's going to have no problem setting down these Colorado Rockies, pretty much like every other pitcher for the Snakes this series that was not named Luke Weaver. And one of those runs that finally came across for the Rockies here, and Trevor Story now at the plate.
It was the walk by Trevor Story that started out that big second inning. That walk followed by 3 doubles out of Tapia, Walters, and Dahl, respectively, made it 3-0. As Story takes strike 1 from Duplantier.
Trevor Story has clearly been the best hitter for the Rockies so far this series. Not showing it with that swing on the fastball, but has now gone 3 for 8 with a walk, a stolen base, and a strikeout.
Swings through that, but tips it foul. Will stay at 0-2. So I think after today's start, maybe Merrill Kelly and John Duplantier are auditioning to pop back into this rotation for that next time around.
Merrill Kelly. Don't put Duplantier back there.
That's the thing, man. It's just been so weird, but I know we've been promised a trip around Reno on video tonight. So maybe we can discuss some of these things that the Diamondbacks might need to do regarding roster construction, as that is another strikeout for John Duplantier. 2 on the day for Trevor Story. As Dupe comes out of the pen, sits them all down. Heading now to the bottom of the 6th, Diamondbacks looking for their first hit in this one.
And we're going to see the man, the myth, the legend. Except for the last month, he's been none of those 3 things. Eduardo Escobar, pinch hitting here. One of the NL leaders in RBIs at 50, but that average now dipping below 300 after, for a while, being a steady 400 hitter.
Here's the thing that bugs me, man. I know it's a tight game, and your pitcher's right up there. How do you not go to a double switch for Duplantier? And or how do you not have Duplantier come out and bat for himself when he looked so good in that 5th inning? Or the top of the 6th?
I don't know. Go ask Virtual Torre. I don't really have a good answer for you there.
All right, okay, so it's not just me. You don't have an answer.
Not particularly, no, I'm with you. Definitely seems like a situation where, especially after that just brutal strikeout for Eduardo Escobar, I would have been fine watching John Duplantier. I would have been much happier watching John Duplantier do the same thing.
Right.
Come back out to pitch after what was just an efficient 6th inning. Instead, we'll see Starling Marte up here with 1 down, quickly 2 down on that first pitch, and now, man, Herman Marquez, he is just pitching one heck of a game here. Colorado Rockies got to be happy that they finally feel in control of something in this series, and now it's up to Ketel to try and stop the momentum.
First pitch to Ketel Marte. Going to be on the ground, dribbled. Going to be a tough toss by Tony Walters. Able to get there in time for the 3rd out. So, man, coming into this one, I was really looking forward to seeing if we were going to see 3 shutouts in this series. And it looks like we might.
We will. Yeah, we probably will, but just not exactly how you expected it to go down. They do now pull John Duplantier because he was pinch hit for, and Silvino Baracho, the man who just mows down lefties but lets righties eat him for breakfast, comes to the mound trying to shut it down.
Be 2 lefties and a righty here that Baracho will have to face. Tapia, Rogers, Walters due up for the Rocks as he starts off Tapia with a big curveball for strike 1. Yeah, no, that was really the key to this game. Is, you know, we saw an 0-2 or a 2-0 shutout in game 1 and that walk-off by Stephen Vogt. We saw a big inning lead to a 6-0 win last night. I figured, you know, it's Luke Weaver, so I can't count my blessings. I can't count my chickens yet. But I was really hoping for another shutout. Little did I know. Yeah, it's some monkey paw stuff right there.
Yes, we hear the voice of official ML Bot Ball organist, Shark Shavery. How you doing tonight?
Oh, not too bad. Probably better than the Diamondbacks right now. Just to be
God,
honest.
we're in the 7th inning now. Oh, I didn't even think we were
It's
there yet.
quick.
Yeah, have you gotten a hit tonight, Shark?
What?
Have you gotten a hit tonight, Shark? Because the D-backs have not.
I mean, I can't say I do better than them, but
But you're doing
not
equally
worse.
as good is the problem. Yeah,
Can't
I
do
couldn't
worse.
That one's gonna go outside, so Raimel Tapia will take first on the free pass, and Silvino Bracho showing why you probably wanted to leave John Duplantier in there.
Oh, that's my analysis on that.
That's
That
some
noise.
beautiful analysis.
As that one's going to be a called strike to Brendan Rodgers here. Man on first, no outs here for the Rockies. Funny enough, we said how much success Bracho generally has against lefties and not righties. As he walks the lefty, we'll see what he can do with the right-handed Rodgers. As that goes outside, it'll be 1-1. Buddy Black trying to show off his newfound sign language. Domestic violence is not a joke, TARDIS. As that one is driven hard, but that's going to drift just foul in front of that Rockies bullpen out and right.
And we'll do it again here at 1-2. Bracho ready to throw on in. Runner at first. That swung on and missed.
Hey.
So, you know, Tony Walters doing Tony Walters-like things.
Number 14, Tony.
Yesterday I called a line out to shortstop last night, so I'm gonna test my luck and say we're gonna go into a double play here to shortstop. Let's see if I can call it again.
I'd love to see that here. Tony Walters right now has been doing it for the Rockies. That RBI double, and then also coming around to score in that second inning. And a single caught out on the base pass, trying to stretch it into a double to end the fourth. Diamondbacks would like to see him retired by their doing and not Walters. That one's driven hard. Calhoun's going back, and he's not going to get there. That's going to just... That was some interesting carom.
The pitcher.
How did that... How did that bounce off the padding out there? Like off one, off the other, and just barely squibs into that Rockies bullpen. So luckily, on the ground rule double, Tapia will not be allowed to advance past third base.
And I said double play. I think it heard ground rule double, so... Oops.
There was a play, and there was a double.
There we go.
Oh, so we got two men in scoring position as Marquez comes up for his third plate appearance. Just the one out in the inning. See what Bracho's got up his sleeves here today as he drops that in for strike two. 1-2 to Marquez.
Marquez bats a runner in here. I think he's got to be your player of the game. I don't know who else could be, but that's okay. He's going to strike out. It won't be a problem on that four-seamer from Silvino Bracho. So maybe Bracho can rein it back in here, get the out of David Dahl. Unfortunately, though, David Dahl does have one of the 3 RBIs here in this game on a double he hit earlier, so definitely a dangerous hitter to have to deal with 2 runners in scoring position.
So there we go. We got David Dahl up at the plate here. Men at second and third. Thank you. Takes a ball there, 1-0. Walters at second, Tapia at third.
Ball 2.
Dahl takes ball 2 now. And a slider low and away. Like to finally get one in the zone. Instead, we're flirting with loading the bases. And Chuck Nasty up on deck.
At the very least, just don't leave one out over the plate here. A 3-run lead, that is come back from a bull, as that will go outside, so it will be bases loaded here. But 6-7 run lead. That's game over for the Diamondbacks here. So Bracho's got to buckle down. He's got to get something here.
I feel like an AutoZone commercial just yelling, "Get into the zone" right now. Like,
I don't know, man. I
pitch
really
the
didn't want that last one in the zone, man. Like, I would much rather right now have Chuck Nasty at the plate. 0 for 3 today, 0 for 8 coming into today, so he has yet to see a hit in the series. Struck out for the last batter to Luke Weaver. So, honestly, you got to play at any base now with the bases juiced, 2 away. 1-0 pitch turns to 2-0, and now I'm going to be screaming, "Get in the zone" with you.
Yeah, get in the zone. Auto zone.
Oh no, don't put that Fernando Rodney experience on me. I'm not okay with that, J-Bot. I can't deal with that. 2-0 here to Blackman. Pitch comes in, and he will hold up on one in the zone anyway. Now 2-1. Diamondbacks fans would love to see Brancho work his way out of this one and keep it in just that 3-0 lead. That's a foul ball, and he's 1 strike away from getting out of this one now. 1 strike away from the stretch. Bracho, you got this. That one is going to be in foul territory. Peralta's making a long run, and he gets there!
Hey!
Bracho works out of a bases-loaded jam that he put himself in as no runs come across. It's stretch time.
Oh man, I am buzzing from that last play.
Well, thank you, Shark, for yet another excellent 7th inning stretch. The hero of the 7th inning, David Peralta, who made just a fantastic running play there in foul territory, will now come up to bat for the Diamondbacks, as both James Pazos and Carlos Estevez will start warming up in the bullpen for the Colorado Rockies.
Count is 2-1.
And thanks for having me as always, guys. I do hope you have a great rest of your call, and hopefully these Snakes can get something going here. Please.
I always appreciate it. Always a good time. And hopefully David Peralta can ride that energy of bailing out his pitcher here to get these Snakes on the board, or at least get them into the hit column.
Yeah, I mean, that'd be nice, right? Because I don't know if Herman Marquez has enough pitches left in his arm to really get through this full game. But I would like to see them just get one hit off him.
Hey man, if you're flirting with history, you can have your arm fall off. We saw our boy Edwin Jackson do the ugliest one, as that one is gonna be just foul.
So David Peralta now in an even count, 2-2, trying to make something happen. Pitch goes across the zone, but he's going to hit it right to second base. That's going to be an easy play, nothing going. And through 6th and a third, the D-backs still do not have a hit.
Brendan Rodgers over to Murphy. Goes down Peralta here. You're right there in chat. The roof is open on a beautiful 108-degree day here. Not sure the janitor or the M&T team over there at Chase Field quite understand the weather here in Phoenix.
Hey, I went for a walk at like 1 p.m. today, so I mean, fine.
I don't mind it, man. Like, I only moved here 4 years ago. I still don't mind it, man. Even after all those years growing up with snow and everything, I think it's beautiful. No, do it. Whatever. It's this is something, man. 1-2 here to Christian Walker, as he's gonna flare that off the bat into center field. Dahl is there As we are through 6 2/3 now.
Now batting, right field.
I'm just gonna do the respectful thing. I'm just not gonna say it. I want to see the history, man.
I don't. I'll be disrespectful come like the 8th or 9th inning. Well,
here we go.
We'll give him the benefit of the doubt here for Cole Calhoun, who's 0 for 1 on the day. Did get a walk, though, earlier in the 2nd inning. One of the few D-backs base runners on the day as he takes a pitch low, 1-0. That knuckle curve for German Marquez has been working pretty well, but can't locate it there.
High now, 2-0. After complaining about all the flyouts in the game, we saw the top of the order in the 3rd time through all ground out as Cole Calhoun puts that one on the ground as well, directly into the shift, as this is now 7 innings from German Marquez that the Diamondbacks have failed to record a hit. We are through 7. Colorado's big 2nd inning looking bigger as we go on.
And now the one, the only, the not doing very well this season, Kevin Ginkel takes the mound. Has thrown more walks than strikeouts on the season. Both right-handers and left-handers hitting over 300 against him. 7.71 ERA, just bad numbers all around.
Starts off Daniel Murphy with a ball low. See Andrew Chafin, the sheriff, getting loose out there for God knows what reason. Maybe pitch that 9th inning. Daniel Murphy hooks that one foul. Ginkel would just like to get out of this without dinging his ERA even worse than it already is. Came into today just a tick below 8. Better than the tick below 10 it had been for a while.
Yeah, honestly, tick below 8 for him is doing pretty solid.
1-2 to Murphy. Just gets the tip on that. Fouls off. 1-2 will stay.
You know, we haven't had much of a chance to talk about this, you and I, recently, but our theory's always been this whole season it's because he doesn't have his weird crouching pitching stance here in the show that he does back in real life. So, you know, I blame San Diego Studios. That's going to go really, really far out there into the corner. That should be a stand-up double. No problem. So Kevin Ginkel lives up to the introduction we gave him there. Daniel Murphy hits his 11th double on the season, and the Rockies are once again in business here in the 8th inning.
I had a beautiful call for that. Totally realized I was muted.
Oh.
Sorry about leaving you hanging there.
I did the beautiful call for you.
There we go. It's always beautiful when we work together, Jake.
Count 1-0.
Nolan Arenado there takes a slider away for a ball 1-0 as Daniel Murphy has somehow made it to second base. Gonna need an ice bath after that one. His legs are not built for that anymore. Foul that off. That'll be 1-1. So the Diamondbacks got a little bit of a gift today on the backs of a Dodger loss. And unfortunately, it looks like they will not be able to capitalize, but instead at least benefit and not fall any further back in the standings.
Yeah, the only issue is it's starting to look a little bit like the D-backs offense is just simply not going to be able to keep up in this division race. As much as I felt a little bit of confidence from the last couple days as the 2-2 pitch goes low and inside 3-2. I really think it's the Dodgers division to lose, which means the D-backs need to start finding their way back into a wild card slot.
Payoff pitch here to Nolan Arenado. Going to be on the ground. Andy Young, only play he's got, it will be at first. Murphy stays at second. One out now in the top of the 8th.
And as much as we did enjoy the Atlanta Braves beating the LA Dodgers here today, unfortunately the Braves are the team ahead of the Diamondbacks right now in the wild card race. So the D-backs will be at least, a half game back if they can pull the dub out here, but a game and a half back if they cannot.
1-0 here to Trevor's Story. See Murphy hanging out there at second base. Swings through that now. 0-2. Give me that Kevin Ginkel redemption story today. 0-2 is going to be right at Marte at second base, looking a little bit more natural on the infield than he had all weekend out in center. All week, excuse me.
Yeah, well, that's, I guess, what happens when Eduardo isn't doing much. And, you need his bat in the lineup more than you need his glove in the lineup.
Outside to Tapia. 1-0. Tapia so far, big RBI double. And a walk in this one. Grounded out to shortstop as well to make it a full 1-for-2 game.
Yeah, Tapia been one of those guys for the Rockies that's been all contact kind of his career. Been a speedy guy who also gives you some plus on the defensive side, but hitting some big balls here today. Does not matter, though. Cole Calhoun will track that one down in right field, and Kevin Ginkel, despite scaring us, Duggo, does his job, lowers his ERA, and now Ahmed, Andy Young, and the rest of the Snakes got to do their job, start scoring some runs.
So, look up at that scoreboard out in dead center. We are still looking at a rash of donuts for the Diamondbacks. Nick Ahmed would love to stop that here, as Marquez is cruising for history. And there we go. Production decides to jinx it. German Marquez, if they say it, we can say it. German Marquez currently sitting at 7 innings of no-hit ball against these Snakes.
Also, Duggo, don't pretend like we haven't said it multiple times.
Hey, man, I hadn't said no-hitter yet.
True, we just kept saying
Nick Ahmed gives it trouble. That one's going to be playable in foul ground as it hooks. Chuck Nasty is there for the first out. Now batting.
Okay, Roman, you can ask us not to jinx it, but San Diego Studios already did the job for us. I guess with the drop of about 10 viewers right after we said it, maybe we shouldn't have. But, it's the chaotic Duggo and Jake call. What else can you expect?
Pop ball after dark, baby. It's what happens. Andy Young takes a beautiful one down the chute, and that's not the first one, man. We've seen even Andy Young, we've seen Peralta do it too. There's been some hangers that Marquez has left, but he's had so much success out of both the slider and the fastball today. You don't know where to sit. As he was probably sitting slider on that one. Fastball blows by him, and he's behind 1-2. Oh, this has been a filthy game out of Marquez. Andy Young gets some of that, but that'll be foul.
Yeah, like we've said, it hasn't been necessarily that Marquez has just been getting tons and tons of swing and miss stuff, but when he needs it, he either gets that knuckle curve or that slider to just kind of confuse D-backs batters, get them to just hit some lazy pop flies, some just meaningless contact, and it's been pretty smooth sailing all day. Definitely given up a walk or two, and on the verge of giving up one here with the count full and now 100 pitches, but man, Bud Black and this Rockies lineup's got to be very happy with what they've seen.
Payoff pitch here to Andy Young is going to be flared into foul territory. Playable for Daniel Murphy. Now 2 away. He is now 4 outs away from hot ball history.
And San Diego Studios jinxed him once again. So for whoever was mad at us, yeah, no.
Right. No, that's that's definitely interesting. But okay, so hear me out. If we see Kelly get out here and we see whoever comes in to pinch hit to start off the ninth, you know, it's the thing that scares me.
What?
Starling Marte trying to slap a bunt for a single with a no-hitter on the line.
I mean, I'm down to see it.
Oh my God. If it works, like, I'm going to be angry at Starling Marte. Like, I'm benching Starling Marte for the next game. Like,
No,
that is...
no, you're not. I won't allow it. I will not allow that. As that four-seamer goes up there. So it's now 1-1 count to the D-backs catcher.
Oh, man. It's 1-1 to Carson Kelly. Going to be low down there, 2-1. And, folks, if you're still with us, thank you so much. Sounds like we're going to be doing some late-night roster tinkering. So whoever you're a fan of, stick around as Trevor Story got the easy toss over to first for the third out of the inning as Marquez is no-hitting through 8. Heading down to the top of the ninth, we'll see what Arizona even bothers countering with. Rockies still up 3-0.
Well, the double switch going to come in here. Wouldn't be surprised if the lefty specialist Andrew Chafin's going to come in here. Nope. They're going to burn Yohan Lopez of all people. Okay. Yeah,
Yohan
probably a
Lopez.
best reliever.
So